Chapter 121 Why Save Me? Li Chen was very familiar with the marks of the cuts, which were Nan Ji's Tang sword. His heart was pounding. He had only not seen her for a few days, but the days without Nangu seemed as difficult as several years. Judging from the marks in the deep pit, they should have been gone for only a few hours. Was he a step late? Li Yin saw that Li Chen had not jumped up for a long time, because the smell in the deep pit was very unpleasant. He pinched his nose and asked in a muffled voice, "Brother, what are you looking for down there?" Hearing this, Li Chen took a few steps to run and jumped out of the deep pit. He also asked Li Yin and Yi Xiao, "The marks around are obviously someone stationed there. Look for them separately to see where they went." Yi Xiao had a guess in his mind and became nervous, fearing that he was wrong. "Did Nangu stay here before?" Li Chen nodded. "It should be." Yi Xiao looked at the deep pit in shock again. Nangu also had Zhong Haoshuan and Xi and Yuhua with him. But even if all these zombies were hunted by the three of them, it was not a small number. These people have grown rapidly in the few days they have been apart. Li Chen did not explain any more, but just asked everyone not to move. He checked the tire tracks on the ground. It seems that the other party is also a pair of experts, and they have erased their original traces. However, Li Chen has the strongest anti-reconnaissance ability. He quickly identified that these people were heading towards Anlin City, so everyone who was still resting was gathered together by him. He first asked Li Yin for his opinion. "I want to go into the city. You wait for me outside." How could Li Yin let Li Chen take risks alone? His other classmates disagreed. "No. We have to go with you." Yi Xiao was even more unwilling to be left behind. "I must go find Nangu." Li Chen frowned. "But we don't know the situation in the city at all. It's very dangerous." Li Yin smiled and took something out of his pocket. "This is a simple radar detector we made. With it, it will be safer." Li Chen took it and checked it. It must be said that Li Yan's brain is too smart. He originally wanted to modify the radar on the car, but this job was too delicate, and he didn't have that much time. Although Li Yan's superpowers are not strong, his hands-on ability is very strong. He only tinkered with it in the back seat for 2 days, and solved his doubts. So Li Chen took another look at his other classmates. And Qin Mian said first, "Brotherly, we have to follow." "Yes. Don't leave us behind." On the way, Li Chen was in a hurry to get there, and there were more dangers. He protected these people several times, and now they obeyed Li Chen's orders. Especially when he saw Li Yin. He felt that his brother was always cold and indifferent at the beginning. Now that Li Chen is so capable, Li Yin admires him the most, and is the most proud of him. Since everyone insisted on following, Li Chen had to let them get in the car and head towards Anlin City. What Li Chen didn't expect was that Anlin City was like a real dead city. They drove for a long time and didn't find any traces of zombies, let alone living people. The absence of zombies was convenient for Li Chen's investigation, and he quickly found the wheel tracks. What puzzled him was that there were traces of being trampled on the wheel tracks. Could it be that there were zombies following the car? Besides, Nangu and his team only had one car, and the wheel tracks showed that there were at least 3 trucks. Who did Nangu and his team encounter? Suppressing the nervousness and doubts in his heart, Li Chen kept telling himself that he would definitely find Nangu. Getting back in the car, the traces on the road were winding and winding. In order to follow the same road as them, Li Chen spent a lot of time. Li Yin sat in the car and said to Yi Xiao, "Dr. Yi, why didn't we see a single zombie?" Yi Xiao was easygoing, and only Li Chen didn't get along. Recently, he taught Li Yin and the others a lot of simple first aid methods. These young people like him very much. "I don't know either." Yi Xiao didn't have special abilities, and it seemed that he couldn't help much. He just hoped that the car could drive faster. It's too late. What if Nangu is in danger? Li Yin also noticed that this Dr. Yi should have feelings for Nangu. Alas, on the one hand, there is a teacher he likes very much, and on the other hand, there is a brother. It's really hard to choose. I don't know who the girl named Nangu likes. At other times, Nangu couldn't say it. Now, what she likes most must be these zombies in front of her. Seeing them coming up like a tide, the killing factor in Nanji's body was completely aroused, because she held the hatred steady. The dozens of people behind her harvested the lives of zombies at a terrifying speed. But even if the zombies did not resist, they would still consume their superpowers. Slowly, everyone was exhausted, and even Zhong Haoshuan and Xi and Yuhua had reached their limits. Nangu was also a little tired, but she did not stop. She began to get annoyed again, because she could not kill all the zombies in front of her. The zombies in the back had all fallen down. So Shen Qingyao persuaded Nange, let's go. No one can kill anymore. In Shen Qinyao's opinion, they definitely returned with a full load this time. If they continued to kill, they would not even have the strength to escape. Nange also wanted to stop, but reason and madness were struggling in her mind. When she swung the knife, she also glanced at Shen Qingyao coldly, which made her shudder. Zhong Haoshuan also shouted to Nange, hurry up. We are going to drive. Xi and Yuhua echoed, yes. Sister Nange, come back. Nange was even more annoyed by their noise, and waved her hand. I will kill a few more. She saw a zombie biting over, and swung the knife towards his neck. Originally, her strength and direction were calculated. But who knew that this knife would miss? She stared at her wrist in shock, and found that it was shaking. It turned out that she didn't know when it started, and her body couldn't hold on. Just as she was distracted, the zombie had already grabbed Nange's shoulder. Shen Qingyao was the closest to Nange, so she pulled her back and kicked the zombie in the stomach. The zombie's claws wanted to grab Shen Qinyao's feet, but Zhong Haoshuan blasted them away with lightning. Shen Qinyao's momentum was too great, so she fell towards Nange. Nange caught her with confusion in his eyes. Why did this woman save herself? Anyway, she was a zombie, so she would just grab her if she was caught. But Shen Qingyao clearly didn't think so. She kept pulling Nange back. Hurry up! Don't let them catch up. If Nange was used to someone's protection, that person must be Li Chen. Zhong Haoshuan helped her yesterday, which made her a little unsure about what these humans were going to do. Now, there is one more Shen Qingyao. In order to check if Nange had any injuries, Shen Qingyao took her directly to her car, which was full of girls. After Shen Qingyao asked Nange to sit down, the driver drove away. These zombies basically came from one direction. That is, inside the city. Now they have to go around a big circle to get out of the city. The car was shaking. Shen Qingyao took a rest, and then took off Nange's clothes. Nange suddenly grabbed her collar, widened her eyes, and asked Shen Qingyao, what are you going to do? Shen Qingyao smiled slightly. I'll check if you have any injuries. It doesn't matter. There are women in this car. You don't have to be shy. Nange still felt embarrassed. That won't work. Don't take off my clothes? Shen Qingyao laughed even more happily. Silly girl. Then take them off yourself. Nange muttered, I won't take them off. I'm not injured. The hand holding the collar was still shaking. Nange knew that it was because she had just fought too much. She didn't want Shen Qingyao to see her incompetence. So she put her hands down and held each other again. Shen Qingyao saw that she didn't speak, so she could only sigh and signal the other girls to check each other first. The zombies didn't pay any attention to them at all, so of course they couldn't have any injuries. Nange was silent for a long time, and asked Shen Qingyao, why did you save me just now? Shen Qingyao didn't quite understand what Nange meant. Aren't we companions? It's my duty to save you. Nange shook his head stubbornly. We just met yesterday. Besides, you know that I'm very powerful, and those zombies are no match for me. Also, I am a zombie. Shen Qingyao reached out and held Nange's hand. She felt that her hand was really cold, and she tried to warm it up. Nange, I admit that you are very powerful, but in the end times, fighting alone and being heroic are not enough to survive. Does it make you feel embarrassed to rely on others? Shen Qinyao's question made Nange not know how to answer. She didn't want to rely on humans. She just wanted to be a zombie. But now, other zombies seemed to not recognize her. Nange lowered her eyes, which made Shen Qingyao feel a little distressed. I don't know what this child has experienced to become what he is now. I saved you, and you don't have to feel pressured. Just think of it as owing me a favor and returning it later. As for the deeper reason, just think of it as me liking you as a child. Shen Qingyao patted the back of Nange's hand and said nothing more. The other girls were very curious about Nange. When they saw Shen Qingyao resting with her eyes closed, they came over and asked Nange, you are really good at fighting. How many years did you practice before the end of the world? And that knife? It didn't become dull after killing so many zombies, but became sharper. Where did you find it? Why do these zombies attack you and ignore us? This is the first time in such a long time that I have killed zombies so happily. I got a lot of crystal cores today. I'll give you the high-grade ones. You have contributed the most. In fact, don't doubt Sister Shen. She is a very good person, and has always taken good care of us. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. These girls are all superpowers. They are of different ages, but they are all fragrant and soft. Nangu slowly stopped being nervous and sniffed secretly, thinking, if each of these people could let the baby take a bite / greater than over equal to less than over equal to / Chapter 122 Nanji's Charm. So slowly, Nangu also began to talk to them. Although she only answered a few words, the other girls still felt very happy. Now Nanji's car was in the center. The zombies in front were dealt with by Zhong Haoxuan and Xi Nuhua, and the zombies in the back were handed over to other men in the team. They were the most idle. These girls were really brave. While listening to the bang-bang of hunting zombies outside, they also gossiped with Nangu. Girls, when they get together, basically talk about men in the end. These people like Xi Nuhua very much. But if they are attracted to him, they must be to Zhong Haoxuan. Zhong Haoxuan is tall and handsome, and he also has rare thunder-related abilities. Just now, a thunder and lightning struck him, and his whole body was full of bright electric light, which really made these girls feel handsome. So they began to ask, Nangu, what is your relationship with Zhong Haoxuan? No relationship. Nangu thought to himself. I am still being held hostage by him now. So, you are not boyfriend and girlfriend? Nangu frowned, and couldn't help but think of Li Chen's face. The only man who really said that he would always treat her well was Li Chen. So she shook her head again. No. The girls were excited because they saw hope. They talked about it all and asked Nangu about Zhong Haoxuan's situation. But Nangu knew nothing except that he had thunder ability and his blood tasted good. These humans were too complicated. She thought that if she said she didn't know, these girls would be angry. Who knew that one girl was brave enough to pinch her face? Nangu, don't look at me with such innocent and pure eyes anymore. I can't control myself anymore. Nangu pulled her hand down, thinking, how can I be innocent? Because she looked up and glanced at these girls softly. And at that time, a scream rang out in the car. Ao ao ao. What should I do? They think Nangu is much more attractive than Zhong Haoxuan. Shin Qingyao actually hadn't fallen asleep all the time. She slowly opened her eyes, and saw these girls making a fuss with Nangu. The idea of taking Nangu back to the base became even stronger. She was still at her best age. Even in the end of the world, she should live happily. In this way, they walked around the place where zombies gathered. They walked around the outside of Anlin City, and finally got out of the city. Because Nanji's physique attracted zombies, no one dared to stay outside the city. So the convoy drove for most of the night, and stopped in a deep mountain. This is also the place where Shin Qingyao and her team had been stationed. Because it was rarely visited, there were no zombies. Besides, they were the only ones who knew the way into the mountain. After the car stopped, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally have a good sleep tonight. Li Chen was always following their route. After a few hours, the car arrived at the mineral water factory. From a distance, they saw a large area of zombie corpses. How many were there? There must be thousands. Everyone's eyes were almost popping out. Who was hunting these zombies? They were too powerful. Right? The zombies now were all very fierce. People like them, who had just obtained superpowers, were no match for low-level zombies. Li Chun and Yi Xiao got out of the car to check. These zombies were not all killed by Nangu. There were many traces of superpowers. Moreover, he also found the aura of thunder, and within it, it seems that Zhong Haoxuan and the others are still with Nangu. Yi Xiao turned over a zombie without changing his expression, and said to Li Chen, after they hunted the zombies, they dug out all the crystal cores. It can be seen that the situation at that time was not dangerous. If it was dangerous, everyone would be in a hurry to escape. Who could dig out the crystal cores? Li Chen also discovered this, and finally relaxed his heart. After Yi Xiao stood up, he still asked doubtfully, what kind of strong people is Gur following? Could it be that she met someone from the main base of Beihai? Li Chen only said, if it is someone from the main base of Beihai, it would be great. As long as we go to the main base, we can find Nangu. Yi Xiao and Li Chen had the same idea. It was better to have traces of Nangu than not. Since Nangu had already left, Li Chen started the car again and chased after the traces they left. But after leaving the city, he chased for dozens of miles according to their wheel tracks, but could not find any traces. In addition, it was already night, so it was difficult to conduct reconnaissance. in order to catch up with Nangu as soon as possible and get to a safe place. Li Chen encouraged everyone to hold on for a while, and they would rest at the next town. Others had no objections, but they felt regretful when they started the car, especially Li Yin, who thought he would be able to see Nangu this time. So Nangu, who was still in the deep mountains, had no idea that he had just passed by Li Chen, and Li Chen was still running towards the main base of Beihai. Nangu was just very tired. When the crystal cores were divided at night, she sat aside without saying a word. Zhong Haoshuan sat with her this time and asked her, "Did you take the spiritual crystal core you got yesterday?" Nangu yawned, still thinking. She would not feel sleepy before, but now she wants to sleep. "It's me," Nangu answered casually. "You don't have it anymore even if you want it." "I don't want it." Zhong Haoshuan frowned, but his voice was no longer cold. "Do you still only want spiritual ones this time? There are no spiritual psychics in the team. Just say that the Jinping base originally only produced one Tang Siyue. So if Nangu wants it, no one will compete with her for it." "Yeah." Nangu yawned again. Zhong Haoshuan participated in the Crystal Core division, but they hunted thousands of zombies today. But they only got 3, and they were a very low grade. He got more than a dozen Thunder ones. But it's better to have it than not. So he helped Nangu collect it. And when he looked again, Nangu was actually asleep. Xi and Yuhua had been looking at Nangu the whole time. Seeing Zhong Haoshuan looking over, she even gave him a look. Sister Nangu never slept before, right? Xi and Yuhua asked. She must have used up all her energy. Not our normal rest. Sleeping is like recharging for Nangu. She should be full of energy when she wakes up tomorrow. Shin Qinyao also found that Nangu had fallen asleep, and whispered, "Send her to the car." Zhong Haoshuan nodded, and without Xi and Yuhua's help, he picked Nangu up by the waist. Nangu has indeed entered a state of chaos now, let alone holding her. Even if she is killed, she can't wake up. Fortunately, Zhong Haoshuan did not mean any harm, and carried Nangu back to the car. When he put her down, Zhong Haoshuan glanced at his palm, feeling a little lost. He did not leave in a hurry, but sat close to the edge of the back seat, stretched out his hand, and held Nanji's wrist. There was no temperature, and no pulse. When Nangu fell asleep, it was as if she was frozen. For some reason, Zhong Haoshuan could not bear to see her like this. So he took off his coat and covered Nangu with it. After he finished, he smiled helplessly. Really? What was he doing to a zombie? After a long time, he got out of the car, although he did not look back. But he felt that his heart fell on Nangu. He could not help but think of Li Chen's anxious look when Nangu fainted at the gate of Jinping base, covering his chest. He seemed to understand why Li Chen was so nervous. Nangu did wake up the next day, but she didn't wake up because she was in good spirits. She woke up because she was hungry. While she was complaining about the zombies that attacked her yesterday, she touched a bamboo tube, opened it, and started drinking the blood inside. Well, because the blood was not fresh after a day, and Nangu was very hungry, she drank all 7 of them. After drinking, she touched her stomach with satisfaction, and was a little melancholy. Alas, the delicious food was gone. Her hand subconsciously reached into her pocket, and actually touched 3 crystal cores. Well, they were all spiritual, and she put them in her mouth as snacks. When she opened the car door and got out, her tongue was still constantly picking the 3 crystal cores in her mouth, making a rustling sound. Many people in the team got up and were washing in the open space outside the tent. It was the end of the world, and everyone was very careful to save water resources. The water for washing faces was reused. Seeing Nangu, everyone greeted her enthusiastically. "Nangu, come and wash your face." Nangu couldn't help but think of the time when she was still with Li Chen, because she was not dirty at all. She always felt that washing her face was troublesome, but Li Chen would still urge her. At that time, he was not as enthusiastic as these people. He was very disgusted and said that you are a pretty girl. Why are you so unhygienic? Nangu hummed in her heart. Who is unhygienic? I will go wash my face now. In the morning, Nangu didn't eat with everyone again. Shin Qinyao wanted to save some for her when she saw that Nangu was not there. But Zhong Haoshuan said that Nangu had already eaten. Shin Qinyao vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she didn't ask much. As for Nangu, who was missed, she was walking in this forest. Moreover, her senses had changed a little. Before, she could only smell the smell of blood, But now it was different. The tip of her nose was filled with the fragrance of grass and wood, and the faint smell of soil. Although it was not very strong, it was enough to make Nangu excited. It seems that when she finds perfume in the future, she can smell it before using it. Seeing that the time was almost up, she was ready to return to the tent. As soon as she took a step, she noticed something suddenly passing behind her. Nangu had fought too many times, and her body had formed a habit. She dodged and drew her knife to chop it. With a snap, the thing that had just attacked her was chopped in half and fell to the ground. It was an eagle, not big in size. When it died, its eyes were still open, and its eyeballs were red. Nangu put the knife back, tilted her head and said indifferently, "Why are animals so ferocious nowadays?" For Nangu, this was just a small episode, and she quickly put it behind her. Chapter 123. I'm cool too. When Nangu returned to the camp, everyone had already finished their dinner. She felt it from a distance, and went directly to find Zhong Haoshuan and Xian Yuhua. Shen Qinyao gave them a small tent, and they lived in it for the next 2 days. Before Nangu approached, she heard Xian Yuhua whisper to Zhong Haoshuan, "Brother Zhong, I always feel that the origin of this team is not simple." Nangu curled her lips and thought, "Isn't this very obvious? She can see it." Zhong Haoshuan also said lightly, "Anyway, going to Beihai is just a stopgap measure. Let's follow them first." Xian Yuhua was not worried about himself. He was mainly afraid that Nanji's zombie identity would be exposed. When they were on the road a few days ago, no one dared to get close to them. Why did he feel that Zhong Haoshuan had a good impression of Shen Qinyao and her group this time? Not only Zhong Haoshuan, Nangu also liked Shen Qinyao very much, mainly because she could not feel Shen Qinyao's hostility towards her. That's the only way. Xian Yuhua sighed softly. "Let's take it one step at a time." Zhong Haoshuan thought about the zombies rushing towards Nangu today, and his expression became more solemn. If there were only the two of them, they would not be able to deal with so many zombies. So they needed Shen Qinyao's team. But there was no need to let Xian Yuhua know this reason. Nangu also walked outside their tent and said leisurely, "I'll go back to the car tonight." When Xian Yuhua heard Nanji's voice, her eyes lit up, and she immediately got out of the tent. He smiled and said to Nangu, "Just now Sister Shen asked us to have dinner with you, but we changed the topic." Nangu looked at Xian Yuhua with satisfaction, thinking that this kid was getting smarter and smarter. Not bad. Praise you. As he said that, he stretched out his little hand and patted Xian Yuhua on the shoulder. Xian Yuhua smiled even brighter, through the gap in the tent that was not closed tightly. Zhong Haoshuan saw the scene outside and really wanted to ask Xian Yuhua, "When you first knew that Nangu was a zombie, weren't you quite afraid of her?" Now, it turns out that the younger brother is a younger brother for life. That night in the deep mountains, there were finally no zombies rushing up to besiege them. Nangu was very tired during the day, and finally he could rest at night. Except for a few people who had been patrolling, there were no people walking around in the tent, and everyone gradually fell asleep. Nangu lay in the back seat of the Hummer with his eyes open, not feeling sleepy at all. She was always thinking about what the two memories she remembered meant. Her mother had died in her memory. So what about her father? Where was he? It seemed that she would have to discuss it with Li Chen after she met him in Beihai. Alas, Nan Xioga counted the days she and Li Chen had been apart on her fingers. The night was quiet, and no one noticed that in the depths of the forest, a group of mice rushed out of the cave. Half of them had red eyes, while the other half were normal. Soon, the red-eyed mice bit the other half to death. This was not the end. They were still fighting within the group until the most powerful leader appeared, and in the sky farther away, all kinds of birds were fighting in the air. Some of them have sharper claws and pointed beaks, and even their feathers are shiny black. The battle was fierce, with dead birds falling from the sky. In a faraway plain, a group of wolves were competing. They were more ferocious than other animals. Some of them were faster than the current high-level speed-type mutants. A lone wolf, because of the huge changes in his body, replaced the original lord. On the vast sea, there were raging waves, and the wind and clouds were rolling. There were all kinds of fights and struggles in the deep and shallow seas, and the blood of various aquatic creatures dyed the entire sea red. There was a dragon snake that suddenly rushed up from the sea, hissed, and sank into the water again. The waves on the sea were even worse than those caused by the sea breeze, and other fish were afraid to swim away, fearing that they would be caught by the dragon snake. But there were still a large number of slow swimmers, and their bodies floated on the sea. Many corners of this world are undergoing elimination and changes that ordinary people can't imagine. No one knows what the reason is, but they covered it up late at night. When these creatures have established their dominance, it is still unknown what kind of scene will greet humans. Nangu did not sleep all night. In the morning, when no one else was awake, she took 2 laps in the forest. When she encountered a ferocious beast, she killed it directly. It is always bad to return empty-handed. So Nangu took 2 dead eagles back. At this time, the sun was rising, and the whole camp was lively. When Nangu came back with the dead eagle, many people looked at it twice. She went directly to Shinchinya, handed it to her, and said stiffly, "It's for your rations." Shinchinya laughed when she saw the eagle's corpse. Nangu looked at her in confusion, and was a little angry. Why? Did she look down on her prey? But she didn't see any other beast in the forest. Shinchinya saw Nanji's dissatisfaction, and immediately waved her hand and said, "It's the end of the world. I don't know if these animals have changed physically. We have enough supplies now, so we won't eat them." Why? Nangu. Do you like barbecue? Nangu immediately threw away the dead eagle and said casually, "I don't like anything." After saying that, she walked away a little depressed, as if she was afraid that Shinchinya would laugh at her. After walking a few steps, because her hearing was so good now, she heard the little girls in the camp chattering, "Ah, did you see it? The way he brushed his teeth just now was so handsome. I saw it. He was only wearing a t-shirt. And he had a great body. Alas, it's a pity that he changed his clothes in the tent. Otherwise we could see his body." As she spoke, the girl wanted to drool. Other women also suggested, "Anyway, he lives with Xian Yuhua. Why don't we go and drag Xian Yuhua over to ask?" Nangu frowned, walked over, and found that these girls were hiding behind the tent, secretly looking not far away. She also glanced at it. What? Isn't it just Zhong Haoshuan washing his face? Just looking at a man washing his face, you can see so much on him? But Nangu felt that it was really good to be pursued by others. Humph. I wonder what method Zhong Haoshuan used. Is it because he always plays cool? She can also keep a cold face. So she walked around these girls and went to Zhong Haoshuan's tent, leaning against it, without smiling. After maintaining this posture, Nangu thought happily in her heart, "You must think I am very cool this time. Right? You should praise me." Who knows? All she heard was, "Huh? Why did Nangu go back too? Let me see." You don't say. Nangu is standing behind Zhong Haoshuan. The two of them look quite compatible. Nangu was very unhappy. Who is compatible with that man? Can't you see that I am cooler than him? I should be the heartthrob of the team. When I was at the Jinping base, I was the heartthrob. The topic of those girls was getting more and more off topic. Oh, look at Nanji's pretty little face with a cold face. It's so cute. Yes. Yes. I really want to pinch it. Nanji's little face is cold. Especially soft and smooth. Like jelly. Jelly, your sister. Nangu was about to go berserk. Who is cute? You are the cute one. You are not. You can praise me. So Nangu got angry and stopped standing there. When she passed by Zhong Haoshuan, she snorted and glared at him. Zhong Haoshuan had just packed up, so he met Nanji's eyes. He wondered with some confusion. What did he do to offend Nangu recently? No. Even if she was a zombie, he didn't mind taking her on the road. And he didn't even tell anyone about it. Then why did she glare at him? Nanji's glare at him happened to be seen by other girls in the camp. And these girls screamed softly, "Ah! Did you see Nanji's little eyes just now? It was pure and charming. Cute and arrogant. I really want her to glare at me. I saw it." Nangu must be jealous of Zhong Haoshuan. Alas, we are just simply appreciating handsome guys. And we are not competing with her. I really want to pinch her. Although Nangu has walked a long way, she can still hear them talking. She wants to flip the table again. I really want to stare at you to death. After breakfast, a team will head towards Beihai. This time Shinchinya returned with a full load. Yesterday, she gave Zhong Haoshuan and Xian Yuhua a lot of crystal cores. They have 2 trucks, and the Hummer is sandwiched between them. It can be regarded as a kind of protection from Shinchinya. After getting on the car, Xian Yuhua saw Nangu counting the crystal cores. Very seriously. Like a primary school student. He hesitated for 2 days, and finally asked the question, Sister Nangu, did you eat the spiritual core before? What about these other types of cores? Can you eat them? Nangu snorted and said lightly, if I could eat them, I would have killed all of you stupid humans long ago. Xi Yuhua was disappointed, pouted, and sat back down. Zhong Haochuan suddenly said, be careful on the road. If there are zombies approaching, you must give an early warning. Oh! Nangu responded and continued to count. 288. Hey, where did I count just now? Scratching her head, she said to Zhong Haochuan in a particularly irritable manner, don't talk to me. Can't you see that I am concentrating? Xi and Yuhua thought Zhong Haochuan would be angry, but who knew that he actually smiled and concentrated on driving again. After walking less than 500 meters, Nangu gritted his teeth and said, sure enough, your bad words came true. There are really zombies rushing towards us. Chapter 124 Come and Bite Me. Xi and Yuhua also immediately looked back from the car window and saw several zombies chasing after their convoy. Only the zombie in the front was a speed zombie. He gave a warning to the cars behind him. A superpower appeared and quickly killed the speed zombie. Nangu was really angry. What are these zombies doing? Don't they know that they are the same kind? Zhong Haochuan never looked back, but asked Nangu, these zombies are obviously coming for you. Uh-huh. Didn't you all see it? Nangu was not afraid either. She leaned over and said, why? You know I'm a trouble. So you want to abandon me? She remembered that those girls just now were only looking at him and praising him, not praising herself at all. She was a little upset. It was just a joke. Nangu thought Zhong Haochuan would ignore her, but who knew he would say coldly, I won't abandon you. Just sit in the back seat. Nangu blinked her eyes. Why did she seem to hear a little worry in Zhong Haochuan's tone? But Zhong Haochuan obviously didn't explain anything to her. He asked Xi and Yuhua to communicate with Shenqinya in front, and suggested that they go around the big city. Shenqinya still didn't understand this. She thought that if they took a detour, the original 5-day journey would take at least 10 days. Although there was no shortage of food, it was fuel-consuming. So Shenqinya even got off the car and sat on their Hummer, and asked Zhong Haochuan seriously, give me a reason for taking a detour. Nangu didn't look at Shenqinya, and said, it's not the baby. It's all the zombies' fault. Expression? Zhong Haochuan was even more helpless. Or we can go separately. I want a reason, Shenqinya said stubbornly. Zhong Haochuan could only say, you can see that these zombies are coming for us. Nangu looked at him in surprise, thinking, they are not coming for you, but for me. Shenqinya immediately understood Zhong Haochuan's reason. So she smiled generously. We are worried that we don't have enough crystal cores along the way. Now those zombies are standing and waiting for us to kill them. How can we miss this good opportunity? I know the route. Just follow us. At this moment, Xi and Yuhua's eyes also struggled, regardless of whether Shenqinya really wanted to keep them. They already owed Shenqinya a favor just because she cared about them so much. Even Nanji's expression became complicated. Sure enough, what Zhong Haochuan said was right. Along the way, many zombies wanted to kill Nangu, but because their target was too single, they were hunted down by Shenqinya's people. Not to mention Zhong Haochuan and Xi and Yuhua. They were companions with Nangu and had always been fighting on the front line, especially because they killed so many zombies and got a lot of crystal cores. So their superpowers improved by leaps and bounds. 2 days later, they had actually broken through the 4th level. You know, many superpowers now are not even at the 2nd level because of the lack of crystal cores and experience. The people in Shenqinya's team were very scared when facing so many zombies at the beginning. But now they are excited when they see zombies. And Shenqinya is a very courageous leader. She told the people in the team that Nangu could attract zombies at the beginning, and asked them whether they would stay or leave. If they don't want to take risks, they can take a shortcut back to Beihai now. But these people are not cowards. And all of them stayed. And after 2 days, the way they looked at Nangu was even more scorching. Nangu is beautiful, has good skills, and can also attract the hatred of zombies. They have killed zombies and taken crystal cores, and they are already tired. The other men in the team may not talk to Nangu because of Zhong Haochuan, but the other girls are different. They always come to touch Nangu secretly. Now they are cleaning the scene. They hold the crystal cores and come to thank Nangu. Nangu, you are so amazing. By the way, did you kill 500 zombies today? because they have to hurry. They can't let them strangle zombies on a large scale. But looking at Nanji's strength, they are really far behind. Nangu is still pretending to be cool. She doesn't believe that these girls don't like her. So she deliberately raised her chin and pretended to be indifferent and said, "Really? I didn't notice it." A girl directly took Nanji's arm and leaned her head on Nanji's shoulder, saying, "Nangu, you are really awesome. I really want to marry you." Nangu was so happy that she wanted to smile. But she still pushed her hand away with a straight face and said lightly, "I don't want to marry you. You are too weak." The happiest thing for these girls every day is not to peek at Zhong Haoshuan, but to tease Nangu. Nangu always looks serious, which makes them like him even more. So they looked at Nangu eagerly. "If I become awesome, can you marry me?" Nangu turned her head. Her mouth twitched twice. And finally she held back her laughter. "It depends on my mood." Several girls said in unison, "Xiaolu, you are so cunning. How can you occupy Nangu?" "Yes. Nangu is so cute. She belongs to all of us." Nangu couldn't bear it anymore and said, "I'm not cute." Her angry look made the other girls' eyes want to turn into stars. Xiaolu poked Nanji's arm meanly. "You still say you are not cute. Look at your tender little face. Your innocent little eyes. Ah." She covered her heart. "I'm really going to be killed by you." Nangu said stubbornly, "I don't care. Anyway, I'm not cute." The other girls nodded and said helplessly, "Yeah. Our Nangu is not cute. Nangu is the coolest. Top notch." As they said, they also gave Nangu a thumbs up. "Why are you so perfunctory?" "I'm angry. I'm really angry. No matter how you praise me in the future, I won't forgive you." These girls like to see Nanji's sullen and angry look the most. And they are all laughing. Shinchinya came over and poked their heads one by one. "Nangu is simple. You know it. Go to dinner quickly. Don't bother Nangu." Nangu saw that they were scolded, and finally laughed, and bared his teeth, threatening them. "Yes. If you mess with me again, I will bite you." Xiaolu screamed, blushed, shyly put his arm over, staring at Nangu. "You actually said you want to bite me? Did I hear it right? Come on. Bite me." The other girls were unwilling, so they pushed Xiaolu away and held their arms forward. "Yes. Come and bite me. Go to the back quickly. Let me come first." "You should go to the back." Although she knew that they were not really in conflict, Nangu still felt like cursing. She was going to be played by this group of humans. Xi Yuhua and Zhong Haoshuan stood in the distance and watched. The former kept laughing, and Zhong Haoshuan's eyes were soft. When Shinchinya finally pulled those girls away, Xi Yuhua said, "Sister Nangu is so nice." He believed what he saw with his own eyes. In the past few days, Nangu rushed to the front to kill zombies, and she never coveted crystal cores. They could get a lot of them purely because these girls like Nangu. As for Nanji's usual interactions with everyone, she didn't show any bloodthirsty appearance. In Nanji's words, she has had a lot of snacks recently, and she doesn't eat big meals anymore. The most important thing is that Nangu is really cute. This is also the reason why he was willing to contact Nangu in the beginning. Now that Nangu can be liked by so many people, it shows that his vision is correct. If she could always be like this, Xi and Yuhua prayed in her heart. Even if she is a zombie, she will never stand on the opposite side of humans for her whole life. There is something in Zhong Haoshuan's eyes that Xi and Yuhua can't understand. The only thing he noticed is that Zhong Haoshuan's eyes stayed on Nangu for longer and longer. Xi and Yuhua felt a little bitter in her heart. Whether it is him or Zhong Haoshuan, they are not Nanji's choice. She is thinking about the man who will meet her in Beihai. After 5 days of walking, Nangu and his team killed zombies crazily. When the news spread, the whole country was shocked. Even abroad, people sent telegrams to ask the Chinese how they did it and whether they were talking nonsense. A team of more than 40 people could kill tens of thousands of zombies in 5 days? This is simply a joke. Right? The person in charge of the main base of Beihai is also very anxious now. But Shinchinya did not return to the 17th base, and they could not contact her at all. But with such a record, of course, they are proud of Beihai. So the person in charge of the main base of Beihai said to the outside world that this matter was true. But they did not mention Shinchinya, only saying that the team of more than 40 people belonged to the main base. They had a method of hunting zombies, and welcome other bases to send people to learn. He did not say more. But people in other bases understood. If you want to learn the method, you can't do it without paying something. The main base of Beihai is not like the small base of Jinping. Any Huayuan can bully them. I heard that there are nuclear weapons in the main base of Beihai. No matter how powerful the zombies are, they will be finished if they are hit by a nuclear weapon. Every time the person in charge of the main base is asked, he never gives a direct answer about nuclear weapons. He only says that the lethality of nuclear weapons is too great. When Li Qian and his team arrived at the main base of Beihai, it was just when the glorious record was reported back. They parked the car outside the main base because there were many superpowers who wanted to go to the main base. Li Qian and his team lined up at the back and had to be inspected. Li Yin actually had no interest in entering the main base. Anyway, with their means, they could survive anywhere. The main thing was to find Nangu. When it was almost their turn to be selected, Li Chen heard the team that was leaving angrily say, "They actually asked us to kill 1,000 zombies in 5 days. This is deliberately making things difficult for us." Others echoed. They even used the team at the main base as an example. Haha. Saying that they killed more than 10,000 zombies in 5 days. They really treat us like fools. Chapter 125, I am an instructor. The team left quickly, and Li Chen stepped forward to negotiate with the people from the North Sea main base. The man's eyes were fiery red, and he was at least level 3. Li Chen secretly thought that even a gatekeeper could have such a strong ability. It seems that the selection criteria of the North Sea main base will be very strict. He was still thinking about what the team that left before said. Hunting more than 10,000 zombies in 5 days was undoubtedly very powerful. He had a vague feeling that this matter seemed to have something to do with him, but he never figured it out. The gatekeeper had seen many people coming to seek refuge, and he didn't look up at Li Chen, but just asked lightly, "How many people are there?" 20 people, Li Chen replied. "Ah, a little less than the previous team. Then you can have a chance to enter the main base if you hunt 800 zombies in 5 days. The gatekeeper finally looked up at Li Chen, but soon frowned. The man's eyes were still black, which meant he had no special powers. So he reiterated, "It's very dangerous for ordinary people to kill zombies. You have to be careful." Li Yin came with Li Chen, and he was very indignant from the beginning. 800 zombies? How do you judge that we killed 800? That's easy. The gatekeeper replied, "As long as you hand in 800 crystal cores, it's okay." Li Chen thought about the crystal cores he had obtained before, and there was still a distance from 800. And he basically gave all the crystal cores he got to Nangu. So now he only had a few crystal cores. Li Yin was a little annoyed, and he dragged Li Chen away. "Brother, what kind of base is this? They are just deliberately making things difficult for us. We won't go in." "Yeah," Li Chen responded. But Li Yin was stunned. Didn't he want to go to the main base to find out about Nangu? What's the situation now? So Li Yin explained a little embarrassedly, "Brother, I didn't mean that. I just think they are bullying too much." Yi Xiao happened to be standing not far away. Li Chen patted Li Yan's arm first, and then he said to Yi Xiao, "Go register." At first, Yi Xiao didn't react, or he had already registered. And then he figured out why he listened to Li Chen again. Li Chen took Li Yin away at this time, and said to these companions, "Who are the strong people in the main base?" He guessed that Nangu was following the people in the main base. Li Yin thought for a moment and said, "We only know the leader of the 17th base. We have never met the leader of the main base." At that time, there were natural disasters everywhere, and zombies were everywhere. He was only concerned about how to survive. 17th base? Li Chen asked. Others also said that they had never cared about it. Only Qi Mian whispered, "I know about the 17th base." Then, she carefully talked about the status of the 17th base in Beihai and the personality of Shen Qinyao. Li Chen found that she really knew Shen Qinyao very well, even knowing how old she was. "I just heard everyone's discussion." Qi Mian's eyebrows were full of doubts. The main base was not so powerful before. Li Yin agreed, maybe there is some opportunity. Li Chen thought about the joints clearly, and finally smiled with sudden realization. They are not that powerful, but they may have met powerful people. The deep pit encountered outside Anlin City before was the work of Nangu and Xian Yuhua. So, they accidentally got ahead of Nangu? Since it is confirmed that Nangu is with the people in the main base, they just need to wait near the main base. Nangu should arrive in a few days. During this period, Li Chen led everyone to rush on the road anxiously. Now they can finally stop. Some things must be put on the agenda. So Li Chen smiled with his narrow eyes, and glanced at Li Yin. Li Yin took a step back and asked in a bit of horror, "Brother, why are you looking at me like this? You know that you are very weak now, right?" Li Chen asked back. Li Yin and everyone nodded. And even Yi Xiao felt embarrassed. He didn't have any special abilities. And in the team, he could only rely on others for protection. Li Chen smiled even more. "Then why don't we try to get 800 crystal cores within 5 days?" When he said this, everyone gasped. 800 crystal cores. At least 1,000 zombies must be killed. Because many low-level zombies don't have crystal cores. How can they do it when they have just become superpowers? Li Chen didn't like to see their self-doubt, and pointed to his temple. "Use your brains to improve combat efficiency. You don't have to fight with zombies for superpowers." Li Yan's brain was active, and he immediately widened his eyes and said, "Brother, you mean let us?" Li Chen nodded. "But don't try to be lazy in your ability training." He put on a pair of leather gloves, which made his joints look slender. "During this period, I will be your instructor. If you don't get 800 crystal cores within 5 days, you will all be punished." Li Chen's voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. His expression was not cold, but he was very serious. Immediately, the backs of this group of people who had just left the university campus felt a little cold. And later they realized that they felt cold too early. Even Yi Xiao was included in the training by Li Chen. Although he had superb medical skills, if he was in trouble and no one protected him, it would be a dead end. Since he had this plan, Li Chen didn't let them delay at all, and drove to Beihai City that day. Now half of Beihai City has been submerged by the flood, and many water zombies are lurking in the water. That area is too dangerous, and the main base has set up a cordon around the nearby places. People call it Sunken Beihai. In the outskirts of the city, it is difficult to see any traces of zombies because of the clearance of the superpowers, so they can only go deeper into the city. Along the way, they also encountered other convoys, and the other party was also looking at them. Li Chen would occasionally stop, pay some supplies, ask them for some information, and then quickly get on the road again. The deeper into the city, the more zombies there are, and the more powerful they are. Even in the center of the city, that is a place that even the people from the main base dare not set foot in casually. Before it sank, Beihai was a huge city with a population of more than 3 million. There are still more than 1 million zombies active in the North Sea. No matter how powerful the superpowers are, they dare not confront 1 million zombies casually. Well, unless they are as powerful as Nangu and his team. When Li Chen and his team finally stopped, they had already driven to a place not far from the city center. The zombies here evolve faster, and many of them had reconnaissance capabilities. When they saw Li Chen and his team stop the car, they didn't give Li Chen and his team any time to breathe, and suddenly rushed towards the armored vehicle. Li Chen looked at them coldly in the car. His car was modified, and a shell might not be able to blast it open, let alone these zombies. He took out his gun, opened the car window, bent his arm, and with a bang, he blew up a zombie's head. Then he walked out of the car coldly, and made a gesture to Li Yin and his team. It was not the first time for Li Yin and his team to face zombies. With Li Chen around, they still had a bottom line in their hearts. Li Chen stood in the ruins of a city and assigned them tasks. Li Yin saw that while he was talking, the gun in his hand seemed to have eyes, and he was still shooting the zombies that kept rushing over. You are divided into 4 directions and attack separately. I have just said the method of grouping. Remember, when fighting, cooperate more with your companions around you. Your abilities will play a huge role. After Li Chen finished speaking, all these people stood at attention and answered loudly, "Understood." After speaking, they put on some small weapons they made and scattered. Not long after, the sound of fighting was heard in this area. Yi Xiao was not assigned to attack the zombies. He looked at Qin Mayan's back with some envy. This girl is also an ordinary person. She can still follow Li Yin. What about me? Li Chen quickly gave him the answer. Because although there were 4 groups of people fighting, the heart was Li Chen. If any team got into trouble, he would quickly rescue them. Now he shouted to the people in Li Yan's team, "Don't kill the zombie on your left. Kick it over." The zombies that seemed extremely ferocious to outsiders were like little lambs when they came to Li Chen. After being led by Li Yin, they had no power to fight against Li Chen. Yi Xiao was still watching the excitement, but who knew that Li Chen beside him went directly behind the zombie. And then the zombie ran towards him. Yi Xiao subconsciously widened his eyes. He also had a weapon in his hand. Not a gun, but an iron rod that Li Chen picked up from the ground. Even so, facing the ferocious and ugly zombies, Yi Xiao's heart beat faster. Why did you suddenly kick this zombie to me? Yi Xiao barely avoided the zombie's claws and tried to attack the zombie with an iron rod. Who knew that its body was much more flexible than he thought, and it dodged several attacks. Yi Xiao was a little anxious, but Li Chen said lightly, "You can't even deal with such a weak zombie. And you still want to find Nangu? Fuck." Yi Xiao wanted to give Li Chen a middle finger. "I can also use a gun. So why don't you give me a gun? Wouldn't I have dealt with this zombie long ago? Or because we are rivals in love? You are taking revenge on me?" Yi Xiao cursed Li Chen for being shameless in his heart, and vented all his anger on the zombie. His movements gradually became methodical from chaotic. When Li Chen was concerned about others, he would occasionally guide Yi Xiao. Later, Yi Xiao also admired Li Chen. Nanji's powerful fighting skills were probably taught by Li Chen himself. Right? Although he didn't know whether he had supernatural powers, Yi Xiao had no doubt at this moment that even if he didn't, this man could survive in the end times. Chapter 126 Space Rage. These 20 people spent the whole afternoon clearing zombies near this location. At night, Li Chen drove them out of the city to check the results, but found that they had only killed more than 50 zombies, and only got 30 crystal cores. This was a long way from their goal of 800. Li Yin was standing next to Li Chen at the time. His face was burning. He felt embarrassed for Li Chen. If he had performed better today, he would not have killed so few zombies. Others had the same idea as Li Yin, and they all lowered their heads, waiting for Li Chen to scold them. Who knew that after Li Chen distributed these crystal cores to them according to their needs, he actually praised them. "It's great to have this result today. Keep working hard tomorrow." After hearing this, Yi Xiao looked up at Li Chen in surprise. It took him a long time to grind that zombie to death today, and then he couldn't keep up with the physical strength, so he didn't succeed in killing zombies again. But Li Chen actually said that they performed well. Li Chen turned his head and glanced at Yi Xiao. With a smile in his eyes, "When Nangu first killed zombies, she was not as good as you." Yi Xiao had seen how powerful Nangu was, and his mouth was as if he had swallowed an egg. What did she look like at the beginning? Li Chen had never denied that Nangu was a zombie. When he tested Nanji's blood, he found that it was not Nanji's blood type. What did she look like when she first became a zombie? Yi Xiao didn't dare to imagine. He saw that Li Chen's eyes and tone would become very soft when he mentioned Nangu, and he felt a little sour in his heart. This man has seen all the ways Nangu looked after the apocalypse. It makes people envious and jealous. She was clumsy at first, and didn't know any skills. Li Chen actually missed those days. Nanji's body was covered with purple corpse spots. She spoke slowly, and her brain was still stupid. It was nothing like now. She could take people away with just a glance. Li Yin was actually very happy to get Li Chen's affirmation. At this moment, he asked curiously, "How powerful is Nangu now?" Li Chen smiled brightly. When she was at the Jinping base, she was already a veritable 10,000 killer. And today, didn't you hear about her? We heard about it today. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what they missed. Hunting 10,000 zombies in 5 days was the work of Nangu and his team. Li Chen talked about this with a proud tone. Similarly, he was more curious than others about how Nangu did it. Could it be that her physique has changed after the meteorite fell? Everyone was digesting this news, and Li Yin looked at Li Chen with a strange look in his eyes. What kind of sister-in-law did his brother find for him? She is too strong. Is Li Chen sure he can beat her? Qing Mian's expression was also a little dazed, and after a while, she nodded thoughtfully. The crystal cores have been divided into hands, and Li Chen signaled them to take them as soon as possible. And they still have to continue hunting zombies tomorrow. Li Yin was a little reluctant. We only got 30 crystal cores in total. If we eat them, wouldn't it be equivalent to wasting all the efforts of this day? Yi Xiao actually understood. This is called sharpening the knife before chopping wood. He has now learned to use Nangu to educate these children, and Nangu has made such great progress because she has eaten a lot of crystal cores. When everyone heard this, Nangu ate it, then they ate it too. So Nangu, who is still quite far away from Beihai, didn't know that Li Chen and Yi Xiao had attracted her fans again. After nightfall, the other people in the team rested in the car. Li Chen saw Yi Xiao lying in the back seat, so he got out of the car quietly. In fact, Yi Xiao didn't fall asleep at all. After Li Chen left, he sat up. Originally, he wanted to follow him. But Li Chen was too fast. He weighed the pros and cons, and finally waited for Li Chen to come back in the car. Li Chen didn't drive. Nor did he follow the daytime route. He went directly to the neighborhood that was flooded by water. It was windy at night, and the cordon was still being blown by the wind. Without Nangu by his side, it was like missing a small radar. Li Chen took every step very carefully. But even if he couldn't feel the zombies, he was still naturally alert to danger. The water in this block was not deep. So he stood in the water, closed his eyes, and listened carefully to the sound of bubbles bursting from the bottom of the water. The moon slowly hid in the clouds, and the ripples in the water gradually became unclear. But when Li Chen opened his eyes, he could still sense that zombies were coming from all directions. They were basically crawling on the bottom of the water. Nangu and he had suffered a loss once before, and it was impossible for them to suffer a second time. Originally, these zombies were waiting for humans to come to them. At first, there were only a dozen of them rushing over. But later there were more and more. Hundreds of zombies, like waves, were actually stacked up in the water. Li Chen put on night vision goggles, and through the lenses, he could see the hideous and terrifying faces of the zombies. The nearest group of zombies had already rushed to his feet, and all rushed out of the water to bite Li Chen. At this moment, something strange happened. All these zombies were frozen in the air. When they resumed their actions, Li Chen had already left their encirclement. These zombies obviously didn't understand what was going on. They had clearly surrounded Li Chen just now. Right? They became irritable and rushed towards Li Chen's new position frantically. Li Chen used the same trick again, and only opened his hand suddenly after the zombies had piled up to a terrifying number. The space around him seemed to be squeezed by something, and the sound of the space being distorted was crackling. His figure was not very clear in it. As the space continued to be violent and squeezed, the zombies were trapped in this space. Their bodies were constantly blown up, and the shrill and short shouts came from their throats and quickly dissipated, because they felt the danger in this space. Many zombies instinctively wanted to retreat. But how could Li Chen give them this opportunity? The space centered on him had already started to spin rapidly. The air and water vapor in this space had become powerful weapons. The space was violent to the limit, and sharp sounds were endless. It was a force more powerful than any other power. In this space, Li Chen was the king of domination. Looking at the hundreds of zombies surrounding him, their bodies had exploded one after another. Bang, bang, bang. The air was full of debris and flesh. The blood flowers dyed the whole space red, and the murderous aura soared into the sky. When it was completely calm, except for Li Chen, the water area where he was located turned bright red, and the moon that had just hidden also emerged from the clouds, spreading moonlight on the water. The water was not deep to begin with, and the crystal cores were crystal clear. When illuminated by the moonlight, they lay quietly in the water, shining. Li Chen picked up the crystal cores from his feet expressionlessly. When he collected all the crystal cores, his pockets were almost full. It turned out that these zombies were not all water type, and there were many other types. He weighed the number. There were about 300 crystal cores here. He put the crystal cores in his pocket and walked towards the car. It was still quiet next to their car. Li Chen's shoes, socks and trouser legs were wet. He did not rush to get in the car, but took out clean clothes and changed them first. Yi Xiao had been waiting for him to come back in the back seat of the car. Li Chen had been gone for a long time. If he couldn't see him again, he might tell Li Yin about this matter and ask someone to look for him. Now that Li Chen had just returned, he changed his wet clothes. Yi Xiao was shocked and thought, did he go to the sinking North Sea? That water area is a restricted area. Li Chen only killed a few hundred zombies. He knew the importance of the matter and had never been to a deeper place. However, this zombie hunting also made Li Chen feel heavy-hearted. That water area is definitely a big hazard. Now that Beihai can't send people to clear it out, the zombies in the water will advance to a certain level in the future and will definitely come ashore to attack humans. At that time, will the superpowers in Beihai have the strength to fight? Originally, Li Chen didn't want to enter the main base during the day. But now, he has made a decision. After meeting up with Nangu, he must tell the leader of Beihai about his concerns and let him make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, just evacuate. Beihai is much more dangerous than Shangjing. Yi Xiao saw Li Chen return to the front seat and rested quickly. He had a lot of questions. But he had no place to ask Li Chen. The next day, everyone solved the problem of eating and headed towards the hinterland of Beihai together. Perhaps it was because Li Chen's encouragement to them yesterday worked. And Li Yan and the others took crystal cores last night. And today they have actually broken through the barrier of second-level mutants. And Li Chen deliberately cultivated their sense of cooperation. So when counting the number of crystal cores at night, Yi Xiao found that they actually hunted 200 zombies and got more than 100 crystal cores. This is more than 3 times yesterday. What made Yi Xiao especially happy was that he also killed 3 zombies today. Although not as good as Li Chen, it is also a great improvement. In the future, his skills will get better and better. And maybe he really won't need to rely on any base to survive. Anyway, he checked the trunk of the armored vehicle. Li Chen hid so many cutting-edge equipment by himself. Yi Xiao was really jealous. Li Yan and his friends were also very happy. Although the task of 800 crystal cores was still impossible to achieve according to the current progress, each of them had made great progress. They might be able to hunt 300 zombies tomorrow. But the next day, they ran into trouble. They had been going to Beihai City in a mighty manner for the past 2 days. They had been spotted by someone and were followed. The team of people who didn't know the details did not actively attack them. They just stood by when Li Yan and his friends killed zombies. Chapter 127. Li Chen was shocked. At first, even Li Chen couldn't figure out what these people were following them for. So he was very cautious about them. The leader of this team was a fat man. When the 4 groups took action, he was always guarding behind. There were no prohibitions in this city. Since they didn't threaten him, he simply turned a blind eye. The fat man had small eyes and a round head. He kept walking around, as if he had no purpose. Yi Xiao was a little distracted at first. But after being taught a lesson by Li Chen, he had to concentrate on killing zombies. He didn't even realize that he and this love rival were maintaining a weird balance. After a long time, when he realized this, he was already completely defeated by Li Chen. Not long after, Li Chen finally discovered their purpose. Just when Li Yan and his team led 3 zombies away and were about to grind them to death, the fat man actually rushed up with his men, some of whom separated Li Yan, and some of the superpowers used various methods to attack the zombies. In a few moments, the 3 zombies were killed. Li Yan and his team could not attack humans, but these zombies were originally killed by them. But they were robbed by others, and Li Yan's face turned cold at that time. The fat man asked Li Yan with a smile, "Little brother, your superpowers are quite powerful. And they are dual system? We helped you this time. You don't have to feel too embarrassed. These 3 crystal cores, we will take 2. Qin Mayan frowned and took the lead in arguing. These are the zombies we killed. Why should we share your crystal cores? The fat man smiled confidently. What do you mean you killed them? We killed the zombies just now. But you didn't help at all. Did you? We are willing to give you a crystal core. That's good enough. You? Qin Mayan took a step forward, and the gun in his hand was already aimed at the fat man. The fat man pretended to take 2 steps back, but there was no fear in his eyes. And he teased Qin Mayan, "Little beauty, take this thing away quickly. What if you accidentally hurt someone? You also know the rules of our end times. Whoever killed the zombie originally got the crystal core. Can you say that we didn't kill the zombie?" After the fat man finished speaking, the latter group of minions started to make a noise. "Yes, we killed the zombie." Qin Mayan became even angrier, and Li Yan dragged her behind him. He was not going to give up the crystal core today. He had seen many of these humans, who bullied the weak and feared the strong along the way. And today, he would teach them a lesson. But just as Li Yan was about to do it, the fat man lay on the ground wailing, "Oh! Oh! We killed the zombies. And you didn't give us the crystal cores. How can this be justified? I am so wronged." Even in the end times, Li Yan and his men were well behaved. There was no point in reasoning with these hooligans. Now they are the first to complain. But Li Yan didn't indulge him. He just said coldly, "We are all here. Even if they really robbed your crystal cores. So what? In the end times, the strong survive." The fat man's face changed. He didn't expect that the boy was so difficult to deal with. He simply lay on the ground and didn't get up. "Okay. You can take these crystal cores. But if you kill zombies again, we won't watch you obediently." "What do you mean?" Li Yan's eyes suddenly became dangerous. "It means literally." He sat on the ground, looked up and smiled at Li Yan like a chrysanthemum. "We are all very aggressive. It would be bad if we hurt our own people. You actually threatened me. If Li Yin hadn't thought about the fact that we are all human, he would have killed this man long ago. This fat man is too shameless. Seeing that the two parties were about to fight, the fat man was still very excited. Want to fight? Okay. You can't kill a single zombie this day. When Li Yin thought that they still had the task of 800 crystal cores, he was even more frustrated. Li Chen walked over at this moment, and Yi Xiao was still fighting two zombies in the distance. He could vaguely hear him scolding Li Chen for taking revenge. What's going on? Li Chen asked lightly, and glanced at the fat man sitting on the ground again. The fat man's eyes lit up, and he saw at a glance that this was the leader. So he exaggerated the scene just now without waiting for Li Yin to speak. In the fat man's description, they were innocent people who took the trouble to kill zombies, and Li Yin was the bad guy who wanted the gun crystal core. Li Yin looked at Li Chen depressedly. Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Li Chen's face did not change much, and he was obviously calmer than Li Yin. Another zombie is coming. You go first. Don't delay the business. Although he knew that Li Chen was right, Li Yin still kicked the fat man fiercely before leaving, and Qin Mian became even more angry, and her small body kept stomping her feet when she walked. The fat man rolled over and stood up from the ground, while smiling and telling Li Chen that he was a reasonable person. And at the same time, he called on several of his men to dig out the crystal core. Li Yin and his men were in a hurry this time, so they directly led 5 zombies over, and it was very difficult to deal with them. After finally grinding to the end, the fat man brought people up again. Li Yin was really intolerable this time. How can you be so shameless? The fat man was an Earth-type supernatural being, and he was still controlling the Earth spikes to circle several zombies and restrict their movements. Then he saw people with gold-type supernatural powers trying to hunt them down. But just when they were about to succeed, 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 zombies were directly shot in the head. The fat man didn't react, and just wanted to curse. Who the hell fired a gun? But he didn't expect that when he turned around, he actually saw Li Chen holding a gun. And this is not over yet. There are still 3 zombies behind him that haven't been killed. It happened that one of the zombies and the fat man were in the same line of practice. Li Chen smiled roguely, pointed at the fat man, and pulled the trigger. The fat man's scream was stuck in his throat, and his mind was blank. The bullet was too fast. Of course he couldn't dodge it. It was too late to erect the earth wall. He felt the bullet graze his ear, and a sound of a head explosion sounded from behind him. The fat man's ear hurt, and he squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. Mom, it's so scary. What kind of people are these? Li Chen said calmly. Don't be afraid. I'm just killing zombies. Besides, my shooting skills are very accurate. If I shoot past your ear, I will definitely not blow your head off. The fat man was so scared that he almost cried. So the 5 zombies were all dealt with by Li Chen, and the fat man didn't dare to compete with them for the crystal core. Even these people stood aside in dejection, trembling with fear, not even daring to look at Li Chen. Li Yan's admiration for Li Chen rose to another level. This is his brother. Dr. Yu was completely subdued by him, and the hooligans were no match for Li Chen. Really great. Li Chen actually just wanted to scare these people, and Li Yin and his men soon went to kill zombies recklessly. After a while, the fat man came up and respectfully called Li Chen, brother. My last name is Chen. Everyone calls me Fatty Chen. You can take us in too. We are all superpowered. Very useful. Oh! Li Chen raised his eyebrows. What use can you be? Are you cheating? Fat Chen was embarrassed. We are just trying to make a living. There is no other way. Who would have thought that we would meet someone as powerful as you? Don't say nice things. I'm not soft-hearted. Li Chen paid attention to the movements of Yi Xiao, and now his movements are much smoother, and he will probably be able to get rid of the 2 zombies soon. Fatty Chen continued, brother. How about this? Tell me, how can we accept you? Li Chen turned his head and looked at him, and said with a playful look, hand over 300 crystal cores within 3 days, and I will agree to let you follow us. Fat Chen made a bitter face. Brother, can you be more flexible? By the way, before you leave, remember to hand over all the crystal cores on you. These 300 are counted separately. Fat Chen was so sad that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. What kind of man did he offend? However, he always believed in his own judgment. So after weighing the pros and cons, he did not bargain, took out all the crystal cores on his body, and gave them to Li Chen, and asked solemnly, brother, where are you living now? We will meet at the gate of the main base in Beihai in 3 days. Li Chen took the crystal core and made an appointment with them. Fat Chen led the people away. After walking a long way, Li Chen heard others ask him, "Brother Chen, you are not serious. Are you? That man just now is not good. Why are you following him so intently?" Fat Chen said impatiently, "You know shit? Shut up. And think about how to find the crystal core quickly." Soon, their car was driven away. Li Chen weighed the crystal core, and when he walked back to Yishao, he just killed 2 zombies. He also heard the conversation between Fatty Chen and Li Chen just now. He was still panting and said, "You are really shameless. They stole 3 crystal cores from you. And you cheated them like this." Li Chen shrugged indifferently. "At least they are all superpowers, and have hunted more zombies than you. This is the end time that Yi shall PK Li Chen." Poor Dr. Yi is completely defeated. And now, he still doesn't understand why he always loses. Later, Nangu foolishly told him that it was because you were using your weaknesses to compare with Li Chen's strengths. "Dr. Yi, why are you so stupid? You should compete with him in medical skills." Yi Xiao was so regretful. There was such a small episode on the 3rd day, but it did not affect the progress. They killed more than 250 zombies that day, and Yi Xiao's results were more than the previous few days. And on the 4th day, Li Chen suddenly dispersed them and asked them to fight alone. Everyone was still a little confused, but they were used to obeying Li Chen's orders, so they obeyed obediently. Li Chen was very satisfied with the attitude of these children. Being their instructor was much less stressful than being Nanji's. At least these people would not think about how to escape from him. Chapter 128 Infection. During these 3 days, Yi Xiao discovered that Li Chen would go out every night and come back with wet trouser legs. But Li Chen did not tell anyone about his whereabouts. That night, Li Chen counted the crystal cores in his hand, and there were already 800 of them. He sighed lightly, thinking that Nangu must have more crystal cores in his hand, and he couldn't be left behind. In fact, Li Chen was really wrong. It was because there were too many crystal cores that Nangu couldn't count them. So he only kept some that looked particularly beautiful and some spiritual ones. Oh yes. In the past few days of hunting zombies, 5 black crystal cores were obtained. No one knew what type of crystal cores these were, so they were also given to Nangu. They took a detour and are now only 3 days away from the North Sea. Shin Qinyao also made a special plan and held a small meeting for everyone in the evening, saying that they would go around the outer periphery of the sunken North Sea tomorrow. That is a deep water area, so there should not be too many zombies. Recently, everyone has been killing zombies until their hands are tired. After hearing this, the girls were obviously relieved. This is the first time that I have killed zombies until I am sick. I really don't want to see them these days. Nangu listened to their chattering and didn't say anything. After all, she wanted to be cool. The next day, according to Shin Qinya's plan, there were indeed not too many zombies outside the deep water area. But those scattered ones that always followed the car still needed to be dealt with by manpower. Nangu sat in the back seat of the Hummer this time, and their car was at the front. Looking to the right from the car window, it was a ruined city, desolate and bleak. Looking to the left, it was an endless ocean. This place was originally part of the Beihai city, but because the terrain sank and the sea water flooded, there was no trace of the city. The sun was pretty good today, and with the refraction of the seawater, the ocean was sparkling. Nangu sat on the left and opened the car window. The sea breeze, mixed with an inexplicable sweet smell, rushed in through the car window. Nangu now enjoys the days when she can smell the smells in a different way, and each smell can bring her different touches. But because she opened the car window, the zombies that chased her liked to attack her. Zhong Haoxuan drove the car in a twisted way because of these zombies, and Xi and Yuhua was afraid that these zombies would hurt Nangu. What made them feel incredible was that Nangu didn't draw his sword this time, and those zombies fell into the sea with a crackling sound. What happened? Only Nangu knew that she was too lazy to do it, so she used a little mental power. Now these zombies seemed too weak to her, and she could control them easily. Because of her mental power, they didn't encounter large-scale zombie attacks until they were about to reach the outer edge of the North Sea. Just as they were about to enter the far suburbs, they encountered zombies rushing out from the nearby towns. At this moment, they were not far from the sinking North Sea. After Nangu got off the car, there was a large blue ocean behind him. Zhong Haoxuan and his men didn't want to let Nangu be bait all the time, So this time he and Xi and Yuhua rushed up before waiting for the zombies to rush up. Shinchinia's people were not to be outdone. Dozens of people attacked together. The scene was very spectacular. All kinds of supernatural powers gathered together. Like a rainbow. Nangu was free for the first time. So he looked up at the wide sea. In the sky, a group of seabirds flew over in a black mass. Nangu only took a glance and retracted his gaze. The battle was almost over. Nangu wanted to make a few more cuts. But who knew that those seabirds actually swooped down towards the crowd? Yes, not only towards her, but also towards others. Nangu was the first to notice this. After killing 2 seabirds, she shouted, "Be careful of these birds." Shinchinya and her people rushed far away. So they were alert at the first time. And Zhong Haoshuan somehow became the closest to him. When he killed the seabirds, his clothes were torn by a seabird. Although he immediately activated the lightning power, his arm was still scratched by the seabird. "Zhong Haoshuan," Nangu shouted anxiously. Because she was uneasy. She used her hands to block the seabirds that rushed over again. As expected, her palm was also injured. Nanji's pupil suddenly shrank, because she remembered that her blood was black. Zhong Haoshuan also noticed this, and immediately rushed over and hugged Nangu, blocking the sight of others. His supernatural power had already attacked all the seabirds. Not long after, except for those flying high and escaping, the other seabirds died at the hands of these people. Shinchinya's face was extremely solemn. After checking these seabirds, she found that they had mutations. Could other animals also escape this fate like humans? Shinchinya took the doctor to Zhong Haoshuan's side and asked solemnly, "Were you 2 scratched just now? There may be zombie viruses on the claws of these seabirds." Zhong Haoshuan's face did not change. He just lowered his head and glanced at the palm of Nanji's hand. As a result, he was surprised to see the scene. Nanji's blood was not much different from that of ordinary people. It seemed to be just a little darker. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it. Nangu was also stunned. It was really too long since she was injured. She didn't notice the changes in her body. Hearing Shinchinya's question, Nangu waved to her, "I'm fine. Zhong Haoshuan is also." She just said a few words and fell silent. Because Zhong Haoshuan's wound was rotting at a very fast speed. He was infected with the virus. Shinchinya gritted her teeth and asked Zhong Haoshuan for his opinion. "It must be amputated. Otherwise the virus will spread to the whole body quickly. It was just a small scratch. And now it has festered beyond recognition." Nangu really wants to know how those seabirds can mutate to this extent. Xi and Yuhua rushed up and subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, it was an arm. How could he just amputate it? But he also understood that life is more important than an arm. If he didn't amputate, he would not survive. Nangu felt sad and looked up at Zhong Haoshuan, not knowing how to persuade him. Zhong Haoshuan was relieved. "Then amputate. Please trouble Sister Shin." He was about to go to the car with Shinchinya. As soon as he turned around, Nangu reached out and grabbed his arm. There was his wound on it. Zhong Haoshuan didn't even frown, but turned around and asked Nangu, "What's wrong?" Nangu wanted to say, "I am also a doctor and can also amputate." But she couldn't say a word. Zhong Haoshuan, "I'm sorry." She felt very guilty. If she could have inspected the group of seabirds earlier, this consequence would not have happened. Zhong Haoshuan's eyes froze for a moment. And then he became gentle as if the ice had melted. "You didn't do anything wrong." Then, he slowly pried open Nanji's hand and left with Shinchinya and the doctor. After getting in the car, the doctor took measures to stop the bleeding and was quickly disinfecting the instruments. The amputation surgery would be ready soon. Nangu was waiting outside the car. The sea behind her had no attraction to her. For the first time, she realized that she had already regarded these humans as companions. She didn't want Zhong Haoshuan, Xi and Yuhua, Shinchinya, and others to get hurt. The sea water behind her was still beating against the coast. There was a huge monster in the water swimming towards here. Nangu noticed it immediately this time and said to everyone, "Drive the car a little further away first." The surgery was about to be performed in the car. But when Nangu said that, they had to pause for a while. That is to say, just as the car drove away, Nangu saw a ferocious animal like a dragon snake suddenly rushing out of the sea. And its mouth was facing the people on the shore. If it weren't for Nanji's warning just now, they would have suffered heavy casualties if the bloody mouth swept over. Xi and Yuhua was shocked. seeing that the dragon snake was still sweeping its tail towards the shore. He asked palely, "What on earth is this?" "Mutated aquatic creature," Nangu said coldly, and rushed up with a tang knife. "Sister Nangu, what are you doing? What else can you do? Kill this ghost thing. How can you get rid of your anger with just those seabirds?" When the dragon snake saw Nangu jumping over, it opened its mouth to bite her. Nanji's mental power suddenly suppressed it. The dragon snake wailed in pain, and its body swayed, and Nangu jumped on its head. She raised the tang sword in her hand high, and stabbed it hard at the bottom of its head. Nanji's eyes were red when she thought of the arm that Zhong Haoshuan was going to lose. She shouted loudly, and blood splashed from the back of the dragon snake's neck. She really used a lot of strength. The dragon snake's back was slippery. She kicked it hard, and with the help of gravity, she dragged the tang sword down. The dragon snake screamed even more violently, and almost threw Nangu off. When Nangu jumped to the ground, its head had been cut in half by Nangu. With a hiss, it fell into the sea. After a few strong rolls in the sea, the dragon snake died. Then, many big and small fish appeared in the sea, and there were even mutant zombies, biting the corpse of the dragon snake. Not long after, the seashore was completely dyed red, and the dragon snake didn't even have a bone left. Others witnessed the whole process, and when they looked at Nangu again, they didn't know whether they were in awe or admiration. "I just know that she is really amazing." Nangu was depressed, but he still took the knife and went to the truck to ask about the situation inside. "I thought Zhong Haoshuan was having his limb amputated." But the doctor rushed out and shouted, His wound, his wound. What's wrong with the wound?" Nangu jumped into the car and looked inside. Others also gathered around and heard the doctor say in surprise, "The wound is healing on its own. The virus is also dissipating." "What?" Everyone was shocked. It was zombie virus. There was no cure. They were in the wild, and the most feared thing was injury and infection. Now Zhong Haoshuan could heal himself. What kind of physique did he have? Zhong Haoshuan originally thought that he would definitely lose an arm. But who knew that there would be such a change? He sat up, looked at the dried blood beside the wound, and thought deeply. It was not his blood. Chapter 129 Base 17. Nangu stood in the car, and was very happy to hear that there was no need for amputation. Facing Zhong Haoshuan, she smiled so happily for the first time. And she was also a doctor, and she personally went forward to examine him. Although his wound healed slowly, the virus dissipated quickly, and the wound that was just purple had turned bright red. Zhong Haoshuan sat in the car, watching Nangu examine the wound attentively, and his eyes became deeper. When Nangu let go of his hand, he happily repeated, "It's really okay." This time Shinchinya and others breathed a sigh of relief. And if several girls hadn't taken care of being in the car, they would have jumped up. Originally, they regarded Zhong Haoshuan as an idol, and now they kept coming to ask, "Zhong Haoshuan, what is your physique? Can you resist viruses? Zhong Haoshuan, didn't you know you had such ability before? Oh, you are so powerful. You must have never been injured." This time, Zhong Haoshuan was injured. In a big way, because he was not careful. After all, before today, no one had seen mutated animals. And now, these creatures are obviously coming in force. Zombies are already very difficult to deal with. And now with animals. The whole North Sea is like entering a cold winter. Zhong Haoshuan didn't know where to start answering when he heard their questions. Anyway, he just injured his arm. And after a simple bandage, he stood up. "Sorry to bother you this time." Shinchinya looked at him thoughtfully, but smiled and said, "No trouble. But what are your plans for the future?" Zhong Haoshuan's physique will definitely attract the attention of the upper echelons. Xi and Yuhua came here after Nangu, worried that Shinchinya would send Zhong Haoshuan for human experiments, and immediately said, "This time it must be because the zombie virus carried by the animal is not harmful, and Zhong Haoshuan does not have a special physique." Shinchinya sighed, "Don't worry. I will keep it a secret, and not tell anyone about this." She knew the precautions of these people. Zhong Haoshuan also thanked Shinchinya for understanding, and got out of the car with Nangu and Xi and Yuhua. The convoy was back on the road. And because Zhong Haoshuan still had an injury on his arm, Xi and Yuhua drove the car. Nangu and Zhong Haoshuan were both in the back seat, and she was still leaning on the car window, looking at the sky. Although there were no seabirds flying over for the time being, she still didn't dare to take it lightly. Zhong Haoxuan had noticed that Nangu was wet a long time ago. He gently placed one hand on the wound on his arm, and then asked Nangu, "What happened just when I was about to amputate?" Nangu turned his head and said a little proudly, "Just now a dragon snake rushed out of the sea and was killed by me." As he said that, he also made a gesture of chopping the neck. There were only men in the car, and it was not convenient for Nangu to change clothes. Besides, she didn't feel anything when she tried on the clothes. Zhong Haoxuan, on the other hand, brought her a clean towel and asked her to wipe her hair herself. "The animals in the seawater have also mutated," Zhong Haoxuan said affirmatively. Although Nangu was not afraid of these things, the ocean was too big after all, and the North Sea was close to this vast ocean. If these aquatic animals gathered together, who could resist? Zhong Haoxuan was thinking about something else. When Nangu was wiping her hair, he looked at her palm and found that the wound had healed. She had just spilled blood on her wound. Realizing this, Zhong Haoxuan asked solemnly, "Nangu, how about we go to another city instead?" Nangu was just daydreaming. Why not go to Beihai? Li Chen is still waiting for me in Beihai. This was the agreement between her and Li Chen. She had been making detours for so long just to see him. A trace of pain flashed in Zhong Haoxuan's eyes, and he tried his best to persuade her, "Beihai is not safe. Let's change our destination, and then send a message to Li Chen and let him come to find you." Nangu is no longer stupid now, and she shook her head directly. "I can't contact him at all. If I go to other places, he can't find me. Besides, I'm a zombie, and you haven't cared about my safety before." "Nangu." Zhong Haoxuan was a little angry. "Do you know that you are now halfway through?" Facing Nanji's clear eyes, he didn't know how to start. Nangu was still staring at him blankly, but Zhong Haoxuan didn't continue talking halfway. She pouted, and her hair was almost wiped, so she folded the towel and put it down. Zhong Haoxuan finally sighed and asked Nangu, "What if I insist on taking you away?" Xi Yuhua was driving the car, and she didn't know what this was going to unfold. Wasn't Zhong Haoxuan quite cold towards Nangu before? What is he thinking now? If he really didn't want Nangu to go to Beihai, why didn't he tell her the real reason? After hearing what Zhong Haoxuan said, Nanji's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his hand was placed on the Tang sword. "Whoever stops me, don't blame me for being rude." "Zhong Haoxuan, you are not my opponent now." Zhong Haoxuan realized this, and was so depressed. Nangu didn't need to eat or rest. Her vigilance was too strong, and her strength was against the sky. He couldn't subdue Nangu no matter whether he drugged her or fought with her. In addition, Shen Qingyao was determined to take them back to the 17th base, and she probably couldn't let them leave. Zhong Haoxuan could only lean back on the chair and close his eyes in some pain. Forget it. If he really wanted to do some human experiments, then at most, he would go instead of Nangu. As for the secret of her blood, he would keep it for life. Nangu saw that Zhong Haoxuan was no longer stubborn, thinking that he was just joking just now, and leaned back on the window again. Looking out, the layers of turbulent sea surface in Nanji's eyes at this moment no longer had any beauty. "Don't say these things casually in the future. I will take it seriously," Nangu muttered. When Zhong Haoxuan was injured just now, she was so worried about him. Obviously she had already regarded him as a companion. If a companion wanted to betray her, Nangu would feel very hurt. "Yeah," Zhong Haoxuan said in a barely audible voice. Because of the mutant animal incident, Shen Qingyao refused to delay on the road. Even at night, she only rested a little and went around from the far suburbs to Beihai. Nanji's physique that attracted zombies was a problem. They also encountered several zombie sieges on the road, but fortunately they were safe. In the evening of the second day, they finally returned to the 17th base. Shen Qingyao had never told them about this base. Nangu knew about it because she had sharp senses and had heard Shen Qingyao and her assistant mention it. Since the three of them knew Shen Qingyao background, they were not surprised to see the car drive into the gate of the 17th base. After the car finally stopped, people from the 17th base came to greet them. The leading man looked a few years younger than Shen Qingyao and looked 70% similar to her. After Zhong Haoxuan and his group got off the car, Shen Qingyao introduced them to each other. "This is my brother, the leader of the 17th base, Shen Peng." Then she looked at Shen Peng again. "These are the companions we met on the road. They are very powerful. Without their care, we can't get the water purification equipment back." Zhong Haoshuan still stood in front of Xian Yuhua and Nan Ge, and glanced at Shenpeng lightly. The man frowned, and even though he didn't say it, Zhong Haoshuan still saw the contempt in his eyes. It is a good thing to be cautious in the end times. But now Shen Qinghua has said so much. Shenpeng still doesn't believe it. Obviously he is a narrow-minded person. Moreover, his temperament is much worse than Shen Qinghua. In Zhong Haoshuan's opinion, Shen Qinghua is much more suitable to be the leader of this base than Shenpeng. Shenpeng was originally waiting for Zhong Haoshuan to take the initiative to talk to him. After all, he is the leader of this base, and he still has to put on airs. But who knows? Zhong Haoshuan just glanced at him lightly and asked Shen Qinghua, "Sister Shen, we want to take a break." Shen Qinghua was also a little embarrassed and looked at Shenpeng with some dissatisfaction. The reason why he was asked to be the leader of this base was because she was a woman, and it was inconvenient for her to show up for many things. Shenpeng is also a superpower, whether it is negotiation or management of the base. The other party will be courteous to him when they see that he is a man. In the end times, even though many women are very strong, they will still be discriminated against on the basis of gender. Now Shenpeng treats his guests in this way. Shen Qinghua really feels that Shenpeng has not made any progress since she was away for so long. So she stopped talking to Shenpeng and smiled at Zhong Haoshuan and the other two. "Your accommodation has been arranged. You have traveled for such a long time. Thank you for your hard work." In fact, Shen Qinghua's dark circles were also very heavy. She obviously worried more about this team. Looking at her weak shoulders, Xian Yuhua felt a little reluctant to shoulder the burden of the 17th base. So he answered obediently, "Sister Shen, we will leave first." Shen Qinghua nodded. She had something else to talk to Shenpeng about. So she asked others to take the 3 people away. As soon as these people left, Shen Qinghua's face turned cold and asked Shenpeng, "Don't you believe me?" Since Shenpeng became the leader, he has become a little arrogant and completely forgot that this position was given to him by Shen Qinghua. So he said confidently, "Sister, I believe you. But when can you change your habit of always bringing people in from outside? What if they are spies sent by other bases?" Shenpeng is a person with high eyes. Shen Qinghua really doesn't even want to educate him. Such a good-tempered person now coldly scolds Shenpeng. "Spy? Don't you see? What is worth plotting in your base?" Shen Qinghua pointed to the distance. "Our 17th base is the closest to the sinking North Sea. Everyone knows how dangerous it is. If they have the ability to capture this place, they might as well go to the main base." Shenpeng was also a little red-faced. But he still stubbornly argued with Shen Qinghua. "What's wrong with our base? After all, there are several thousand people." Chapter 130 Encountering Li Chen. Seeing that Shen Qinghua was about to continue to criticize him, Shenpeng quickly changed the subject. "By the way, sister, what did you do along the way? The main base has sent people to urge you several times to go over." Shen Qinghua saw Shenpeng's timid appearance, and the more she looked at him, the more she felt that he would not be able to achieve great things. The people from the main base probably came to her because of their hunting of zombies. So Shen Qinghua said lightly, "I didn't do anything. Just killed more than 10,000 zombies in 5 days." Shenpeng opened his mouth wide. "Sister, although you are ambitious, you can't take the credit of the main base." She glanced at the 2 assistants behind her and saw them take a big bag from the car. Shen Qinghua threw the bag directly on the ground. With a clatter, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground came. If you don't believe it, you can see it yourself. Shenpeng heard that it was the sound of crystal cores colliding with each other, and suddenly widened his eyes, squatted down and opened the bag. When Shenpeng saw the various crystal cores inside, he was so happy that he couldn't believe his eyes while holding the crystal core. He was still squatting in that silly posture, looking up and asking Shen Qinghua, "So many crystal cores. Oh my god. Sister, how did you do it? The people in our base have never been very strong. How did you do it? Didn't I just say that Zhong Haoshuan and the others took care of us a lot on the way?" Shen Qinghua looked at him with regret. "But you? Just now your eyes were almost raised to the sky. If you have any opinions about them, it's better to say it directly than to despise them." Shenpeng felt his cheeks burning with pain. It turned out that those people were such powerful characters. No wonder their attitudes were also arrogant. Reluctantly apologized to Shen Qinghua. "Sister, I know I was wrong. Then when will you go to the main base? This credit cannot be given to them." The main base negotiated a lot of conditions with Shen Qinghua, all of which were negotiated with other bases. If Shen Qinghua lied, she would be punished accordingly. But Shinchinya had a plan in her heart, and only said, I will rush to the main base tomorrow morning. Shinpeng saw Shinchinya was about to leave, and immediately stood up and asked, Sister, you haven't told me yet. How did you do it? Shinchinya just glanced at him lightly. If you have time to care about these things, you might as well kill more zombies, and hone yourself well. Now Shinchinya's combat effectiveness is stronger than Shinpeng. And this Shinpeng also boasts that he is too busy handling affairs in the base, and never goes out to perform tasks. Every time Shinchinya thinks of his brother, she feels a headache. If he didn't mind that his daughter didn't have superpowers, his daughter wouldn't have left. From that time on, Shinchinya had a problem with Shinpeng. Shinpeng was also a person who didn't make any progress, and he always felt that Shinchinya didn't understand him. So even though he was chasing Shinchinya now, only he knew what he was thinking. Zhong Haoxuan and Xian Yuhua brought back a lot of water. After so many days of trekking, the three of them took a bath. There were not many houses in the 17th base, so Zhong Haoxuan and Xian Yuhua were arranged together. Nange had a small room alone, right next to them. The two men fell asleep quickly, and Nange didn't need to sleep, so he just lay on the bed and let his mind wander. The zombies near the 17th base were all cleared, and there shouldn't be any zombies besieging here tonight. I don't know how Li Chen is doing now, whether he has arrived in Beihai. Tossing and turning in bed, Nange took out a black crystal core and played with it in his hands. Li Chen and his group had just withdrawn from the city. These 2 days, they have been fighting alone, and the worst performers will be punished. Originally, everyone had been honing their team level for 2 days, thinking that fighting alone would be very strenuous. But unexpectedly, they became more and more handy. They only have 20 people, but today they killed nearly 400 zombies. This number is something they dared not think of before, until they settled down again. Li Yan and others were still grinning. It turned out that it was so cool to be with Li Chen. Many of them have already broken through the 3rd level of superpowers, and they can kill zombies faster. However, tomorrow is the arrival of the 5-day period, and they still haven't accumulated enough crystal cores. Li Yan went to find Li Chen with some distress, and saw Li Chen patting his shoulder and smiling at him. Don't worry about the crystal core. Recently, he would go out to hunt zombies every night, in order not to make too much noise. He deliberately controlled the attack range, and now he has more than 2,000 crystal cores in his hand. Li Yan looked at Li Chen with confidence. Brother, how many have we saved now? More than 500. Li Chen said an approximate number. Li Yan was thoughtful, and after turning back, he comforted his companions. That night, Li Chen did not go to sink the North Sea. Yi Xiao was very sleepy. After waiting for a long time, Li Chen did not move. When he was dazed, he asked, Are you not going out tonight? As soon as he finished asking, he was completely sober. As expected, Li Chen's eyes suddenly pierced over, and Yi Xiao had no chance to hide. Yi Xiao laughed dryly, and cold sweat slid down his forehead. These days, the more he saw Li Chen's methods, the more Yi Xiao was in awe of him. It was only when it came to Nanji's affairs that Yi Xiao was much tougher. Li Chen looked at him seriously. Do you know where I went, and what I did recently? Yi Xiao shook his head violently. I don't know. But I found that you were not there at night twice. I was not there for a short time. Li Chen stared at Yi Xiao for a long time, making Yi Xiao's back start to shiver. And then he said, Don't tell others about this. Yi Xiao also sat up and asked stubbornly, Then why didn't you rest at night? Li Chen saw that Yi Xiao was very stubborn, and if he continued to talk, he might wake up Li Yan and the others. So Li Chen took out a bag from the box. Go find crystal cores. When Yi Xiao opened the bag, his expression was exactly the same as Shinpeng's. Where did you pick up so many crystal cores? Do you have any more? Li Chen laughed, and knew that Yi Xiao had no ill intentions. I'll take you to pick them up next time. Yi Xiao really believed it and nodded. The main reason was that Li Chen was too powerful, and like Li Yan, he subconsciously believed him. Since the two of them separated from Nange and came to Beihai, they have never confronted each other again. Yi Xiao handed the crystal core back to Li Chen and looked at it with some regret. It would be great if he was also a superpower, so he could take the crystal core. The next morning, Li Chen drove to the main base of Beihai with others. Their convoy also encountered another group of people. It was Shinchinya, who brought her confidants to meet the leader of the main base. She had already thought about it yesterday, because she didn't know what the purpose of the people in the main base was. She couldn't expose the physique of Nange and Zhong Haoshuan. One can attract zombies and stabilize hatred, and the other can automatically cure the zombie virus. If this matter is really told, it will not only be in Beihai, but also in the whole of China, and even in the world. There will be a bloody storm. The lives of these two people will never be peaceful. Their car has a pass, and the gate of the main base will be open soon. Li Chen and his group were stopped outside. Just as he was about to negotiate with the people in the main base, Li Chen heard someone calling him, "Brother." He turned around and found that it was Fatty Chen, who had not seen him for 3 days. Fatty Chen ran over, his flesh trembling, and respectfully handed 3 small bags to Li Chen. "Big brother, please count. Here are the 300 crystal cores you want. Not one less." Li Chen opened them one by one, and when he looked at Fatty Chen again, his eyes were full of praise. "You must have cheated a lot of people these days." Fat Chen was a little embarrassed, so he cleared his cough twice and said embarrassedly, "Don't worry, big brother. We really don't have any enemies with others. Ruffians always have some rogue methods." Li Chen accepted the crystal cores and stretched out his hand to Fatty Chen. "Then welcome to join our team." Fat Chen wiped his hands on his clothes repeatedly, and then held Li Chen's hands with both hands. After putting them down, he said to Li Chen flatteringly, "Big brother, did you see the convoy that just passed by? Shen Qingyao was sitting in it." Li Chen really didn't expect that he would see Shen Qingyao now. He asked in disbelief, "You saw her? Are you sure it's her? Her car is also bulletproof, so you can't see inside? But the brand is correct. I heard that this woman's team just returned to Beihai. By the way, the main base said that they hunted more than 10,000 zombies. Is it true?" "Really?" Li Chen said lightly. "We saw the deep pit they dug to hunt zombies." "Oh my god," Fatty Chen said in horror. "Really? When did they become so powerful?" Li Chen looked at it with interest. "It seems that you know this main base well." Fat Chen patted his chest. "Brother, don't you see who I am? I have been in the North Sea for so long, and there is no news that I don't know." Li Chen laughed. "Then why haven't you entered the main base yet?" Fat Chen blinked and turned his head to one side. "Really? Brother, why do you always expose people's scars?" Li Chen found that Fatty Chen was really good. When he took him to the gate, he asked, "Why do you insist on following me?" Fat Chen explained seriously, "Brother, if you ask me to give a reason, I really can't say it. But I believe in my vision of people, and following you must be right." Li Chen was in a good mood. Standing at the gate, the tall iron gate seemed to separate the main base and the outside into 2 bases. "Thank you for your trust. I will definitely not let you down." The person who received Li Chen this time was still the same person as last time. Yi Xiao came over, thinking that they had enough crystal cores long ago, and they would definitely be able to enter the main base. Who knew that when someone asked Li Chen actually said, "We don't have a crystal core." The gatekeeper was immediately angry, stood up and stared at Li Chen. "Are you looking for trouble?" Li Chen laughed instead of getting angry, and pulled Yi Xiao over, then whispered to the gatekeeper, "Go tell your leader that Dr. Yi from the Jinping base is here." Chapter 131. No comment. Ordinary people have no idea what the 3 words Dr. Yi mean. But the gatekeeper still went to pass on the message, because when Li Chen approached, he felt the murderous intent for a 3rd-level superpower to make him deeply afraid. Li Chen must be many times more powerful than him. In this position, he has seen many people, and knows who to provoke, and who not to provoke. Li Chen is obviously the latter. So Ning, the leader of the main base, just greeted Shen Qingyao and heard the name of Dr. Yi. He knew who that person was best. He also knew more or less the inside story of Huayuan base's crusade against Jinping base. This Yi Xiao has developed a heaven-defying reagent. If there hadn't been a meteorite that suddenly fell, only one of the 2 bases would have remained. As for the saying that Jinping base had a zombie that looked no different from an ordinary person, Ning didn't believe it. In his own cognition, the so-called zombie might have been transformed by Yi Xiao. He had wanted to recruit Yi Xiao a long time ago, but he didn't expect that he would come here on his own. Ning also attached great importance to this, and asked someone to invite Yi Xiao over as soon as possible. When the gatekeeper went to deliver the message, Yi Xiao pulled Li Chen aside and asked, "How can you mention my name? Who else should I mention? Ning doesn't even know any of us." Li Chen said with a faint smile. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice, "Don't we have crystal cores? Now everyone is basically at level 3. How many crystal cores do we need to advance?" Every crystal core is very important and cannot be handed over. Besides, Li Chen had not forgotten what the gatekeeper said at the beginning. That if he could collect 800 crystal cores within 5 days, he would have a chance to enter the main base. In other words, if he handed in these 800 crystal cores, he might never return. Yi Xiao's name was useful, so of course he had to use it. And the poor Dr. Yi also understood the interests involved, and his eyes became more depressed when he looked at Li Chen. Li Chen grinned and patted Yi Xiao on the back. Dr. Yi, you should do more work if you are capable. Don't touch me. Yi Xiao shook his hand away, and he really felt that if it weren't for the fact that he had taken care of Nangue for so long before, he would not have cooperated with Li Chen. The top leader's reply came down quickly, and even sent the second in command of the base to greet them. Li Chen didn't let Li Yin and the others follow, but he, Fatty Chen, and Yi Xiao entered the main base together. Yi Xiao walked beside him and asked in a low voice, "You don't really want to stay here, do you?" Li Chen didn't say anything. After all, he hadn't waited for Nangue yet. He would come to the main base today. On the one hand, to inquire about Nanji's news. On the other hand, to warn the people in the main base. The zombies that sank in the North Sea have become more and more restless. Someone led the three of them into the reception room. It must be said that the main base of the North Sea is magnificent. When you enter it, you can't feel it at all. This is the end of the world. In comparison, the Jinping base with only one helicopter is a bit shabby. After the three of them sat down, someone served them tea. Fatty Chen was sluggish from the beginning. In the reception room, he was also very restless and asked Li Chen in a low voice, "Brother, what are we doing here? Can I stay here in the future? There are many experts in the main base, and all the elites are at the level of Zhong Haoshuan. Fatty Chen knows what kind of strength he has. Even if he stays reluctantly, he will not get the good resources." Li Chen lifted the lid of the teacup, looked at the tea inside, and said lightly, "Wait a minute. Shen Qingyao is now in a room not far away, reporting the situation to Yin Yingnan. Yin Yingnan is a man in his 40s, and before the end of the world, he was the highest commander of the Beihai military base. He can rule Beihai with the help of the army. However, this person did not gather the army in his hands, but after the eternal night, he exiled all the soldiers who did not awaken their superpowers to other bases. He himself is also a superpower, and he has a group of elites supporting him. It can be said that his decisions are very important in the whole country. However, Shen Qingyao has never liked him very much, thinking that he is too cold and ruthless. Even the soldiers under his command can be exiled just to consolidate his own position. Besides, there are so many bases in Beihai, and the hierarchy is strict. If Shen Qingyao hadn't had such a brilliant record, she would not have had the opportunity to talk to Yin Yingnan alone. This time, Yin Yingnan praised Shen Qingyao with an absolute leadership attitude, and asked her, "You have made great contributions this time. Do you have any good methods? Share them so that the bases in Beihai can make progress together." Although Shen Qingyao was standing, she was neither humble nor arrogant. She said what she had prepared before. "We were able to hunt so many zombies this time because we were lucky. I don't know why those zombies didn't fight back against our attacks." Yin Yingnan was tall and thin, and his face was full of majesty even when he wasn't smiling. At this moment, he was still wearing a military uniform, leaning lazily on the chair, and glanced at Shen Qingyao. "This reason can't convince me. Or is it that your hunting of so many zombies is all fake?" "Of course not." Shen Qingyao took out a camera and showed Yin Yingnan the photos. "This is the crystal core we got." Yin Yingnan was shocked when he saw so many crystal cores, and then his voice was a little tense. "What about the crystal cores? Bring them with you." "Too many. Left at the base." Yin Yingnan's face suddenly became gloomy. "Shen Qingyao, don't forget that you are still affiliated with the Beihai base." Since Shen Qingyao dared to come, she had made all the preparations. She also replied lightly, "Mr. Yin, I think this topic should end here. We really don't have any good solutions." "And here? It's easy for you to think." Yin Yingnan stood up and walked to Shen Qingyao. "There is no impenetrable wall in this world. Now that you are in the limelight, people from abroad have sent people to contact me. How do you want me to explain to them now?" Shen Qingyao was oppressed by Yin Yingnan, and her scalp was numb. Yin Yingnan's tone changed and became much softer. "So, just tell me what's going on, and don't let me send someone to investigate. Okay? You should know that if I investigate, the result won't be as mild as it is now." In fact, Yin Yingnan thought of several possibilities. which could be that Shinchinia's team had recruited some powerful people, or that they had used a supernatural reagent. But there are no good doctors in their base. Thinking of this, Yin saw that Shinchinia was still silent. So he said to his assistant, "Go and invite Dr. Yi over." Shinchinia's eyebrows jumped. Dr. Yi? She only knew one very powerful one. Yi Xiao from Jinping base. But didn't he disappear after the meteorite fell? Now the radiation in that area is very strong. Beihai only sent a few people to rescue symbolically, and never cared about the people there again. Not long after, the door was opened. Shinchinia turned her head, and was attracted by the man standing behind. The man had firm eyebrows and eyes, tall and straight figure, and her walking posture was very familiar to her. He was similar to Yin, and he was obviously from the military. He was like a sword, but his temperament was restrained. Shinchinia retracted her gaze, and noticed the gentleman in front of her. This is probably Dr. Yi. As for the fat guy Chen who was just making up the numbers, he was simply ignored by everyone. Yi Xiao didn't know what Li Chen asked him to do, so he could only act according to circumstances, and said to Yin, "Hello, Mr. Yin. I am Yi Xiao." Yin was quite enthusiastic towards him, and asked Yi Xiao and the two men behind him to sit down, and asked about their well-being for a while. "I have also heard about the matter of the Jinping base. Dr. Yi, don't be sad. When you arrive at the Beihai base, just treat this place as your home." Yi Xiao smiled. When he was not angry with Li Chen and went berserk, he was indeed very friendly. "Thank you for your care, Mr. Yin." Li Chen sat next to him and observed Shinchinia, and felt that this woman looked familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen him before. Shinchinia also looked at Li Chen and smiled at him politely. Li Chen was thinking about how to get Yin to talk about the 40-man team. Yin introduced each other and talked about his parents before asking Dr. Yi, "I heard that Dr. Yi is very knowledgeable in developing drugs. I have a question and would like to ask you." "Mr. Yin, please speak." In fact, Yi Xiao had also weighed the pros and cons. Beihai has a complete range of equipment and raw materials. If it weren't for Nangu being a zombie, he might really consider staying here. I wonder if there is any potion that can make zombies stand still and wait for humans to attack. After Yin said this, seeing Yi Xiao stunned for a moment, he smiled and replied, "Mr. Yin, if there is such a potion, then we don't have to worry about zombies anymore." The implication is that there is no such potion. Yin couldn't get anything out of Shinchinia, so he naturally didn't plan to let her go. He just asked one last question, "Shinchinia, are you really not going to tell me the whole process of hunting tens of thousands of zombies?" Shinchinia raised her chin. No comment. Li Chen looked at Shinchinia in shock. Could it be that someone from the 17th base did this? Nangu was with her. Then why did he wait outside the main base for so many days? Yin gritted his teeth, then asked Shinchinia to live in the main base for a while. "When you are willing to tell. When will we leave again?" Yi Xiao's eyes widened. "Mr. Yin, what are you going to do?" Yin turned around and smiled gently. "Dr. Yi, I am just dealing with things inside the base. I believe Dr. Yi must be very tired from traveling. Let's take a rest." Yi Xiao subconsciously glanced at Li Chen, and heard Li Chen say, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yin, but we don't want to stay in the main base." "Oh!" Yin's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. He was a soldier, so he could naturally detect it. And so could Li Chen. And the power in him was unfathomable. Similarly, he didn't know what kind of superpower he was. Chapter 132, about to kill someone. However, there is a type of person in the North Sea whose aura is indeed quite similar to his. Yin was not ready to let Li Chen go. Li Chen stood up, walked to Shinchinia, and asked her, "Excuse me, is this mission from the 17th base?" Shinchinia was stunned. She didn't know Li Chen. "I am." Li Chen smiled gently. He was handsome. When he smiled, his affinity was no worse than Yi Xiao. Moreover, his smile could instantly kill women of all ages. Shinchinia heard him say, "I have heard of your name for a long time. Today I finally met you. Please let us join the 17th base." "You want to go with me?" Shinchinia looked at him puzzled. The conditions of the main base are obviously better than those of the 17th base. Needless to say, Yi Xiao is a character that all bases want to compete for. Only he can develop the reagent that has been circulated in many versions. "That's right. I wonder if Mission is willing to keep us?" Li Chen asked her. "Of course I am willing." After she finished speaking, Her expression dimmed again. But you also saw what I am like. As the highest leader of Beihai. Nan was completely ignored. Of course. He was very angry and said, "Have you forgotten me? Anyway, he has power in his hands. If he keeps Yishao today, who can do anything to him? Give Yishao more benefits. He will always submit to him." Li Chen looked at Nan and was a little disappointed with him. His military rank was not lower than Nan's. But Nan was more than 10 years older than him. And he had been active abroad before. So the two had no intersection. I thought Nan was a man who respected his subordinates. But I didn't expect him to abuse his power like this. It's our freedom to stay wherever we want. Isn't it? Li Chen stared at him. Even though Nan was now a 4th-level superpower, he was still not intimidated. Besides, the sinking North Sea has been moving frequently recently. And I believe Mr. knows about it. Are you just negotiating with us here instead of solving the problem? Nan looked at Li Chen with a colder look. Who are you? Did you go to the sinking North Sea? Speaking of this, Shen Qingyao also began to warn. Not only is there movement in the sinking North Sea, but the creatures in China have begun to mutate. They are violent and aggressive. And they carry the zombie virus. Li Chen looked at Shen Qingyao fiercely, believing what she said. He originally thought that the zombies that sank in the North Sea were already very difficult to deal with. But he didn't expect that there would be mutant animals. How bad will this end of the world be? In comparison, Nan obviously didn't believe it. What mutant animals? My men have never reported it. You just encountered an animal and thought it was mutant. Right? Shen Qingyao. We are now talking about how you killed more than 10,000 zombies. Don't change the subject. Shen Qingyao was not changing the subject at all. She explained very seriously. We really saw a lot of mutant animals. Flying in the sky. Running on the ground. Swimming in the water. And 2 days ago, someone in the team killed a dragon snake. Dragon snake? Does that thing really exist? Nan found it funny. That's why I said it was mutant. Shen Qingyao explained to Nan anxiously. And Li Chen's attention was obviously attracted by Shen Qinyao's words. She said that someone in their team killed a dragon snake. Who could have such ability? He couldn't think of anyone else except Nan Ge. Li Chen simply loved and hated her. When he was not around, she didn't care about her body at all. She actually attacked such a ferocious thing. Li Chen was angry, and had thought of several ways in his mind. How to punish Nan Ge after seeing her. Well, we have to go to the 17th base to find her quickly. Nan didn't believe that no matter what they said, don't be stubborn anymore. Animals won't mutate. He said to his assistant impatiently. It seems that the negotiation today is unsuccessful. Take them down and arrange accommodation. After that, he also said to Yishao in a soothing way, the main base is different from other bases. We are all elites here. The environment and equipment are very good. So each of you can have an independent house. Yishao didn't like Nan's style. There is nothing wrong with him wanting to gather a group of loyal followers to serve him. But outside? How many people are still displaced? These people, just because their abilities are a little higher, can occupy such a large area? If he can be a little more accommodating, how many people can survive? So the always gentle Dr. Yi stood up and walked to Li Chen. We have to follow mission to the 17th base. Fatty Chen was afraid of leaving him behind. So he stood up and said, yes. I will go too. But his words were ignored again. Nan suppressed his anger on his face. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. I am not the leader of Jinping. And I will not use too many conciliatory policies on you. Don't even think about leaving the main base today. Shen Qingyao was almost crazy. We can stay. But the fact that the animals have mutated must be notified to everyone who can be notified now. So that everyone can take precautions early. It is because everyone ignores the animals that they are easily hurt. Nan asked Shen Qingyao, do you have evidence? Bring the evidence, and I will naturally notify you. Evidence? Shen Qingyao. Shen Qingyao thought quickly. We have it. The bodies of the seabirds we killed before are still in the car outside. I'll send someone to get them for you now. Just as she was about to leave, Nan stopped her. Give us the car keys and we'll get them. I don't think it's necessary. Li Chen said coldly. Even if you bring the bodies of the seabirds, Mr. Yin will only say that they are just violent species, not mutants. Then, she looked at Shen Qingyao. Hand over the car keys. And you really can't leave the main base. Shen Qinyao's hand that was about to take the keys stopped directly. Now she really didn't know what to do. Nan was a cruel person. Even if she told the truth, He might not let her go. So Shen Qinghua could only sigh and put her hand down. Yin gave his assistant another look, asking him to take the people away. But when he approached Shen Qinghua grabbed his arm and twisted his back hard. Yin saw that something was wrong. So he pulled out his gun and said to Shen Qinghua, "What? Do you still want to resist?" Shen Qinghua's eyes collapsed. "I just want to protect my team members." Yin, if you promise to protect the people of my 17th base from harm, I will consider telling you the matter. But you didn't. You just thought about how to sacrifice us. Yin was hit on the heart and became angry and shouted to other assistants, "Why are you still standing there? Arrest them all." He didn't believe that they would not surrender after torturing them for a few days. Someone opened the door from the outside, and several superpowers rushed in directly. Li Chen pushed Yi Xiao to Fatty Chen, "You protect him." And he stood with Shen Qinghua. When he was at the Jinping base, he had made plans to break out from inside. Unexpectedly, the Jinping base was destroyed by a meteorite, and he took action at the Beihai base with the strongest defense. Shen Qinghua looked at him and said apologetically, "I'm the one who got you into trouble this time. Let's not talk about that for now." Li Chen exchanged a look with her, and then he saw Shen Qinghua entangle the first few psychics to buy time for Li Chen, while Li Chen jumped over the table and forced Yin into a corner. Yin didn't expect him to move so fast. He was originally a power psychic, and he was very proud of his 4th level ability. So he decided to deal with Li Chen himself, who knew that after just 2 moves, his strength seemed to be removed. When other psychics rushed over, Li Chen had already pressed his head on the table. With a bang, Yin felt that he was seeing stars. Li Chen did not show any mercy, staring coldly at the other psychics. "Let us leave, or I will kill him." Several superpowers were retreating, fearing that Li Chen would hurt Yin, who knew that Yin laughed out loud. He was always cruel to others and himself. "Why are you retreating? Don't worry about me. Take them down." Li Chen stared at Yin, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. "It seems that you are really not afraid of death." Yin's gun was also removed by Li Chen and thrown aside. Now he looked at Li Chen with squinted eyes. "Either you really kill me, as long as I die, the people in the entire main base will be crazy to avenge me. The strength of the 17th base is the weakest. Once my elite men come out, the entire base will fall." Shen Qinghua said hatefully, "It's the end of the world, and you still want to kill each other? Uh-huh. Isn't that what you asked for?" Yin looked at the other superpowers again. "Do it." With Yin's order, those people were not vague, and all kinds of superpowers were directed at several people. Fatty Chen was not very strong in fighting, so he dragged Yi Xiao and ran away, and even propped up a mud wall to block them. Li Chen saw that Yin was really so stubborn, so he picked up the pistol on the table and prepared to shoot at his head. Shen Qinghua was just a water-based superpower, and her fighting ability was too poor. She was subdued by other superpowers in a few strokes. Those people naturally couldn't watch Yin being killed, so they all urged their superpowers to attack Li Chen's head and heart. And Li Chen didn't dodge or evade, and the hand that pulled the trigger didn't intend to stop. These superpowers thought they could succeed, but who knew that the scene flashed in front of them, and those superpowers actually attacked the wall behind Li Chen. And this man was still standing there intact. His hand that pulled the trigger was also exerting force. Several superpowers couldn't understand why this happened. No! Just when Li Chen was about to kill someone, someone suddenly ran in from outside. It's bad. Something happened to the sinking of the North Sea. Chapter 133 Zombies in the Sea. The person who came to report also rushed in and found that the conference room was in a mess, and the leader of their base was now held hostage by a handsome but gloomy man. Yin was sweating coldly. Li Chen really wanted to kill him just now, but compared to this, there was obviously something more important. Although Yin's posture was not very good, he still asked, "What happened?" "Let me tell you." Another clear male voice sounded, and an equally tall man walked in from the door. Looking closely, this man looked a bit like Yin, and was also wearing a military uniform. He also noticed the situation in the room, glanced at Li Chen, and said lightly, "Let my father go first. Put down the gun and talk." It turned out that this man was Yin's son. His son looked much better than him. Although he was tall, he looked pretty and had delicate eyebrows, especially in the face of this situation. He was very calm, and Li Chen did not affect his pace at all. Li Chen looked at him, and although he let go of Yin, he still clamped him and made him sit on the chair. Now we can talk. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Fatty Chen was relieved and quickly took Yi Xiao behind Li Chen. Now Shen Qingyao was also on Li Chen's side. Yin Shuza still stood at the door without moving. He held a small camera in his hand, fiddled with it for a few times, walked over, and showed the photo on it to Yin Yingnan. The zombies that sank the North Sea are out. Yin Yingnan also widened his eyes and asked in surprise, how could it be? The sinking of the North Sea has been calm for a long time. Everyone originally had a little luck in their hearts, thinking that the zombies were in the water and would not come to the land. Now they know how naive they are. In this photo, although there are no large-scale zombies on the shore, it is obvious that many zombies are ready to move. Yin Yingnan ignored the fact that Li Chen clamped him and turned his hands twice. As a result, there was a photo that was not very clear. He enlarged it and frowned and said, this doesn't seem to be a zombie. Yin Shuza nodded. Our people didn't dare to get close when taking pictures, so we don't know what this black thing is. Father, should we send someone to clear it out now? Yin Yingnan fell into deep thought. Li Chen stood behind him. His eyebrows jumped, and he was surprised by the logic of this father and son. The messenger was so anxious, and the situation could not be delayed any longer. Now Yin Yingnan was actually hesitating? Shen Qingyao, who had been silent all this time, had a bad feeling just now. Now that she had seen the photo, she immediately asked Yin Shuza, is this area of water close to the 17th base? Yes. Yin Shuza was obviously much gentler than his father, but there was still no emotion in his beautiful eyes. Even though there was a smile on his lips, if there are pioneer zombies that walk fast, I'm afraid they have already reached the gate of the 17th base. Shen Qingyao could not stay any longer and questioned Yin Yingnan fiercely. Do you want us to be cannon fodder in the 17th base? Yin Yingnan had not spoken just now, but he was thinking about this matter. After all, the main base was full of elites. If there were too many zombies, it would be bad if his people were killed. At this moment, he was careful and cautious. After all, as long as there was any movement in the sunken North Sea, the whole North Sea would know. As the leader of the main base, he had to show his attitude. So he thought about it and said to Yin Shuza, you go count a team of people now and go back to the 17th base with them. Yin Shuza agreed, but tried to persuade Yin Yingnan, Father, I think you should go and see it yourself. After all, if you are there, it will make everyone calmer. Shen Qingyao was already laughing contemptuously. According to what they said, they just wanted to go out to watch the fun. And then the people who went forward to fight were still from their 17th base. Sure enough, they were birds of a feather. Li Chen didn't care who went over at all. He just pointed the gun at Yin Yingnan again. I will count to 3 for the last time. Let us leave. If the 17th base was besieged by zombies, Nangu would also be in danger, and he had to find her immediately. Yin Yingnan didn't say anything. Li Chen was already saying coldly, 1, 2. Finally, it was Yin Shuza who interrupted him. Okay. We'll take you away. Are you going back to base 17? Shen Qingyao walked in front, and Li Chen pulled Yin Yingnan up and asked him to get in the car with them. Since this is also his base, he must go. It still shocked Yin Shuza that Li Chen could control Yin Yingnan. After all, he knew that his father's ability was already very strong. And Yin Yingnan is a rare spiritual system, and he couldn't tell what kind of ability Li Chen had. It can't be that his physical fitness is very amazing. Right? Yin Yingnan was taken hostage, and Yin Shuza followed behind calmly, and quickly counted out a group of people and got in the car. The cars were divided into 3 groups, and the gate of the base was slowly opened. The 3 cars all headed towards the direction of the 17th base. At the gate of the base, Li Chen stopped the car for a while and told Li Yan and the others, we are going to the 17th base. You follow. Li Yan was waiting for Li Chen and the others to come out. After all, no one knew what happened in the base. After so long without any news, Li Yan wanted to force his way in. So there were 3 cars just now. And then, there were a few more. Li Chen and Yin Yingnan were sitting in the back seat of the car, their faces getting darker and darker. Yi Xiao was sitting in the co-pilot, and Fatty Chen was driving. At this moment, Yi Xiao's mood was the same as Li Chen's. Unexpectedly, before they went to find Nangu, something happened to her. I just hope she can be safe. Although Yin Yingnan was held hostage, he was not panicked. After the car drove for a while, he said to Li Chen, the enemy we are facing now is zombies. You should put down your gun. I can't beat you anyway. Li Chen did not relax his vigilance against him. After all, this leader did not have any compassion. But he still put down his gun, because he was sure that no one here knew his background. Let alone that if Yin made a slight move, he would be strangled to death. Yin Shuza was sitting in a car at the back with Shinchinya. He just activated his supernatural power and heard the conversation between Yin Nan and Li Chen. What disappointed him was that Li Chen did not say a word along the way. He had to focus his eyes on Shinchinya's face. Seeing that she was still in the air, he thought she was worried about the situation at the 17th base. So he smiled gently and said softly, "The defense of the 17th base is very strong. Sister Shin, don't worry too much." Shinchinya only retracted her attention when she heard him speak, looked at him blankly, and explained, "Well, I hope so." Shinchinya's heart was in chaos when she saw Li Yan's team just now. The reason why she was stunned was not because of the sinking of Beihai. She was just a little surprised, because these children clearly said that they were not going to return to Beihai. Looking at their appearance now, they are much stronger than when they left before. Li Yan's eyes are also colored, indicating that he has awakened his superpowers. Although I don't know how he did it. It must be a good thing. And Shinchinya is a little relieved. Li Yan drove. Qin Mayan sat in the co-pilot, and also silently buckled the seat belt with her slender fingers. "Did you see your aunt just now?" Li Yan asked seemingly unintentionally. Their car is relatively large, and Li Yan's words were heard by several men sitting in the back. But Qin Mayan seemed to have not heard him, and never answered him. Li Yan sighed. "You were too impulsive at the beginning. No matter how your uncle treated you. Your aunt was so good to you as a mother. When you left, you could see that she was very sad. Now we are back in Beihai. If there is any misunderstanding, you should talk to your aunt clearly." Qin Mayan finally looked up. But she didn't look at Li Yan, but looked out the window. The girl who was always good-tempered. This time she stood up all the thorns in her body. In short, there is no Shenpeng if there is me. Even if we enter the 17th base, I will not regard him as a leader. Li Yan wanted to persuade her again. But Qin Mayan was already very impatient and said coldly, "You should just focus on driving. Why do you care about my family's affairs?" Li Yan's throat choked, and he couldn't speak. He wanted to refute a few words, but later he looked at the road ahead in disappointment. In fact, Qin Mayan regretted it when she finished speaking. She had known Li Yan since she first went to college. She was originally his junior. If it weren't for some coincidences, she might never have had any intersection with this outstanding senior. Later, in the end of the world, she had a conflict with Shenpeng, her uncle, and she didn't hesitate to hurt Shinchinya's heart, and left with Li Yan and his group. Li Yan also persuaded her at that time, but later he respected her decision. When Li Chen joined the team, everyone else had awakened their superpowers, and Li Yan still took care of her. When hunting zombies, he didn't despise her as a burden, and he also taught her fighting skills every day. Qin Mayan was very grateful to him, and also liked him more. She had always kept this feeling in her heart. So even though she said harsh words to Li Yan, she was actually the one who felt the most uncomfortable. But what to do? She looked out the window disappointedly. She had already said that Li Yan would definitely be angry. Right? Would he ignore her in the future? Qin Mayan slammed her eyelids in disappointment, holding the seat belt tightly. The zombies that sank the North Sea were indeed dispatched. And Nan Ge had felt something strange 2 hours ago. She didn't know where the other people in the team lived, so she could only knock on the doors of Zhong Haoxuan and Xin Yuhua. Chapter 134 Fight the enemy together. The two had woken up long ago. It was Xin Yuhua who opened the door. When he saw Nan Ge, he asked in surprise, "Sister Nan Ge, why are you here?" Nan Ge said solemnly, "This place is too close to the sunken North Sea. Those things in the water can't hold back." "What did you say?" Xin Yuhua immediately dragged Nan Ge into the room, and saw Zhong Haoxuan also coming over. "Although I don't have much evidence. These zombies will rush up soon." Nan Ge had just finished speaking when he heard a rumble outside. The weather suddenly changed, and it seemed that it was about to rain. Zhong Haoxuan also frowned. The water level of the sunken North Sea had been rising. If there was another heavy rain, the situation would be very unfavorable for them. So Zhong Haoxuan made a prompt decision and said to Xin Yuhua and Nan Ge, "Nan Ge, you go to guard the gate of the base now. You have mental power and can detect when these zombies will arrive." "Yuhua, You go to find our other teammates and ask them to mobilize all the forces of the base to defend together. What about you? Xi and Yuhua asked worriedly. I have to find Shinpeng. Zhong Haoshuan was a little troubled by this. Shinpeng's attitude towards the three of them was not very good. Xi and Yuhua and Nange knew it. Zhong Haoshuan left him a difficult problem. After determining the division of labor, Nange quickly ran to the gate of the base. As soon as he arrived at the porch, the black clouds in the sky seemed to be pressing down, and heavy rain suddenly poured down. Xi and Yuhua knew where the others lived. After gathering them together, he explained the current situation clearly. Although these people were a little shocked, they still believed Xi and Yuhua's words, and went to the gate with him to prepare to open defense. Seeing Nange holding the Tangdao and standing there resolutely, Xiaolu's eyes turned red. They were all soaked during the run. Nange was concentrating on the run. When she felt Xiaolu coming, she turned around and said calmly, "These zombies may be attracted by me." Before, the 17th base was also near the water, but those zombies never attacked them. Now Nange has only stayed here for one night, and she has caused a disaster for the 17th base. She feels very sorry. Xiaolu stretched out her hand and pinched Nange's little face. You must be overthinking. We all saw yesterday that the animals began to mutate. What's wrong with the zombies that sank in the North Sea coming out? If it was really you who attracted them, it would be fine. There are so many of us here, and we can attack them. Nange also hoped that she could hold the hatred of these zombies and prevent them from rushing into the base. Now, it is not her who abandoned the zombies, but the zombie group who abandoned her. In this case, Nange's eyes flashed with cold light, and she would not linger any more. Zhong Haoshuan went to find Shinpeng, but Shinpeng clearly did not believe him. At this moment, he sat on the chair and said lazily, I know you are very powerful, but the sinking North Sea has always been quiet. You said they would come, so they must come? Zhong Haoshuan knew that Shinpeng was a bad guy. His palm moved, and there was a sound of thunder and lightning, but it was covered by the sound of heavy rain. Shinpeng also pointed out the window. Have you never seen such heavy rain? It's okay. It's rainy in this season in the North Sea. When the rain stops, it will be sunny. Zhong Haoshuan didn't want to say a word to Shinpeng. He strode over and waved his hand at his table. With a crackling sound, the lightning passed through the entire table and split the table in half. What are you going to do? Shinpeng screamed in horror. Give me the highest authority in the base. Zhong Haoshuan pinched his neck, staring at him with deep eyes, leaving him nowhere to hide. Shinpeng wanted to resist with his superpowers, but Zhong Haoshuan was already a superpower user at almost level 5, and he was no match for him at all. You want to seize power. This is his base. He said that those brought back by Shen Qingyao were not good people. The previously Yin was, and now Zhong Haoshuan is still. Look, he has only stayed for one day, and he has revealed his wolfish ambitions. Zhong Haoshuan became even more irritable. He could now feel the fishy smell in the air. It must be zombies approaching. Only Shinpeng could be so naive to think that it was because of the heavy rain. If you don't want to die, give it to me quickly. Zhong Haoshuan exerted force on his hand, and Shinpeng almost suffocated. He could only tremble and take out a key from his pocket. This. Zhong Haoshuan took it, knowing that it was the key to the main control room of the base, and the dispatch order could be issued in the main control room. After getting the key, he didn't miss it at all, and threw it aside to Shinpeng's limp body, turned around and walked out of the room. The rain was so heavy that people couldn't be seen at all, and the porch was swept by the rain. Xiaolu wiped the water off her face and said to Nange, this weather is too bad. Even if there are zombies, my ability can't be used. Xiaolu has fire ability, and this weather is simply against her. Nange glanced at her, and before he could say anything, he looked behind him. Zhong Haoshuan is coming. Xiaolu also looked over, with expectation in her eyes, but she soon wondered. It was raining so hard. How did Nange know that Zhong Haoshuan was coming? Zhong Haoshuan had already approached at this moment, and he handed the key of the main control to Xiaolu. You are a fire-type mutant, which is useless on the battlefield. Go mobilize other mutants in the base, and control the base's fortifications. Xiaolu also knew that now was not the time to ask Zhong Haoshuan how he got the key. So she took it and said solemnly, don't worry. I promise to complete the task. After that, Xiaolu grabbed the key and ran away. After all, she was familiar with the base, and had good popularity in the base. After the zombie warning was issued, the mutants in the base were mobilized. Then she opened all the fortifications of the base. Although they were not as powerful as the main base, they had a lot of ammunition. After Shinpeng recovered, he ran to the main control room of the base. When he saw Xiaolu insert the key, his heart sank. Behind the door of the main control room, he cursed fiercely. What the hell are you doing? Can the base defense system be activated at will? Our ammunition will be less if we use it a little bit. Xiaolu had long looked down on Shinpeng and said to the temporary assistant beside him, go and ask him to leave. Those people now listened to Xiaolu and quickly drove Shinpeng out. After that, the door of the main control room was locked, and Shinpeng could not get in. He had no choice but to walk out of the building and run towards the gate of the base. He only ran 2 steps and his clothes were wet. He really hated Zhong Haoxuan and the others. When he arrived at the gate, he found that everyone was on high alert. Shinpeng smiled dryly. You should go back quickly. In such a heavy rain, the zombies will not come. Nangu was standing at the front. When he heard the sound, he turned his head and looked at Shinpeng. What Shinpeng wanted to say was stuck in his throat. He even burped. Nangu saw that he was no longer noisy, so he turned his head, carefully feeling the approach of the zombies. Nangu slowly drew out the Tang sword. The shiny Tang sword, even if it was washed by the heavy rain, did not affect the brightness and coldness around it at all. That was because Nangu had hunted too many zombies, and the murderous aura on it was difficult to wash away, no matter what it was. Here they come. As soon as Nangu finished speaking, the people standing inside the gate saw the zombies rushing in from the rain. The ones at the front were all speed type. Even the heavy rain did not affect their pace. These zombies took advantage of the run-up and rushed towards the gate and the wall. Xiaolu had been monitoring the situation outside the base. When she saw the zombies, she immediately pressed the start button and the defenses were activated. The first sound was a burst of machine gun fire. These speed zombies were intensively shot by machine guns and slowed down their pace. Many of them had already rushed to the wall and were beaten down. But everyone understood that this was not the end. Sure enough, after the speed zombies, other zombies also arrived at the gate of the base. The number of zombies increased, and Xiaolu could only use other means to start bombarding the outside of the base. In the heavy rain, bursts of fire could still be set off, and the huge explosions made the ears of these superpowers buzz. Shinpeng, who was just obstructing everyone, couldn't say anything now, and hurried to run to his office building. Oh my god! There are so many zombies. So densely packed. I don't know how many are behind. Their 17th base can't stand it. They can only ask for help. Shinpeng's luck is pretty good. He dialed the phone and told the people in the main base about this matter. But he just hung up the phone and the power went out. With such heavy rain, the lines will definitely be affected. But this power outage is not a big deal. Many of the base's fortifications can't be used. Xiaolu sat in the main control room, looking at the screen that suddenly went black. And he wanted to curse. Why not cut off the power at any other time? Why did it have to be cut off at this time? The superpowers at the gate of the base also found that the power was out, and their faces turned pale. The machine gun sweep and artillery attack just now did not kill too many zombies. Now the number is so large that the entire sinking North Sea is eager to go out. What can they do? Nangu was ready for the battle just now. She also asked Xi and Yuhua to prepare something for her. After all, no matter how powerful the artillery shells are, they will run out. She discovered at the beginning that there are a lot of zombies. Now Xi and Yuhua brought what she wanted. When everyone heard the sound of the motorcycle, they looked back in surprise. They saw Nangu holding a Tang sword and riding directly on the motorcycle. Zhong Haoxuan came out first to stop Nangu. What are you going to do? These zombies are coming for me. I will lead them away first, and you attack from the side. Nangu said to Zhong Haoxuan, can you be a good commander? Zhong Haoxuan also knew that what Nangu said was the best solution. But he refused to let Nangu leave. I can command. But there are too many zombies, and it is raining heavily. It is really dangerous. You can't go out. Nangu smiled sadly. Then you can't hide in the base and wait for the zombies to attack. Chapter 135. The bloody battle is in full swing. Nangu took off the leather strap that tied her hair and put it on her wrist. Her long hair immediately fell down. She put on a helmet and lowered the windshield. Then she twisted the handle twice. Soon, the motorcycle started to roar. Zhong Haoxuan was still standing beside her, not wanting to let her go. Nangu listened to the sound of the zombies frantically respecting the door and calmly asked Zhong Haoshuan, "Do you want everyone to die here?" He was not used to expressing his feelings. This time, he thought that being able to stop Nangu was already the limit. When Nangu asked this question, he really didn't know how to answer. Yes, there are so many people in the 17th base. How could he watch them die? But Nanji's meaningless look still made him feel distressed. She was a zombie, bloodthirsty and murderous. But this time, she stood in front of everyone. She used her thin shoulders to support the sky that was about to collapse. Zhong Haoshuan walked forward under Nanji's indifferent gaze and hugged her tightly in his arms. "Nangu, you have to come back." Nangu has always regarded Zhong Haoshuan as food. Well, now he is more or less a companion. Xi and Yuhua's pupils shrank when she was suddenly hugged. And she felt that Zhong Haoshuan was really good at taking advantage. Others watched them say goodbye quietly. Even some people in the group liked Zhong Haoshuan, and their eyes were red for them. Nangu was stupid and didn't know why Zhong Haoshuan hugged her. She just smelled the smell on his body and blinked her big eyes. "Then when I come back, you will give me another bite?" Zhong Haoshuan also laughed. He rarely had any extra expressions. Unexpectedly, he looked so good when he laughed. "Yeah." The door slowly opened, and Zhong Haoshuan blasted out with lightning. And all the zombies gathered at the door were electrocuted into charred corpses. At this moment, Nangu rode her motorcycle and left without looking back. The water outside was already very deep. Fortunately, the motorcycle that Xi and Yuhua found for Nangu had a high chassis, so it would not sink into the muddy water. She immediately increased her speed to the maximum and rushed to the place with less damage. The number of zombies in the sinking North Sea is not a joke. Nangu dare not compete with them like this. Some zombies saw Nangu rushing over and wanted to stop her. But Nangu raised her knife and fell. In the heavy rain, the knife flashed, and all these zombies were chopped into pieces. Nangu controlled the direction of the motorcycle with one hand and held a tang sword with the other hand. She felt that her ability had improved a lot compared to before. It seems that all the zombies she had killed over the past few days were not in vain. Nangu raised a smile. Looking down from the sky, Nanji's motorcycle was just a small black dot moving rapidly in the heavy rain. Now, she was driving the black dot to break out of the zombie group and lead them around in circles. More and more zombies joined the siege of Nangu. Nangu led them far away. When several Earth-type zombies attacked her together, she abandoned the motorcycle, did a backflip, and landed on the ground. She still wore a helmet on her head to prevent the rain from wetting her eyes. Looking around her, there were many zombies with terrifying shapes surrounding her. All of these zombies were soaked in water, so their bodies were still a little bloated. But it didn't hinder their movements at all. Before they came over, Nangu had already gone over with a knife. When Nangu led these zombies away, all the superpowers in the 17th base rushed over. The first ones were naturally the more than 40 people who had worked with Nangu before. The other superpowers were still doubtful in their hearts. They felt that so many zombies made their scalps numb. Wouldn't it be suicide to rush out? But when they saw that the zombies had no reaction to the attacks of more than 40 people, they were all excited. So these people also joined the team to clear the zombies. No matter how powerful these zombies are, as long as they don't fight back, they are no different from fixed wooden stakes. So hundreds of zombies, like a huge steel knife, stabbed deeply into the zombie group, stirring up the zombies. Zhong Haoshuan was in a hurry to meet up with Nangu. He swallowed all the lightning crystal cores in his hand before he started. After that, he used all his big moves. With him as the center, all the zombies within 1,000 meters were electrocuted to death. Many psychics were still terrified and thought that it was a good thing they didn't get close to Zhong Haoshuan. And Xi and Yuhua also gave birth to countless aquatic creatures. Those aquatic plants became tougher and sharper. They spread from the soles of these zombies upwards and quickly entangled their necks, strangling them. In addition to the two of them, other psychics also played a huge role. Xiaolu also took out thousands of crystal cores and guarded the gate to distribute them to these people. This was a battle that looked cruel. But in fact, the situation of the war was one-sided. In the 17th base, many ordinary people were eager to try when they saw the zombies not fighting back. After Xiaolu asked them to prepare their own weapons, they saw thousands of people rushing out of the base. Some of them had kitchen knives. Some had shovels. And if they couldn't find anything convenient, some just carried rolling pins. Although there were many zombies, these people cooperated seamlessly and wiped out thousands of zombies in an instant. As for the most tragic battlefield, it must be Nanji's side. She was no longer willing to practice, and her mental power was booming. She controlled hundreds of high-level zombies at a time and let them attack other zombies. Then, she used the suppression of mental power to make these zombies unable to resist. She was seen shuttling among the zombies, and the knife in her hand hardly changed its position. After a circle of slashing, the ground was full of zombies, with their bodies separated. The heavy rain was still washing the earth. Outside the 17th base, the bloody battle was in full swing. Some distance away from the base, several cars coming out of the main base were stuck in the mud. Li Chen's car was fine. Inshuza got off and said to him, "Our car can't move. Let me get in your car. They will run over later." Li Chen counted the cars that could still move and started on the road again. Inshuza sat in the back seat, glanced at the expressionless Li Chen, and smiled to comfort him. "It's probably just a small-scale zombie land assault. The people we brought are all elites. They will definitely save the 17th base." Li Chen ignored him and just said to Fatty Chen, "Drive faster." Fat Chen was driving such a good car for the first time, and he was so excited that he said loudly, "Don't worry, brother." After stepping on the accelerator, Fatty Chen asked, "Brother, we are so anxious. Is there anyone from base 17? Li Chen thought of Nangu, and his eyes softened a lot, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Well, go find your sister-in-law." Fat Chen heard this. This is incredible. The sister-in-law is in trouble. And as Li Chen's brother, of course he has no choice but to help. So he got even more excited, and the armored vehicle rushed through all the obstacles. Outside base 17, the battle line was stretched very wide, because many superpowers had a wide range when they attacked. But ordinary people were always acting in groups. After the most exciting period of killing, slowly, the physical strength of ordinary people could not keep up, and they could only retreat to the base and take turns to rest. Xiaolu was still at the gate, and heard these people say proudly that they had just killed a few zombies. Some with good performance killed more than 100 zombies in a row, and the least killed more than a dozen. These thousands of people killed nearly 20,000 zombies in total. The superpowers killed even more, and the crystal cores were constantly consumed, and the battlefield was full of blood. For example, Zhong Haoxuan. It is estimated that he has killed thousands of zombies. Nangu was still shuttling back and forth in the battlefield. Her physical strength was consumed, but it was not obvious. Just by swinging the knife continuously, her reaction slowed down. Looking at the distance, there were dark masses of zombies, and there was no break at all. It would be great if more people could come and try to lure out and kill all the zombies in the sunken North Sea. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours, and the crystal cores had been almost consumed. The dead zombies on the ground were piled up more than 10 meters high. After an attack, Zhong Haoxuan checked the remaining superpowers in his body, and it was only enough for him to support for another half an hour. Xi and Yuhua was also at the end of his strength. It was not that the time they fought was shortened, but that their superpowers were consumed too much in the nearly 3-hour battle. Xi and Yuhua killed more zombies today than he had killed before. There were more than 100,000 dead zombies. But compared with more than 1 million, 100,000 is really just a small part. Slowly, some superpower users could not get supplies, and had to retreat to the gate first. Those ordinary people took turns to kill zombies, and their tools were replaced in batches. In the end, they all lost their strength. When they were sitting at the gate, they cursed, "There are so many zombies. It's endless. When can we kill them all?" Others echoed, "Yeah. How come there are so many zombies?" One person whispered, "I heard that they were led here by the new people who came into the base yesterday." Everyone was tired, and when they heard this, doubts fermented in their hearts. It turned out that they were driven to this situation today because of those people. These people sat on the ground in disgust. Since they led them here, let them go away. Won't they be led away? After hearing these words, Xiaolu was furious. "Shut up. Have you forgotten who saved you just now? Have a good rest. Go and continue to kill zombies. We really can't kill anymore. Yes, whoever caused the trouble should bear the consequences. What does it have to do with us?" Chapter 136 Devouring Nangu. The rain gradually subsided. Nangu had good hearing, and even though she was so far away, she still heard what these people said. Of course, she didn't feel any guilt in her heart. She was also a zombie, and she used to treat these humans as food. She was probably the only zombie in the world who was so worried about food and misunderstood. Although she wanted to leave like this and let those people die, Nangu didn't stop the action of being injured. In such a high-intensity battle, even those who replenished their crystal cores had their strength exhausted. And Nangu was no exception. She retreated a few steps, with the tang sword in her hand still horizontal, and every cell in her body was clamoring for her to rest. Nangu even felt dizzy, which shocked her. No. If I faint at this critical moment, I will definitely be dragged away by these zombies. So Nangu gritted her teeth and shook her head vigorously, driving the sleepy mood out of her mind. Ah! Holding the knife in both hands, she rushed forward again. Kill! 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 Nanji's eyes were red, and her mental strength was also raised to the limit. Those zombies, who were ready to move, but weaker in strength, hesitated and retreated. They didn't dare to face such a powerful opponent like Nangu. And Nangu, she didn't know where her helmet was thrown when she was fighting just now. Her black hair was all wet by the water, and her face was so white that it was a little transparent. Nangu wanted to drive them back into the water. But how could she feel that the water level seemed to be rising, and the flood was rushing towards the base? Blinking, she knew she was right, and immediately shouted to Xiaolu, "Close the base door quickly." Although Xiaolu didn't know what happened, he quickly closed the door. The moment he closed the door, the flood had already rushed to his feet. Nangu gritted his teeth and jumped onto a tree. Xi and Yuhua happened to be nearby, so he suddenly pushed the tree up more than 10 meters, and then pulled the vines. And some superpowers, who didn't have time to escape the flood, were also pulled onto the tree. Nangu looked at the endless flood, listened to the people in the base running, and clenched his fists. These water zombies were crazy, pushing the flood and drowning other zombies. It was a rush of water, coming fast and disappearing fast. When it was exposed to the ground, many zombies on the battlefield were washed away. But on the open ground, there was a black thing left. That thing was like a big meatball, and its body was still trembling. Obviously a living thing, and its speed in the mud was very fast. And its body suddenly jumped up and crashed into the tree. The superpowers on the tree made a prompt decision and jumped down from the tree. Nangu turned around and slashed the big meatball. After splitting it open, she found that the mechanism inside was actually aquatic. In other words, this is also a mutant animal. The flood just now might have been to wash it ashore. When the flood came, Zhong Haoshuan jumped directly onto the wall of the base. Now he was far away from Nangu, and he didn't hesitate at all. He jumped off the wall to support Nangu. Nangu originally thought that if he chopped the monster, it would definitely be injured. Who knew that the wound healed rapidly? It was covered with black fish skin, and there was no trace at all. And it opened its eyes while it was still in midair. Not just one pair, but dozens of pairs, all over its body. All its eyes were red. Very creepy. And what shocked Nangu was that the mutant animal did not only attack him. A lot of venom flowed out of his eyes, splashing towards other psychics. Although the venom was dodged, it spread on the ground as if it had life, and soon reached the gate of the 17th base. These venoms have a strong corrosive effect. The unbreakable gate of the 17th base was melted just like that. Then came the walls and various buildings. When Xiaolu saw that the rain had lightened up a lot, he began to activate his supernatural powers to burn these venoms. Who knew that the venoms were not afraid of fire at all, and that the big black ball could control water? Before Xiaolu could activate the fire again, a huge column of water swooped down and extinguished all the flames. This was not the most difficult thing. Nangu didn't believe it and had to kill the black ball. Who would have thought that she dodged the venom and stabbed it hard with a knife? The big black ball actually split into many small black balls. And then the small black balls expanded rapidly. Sure enough, can this thing resist thousands of troops? Nanji's physical strength was gradually consumed. There were 2 black balls that kept pestering her. The venom was really hard to guard against. As for the other supernaturals, those who were infected with the venom turned directly into a pool of black water. These superpowers were desperately guarding the gate of the base. And even Nangu slowly retreated. Those zombies couldn't come back for a while. But who knew what strange creatures there were in the sea? Slowly, the black balls split more, and it was difficult for the superpowers to play any role in them. In addition, everyone's superpowers were really exhausted, and they could only fight with these black balls. Nangu kicked the black balls away again, and said to Xi and Yuhua, You go into the base first. I will guard the gate. Xi and Yuhua's vines would be corroded almost as soon as they touched the black balls. And the consumption of power also made his face paler. But he still said stubbornly, no. I must not leave you alone. Sister Nangu. As soon as the voice fell, the black balls that were just wandering around spraying venom retreated hundreds of meters, like a tide. And then they merged into one. Nangu had followed them when they retreated. But he was still a step late. After these black balls merged together, they became hundreds of meters high. Nangu stood under it, and was just like a small ant. Everyone took a breath of cold air, and many superpowers gave up the desire to survive. The body of the big black ball kept squirming, and Nangu knew that it was brewing the last wave of venom. If he really succeeded, the entire base would be corroded. So Nangu raised his knife and slashed at the big black ball. Zhong Haoshuan and Xi and Yuhua supported each other and attacked the black ball. Who would have thought that the black ball could also separate tentacles, which directly rolled up the two of them and threw them thousands of meters away. If they were not in good physical condition, they would have been killed by this fall. But even if they did not die, they were seriously injured and could not fight anymore. Nangu cut off many tentacles of the black ball, but still couldn't avoid one of them. The tentacle wrapped around her waist with a salty and sticky taste, lifting her up high, at a height of several hundred meters. Nangu looked at the things below, which were all shaking. Thousands of eyes on the black ball were all staring at Nangu. And then Nangu found that there was a big hole on its head, red and like a big mouth. The tentacles held her and wanted to swallow her. Nanji's hands were still movable, and she kept looking at the tentacles. But soon, her knife was taken away, and her hands were also imprisoned. Nangu could only use her remaining mental power to tear the spirit of the big black ball frantically. But this mutant creature, even though it screamed in pain, still refused to let Nangu go. She saw that she was getting closer and closer to the black hole, because her mouth was tightly strangled. She couldn't even shout. Zhong Haoshuan and Xi and Yuhua were lying in the distance. Their eyes were broken, screaming, Nangu! No! The other people in the base were also heartbroken. Shilu's tears fell, and her hands covered her face tightly. Nangu faced death. It would be more accurate to say that she was regretful rather than fearful. She had just arrived in Beihai and had experienced so many hardships along the way. But she was going to die without even seeing Li Chen. In addition, Su Feng and Su Xian still owed her 2 meals of food, and Zhong Haoshuan also owed one. In addition, the humans in the 17th base were also very ungrateful. She had originally thought that after she had driven away all these zombies and mutants, she would teach them a lesson. At that time, I will stand in front of them with my chin poked at Tiansheng, looking down on them and saying, look, you weaklings, you still need me to protect you. But as Nanji's body was put into the mouth of the big black ball, she knew that she could not see any of this. After swallowing her, the big black ball quickly closed its mouth, and Nanji's sight was also dark. The venom in his body was still in his stomach. Nangu could feel the movement of your venom. This black ball wanted to corrode itself. Nangu closed her eyes and sighed slightly. Li Chen, I didn't fulfill my promise with you. I didn't wait for you to come in Beihai. I wonder what your expression would be if you knew that I was dead in the future. At this moment, Nanji's nose was a little sour. That was the first time she felt like crying. Just as the venom was about to wrap around Nanji's body, she suddenly felt the big black ball tremble, then roared and struggled. The shrill voice echoed in Nanji's ears, and her weak mental power detected that someone was attacking the big black ball. While attacking, he was still shouting heartbreakingly, "Where is Nangu? Give Nangu back to me." Nanji's consciousness gradually became blurred, and she thought, how come this person's voice is so similar to Li Chen's? It was indeed Li Chen who was attacking the mutant black ball. But he was different from the Li Chen everyone knew. Everyone was shocked by his powerful fighting style, including Zhong Haoshuan, Xi and Yuhua, and Yin Shuza, who came with him. Time went back to 2 minutes ago, when Li Chen went crazy after watching the black ball swallow Nangu. No one saw how he rushed to the black ball, as if the space was distorted, and then he went wild, and the black ball's body exploded with bangs. Chapter 137 Li Chen's Fury. Li Chen was sitting in the back seat of the car, and when he asked Fatty Chen to drive faster, he panicked. Or rather, he regretted it when he heard about the accident at Base 17 in the main base. Why didn't he find out earlier that Nangu was with Shinchinya? Why didn't he go to base 17 to wait for her? Why did he just talk nonsense with Ying Nan? Even if it attracted the attention of the top leaders, the whole world would conquer Nange. Would they not be able to survive? No. He could protect Nange. He also regretted that if he had given the main base an early warning, he might have known that the main base had occupied base 17 and deceived the world. Along the way, Li Chun imagined too many situations, bloody and cruel scenes. Every time he thought about it, his heart would ache. And then he kept comforting himself that his Nange was the most powerful and nothing would happen. Everyone else in the car was affected by Li Chen's attitude. Inshuza, who was sitting with him, wanted to get Li Chen's words at first, but he didn't dare to speak when he saw his sullen face. Inshuza's situation was different from Tang Siyue's. He was the son of the leader of the main base, and had great power in the base. In addition, he was the only psychic in the base, so all the psychic crystal cores were taken by him. Although his current ability was much worse than Nanji's, he was also at the 4th level, which meant that he could control the thoughts of low-level zombies, had a wide range of investigation, and could even hear nearby sounds. When he drove into the territory of the 17th base, he suddenly felt the breath of tens of millions of zombies. At that time, his face was much worse than Li Chen's. So many zombies. It's no joke. So Inshuza's usually calm face became distorted. And he said to Li Chen, "It's too dangerous ahead. We can't go through." But how could Li Chen listen? Fatty Chen was driving. And as long as Li Chen didn't speak, he would pretend not to hear. Inshuza's cheeks were trembling. And he grabbed Li Chen's collar suddenly, making him look at him. "Did you hear me? There are zombies ahead. At least hundreds of thousands." No. He felt it carefully again. And his voice was unconsciously full of horror. In addition to zombies, there is another kind of creature that I haven't sensed. It may be a mutant species. Mutated species are full of unknowns. How dare you go forward without asking clearly? Inshuza is already prepared. If Li Chen really refuses him, then he will now activate his mental power and attack their minds. Since he dared to sit in Li Chen's car, he must have a trump card. Who knew that Li Chen said coldly, "Stop the car." Fat Chen braked hard, and everyone leaned forward. Inshuza showed an approving look to Li Chen, thinking that he could bend and stretch very well, and he could be won over to be his subordinate in the future. Who knew that after the car stopped, Li Chen pulled Inshuza's wrist apart and kicked him out of the car. It was still raining outside, and the road was full of mud. Although Inshuza had strong mental strength, he could never be Li Chen's opponent in terms of physical strength. Without any preparation, he was kicked into the mud by Li Chen. Li Chen really didn't want to say a word to him, and closed the car door. Fat Chen looked at Li Chen's extremely cold face, and without Li Chen's instructions, he immediately started the car and rushed forward. Oh my god! The boss is so scary when he gets angry. He should be careful, or he will lose his life. Inshuza, who was kicked out of the car by Li Chen, was so embarrassed. The cars behind him had no idea what happened. Isn't Inshuza still Li Chen's hostage? How could he be kicked out by Li Chen? Li Chen's mind is full of Nange now. He doesn't consider hostages. He just wants to protect Nange. This is his promise to Nange. He clenched his hands tightly, and his joints turned white. When the car approached the 17th base, everyone saw the behemoth. The first thing Li Chen noticed was Nange wrapped around his tentacles. His heart suddenly tightened, and he didn't have time to think. So he activated his supernatural power and rushed out of the car. He is a space system, but different from ordinary storage space. His space can be violent and control time. As his superpowers continued to upgrade, the time he could control was getting longer and longer. So when he activated his superpowers, everything stopped, and he opened the car door, got out of the car, and the car started again. Fatty Chen saw Li Chen sitting in the car 1 second, and the next second he rushed to the front of the car, which really scared him. The boss is really capable. Can he teleport? It's really unheard of. Yi Xiao couldn't rush forward like Li Chen, but he also found that Nange was caught by the black ball and was throwing it into his mouth. He could only say hurriedly, "Hurry up! Faster!" Fatty Chen felt that the armored vehicle was about to fall apart, and his face was full of embarrassment. It's already the limit. The car's maximum speed still couldn't catch up with the behemoth's attack on Nange. Yi Xiao stared at the scene in front of him, watching Nange being thrown into the body of the behemoth. "No!" He cried out in despair in the car, hating that he had no special powers. Otherwise he could have saved Nangu. Li Chen also saw the scene. So he went crazy. He hurried, but was still a step too late. Nangu was swallowed by the behemoth. Xi and Yuhua was lying in the distance. The water was almost submerged. And he shouted to Li Chen, "Brother Li, you can't go over. That guy is too powerful." In their cognition, Li Chen was not a special power. An ordinary person. No matter how accurate his shooting skills were, or how good his skills were, he couldn't beat this thing. Just now, he watched Nangu being swallowed, but couldn't save her. Now he had to see Li Chen die again? Xi and Yuhua, who hadn't cried for a long time, cried again. This time, it was not because of fear, but because of hatred. Hated the opponent's strength, and hated his own incompetence even more. Zhong Haoshuan saw Nangu disappear. He was already exhausted. He even lost the desire to live. Lying on the ground with a blank look in his eyes. Nangu was dead. Everything was over. Who could save her? Other cars also drove into the field of vision. And everyone saw Li Chen rushing towards the behemoth. He didn't even have any weapons in his hands. Li Yin rolled down the window and shouted loudly, "Brother, come back. Let's find a way." Now let alone Li Yin. Even if everyone asked Li Chen to go back, he wouldn't. His Nangu was still waiting for him to save her. The behemoth felt Li Chen approaching, and the action of brewing venom did not stop. And the tentacles flew, trying to catch Li Chen. Qin Mayan screamed in fear in Li Yin's car, wishing she could close her eyes. No! Li Yin was also crazy. But the car was still some distance away from there. He rushed over. But he couldn't save Li Chen, his brother, who he had found with great difficulty. How could he die here? A sense of powerlessness swept over everyone, so that when they saw the change in the situation, they couldn't believe their eyes. Because the tentacles of the big black ball were clearly approaching Li Chen and were about to wrap him up. But Li Chen didn't know what was happening around him. Bang, 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 bang. Those tentacles were actually broken. And they were not broken into pieces, but directly broken into powder. No matter how powerful the big black ball was, it couldn't restore the mechanism that had been broken into such a state. His body quickly swelled up with the ground, and his shrill screams resounded through the sky. Li Chen was like a devil from hell, and every step he took must leave people's lives. He couldn't hear anyone shouting. He just stared at this thing and activated his supernatural power again. This was the first time he activated his supernatural power to the extreme. The whole sky became more drowsy. Raindrops and strong winds were all dominated by him in his space. Even because of the huge attraction, a leaking shape appeared in the sky, and the behemoth finally realized how powerful Li Chen was. He wanted to escape, but it was impossible. Li Chen shouted loudly, and the space was extremely violent, and everything in it would be torn to pieces. Around him and under his feet were piles of zombie corpses, and in front of him were mutant creatures. The creature that everyone found difficult to deal with had cracks on its body in the violent space. Its healing ability was very strong, but no matter how strong it was, how could it be faster than the speed of space tearing? It wanted to split into small individuals, but how could Li Chen give it a chance? Everyone witnessed such a one-sided massacre. All the zombie corpses exploded in the air and turned into a stream of blood, while Li Chen was still deliberately controlling his strength to strangle the mutant creature from the outside to the inside. Little by little, layer by layer, the big black ball was angry and terrified. All the venom he had just brewed was spit out to Li Chen. But Li Chen did not dodge at all and froze time directly. Although it was only a moment, it was enough for him to transfer all the venom to other places. So when everyone came back to their senses, they found that the zombies in the distance had begun to corrode and fester. This was clearly due to the poison of the big black ball. Everyone was shocked and wondered how Li Chen did it. Li Chen didn't care whether others were shocked or not. He just cut down layer by layer, and finally saw the little woman in the belly of the big black ball. Her whole body was wrapped by the mucous membrane of the big black ball. And the mucous membrane was still light white, like a cocoon. Nangu lay in it, peacefully as if she was asleep. Not far below her, the venom was spreading. If Li Chen had acted a little later, Nangu might have been swallowed up. Chapter 138, I will be scared. Now that he had seen Nangu, Li Chen no longer wanted to fight. He also jumped in, carried Nangu out of it, and left his attack range in a few flashes. After that, he no longer had to show mercy. The violent space was raised to the maximum. The behemoth, like the zombies just now, exploded from the air with a bang. When he completely disappeared, there was only a huge deep pit on the ground. At this moment, the rain stopped. Sunlight shone through the clouds, illuminating the space full of blood mist. Those blood mists, like blooming manjusaka flowers, lingering in the air. Rays of sunlight broke through all the obstacles and made the puddles on the ground sparkle. Because Li Chen had just used his superpowers crazily, most of his strength had dissipated. But he still held Nangu tightly and did not let go. The cocoon on Nanji's body slowly hardened under the sunlight, and then it wrapped around her like crystal. Li Chen put her on the ground, then tore open the cocoon bit by bit, staring at Nanji's face. Every time she fell asleep, she was so quiet. Her face was white and flawless, and her eyelashes were long, like two small brushes. She was so innocent and harmless. Li Chen's eyes, which were extremely cold just now, were so soft as if they could melt water when he looked at Nanji's facial features. Nangu had no heartbeat or breathing, and he didn't know how to wake her up. He could only call her name again and again, Nangu. Nangu. I'm here. Wake up. She was still lying in Li Chen's arms, quietly motionless. Li Chen's eyes suddenly turned red. His voice became hoarse. His back hunched. His tall body pressed against Nanji's side. Nangu, there's no danger anymore. Wake up. Don't sleep. But Nangu still didn't react at all. Some people wanted to get close to Li Chen, but when they thought of the scene of Li Chen killing the mutant just now, they gave up the idea. Even In Shuza was still terrified, thinking that fortunately he didn't do anything to Li Chen when Li Chen kicked him out of the car just now. Otherwise, he would have turned into blood mist a long time ago. Li Chen held Nangu in his arms, pressed tightly against her neck, and murmured, I'm late. I'm sorry, Nangu. Can you say something to me? Just one sentence. You can sleep after you finish. Nanji's lack of response made Li Chen afraid. He pulled out the dagger from his waist and was about to cut his wrist, and whispered, I'll give you blood. A lot of blood. Will you wake up? As long as you wake up, I really will promise you anything. Li Chen was so busy cutting his wrist that he didn't notice that Nanji's eyes moved in his arms. She was actually about to wake up just now, but she didn't open her eyes because of exhaustion. She had just recovered a little strength, and she was very sad to hear Li Chen begging her like that, and wanted to open her eyes to see him. Who knew that Li Chen, this miser, would actually give her blood? She hadn't tasted his blood for a long time. So Nangu made a decision immediately. She would continue to pretend to be dead. Sure enough, Li Chen didn't notice that she woke up. He put his cut wrist to Nanji's mouth and let the blood on his wrist flow into her mouth. The moment Nangu tasted Li Chen's blood, she was so excited that she almost cried. Oh! It's the taste of blood she likes most in the world. It's hundreds of times sweeter than Zhong Haoshuan's. Thousands of times sweeter than Tang Xiyue's. She really didn't want to let go. Originally, Nangu was waiting for this mouthful of blood to keep her eyes closed. Now that she was tempted by the blood, she had no moral integrity. She pouted and sucked Li Chen's blood. Li Chen had already given up hope, but he didn't expect Nangu to react. This realization made him ecstatic, so he squeezed his wrist, letting the blood flow into Nanji's mouth, and asked softly, Is it enough? Do you want more? Drink slowly. There is still a lot in my body. Nangu opened her eyes, and her star-like eyes reflected Li Chen's gentle face at this moment. Nangu sucked Li Chen's blood while smiling. Wow! Li Chen at this time was really the most handsome in the universe. She liked Li Chen the most, so she didn't care what others thought of her. She held Li Chen's wrist and drank a satisfied drink. Later, she found that Li Chen's face turned pale in an instant, and she reluctantly let go. Seeing that she stopped drinking, Li Chen suddenly became anxious and leaned forward. Why don't you drink? Are you feeling unwell? Nangu blinked her eyes, licked her lips, and asked stupidly, Why are you so generous today? If this was said in the past, Li Chen would definitely want to hit her head. But today, Li Chen had no temper with her at all. Just hugged her and coaxed her. I will be so generous in the future. I always wanted you to make continuous progress through fighting and crystal cores. And I didn't want you to rely on blood. I won't care about you in the future. Okay? Li Chen's words really made Nangu happy, and a little embarrassed. So she giggled and pinched his wrist. Then I'll save it for later. If the rations are killed, she will have no good food in the future. Nanji's little abacus was clacking. Li Chen hugged her and kissed her forehead, Well, save it all, and give it all to you in the future. Nangu was in an extremely happy state now, and she had just drunk enough. So she grabbed Li Chen's hand while licking the blood beads flowing out of the wound, thinking that it couldn't be wasted. Once she was full, her mind was not working very well, and she said excitedly, I knew you would come back to save me. What's the name of the trick you used just now? Cutting sashimi? Li Chen thought of the way he cut the big black ball layer by layer just now, and thought of Nanji's description. He was simply laughing and crying. He was clearly urging the space to be violent. So how come Nangu thought it was just cutting sashimi? Whatever you say is what it is. Li Chen was really afraid that Nangu would get into trouble, and he would never let Nangu out of his sight in the future. Nangu groaned and looked at Li Chen with admiration. You are so amazing. Li Chen was a little swollen by her, and he said modestly, No. But he thought of a question and asked Nangu with a smile, How do you know the process of my saving you just now? Weren't you in a coma the whole time? Nanji's eyes suddenly widened, and she didn't care about licking Li Chen's wrist anymore, and she covered her mouth with both hands. It's over. It's over. I let it slip. Li Chen knew Nangu very well, and he could tell what she was thinking from her eyes. So he smiled more dangerously, and his fingers were still pinching Nanji's chin and groping, thinking about the feeling of her licking his wrist with her little tongue just now, and his body couldn't help but tense up. Come on. Why don't you say anything? Li Chen's clear voice was a little hoarse, and he said teasingly, Didn't you think the humans were the dumbest? You were the most powerful, and you spoke the most logically? Now shouldn't you give me an explanation? Nangu was about to cry. How could she explain? If she said it now, she really didn't know how Li Chen killed that behemoth. Would he want to kill herself? So Nangu immediately changed to a pitiful expression, grabbed Li Chen's collar, and said obediently, Li Chen, I really missed you during the time we were apart. Li Chen raised his eyebrows and didn't answer. Nangu continued, Really? I went through a lot of things along the way. I really want to talk to you. Li Chen looked at her and smiled, but didn't say a word, but held her hand tighter and tighter. Nangu seemed to see the food that was about to reach her mouth fly away. She could not please Li Chen, so she could only cover her head and say, Ouch. My head hurts so much. I must have overused my mental power just now. Li Chen's eyes were filled with worry, and he subconsciously wanted to check her. But based on his understanding of Nangu, he put his hand down. Nangu saw that Li Chen was still unmoved, and she wanted to roll around in his arms. Li Chen, I just killed tens of thousands of zombies. I'm so tired. I hurt all over. Woo woo woo. Li Chen saw that she was really sad, and he was so distressed that he didn't dare to blame her for anything. He held Nangu in his arms, kissed the corner of her mouth again, and asked her, Can I take you back to rest? Nangu hugged his neck and nodded repeatedly. Anyway, as long as Li Chen didn't blame her anymore, everything would be fine. Li Chen liked to see Nangu relying on him the most. A barely perceptible sigh came out of his mouth. Forget it. It was also because I was stingy with you before. Otherwise, why would you not wake up just to get a little blood from me? Nangu nodded subconsciously, thinking, You know it too. But just after she nodded twice, Li Chen's eyes swept over, and she could only freeze her body and look at him without blinking. It's over. Li Chen saw it. Woohoo! Is it too late for her to explain now? Seeing Li Chen's handsome face enlarged in front of her eyes, Nangu thought he was going to hit her. But who knew that he actually kissed her? His kiss was a light touch at the beginning, very gentle. But later, it became as violent as a storm. Nangu felt his strength, as if he was going to kiss her cheeks to pieces. Fortunately, she didn't feel pain. Otherwise it would be so painful. After waiting for a long time, Li Chen ended the kiss. He looked at Nangu with deep eyes, and helped her to gather her hair, tightened her arms, and let her little body fit into his arms. Then, Nangu saw him solemnly promise to her, Nangu, I will satisfy you if you want blood in the future. So promise me that if there is danger again, you must not use this method to deceive me. His eyes were filled with fragments of light, and he grabbed Nanji's hand, put it on his lips, and kissed it again and again. If you don't wake up, I will really be scared. Chapter 139 I promise you. Nangu thought about it carefully later, and it seemed that it was the first time that Li Chen analyzed his inner thoughts with her. It was also the first time she knew that Li Chen, who was so powerful, would also worry and be afraid. And the person who worried him was himself. The rainstorm cleared up, and the sky showed a little new blue after the rain. The bloody smell around him became sweet. Nangu nodded and promised him, "I won't lie to you." Li Chen held her in his arms, with a smile on his eyebrows. As the mutant zombie was killed by Li Chen, the characteristics of Nangu that attracted zombies seemed to disappear. The zombies that had originally crawled out of the sinking North Sea were scattered in the sun at this moment, and soon disappeared. All the people in the 17th base were exhausted, and could not chase them anymore. There were so many zombies on the land, and it must be more difficult for these people to survive. The animals have all mutated, and the plants might be the next to mutate. Everyone was worried. Some even covered their hands and sobbed, wanting to escape from the North Sea. But the world is so big. Where can they escape to? Can they still survive if they leave the base? Just when everyone was desperate, someone murmured, "Will that powerful man protect us?" Everyone put their hope on Li Chen. But in Li Chen's eyes, there was only Nangu. Some of the zombies that had scattered before were heading towards Li Yin and his group. These people had good physical strength, and the results of their recent zombie hunting were also obvious. They quickly solved dozens of them. However, Yin Ingen brought much fewer people than them, and it was a bit difficult to deal with these zombies crawling out of the water. But he knew his son's background. So he said to Yin Shuza, "You come and control them all." Yin Shuza turned his head and looked at Yin Ingnan, and the light in his eyes was quite gentle. He took 2 steps forward and said, "Son knows." Yin Ingnan was very satisfied with Yin Shuza. He was the most perfect killing machine. More than half of the credit for the construction of the main base was due to Yin Shuza. Those zombies were very fast, and several people on their side were injured. Yin Ingnan was not afraid, because he knew that Yin Shuza would definitely save him. Who knew that the zombies, which were originally shaky, suddenly seemed to be controlled by something and rushed towards Yin Ingnan. Yin Ingnan was shocked and wanted to use his superpowers. But he had been handling affairs in the base for many years, and neglected to train himself. Even though he was already a high-level superpower user, he did not have much experience. And that zombie was even smarter than humans. Yin Ingnan vaguely understood something. He resisted in a panic while scolding Yin Shuza, "Are you trying to kill me? You rebellious son." Yin Shuza looked innocent. Seeing Yin Ingnan dodging in a panic, he still had a smile in his eyes. "Father, why do you say that? You clearly know that your son's skills are not good." That zombie was indeed controlled by him. Yin Ingnan was gradually no match for the zombie, and was about to be killed. He cursed at first, but later he could only beg Yin Shuza to save him. But Yin Shuza had wanted to kill him a long time ago. He had been unable to do it because he was in the base, and there were too many people defending him. This time, he also has to thank the man named Li Chen for leading him out. As for the few people he counted, they were all his confidants. How could they save Yin Ingnan? Looking at Shinchinya and her group, they didn't mean to lend a hand. Yin Ingnan wanted to imprison Shinchinya just now. She didn't forget it. Fatty Chen and Li Yin were even less likely to take action. Li Chen didn't let them save people. Yin Ingnan had to beg, "You save me. Whoever saves me will be the second in command of the base. I give you power. Give you supplies. Save me, ah." The zombie finally bit off Yin Ingnan's neck. Yin Shuza took out a gun. First aimed at the zombie's head, shot it in the head, and then aimed at Yin Ingnan's heart. "Father, you have been wise all your life. You definitely don't want to live as a zombie. Let your son send you off." Yin Ingnan was killed by Yin Shuza before he could say anything. Shinchinya turned her head away when she saw him pull the trigger. There are too many fights in the big base, and it is not uncommon for fathers and sons to turn against each other. This Yin Shuza dared to do this in front of him, which means that he must have been fully prepared. The bullet went straight through the heart, and Yin Ingnan was killed on the spot. But his chest was still spurting blood. His body was also twitching unconsciously, and he died with his eyes open. Yin Shuza walked in front of him, squatted down, and gently closed his eyes. "Father, how does it feel to be killed by the weapon you trained yourself? If you had cared for me a little bit, I wouldn't be like this. Have a good journey." When Yin Shuza stood up again, there was no sadness on his face, and he was even very happy, because as long as Yin Ingnan died, the leaders of the Beihai bases would all be him. He pretended to be sad, asked his men to collect Yin Ingnan's body, and sent someone to send it back to the main base. After all, Yin Ingnan was also a former leader, and a funeral was held for him. Now, more important than the funeral, Yin Shuza had to go back to win over his own forces and get rid of all the people left by Yiningnan. Beihai is one of the 2 largest bases in China. If the leader is suddenly changed, it may be impacted by the Shangjing base. So even though he was very interested in Li Chen and Nange, he still couldn't stay here. Li Chen looked like he was going to join the 17th base. Before leaving, Yin Shuza said to Li Chen politely, "I'm going back to the main base first. I hope you can stay in Beihai for a while. The conditions I offer are definitely better than Yiningnan's, and I won't force you." Although he said it with sincerity, Li Chen didn't even look at him. Li Chen didn't forget Yin Shuza's cowardly look when he was in the car. More than a dozen bases in Beihai fell into the hands of such people, and no one knew what would happen. Although Yin Shuza was frustrated, he still left with a smile. Shen Qingyao looked at the messy battlefield, and then watched Li Chen pick up Nange, walked over and said to Nange, "Let's go back to the base first." Nange nodded. She had recovered a lot of strength and could walk by herself. But Li Chen refused to let her go. Nange was still a little curious about who were the people following Li Chen. There were more than 20 of them. Li Yin has been surprised since Li Chen rescued people. Such a powerful person turned out to be his brother? Doesn't he have supernatural powers? The one his brother rescued was his sister-in-law? She was very beautiful. But why did she drink his blood? His brother said that Nange was very powerful. So these zombies were not killed by her. Right? How powerful a wife did his brother find? Of course. What shocked Li Yin the most was not that Li Chen cut his wrist and let Nange drink blood, but that he kissed Nange in front of so many people. Li Yin touched his chin and thought that with his brother's temper, when had he ever been so emotional? This time he must be serious. Yi Xiao walked with Li Yin, and his legs were actually shaking. It was really because the battle just now was too intense. He was sweating for Nange and Li Chen. Now that they were all fine, he suddenly relaxed and had to support himself hard to avoid falling down. The most important thing is that when seeing Li Chen kissing Nange, Yi Xiao felt a little bitter in his heart, and he didn't have any thoughts of destroying them. When did he change his opinion of Li Chen like this? Thinking of him holding Nange and walking out of the attack range, as if he was covered with a layer of golden light, Yi Xiao had to admit that Li Chen was more worthy of Nange. Qin Mian, who had always been by Li Yin's side, was silent all the time. She had said that she would never come back to the 17th base, but she still walked into this gate. Xi Yuhua and Zhong Haoshuan were also rescued. Yi Xiao first checked them both and found that although they had fractures, they were not serious. The body recovery ability of the superpowers is faster than that of ordinary people. This kind of injury would take 2 months for ordinary people to heal. But for them, it is estimated that it will be healed in about 20 days. As soon as Shen Qingyao came back, the people in the base seemed to have a backbone, and they all came up to tell Shen Qingyao how tragic the battle was in the past few hours. Li Chen just wanted to stay alone with Nange for a while. So he said to Shen Qingyao, "Let's go back to Nanji's room first." Shen Qingyao nodded. Nange knows Lu. You have a good rest. Li Chen also saved her. And Shen Qingyao didn't ask anything for the time being. Xiaolu stood beside Shen Qingyao, glanced at Nange nestled in Li Chen's arms, and then looked at Zhong Haoshuan lying on the stretcher. And suddenly a sour feeling emerged in his heart. Alas, it turns out that Nange has already been taken, and they still think that Nange and Zhong Haoshuan are a pair. Looking at Zhong Haoshuan's pale face and closed eyes, I guess the scene just now must have been a great blow to him. Yi Xiao's medical skills are the best in the base. Shen Qingyao asked him to set up a special medical team to treat those injured this time. Yi Xiao was so busy that he soon disappeared. Various follow-up work was in progress. Fatty Chen, his original subordinates, and Li Yin and his group were still standing at the gate of the base. Shen Peng had noticed them for a long time. When he looked from a distance, he could not find that their eyes had color. He saw that there was no danger. So he ran over angrily and scolded Li Yin and the others. Why? Didn't you say that you would never return to base 17 in the future? Are you betraying your words now? When Shen Peng came over, Li Yin had already dragged Qin Mian behind him. When the end of the world just came, Shen Peng's attitude towards them was still good, because they can develop a lot of practical things. For example, the circuit system of base 17 was modified by Li Yin and his people. But after the eternal night, everything is different. Chapter 140. The base changes hands. Shen Peng doesn't like ordinary people, thinking they are a burden. The base has to support them with the supplies it has found. He always sneers at ordinary people. But those people refuse to leave for the sake of survival. Qin Mayan couldn't stand her uncle from that time on. She had a big fight with him, and said that she would never return to the 17th base again, and then left with Li Yan and others. Shen Qingyao had resentment toward Shen Peng about this matter. She was caught between her daughter and her brother, and didn't know how to choose. I thought I couldn't see Qin Mayan again in this life. But unexpectedly, she came back with Li Chen by mistake. Although she still doesn't look like a superpower. Everyone else is. We are not from your 17th base. Please be polite. Li Yan held Qin Mayan's hand tightly, and said to Shen Peng coldly. After spending a long time with Li Chen, these people are intimidating without anger. Shen Peng wanted to curse again. But when he looked up, he saw that the color of Li Yan's pupils was darker than his. In other words, this person is now a superpower, and his level is higher than his. Shen Peng was so scared that he shut his mouth. But he felt embarrassed, and soon his face turned red. Qin Mayan stood behind Li Yan and looked at Shen Peng sarcastically, and was discovered by Shen Peng. Her eyes were still dark. This time there is a punching bag. So Shen Peng ridiculed Qin Mayan to the utmost. Why? Your boyfriend is a superpower. But you are not? When you followed him, didn't you trust him? Now he gets the benefits. But he doesn't share them with you? Qin Mayan opened her mouth, not knowing how to refute Shen Peng. Senior is not my boyfriend. Li Yan's grip on Qin Mayan's hand suddenly tightened, interrupting her words. Qin Mayan looked at him in confusion, and saw Li Yan hugging her in his arms. He was taller than Shen Peng, so he naturally looked down at him with contempt. What if Xiaoyan doesn't have superpowers? I can protect her. Besides, didn't you see the man who killed the mutant just now? That's my brother. Li Chen's name is useful. Those who don't know the relationship between the two brothers all took a breath of cold air. Especially Shen Peng. This time he really didn't dare to mock them again. Just looking at Qin Mayan's eyes with disgust. Thinking, isn't it just hugging a thigh? It's not that you are so powerful. Li Yan continued coldly. In the future, if I hear you insulting my girlfriend again, I will make you regret surviving in the end times. Shen Peng didn't even dare to look at Qin Mayan this time. It was not the first time that Qin Mayan was protected by Li Yan. But it was the first time that she heard Li Yan say that she was his girlfriend. But this was not right. She had never said her feelings for him. And Li Yan was so outstanding now. And she was not a superpower at all. How could she be worthy of standing beside him? Resources were already very scarce now. And it was unknown when the struggle between humans and zombies would end. I would hold Li Yan back. And he would definitely regret what he said today when he realized this. Li Yan was just hot-headed at the time. And he realized that it was wrong after he finished speaking. He also looked at Qin Mayan carefully, fearing that he would be angry. Who knows? Qin Mayan lowered her head, making it difficult for him to see what she was thinking. Shen Peng was threatened by Li Yan and was about to leave. But Xiaolu dragged a few men over. She kicked their knees one by one and made them kneel in front of Shen Qingyao. Shen Qingyao looked at her in confusion. What's going on? Xiaolu began to explain. Sister Shen. It was these few people who spread rumors from the beginning to the end of the battle, saying that the zombies were led by Nange and Zhong Haoshuan, and blamed everything on them. She gasped in anger. Yes. The zombies may have been led by Nange, but she also saved us. Didn't she? Besides, the mutant creatures attack humans indiscriminately, and had nothing to do with Nange. Sister Shen. Although our base is weak, it is too close to the sinking North Sea, so we are always ready for battle. These ungrateful people. I suggest that they be expelled from the base. Shen Qingyao was stunned, pulled Xiaolu over, and asked sharply, who told you to do this? Xiaolu widened his eyes, and kicked him hard. You actually have a mastermind behind the scenes? Shen Peng saw that the situation was not right, and was about to run away. But Fatty Chen, who had been silent all the time, directly grabbed his collar and pulled him back. While pulling, and asked with a smile, don't leave in a hurry. Or aren't you curious about who spread such rumors? Fat Chen was about to explode with anger now. Damn. His sister-in-law. Can these people just slander her? You can't bully Li Chen when he's not here. Right. Now that they are here, they will never give up. Those few people couldn't stand Shen Qingyang's questioning and soon confessed that it was Shen Peng who asked them to spread these rumors. At this moment, everyone looked at Shen Peng with a strange look in their eyes. Shen Peng wanted to run, but was held tightly by Fatty Chen. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead, and he explained weakly, Sister, it's not like that. What I said was all true. With a slap. A slap was slapped on Shinpeng's face. He tilted his head and looked at Shin Qinghua in disbelief. Even when he drove Qin Mayan out of the base, Shin Qinghua didn't hit him. Now she hit him for a few outsiders? Shinpeng felt wronged instantly. He broke free from Fatty Chen's hand and started to make trouble. Sister, how can you do this to me? I am also doing this for the good of the base. You are doing this for the good of the base? Shin Qinghua really tolerated him to the limit this time. Since you became the leader, what have you done for the base? Other superpowers have always been the first to find crystal cores. What about you? You abused your power and made many people feel that the base is unfair? Shin Qinghua's words made Shinpeng's face turn pale. And he didn't refute a word. I turned a blind eye to you because you didn't hurt anyone. But now, you actually instigated others to kill their companions. On the battlefield, it is a taboo to shake the morale of the army at will. You are stabbing a knife into my heart. Shin Qinghua covered her chest. Her breath was not smooth, and she almost fainted. Originally, Qin Mayan had not said a word to Shin Qinghua. When she saw that she was unwell, she knew that they were still arguing. So she rushed forward and supported Shin Qinghua. Mom, are you okay? Shin Qinghua looked at Qin Mayan with relief, thinking that her daughter had really grown up, and that her boyfriend was not bad either. After calming down a bit, Shin Qinghua said to Shinpeng coldly, you always make mistakes and never repent. And this time you almost killed Nangu. From today on, you are no longer the leader of the 17th base. Shinpeng screamed, Sister, you can't do this. If I don't take the lead, who will? He laughed dryly and tried to pull Shin Qinghua's sleeve. But Shin Qinghua dodged him. Sister, the base really needs me. Don't be impulsive. I will take the lead, Shin Qinghua said calmly. Shinpeng was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Sister, don't joke. You are a woman, and you have water ability. What can you do? Shut up. Shin Qinghua was very dissatisfied with Shinpeng's interruption. She turned around and asked other people in the base, I will be the leader. Do you recognize it? Except for Shinpeng's friends. Everyone else felt that Shin Qinghua should have taken over the base a long time ago. So they shouted in unison, recognize it. Shin Qinghua also smiled slightly. Then I promise to everyone that I will definitely develop the 17th base better, so that everyone can live a life with clothes to wear, food to eat, and weapons to use in the future. As for the zombies, kill one if one comes. Kill one or two if one comes. And kill a pair. Good. Everyone applauded Shin Qinghua, their eyes full of enthusiasm. Shinpeng was about to collapse. He kept circling on the ground. No. I am the leader of this base. Shin Qinghua directly punished those who spread rumors. Starting today, drive these people out of the 17th base, and report their deeds to other bases in Beihai. As for Shinpeng, considering that you have made some contributions to the base, you will be incorporated into the superpower team from today on. Your supplies in the future will depend on your combat performance. Shinpeng's eyes were red, and he begged Shin Qinghua, Sister, I really know I was wrong. I kneeled down for you. He actually knelt down, and almost kowtowed to Shin Qinghua. I will definitely change the things you are not satisfied with. Please don't let me go out to kill zombies. Please. Today's war made him clearly realize how powerful zombies are. For someone like him, going out is to die. This time, not only Shin Qinghua, but other people also looked at Shinpeng with contempt. Xiaolu couldn't help but think of the mobilization meetings that Shinpeng held in the past to encourage superpowers. When they were angry, they were all very passionate, as if the zombies outside were like cabbages, and their superpowers were so powerful that they were against the sky. I really didn't expect that he was so afraid of zombies. Fatty Chen and others were outsiders, watching all this, like a big show. No one said anything. Since Shin Qinghua made this decision, she would naturally not repent. She held Qin Mayan's hand and said apologetically, as the leader of the base, I can watch you drive my daughter out just because of your high-sounding words for building a good base. In my heart, everyone in the base is equally important. From now on, don't treat me as a sister, and don't think that I will show mercy to you. I won't give you any privileges. Shinpeng knew that his sister had the final say, so he collapsed on the ground. It's over. Shin Qinghua really doesn't care about him this time. Chapter 141. He served her. Base 17 had experienced such a great catastrophe, and it was temporarily changed. There were many things to do, such as rebuilding the base and appeasing the masses. which were all placed on Shen Qinya's shoulders. She was so busy that she naturally had no time to reminisce with Qin Mayan. After dealing with Shen Peng, Shen Qinya glanced at the two people. Their hands were still clasped together. Qin Mayan then realized that Li Yin was still in the posture of protecting her behind him, and immediately pulled his hand out. Compared with Li Yan's rescue, being misunderstood by Shen Qinya was what made her more nervous. Li Yin took a step forward, as if he wanted to explain something. But Shen Qinya smiled slightly. You guys find a place to rest first, and settle your friends down. I'll find Mayan in 2 days to find out the situation. Qin Mayan also saw that the 17th base was in a state of recovery, and now was not a good time to talk. So she nodded. Before Shen Qinya left, she took 2 steps forward and said reluctantly, Mom, if you need any help, just call us. Shen Qinya didn't turn around, but her body froze. Qin Mayan's call of Mom brought back too many memories for her. The smile on her face was not sure whether it was more of joy or relief. Her voice was trembling slightly, and she nodded vigorously. You are very useful. I won't say more. I'm leaving first. When Shen Qinya walked away, Li Yin looked at Qin Mayan and smiled softly. Auntie may be a little embarrassed, but it's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Let's go back now. Qin Mayan nodded blankly, and her originally lively face became cute. The smile on Li Yan's face never faded. He walked side by side with Qin Mayan and talked to her. They were very familiar with the 17th base, and it was not difficult to find a place to settle down. Besides, Li Yin was helpless. After Li Chun and Nan Ge left, this mess would be left to him. If he didn't deal with it, who else could do it? Qin Mayan listened to Li Yin discussing things with her and gave pertinent suggestions. But there was always a voice in her heart asking, why don't you ask what he just said? She couldn't help but clench her fists, secretly glanced at Li Yin, and quickly retracted her gaze. Can't ask? She warned herself in her heart that if she asked and didn't get the desired result, they might not even be brothers and sisters. Although it was a bit bitter, Qin Mayan would rather be so timid all the time. During the time when Shen Qinya gave up on herself, it was Li Yin who always took her with her. When she didn't have superpowers, it was he who always protected her. In fact, even if he didn't like her, Qin Mayan would not force him. She just wants to be selfish for a while. Li Yin still doesn't know what Qin Mayan is thinking. According to his train of thought, didn't he make his words very clear just now? Xiaoyan must have understood. Now she is blushing, so she must be shy. The outside of Base 17 is in full swing, but Li Qin and Nan Ge's room are isolated from all this. Nan Ge was carried back by Li Qin. The battle just now was too fierce. He only knew that Nan Ge woke up, and he hadn't checked if she had any other external injuries. So after carrying Nan Ge in without saying a word, he locked the door, then gently put Nan Ge on the bed and began to take off her clothes. Nan Ge had walked through the stomach of that bad guy, and her body was very dirty. Although she couldn't smell it, she was disgusted. In fact, she was a little afraid that Li Qin would get angry. After all, the situation just now was so dangerous. So she was stunned and let Li Qin take off all her clothes. There was water and supplies in the room. After all, those girls liked Nan Ge very much, and everything was prepared for her. Li Qin took off Nan Ge's clothes and used a lot of effort to move his eyes away from her beautiful body and fell on her face. Nan Ge was still confused. She looked up at Li Qin and then looked at her current appearance. She didn't know whether to cover her face or her body. Before she could move, Li Qin grabbed her hand. It's not like I haven't changed your clothes before. Nan Ge blinked and felt that what Li Qin said seemed to make some sense. Are you a little nervous? She said to Li Qin suddenly. Li Qin was already checking Nan Ge's body. She did have some external injuries, but they were basically healed. He pressed on her bones again to make sure there were no fractures, and he felt relieved. Nan Ge stared at Li Qin. His expression was still calm, just like before. But Nan Ge was able to sense that he was nervous. What was this man nervous about? He was the one who was stripped naked. You're nervous, Nan Ge repeated. Li Qin pretended not to hear, walked to the corner, brought a bucket of water, and motioned Nan Ge to stand on the ground so that he could help her shower. Nan Ge's eyes lit up, and she didn't ask why Li Qin was nervous. She jumped to the ground and looked at Li Qin with a bright look. Artificial shower. Li Qin was more helpless than before. He raised the bucket of water and poured it over Nan Ge's body, from her hair to her feet. Soon, Nan Ge became clean and tender. Nangu felt comfortable all over at this moment. She couldn't help humming a song while showering. Li Chen saw that she was afraid of water in her eyes, so she kept them closed. He was right beside her, and could see every part of her body clearly. Nangu was right. Li Chen was nervous. But he was not afraid. He was slightly excited. Although he was not young anymore, the restlessness of adolescence rarely appeared in him. It would be strange if he could hold back when facing the woman he liked. Nangu hummed a song while flopping around. The water splashed on Li Chen's body, but he didn't feel it at all. If Nangu opened her eyes at this moment, she would find that Li Chen was staring at her without blinking, and the blush slowly spread from the roots of her ears to her neck. After finally pouring a bucket of water, Nangu was still not satisfied. So Li Chen grabbed a towel and wiped her whole body carefully, then carried her to the bed, and a set of clean clothes appeared with a flip of his hand. He personally put them on Nangu. Nangu was like a good baby from beginning to end, waiting for Li Chen to serve her. After putting on the clothes, Li Chen also changed himself into a clean set, and then he held Nangu and lay on the bed. Nangu leaned against him. She had a lot of questions to ask before, but now she didn't want to speak. The aura between the two people could no longer accommodate anyone or anything. But she didn't ask, and Li Chen took the initiative to tell her, "The way I fight, everyone has seen, is space violence. The car before was not destroyed, but I just put it into the space. Since everyone knows these things." Li Chen naturally did not intend to hide it from Nangu. Nangu leaned against his chest obediently, her hair still dripping. He stretched out his hand and hugged Nangu, naturally touching her half-dry and slightly cool hair. "So that's how it is. I always thought that the car was destroyed." Nangu didn't care what kind of superpower Li Chen had now. She just knew that he was very powerful. What she cared about more was, what about the blood bag in the car? "That's my ration." Li Chen pinched her nose and smiled dotingly. "It's in the space. It's well preserved." "Okay. Are you sure you still have an appetite now?" Nangu frowned her delicate and tall nose. "Oh, I'm not really hungry now. Save it for later." Li Chen gently patted her back, as if to coax her to sleep. When Nangu was dazed, she heard Li Chen ask, "Don't you have a lot of things to tell me? Why don't you say it?" Nangu was almost asleep at this time, and she muttered, "It's nothing. Anyway, I'm safe. You're safe. That's enough." Li Chen. She wanted to squeeze herself tightly in Li Chen's arms. "I want to take a nap." Li Chen thought of the previous times. She fainted when she said it, and this time she was actually sleepy. Does it mean that she is becoming more and more like a human? Although he was nervous, he still steadied his voice, lowered his head and kissed Nanji's red lips. "Okay. You go to sleep. I'll be here to watch over you." After listening to Li Chen's words, Nangu soon fell into a deep sleep. What she didn't see was that Li Chen held her like a lost treasure, never to let go. Nangu in the dream was completely unaware of the outside world, and couldn't even feel the condition of her own body. Li Chen had been guarding her, and taking care of her meticulously. Nangu was too quiet at this moment, and she didn't breathe. Li Chen could only keep kissing her, and he couldn't be sure that she was in his arms. A few hours later, Li Chen was a little sleepy. When he was about to fall asleep, he hugged Nanji's arm, but felt her heartbeat. Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and put his hand on her chest. But no matter how he tried, Nanji's heart didn't beat again. Staring at Nanji's fair and quiet face, Li Chen was confused. Do zombies have heartbeats? Did he just fall asleep? Li Chen stayed in Nanji's room for 2 days, and she didn't wake up. Shen Qinghua and others came to visit Nangu in the middle of the construction of the base. Knowing that Nangu hadn't woken up, they were very worried. They came in batches. Li Chen didn't want them to see Nangu, but he still wanted to know what happened to Nangu after he separated from him, so he could only open the door for them reluctantly. Following Shen Qinghua, there were several assistants from the 17th base, as well as Zhong Haoxuan and Xian Yuhua. They were also seriously injured before, but the 17th base was not short of crystal cores, and now there was Yi Xiao. So they recovered in just 2 days. Now everyone in the 17th base has determined that Nangu and Li Chen have an unusual relationship. So Shen Qinghua is also happy to tell Li Chen about their experiences along the way. When Li Chen heard that Nangu could attract zombies and stabilize hatred, his blood almost coagulated. This is not a good thing. So he sat by Nanji's bed and asked, "What about now? Are there still zombies gathering outside the 17th base?" Chapter 142 Creating Illusions. No more. Shin Qinghua shook her head, but I don't know if they are hiding on purpose. The zombies that crawled out of the sunken North Sea are different from those hunted before. They are obviously smarter. Evolution. Li Chen said solemnly. Shin Qinghua said him. And looked at Nangu worriedly. I hope everything in the base will develop in a good direction. Because she had something else to do. Li Chen sent her out the door. When she reached the door, the girl named Xiaolu looked at Nangu regretfully and muttered, I thought you and Zhong Haoshuan were a couple. I didn't expect it to be. Li Chen's face turned cold. Xiaolu closed his mouth, looked at Li Chen in horror, and ran away in a hurry. After going downstairs, Shin Qinghua scolded her. You know how powerful Li Chen is. But you still provoke him like this. Aren't you afraid of him? Xiaolu curled her lips. I am afraid. I am afraid that you will provoke him again. Shin Qinghua was even more helpless. Who made us Nangu such a good cabbage? But was taken away by Li Chen. Xiaolu was very indignant. In fact, it was not just him. Many people in the 17th base, who regarded Nangu as an idol, could not stand Li Chen. And they could not stand it for no reason. In their eyes, Li Chen was a love rival. If he didn't take good care of the goddess Nangu, these people would not let him go. Shin Qinghua knew that Xiaolu was jealous of Li Chen. But they were not bad-hearted. So they could only provoke Li Chen in person, and would not do anything behind his back. And looking at Li Chen's posture, it was estimated that he had already had a fight with Zhong Haoshuan. Sure enough, inside the house, Li Chen stared at Zhong Haoshuan coldly. What did you do to Nangu? Zhong Haoshuan now fully understood Yi Xiao's feelings. And he also disliked Li Chen very much, compared to being cold and hard. When Zhong Haoshuan frowned, there were bursts of coldness all over his body. What did I do? You can wait for Nangu to wake up and ask her. Li Chen knew that Zhong Haoshuan was deliberately provoking him. He understood the reason, but he still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Didn't this man dislike Nangu at the beginning? How did his attitude change so quickly? Gritting his teeth, Li Chen also sneered in a generous manner. My Nangu is very charming. Men who don't like her are blind. Zhong Haoshuan didn't expect Li Chen to say that. He originally thought that Li Chen would find a reason to fight with him. The scene of his battle with the mutant aquatic creature has always been like a brand in Zhong Haoshuan's heart, spurring him to keep moving forward. Because only if he is stronger, he will be more qualified than Li Chen to protect Nangu. But now, he can't beat Li Chen. Li Chen was unwilling to suppress him with his superpowers. When he first awakened his superpowers, he realized that his superpowers were very different from others. For such a long time, he had not found a space-based superpower user, let alone one with a violent space. So Li Chen was cautious and never exposed his superpowers. Zhong Haoshuan and Li Chen looked at each other and finally gave in. Come out with me. I have something to tell you. Li Chen looked at him in confusion, then turned around and told Xi and Yuhua, take good care of Nangu. I'll be back soon. Xi and Yuhua nodded eagerly. Li Chen and Zhong Haoshuan went out, and only Nangu and I were left in the room. It was great. The two of them were just at the door, and Zhong Haoshuan told Li Chen about how he was injured and how Nangu saved him with blood. Li Chen originally disliked this love rival very much, but the more he listened to him, the gloomier his face became. Finally, he asked hurriedly, who else knows about this? No one. Only the two of us. And I didn't even tell Nangu. Zhong Haoshuan and Li Chen exchanged glances, knowing how serious this matter was. Blood that can cure zombie poison. If this news spreads, the whole world will go crazy. No matter how powerful Li Chen is, can he withstand the siege of the whole world? Becoming a zombie is not scary. This situation is the scariest. Li Chen changed his opinion of Zhong Haoshuan, since no one knows. Don't spread it. I will find another way. Zhong Haoshuan solemnly said to Li Chen, if it is really exposed, I will also tell everyone that there is something wrong with my blood, and I will not give Nangu out. Li Chen stared at Zhong Haoshuan and took the initiative to extend his hand to him. Thank you on behalf of Nangu. Zhong Haoshuan smiled bitterly and also held Li Chen's hand. I should say this to you. Thank you for saving Nangu. The two men smiled knowingly, and they could see the deep affection for Nangu in each other's eyes. But Zhong Haoshuan's was obviously mixed with a hint of gloom, because he knew who Nangu chose. The two had been delayed for a long time. And Li Chen looked at the door. Come in. Zhong Haoshuan couldn't wait. But as soon as they entered the room, they found that Xi and Yuhua had her back to them and wanted to kiss Nangu. Li Chen was instantly furious. When he rushed forward, He stepped into a pit on the ground because of the violent space under his feet. He pushed Xinyuhua away. Veins popped on his hands. And stared at Xinyuhua. What are you doing? Xinyuhua seemed to have just woken up from a dream. Her eyes were no longer hazy. She looked up at Li Chen, then looked at her situation, and said blankly, what happened just now? Are you still playing dumb? Li Chen pointed at Xinyuhua and punched her. It was Zhong Haoshuan who stopped him and said to him, don't be impulsive. Understand the situation first. During this journey, Xinyuhua had many opportunities to be alone with Nange, and he didn't do anything to Nange. He admired Nange so much. How could he hurt him? So Zhong Haoshuan asked Xinyuhua, tell me, why did you molest Nange just now? Xinyuhua still kept his position on the ground, but his face flushed. He stuttered, I just saw Sister Nange asked me to kiss her. Seeing that Li Chen was about to hit him again, Xinyuhua immediately begged for mercy. Really? I didn't say anything wrong. Later, I went over and did something. I don't know. Zhong Haoshuan saw that Li Chen was on the verge of going crazy, and immediately took Xinyuhua away. Although Xinyuhua's words sounded incredible, Zhong Haoshuan knew him, so he believed him. It seems that all the mysteries can only be solved after Nange wakes up. Nange was still immersed in a dream at this moment. It should be said that she had been unconscious for 2 days, and had just regained consciousness. In that dream, it was still about her childhood. In the dream, she and her father were in a small hidden house, which was very dark. There were many equipments around her, and her father was disinfecting. Little Nange asked a little scared, Dad, what are you going to do? Although her father was smiling, it was uglier than crying. Nange, be good, sleep for a while, and it will be over. After that, her father injected a tube of anesthetic into her vein. Big Nange was still watching all this from a god's perspective. Her father did not perform surgery on her, but just injected her with another tube of reagent. She didn't know what it was. After the injection, he knelt on the ground, covered his face and cried, Nange, forget all this. Those people are crazy, all crazy. Seeing this, Nange's eyelids moved, and she woke up. The world in the dream dissipated, and the real world came into view. Nange blinked and turned to look for Li Chen. The scene in the dream was too real. She never knew that she had experienced these things when she was a child. Li Chen came forward. Zhong Haoshuan and Xinyuhua had just left. When he thought of the scene just now, Li Chen's face was very bad. Nange didn't know what she had done wrong, so Li Chen looked at her like this. She just shrank her neck. Li Chen, what's wrong with you? Li Chen sat on the bed and reached out to touch Nange's face. Seeing her wake up, he was very happy and shook his head. Nothing. Are you feeling unwell? Nange shook her head. No. After feeling it for a while, she said to Li Chen uncertainly, I seem to know why I attract zombies. Li Chen also became serious. If attracting zombies is also a superpower, then he has to find a way to confine this superpower. Nange sat up slowly, looked at Li Chen and said, I am indeed a psychic, but I am not the same as an ordinary psychic. My mental power was released before when I didn't notice it. Released? Li Chen pondered these 2 words. It's probably not just you, but others haven't noticed it either. Yes. Nange's coma this time once again completed the evolution. Now her ability is equivalent to a 6th level superpower. 6th level. Sounds very powerful. Nange thought of the scene of Li Chen's battle before, and felt that this Li Chen might be more than the 6th level when he awakened in the eternal night. With continuous evolution, Nange's mind is getting smarter and smarter, and things that she couldn't understand before can now be understood. So she didn't ask why Li Chen had to hide it from her, but continued the topic just now. At that time, my ability was not good enough, so my mental power expanded outward. Now I can hide it completely, knowing that mental power is very abstract. Nange also demonstrated to Li Chen, look, I am now expanding outward. Like this. Li Chen was originally staring at Nange's eyes, and was instantly attracted by those deep eyes. Then he found that the scenery around him had changed. Nange, who was still talking to him just now, was smiling at him coquettishly, and hooked his neck to kiss him. Li Chen's eyes also became dull, facing his beloved woman. He had no self-control. When he was about to kiss her, his powerful ability forced him to wake up. Looking up again, Nangu was still on the bed, looking at him innocently. What did you see? Nangu reached out and touched his forehead, sweating. Li Qian's emotions were really hard to describe. It turned out that the mental power, she said, was actually creating this illusion for people. Chapter 143 Sister-in-law is so cool. Li Qian thought about Xinyuhua's behavior just now and roughly guessed what was going on. Although it was a misunderstanding, he was still very angry. Nangu was stared at by him for a while and felt a little scared. What did you see? You are the one who creates illusions. What I saw. Don't you know? Li Qian asked in surprise. Nangu nodded honestly. I haven't figured out the principle yet. Maybe I will know it in the future. Stop! Li Qian stopped her. You really don't need to know. Just close your mental power tightly in the future. And don't release it. Nangu said cutely. Then you have to give me a reason to do this. How can Li Qian give a reason? Just remember. Don't release it. Nangu is still a little rebellious. She just doesn't want to listen to Li Qian. Li Qian patted the bed. Do you know? Nangu had no choice but to nod. I know. The news of her waking up soon spread throughout the base. Li Qian had been guarding her for 2 days, almost without eating or drinking. Now he was relieved and could eat. Xinyuhua and Zhong Haoxuan had just left not long ago and wanted to see Nangu again. But the scene just now was so embarrassing that the two did not dare to go back in the end. But if they didn't go, there were people who were willing to go. First of all, Yi Xiao and Li Yan's group. Yi Xiao was working on rebuilding the laboratory. After discussing with Shen Qinghua, he felt that the 17th base was a good choice. After all, Shen Qinghua was Qin Mayan's mother, and Qin Mayan and Li Yan were recognized as a couple. In addition, the Jinping base was destroyed, and the people in the 17th base also respected Nangu. As for the equipment, there is no need to worry too much. Li Qian has a lot in his car. Beihai is so big. If you really search, you can find good things. He was still mixing a medicine when he heard that Nangu woke up. He didn't even have time to change his clothes. He put down the test tube and rushed to Nanji's room. Li Yan and his group arrived with him. They knocked on the door, and it was Li Qian who opened the door for them. Nanji's body recovered very well, and with the evolution of her superpowers, she looked particularly glamorous and attractive. This was the first time Li Yan saw Nangu awake, and his eyes lingered on her for a moment. He also glanced at Li Qian, thinking that his brother was really capable, and found such a beautiful sister-in-law for him. And this sister-in-law has a high combat value, which is a perfect match for his brother. Just as he was about to say hello, another group of people came from the back and immediately filled the room. Nangu stood beside Li Qian, silently looking at these people who came. Except for Yi Xiao and Qin Mayan. They were all superpowered. She sniffed and looked at Li Qian aggrievedly. Ah! I can only smell but not eat. I feel so aggrieved. Li Qian laughed and held her hand. The people who came in later were Fatty Qian and his brothers. They ran to stand in front of Li Yan. Fatty Qian shouted loudly, 1, 2, 3. As soon as the voice fell, the people behind him bowed to Nangu in unison. Hello, sister-in-law. Nangu was stunned, and Li Qian didn't react to what was going on. Fatty Qian stood up with a smile, clasped his hands together, and ran to Nanji's side, and said flatteringly, Sister-in-law, I am Brother Li's new brother. You can just call me Fatty Qian. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Fatty Qian is a smart guy. Li Qian is right next to Nangu. He doesn't dare to shake Nanji's hand, so he bends down and smiles at Nangu. Li Yan reacted behind him, before he even called her sister-in-law. Fatty Qian got the first chance. Fatty Qian was happy not only because of Nanji's strength, but also because of Li Qian. After all, when he insisted on following Li Qian, his younger brothers didn't obey him. Now, they have seen how powerful Li Qian is, and know that he is wise and brave, which makes these people pick up treasures. Li Qian also smiled faintly at this moment, and didn't stop Fatty Qian from calling Nangu's sister-in-law. He even glanced at Li Yan indifferently, with a warning in his eyes. What are you standing there for? Call someone quickly. Li Yan glared at Fatty Qian, walked over, dragged him to the back, and then said to Nangu, Sister-in-law, I am Li Yan, Li Qian's biological brother. Nangu nodded and smelled the blood on his body, which was not as good as Li Qian's. But now she also understood why she had a special liking for his blood. Because his ability level was the highest. In her opinion, the levels of these superpowers in front of her were all low, so they were not very attracted to her. But they had an advantage. That is, the people in the team were all good-looking. Nangu liked good-looking people. So she smiled and waved to them. Fat Chen didn't want his sister-in-law to ignore him like this. He would have to cling to Li Chen's thigh in the future. So even if he was squeezed to the back, Fatty Chen kept saying, "I heard that when you killed zombies, sister-in-law, you were extremely brave. So cool." Li Yin originally thought that he could make Nangu like him quickly by using his blood relationship and appearance advantages. But who knew that when Nangu heard what Fatty Chen said, she turned around to look for Fatty Chen. Nangu has always believed that she is cool. But no one praises her. Even if she learns from Zhong Haoshuan, keeps a straight face all day, and is neat and tidy when dealing with zombies, they still don't admit that she is cool. As a result, this guy called Fatty Chen is really good at seeing her true nature at a glance. So Nangu squeezed over and asked Fatty Chen excitedly, "Do you really think I'm cool?" To be honest, if Nangu keeps a straight face and doesn't speak, she is quite an iceberg beauty. Now she is looking at him eagerly, and the pure eyes make Fatty Chen really can't bear to expose her. So he could only laugh dryly twice and say insincerely, "Yes, sister-in-law, you are the coolest." Nangu laughed, and this smile seemed nothing to others. But Li Chen and Yi Xiaoke were shocked. You know, because after becoming a zombie, her physique has changed. So it is difficult for Nangu to make too many expressions. As a result, from the beginning, her expressions are so rich, she can even laugh. Li Chen vaguely realized that Nanji's evolution this time is fundamentally different from before. Now Nangu didn't notice herself at all, but reached out and patted Fatty Chen on the shoulder. "Fatty Chen, you really have a good vision. You will follow me in the future." Li Yin felt that his knee was hit by an arrow again. Why did my sister-in-law ignore him and pay attention to that fat guy instead? Fatty Chen was happy. Look! He hugged Nanji's thigh when he met her for the first time. So he said his good words without asking for money. "Sister-in-law, you actually think so much of me. I am really touched. I will definitely be obedient in the future. If my sister-in-law tells me to go east, I will definitely not go west." Nanji's eyes lit up even more. Look! This is the quality a younger brother should have. And putting Fatty Chen next to her greatly satisfied her vanity. Nangu wanted to keep him in her pocket all the time. Of course, this idea could not be implemented because Li Chen was still there. Just now, Li Chen took a few steps forward and signaled Fatty Chen to stay away from Nangu with his eyes. He remembered that Shin Qinghua said last time that the girls in the 17th base thought Nangu was very cute and soft, and always liked to tease her. Now there was finally someone who said she was awesome and cool. No wonder Nangu was so happy. However, to make Nangu happy is what he has to do. Why does this Fatty Chen get involved? Fat Chen was glared at by Li Chen, so he had to take 2 steps back in dismay. But he waited in his mind. Who should he choose between his elder brother and his sister-in-law? Of course, he chose his sister-in-law. Didn't you see that Li Chen always listened to his sister-in-law? So Fatty Chen was once again moved by his own wisdom and bravery. At this moment, in order not to bear Li Chen's anger, Fatty Chen took his younger brothers and said goodbye. Nangu still waved his hand reluctantly, then remembered to come often. Li Chen clenched his fists and secretly thought about whether to find a reason to drive Fatty Chen and others out of the 17th base. Since Li Yin is Li Chen's younger brother, there is always some induction between brothers. And he also noticed Li Chen's hostility towards Fatty Chen. So he didn't dare to stay for long. And he was leaving with his people. "Sister-in-law, we are leaving now. If you need anything, just send someone to call us." Nangu now really enjoys the feeling of having a group of people treat her as her younger brother. She is so impressive. She can't suppress the smile on her face. And she has to wave her hand in a serious manner. "Let's go! Let's go!" After Li Yin and the others walked away, someone in the team said, "Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Yes, she is very powerful. I heard that she killed tens of thousands of zombies in a row a few days ago." Everyone began to reflect on themselves. Tens of thousands. Whether they can kill them in this life is still uncertain. Qin Mayan also joked, "You are at least superpowers. So you should also consider the feelings of an ordinary person like me." Li Yin immediately looked at Qin Mayan nervously, and found that she was indeed joking. So he pinched her face. "It's enough that we have superpowers." Qin Mayan laughed to cover up the shyness on her face. And Xiaolu led people over from a distance. They also wanted to see Nangu. The weather in the North Sea has been very good these days. although the zombies in the sinking North Sea are ready to move. They have not besieged the base again, giving them time to breathe. Xiaolu also brought news to Li Yin and the others. The circuits outside the base are all damaged, and Sister Shen wants you to help. Li Yin made an okay gesture. No problem. I will take people to check and repair it now. At this moment, Nangu was in the room. Seeing that everyone else had left, she pulled Li Chen's sleeve and said excitedly, Li Chen, did you see just now? Everyone said they want to follow me. Li Chen glanced at her helplessly. Yes. You are the best. And I want to follow you too. Nangu was surprised. You are so good. Why do you want to follow me? In fact, Li Chen enjoyed the days when he didn't have to consider anything before. Just watching Nangu and not letting her escape. So he hugged Nangu. Then are you willing to let me follow you? Chapter 144. Who is the leader? Nangu started to get cocky again. Space-related abilities. Really powerful. Since he wants to follow me, I'll just accept him reluctantly. Thinking in her heart. Nangu even said this. Li Chen slowly lifted her chin and stared at her lips. You must keep your word. Nangu didn't realize what Li Chen was going to do. She just felt that the nervous emotion seemed to sweep over her again. She just followed his words and said, I will definitely protect you in the future. And satisfy me. Satisfy you. In fact, Nangu didn't listen carefully to what he said. Li Chen smiled triumphantly. Your body has completely recovered. Right? Nangu said him. As soon as she looked up, Li Chen's face instantly enlarged, and her lips were sucked. In fact, when he came back with Nangu that day, he wanted to do this. In the past 2 days, every moment was tortured. Now that Nanji's body is recovered, all his obsessions are imposed on Nangu. His blood was attracted to Nangu, and Nangu was also an addictive poison to him. He knew that she was a zombie, and that the road ahead was difficult. But he was still unwilling to give up on her. Nangu had no sense of touch, but she could feel the smell of Li Chen's breath, which changed from cold to hot. She was gradually infected by the heat, and slowly closed her eyes, and kissed Li Chen back. When Xiaolu and the others arrived, they found that Nanji's door was not closed, and the two were still kissing inside, as if no one was around. Nanji's mental power was very sharp, and she did know that someone was coming, but she did not push Li Chen away. Anyway, Li Chen said that she was his wife, so it was legitimate for the couple to do such a thing. Right? Xiaolu shook her head and led the people downstairs again, saying faintly as she walked, dog abuse in broad daylight. Many people behind her were single, and they were all thinking, burned to death. The 17th base was being rebuilt. In the afternoon, Nangu, still carrying a tang sword, went to the base with Li Chen. She came early and had a clear understanding of the layout of the base, so she volunteered to take Li Chen around. Later, Li Chen found that what Nangu remembered most was the girls' dormitory. In this kind of place, in Nanji's words, she had no resistance to those sweet and soft girls. Li Chen's face darkened and he dragged Nangu away, still swearing in his heart that he would never go around this dormitory again, because his rivals in love were really increasing. Standing at the gate of the base, you can still see some zombies clinging to the outer electric fence. Most of them are low level, and whoever is free in the base will help clean them up. Nangu looked to the left and actually saw the motorcycle she rode that day. So she immediately said to Li Chen, let's go outside for a walk. I haven't seen how your violent space kills zombies yet. Li Chen was stared at with admiration by Nangu, and suddenly understood why Nangu was so happy to have a bunch of little brothers. Okay. He walked forward and checked the motorcycle. It had been repaired and could be ridden. Nangu also sat behind Li Chen and hugged his narrow waist. Li Yin was checking the circuit, and Li Chen waved, open the door for us. Li Chen and Nangu were both very capable, and Li Yin didn't give them many instructions because he trusted them. The gate was opened, and Li Chen drove his motorcycle and rushed out with Nangu. He was not very fast. After circling around the base, Nangu used a tang sword to deal with all the zombies. After driving away, Nangu sighed, if you were there that day, I wouldn't have to drive the motorcycle halfway and then abandon it. Li Chen freed one hand and stroked Nanji's fingers. Let's cooperate like this in the future. Yeah. Li Chen's motorcycle drove all the way to the vicinity of the sunken North Sea. From here, all kinds of buildings were buried in the vast ocean, and only those that were particularly tall could still show a small tip. The nearby zombies felt the approach of humans, and they were all ready to move. Slowly crawling out of the sunken North Sea, Li Chen motioned Nangu to stand back a little. When the zombies gathered to a certain extent, Nangu found that Li Chen did not move, and the space around him was distorted, and then expanded into a ball. The distorted space passed through, and all zombies and other things were crushed. Nangu widened her eyes in astonishment and could not help but touch her neck, facing such a powerful Li Chen. Why did she run away in the first place? It was really a blessing from God that she could live until now. Li Chen kept staring at Nangu, and seeing the frightened expression on her face, his heart sank. He stopped urging his supernatural power, but walked forward quickly and hugged Nangu in his arms. Nangu. He called her name. Being too powerful was also one of the reasons why he hid his strength. Others can be afraid of me, but Nangu definitely can't. Nangu, who was so stubborn, didn't know what Li Chen was thinking. She just trembled and said, Li Chen, you are so awesome. Li Chen hugged her tighter. I won't use my superpowers on you. Don't be afraid. Before he finished, Nangu interrupted him. If anyone bullies me again in the future, you will use your superpowers to crush them. Crush the entire base. Ha ha. Li Chen was full of black lines. So Nangu was trembling. Not because of fear, but because she was too excited? He looked down at Nangu, and sure enough, she was immersed in her beautiful fantasy. Anyway, you are my little brother. You hit wherever I point, ha ha ha. Oh, he is starting to conquer the world. Li Chen sighed lightly, and ran his fingers through Nanji's long hair. Nangu thought for a long time, then looked up and asked Li Chen, how is it? Is my idea super good? Li Chen gave her a thumbs up, of course. After he finished speaking, he pursed his lips and kissed Nangu. He had never said sweet words before, but now it was so easy to coax Nangu. The two of them walked outside for a while, killed a lot of low-level zombies, collected the crystal cores, and prepared to give them to Shinchinya. Li Chen didn't expect that later. He really used his supernatural power on Nangu. After returning to the base, Shinchinya notified them that they would hold a meeting. The people present were basically the leaders of the 17th base. In addition to Nangu and Li Chen, Yi Xiao also came. The meeting room of the 17th base was very spacious. After Shinchinya asked everyone to sit down, she introduced them to new partners. Everyone stood up again and applauded in a friendly manner. Shinchinya bowed to Li Chen and the other two. This time, Base 17 was able to escape the catastrophe, and the post-disaster reconstruction was so smooth. You have made the greatest contribution. On behalf of the people in the base, thank you. Nangu was obviously a little uncomfortable with this situation. So Li Chen took over Shinchinya's words calmly. We are also saving ourselves. In the future, the base will unite and Base 17 will definitely be stronger. Base 17 is now very powerful. Originally, the main base had kept the fact that Shinchinya and others hunted zombies a secret, claiming that it was their credit. As a result, the zombies that sank the North Sea besieged Base 17. Not only did not destroy the base, but also made them successful. Shinchinya made a simple calculation and found that they killed at least 100,000 zombies that day. And Nangu was the one who contributed the most. Of the tens of thousands of crystal cores obtained, part was distributed according to the battle record, and the other part was sealed up. Yi Xiao said that many medicines require crystal cores. The people in the base took the crystal cores, and their abilities were improved by more than one level. Other bases dared not look down on Base 17 anymore. Even the people in the main base dared not respond to this matter recently. Didn't you say that they were all people from your main base? Why are the people from the 17th base so powerful? You came to support the 17th base, but Yingnan was bitten by zombies. Can't the main base even save people? With this comparison, the momentum of the 17th base has become even stronger. People who originally wanted to enter the main base have changed their route to the 17th base. Shinchinya sent someone to review it. If there is no problem, you can enter the 17th base. The management method here is the same as other bases. Although some subsidies can be provided, they are all distributed according to work. Even though the base is not well stocked now, Shinchin also feels that the future is bright. At this moment, she looked at Nangu gratefully and said to everyone, this time, I still want to discuss one thing with everyone. I plan to let Nangu be the leader of the 17th base. When Nangu first came to the meeting, she thought she was just a filler because she didn't know anything. After Shinchinya finished speaking, She was ready to applaud. Who knew that Shen Qingyao actually asked her to be the leader? She didn't want to be. When Nangu was stunned, the other people in the base actually thought seriously. It's the end of the world. The strong are respected. Which base doesn't have the most powerful force as the boss? Although it seems that Li Chen is stronger than Nangu now. After all, they have more contact with Nangu. And everyone knows that Li Chen and Nangu are a pair. As if it doesn't matter who is the leader. So after everyone thought about it, they were ready to agree with Shen Qinyao's opinion. Nangu is good. With her as the leader, no one will think of bullying the 17th base in the future. We don't lack crystal cores. And we can expand the base. Nangu was confused. After a long time, she said, "No. You want me to be the leader. Have you asked my opinion?" Everyone stared at Nangu for a while. And Shen Qingyao said, "You don't want to?" Nangu slapped the table. "Of course I don't want to. I don't know how to manage the base." Shen Qingyao leaned back in the chair and smiled softly. "This is simple. Since you don't know how to manage the base, let Li Chen be the leader." "Ah?" Nangu shook his head. "That's even worse. Li Chen is my younger brother." Nangu said it so naturally that Shen Qingyao couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 145. You are the one who started the fire. Everyone present had seen what Li Chen looked like when he killed zombies. His aura, that crushed the entire world, was more frightening to them than Nangu. And now, Nangu actually said that Li Chen was her younger brother? Ever since Nangu said that, Yi Xiao had looked at Li Chen sideways. Even though he and Li Chen were rivals in love, he admired Li Chen's ability from the bottom of his heart. However, the expected indignation was not seen on Li Chen's face. He just looked at Nangu gently, without any intention of explaining. The only thing that could be seen was that he was like a husband who doted on his wife, and could accept whatever his wife said unconditionally. Yi Xiao lowered his head, and covered the bitterness on the corners of his mouth. This Li Chen was different from the one he knew. Yes, the only one who could be treated so cherished was Nangu. The others smiled like Shen Qingyao. And Nangu felt that their smiles seemed to be a little meaningful. She also looked at Li Chen blankly and asked in a low voice, "Is there anything wrong with what I said?" Li Chen shook his head, and held her hand. "No." Then, he looked at Shen Qingyao. And the doting just now turned into seriousness. "Sister Shen, you are more suitable for this leader. Nangu and I are new here. And we don't know the situation of the base, and the staffing. And the base has been rebuilt recently. And Nangu and I can't help much. So Nangu and I can't take this position," Li Chen explained. But he couldn't convince Shen Qingyao. She had thought it over carefully. And she didn't mean to be humble with Li Chen. But seeing Li Chen's intention, he didn't give in at all. So she had to be serious. "Li Chen, I think that it's the end of the world. And the strong are respected. You two may not understand the base. But everyone in the base obeys you. Right?" Li Chen still shook his head. He just wanted to take good care of Nangu now. The 17th base was just a responsibility for him. And he didn't want to put this responsibility on Nanji's shoulders. Now that a space-based superpower appeared in the 17th base, it must have spread. And the situation in the base will be more dangerous in the future. Two fists can't beat four hands. If one day he really can't escape, he can still take Nangu away. At this time, how could he drag the base into the abyss? So Li Chen stared into Shen Qinyao's eyes again, letting her see his determination. "Sister Shen, people with strong superpowers are not necessarily good leaders. Believe me, you are definitely more suitable than the two of us." Shen Qingyao smiled bitterly. "How can I be suitable? At the beginning, it was because I was a woman and a water superpower." Nangu didn't want to hear such words, and continued, "What's wrong with being a woman? It's the end of the world. And women can also become strong. Besides, water superpowers are not useless superpowers." In order to make her words more convincing, Nangu turned around and asked Li Chen, "Isn't it? Su Feng's water superpowers are very strong." Li Chen answered Nanji's words. "That's right." He looked at Shen Qingyao again and said, "If Sister Shen doesn't dislike me, I can guide the superpowers in the base to train." Nangu was excited when she heard about training. She hadn't fought with anyone for a long time. So she also raised her hand and said, "I want to be an instructor too." "Don't worry. I won't use my superpowers when fighting." Li Chen looked at her with a half smile. This little zombie is getting more and more cunning. What do you mean by not using superpowers? It's obvious that she is not allowed to use them. Shen Qingyao saw that the two people were really insistent. So she had to agree to continue to be the leader. The other people who attended the meeting were also relieved. After all, they were really worried about handing over the base to two strangers all of a sudden. As for guiding superpowers, Shen Qinghua didn't take it to heart at first. After all, her water superpowers. How powerful could they be? Who knew that Li Chen and Nan Ge became instructors of the 17th base? But after 3 days, she looked at them with new eyes. It turns out that they are not only powerful in their abilities, but can really help everyone improve their abilities quickly. My own water-based abilities were originally not very lethal, but under Li Chen's guidance, they were able to greatly improve the utilization rate of my abilities, and the output was quite high. Later, she defeated a fire-based ability user on the training ground, and her confidence was overflowing. The scene where Li Chen urged the space to go berserk was originally a nightmare in everyone's mind, and even Shen Qinghua was afraid of him. But since her ability improved, she respected Li Chen everywhere. This is the great benefactor who let her embark on the road to becoming a strong person. As for the other people in the base, they have also improved to varying degrees under Li Chen's guidance. Nan Ji's guidance is relatively simple. She focuses on practical experience, so she practices with people on the training ground every day. Unlike Li Chen, who will give you verbal guidance, she will also let you go back and figure out what you did wrong after defeating you. What made the people in the base love and hate her was that after Nan Ji's guidance, ordinary people could fight zombies, but Nan Ge always hit them hard. So many people were seriously injured after being under her. Fortunately, Yi Xiao was in the base. His medical skills were indeed recognized as good. Under his treatment, the injuries could be healed quickly. The peaceful days passed for a while. In the evening, Nan Ge and Li Chen walked to their place again. Nan Ge still had a neat ponytail. She stretched out her hand and pulled the hair tie down. The black hair like a waterfall fell in the air. She was still carrying the Tang sword behind her, although she had never pulled it out in these days. Li Chen walked beside her. Even if there was no intimate action, you could still notice from a distance that the two of them were so harmonious. When she walked downstairs, Nan Ge saw Li Chen's armored vehicle again, and her eyes lit up. She hadn't eaten for many days, so she stayed by the armored vehicle and refused to leave. The car keys were in Li Chen's hand, and she couldn't open the door. So she pressed her face against the car window and asked, "Li Chen, what's in this car?" Li Chen didn't know her little tricks, smiled and walked over, pretending to be ignorant. "There's nothing in it." The equipment was moved away by Yi Xiao for laboratory construction needs, and the clothes and supplies, except for those kept in the car, were also moved into the house. When Nan Ge was competing with others on the school field, he was really as cool as he could be. But now, he started to act rogue and pressed his body against the car. "Open the car door and let me take a look." "Really? I won't touch your things." Li Chen walked over and put his hand on her cheek, so that her slender body was all in his arms. "Do you really want to know?" Li Chen smiled evilly. Nan Ge looked up at Li Chen, her eyes dark, and nodded innocently. Li Chen's Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed unconsciously, and his tone of voice became softer. "Then what do you think you should do?" Nan Ge thought angrily. When she fainted before, she called her little sweetheart and said that she would agree to everything and give me everything. Now she is bargaining with me, and I am a little emotional. Li Chen was just teasing her. After all, Nan Ge was his woman, and he liked to be close to her. So even if she did nothing, Li Chen would still open the car door for her. If Nan Ge could think clearly about all this, she would not be herself anymore. The so-called blood attracted her more than anything else. So she threw away her moral integrity, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Li Chen on the lips. When Li Chen touched her, a smile bloomed on his lips. Recently, they have been busy with base construction and personnel guidance. They haven't been intimate for a long time. Li Chen finally coaxed them over. So why would he let go so easily? Taking advantage of the action, he pressed Nan Ge on the car and conquered the city. Nan Ge was just stunned for a moment, and then she let Li Chen kiss her softly. There is always a taste on this man that makes her infatuated. I didn't notice it before, but now when he touches me, my body becomes soft, as if I am addicted. When Nan Ge is in a state of confusion, it is easy for her to lose control of her mental strength. Li Chen was bewitched by her and almost did her here. In the end, it was his strong self-control that made him stop. Although before he stepped back, he bit Nan Ji's lips with reluctance. Nan Ge covered her lips and looked at Li Chen angrily, thinking, "You can kiss me. Why did you bite me? Why did I bite you?" Li Chen understood her inner thoughts. You really ignited the fire. But you are not responsible for extinguishing it. Nangu said that she was innocent. What happened to her? Li Chen saw that she was so soft and cute. And her eyes were also watery. He had no anger at all. And he couldn't bear to punish her. Reaching out and gently stroking her lips with his fingertips, Li Chen finally smiled and said, "Okay. I'll open the car door for you." He took out the key, opened the car door, and then took out the thermostat inside. The blood bag inside had been taken out of the space for a while, and it was indeed not fresh. Li Chen carried the thermostat in one hand and put his arm around Nanji's shoulder and went upstairs. After entering the room, he took out the blood bag and handed it to the greedy little cat Nangu, and rubbed her hair. "Drink it slowly." Nangu smiled brightly, took the blood bag cutely, and ran to sit on the chair. She opened the blood bag very neatly, and after a small hole appeared, she put her lips on the small hole. But after just 2 sips, Nangu frowned. Li Chen walked over and asked nervously, "What's wrong? Is it not fresh? Then don't drink it." Nangu shook her head, drank all the blood bag silently, wiped her mouth, and said to Li Chen, "It feels not as delicious as before." Li Chen couldn't help but be silent for a while. Nanji's ability is constantly improving. Could the blood she needs also be from a high-level ability person? What he was more puzzled about was that Nangu had always been unwilling to wrong herself. If it was in the past, she would definitely not drink it. Unexpectedly, this time she was so wasteful. Chapter 146 Promise Me. Nangu also knew what Li Chen was surprised about. She held a few empty blood bags and slowly said, "After all, these are their intentions. How can I waste them?" Li Chen stared at Nangu for a long time. And he knew more and more how rich Nanji's emotions had become. She actually knew what empathy was. Pinching her earlobe, Li Chen asked her softly, "Do you want to drink some from others? Who else can it be?" Nangu didn't react. Li Chen took Nanji's tang knife and scratched his wrist. The wound was not deep, but blood still flowed out continuously. The sweet smell of blood attracted Nanji's attention. Li Chen also handed his wrist to Nanji's mouth. "Here's this." If it were usual, Nangu would have taken it without hesitation. But this time, she just sucked the blood clean, then licked his wrist reluctantly twice, and bandaged Li Chen's hand with gauze. Controlling her body to withdraw, Nangu kept telling herself that she couldn't drink. She had drunk enough today. Li Chen was really anxious when he saw Nangu didn't drink. He thought in a panic. Was it because he had just teased Nangu and made her unhappy? So he reached out to pull the gauze, but was held down by Nangu. "What are you doing?" Nangu looked at him in confusion. Li Chen's voice became tense, and he said tightly, "Why don't you want it? Aren't you still not full? Don't be willful. Hurry up." Li Chen. Nangu was still sitting on the chair, looking up at the man. Her heart, which had obviously stopped beating, actually trembled at this moment. She thought it was heartache. "I'll give you everything. Don't be angry." Li Chen held her hand, and Nangu actually saw a trace of pleading in his eyes. Nangu reacted and shook her head quickly. "I'm not angry. But you humans lose too much blood, which is not good for your health. I'm really not hungry today. You lied to me." Li Chen didn't believe it. "How much effort did you use to move your mouth away just now? Do you think I didn't see it?" "Nangu, don't be willful. Drink 2 more sips. Okay?" Nangu realized how worried Li Chen was about her abnormality. She smiled gently in her heart. "You were so bad to me before. And you were so stingy. You definitely didn't think that one day you would beg me to suck your blood. But why? I didn't feel happy in my heart, but just felt sorry for you like this." Seeing that Li Chen was about to tear off the gauze, Nangu stood up suddenly, hugged Li Chen's neck, and put her lips on his. She imitated Li Chen's previous actions, kissing and sucking his lips continuously. And when Li Chen reacted and turned the tables like a storm, Nangu slowly relaxed herself. After the kiss ended, Li Chen hugged Nangu and didn't speak for a long time. Why did his little zombie make him like it so much? To the bone. At night, the two still slept in the same bed. But only Li Chen was really resting. And Nangu just closed his eyes and meditated. Li Chen was dazed and hugged Nangu. She leaned in his arms obediently and asked softly, "Are you still asleep?" Li Chen said him, his voice full of fatigue. Nangu looked at his cold and resolute face and murmured, "Why do I feel like I forgot something?" What did she not tell Li Chen? She really couldn't remember. Li Chen was about to fall asleep. So after listening to Nanji's words, he just asked in his heart, "What is it?" How could Nangu hear what she asked in her heart? So stupid, Nangu quickly put this matter behind her. When she later remembered that she had forgotten to tell Li Chen, she was so regretful. When Li Chen woke up the next day, Nangu was not in the room. He went downstairs and saw Fatty Chen. He asked, and Fatty Chen said, "Sister-in-law went out for morning exercise early in the morning." Li Chen laughed. "What morning exercise? Either she found someone to practice with or she went to kill zombies." He mentioned something else. "I asked you to spread the news before. Have you done it?" Fat Chen nodded solemnly. "I have done it." He asked in comprehension, "But brother, although I shouldn't ask this, I still can't help it. The strong are admired and respected. But your strength, if you spread it out, will definitely attract the covetousness of many forces. Why do you do this?" What Li Chen asked Fatty Chen to do was to spread the news that he was a space-based superpower. It was only a few days after the sinking of the North Sea, and there were more than a dozen groups of people who came to the 17th base to inquire about the news. These people had the same purpose: to find out the truth about Li Chen. Li Chen didn't explain anything to Fatty Chen. He was still busy looking for Nangu. "Just do what I say." Fatty Chen watched Li Chen leave and said behind him, "Brother, you must protect yourself." Li Chen smiled. "Don't worry." How could he bear to get into trouble? If he got into trouble, what would happen to Nangu? She is a zombie detector, and she can also attract the hatred of zombies. Even her blood can detoxify zombies. Such a woman is a priceless treasure for all mankind. Not to mention that she is a zombie. Even if she is a human, she will be dissected correctly by those crazy doctors. In this case, I will take her place and attract all the attention. Keep all the dangers away from her. Yi Xiao had asked himself before why he was not very good to Nangu before. But now, he is willing to pay so much for Nangu. Li Chen did not answer this question directly, because his feelings for Nangu do not need to be made clear to anyone. He was just thinking that he had never liked Nangu so much before, and he had no guilt no matter how bad he treated her. And now, he really wanted to spoil Nangu and make her the happiest woman since he first met her. As for why he treated her so well, need I say more? It is natural for a man to treat his woman well. Li Chen smiled and walked to the gate of the base, and asked Nanji's direction, but was told that Nangu went out with Zhong Haoshuan and Xin Yuhua. So Li Chen immediately restrained the smile on his face, gritted his teeth and thought, "Nangu, you really need to be disciplined." Nangu was killing zombies happily at this moment. After putting down the tang sword, she actually wanted to sneeze. So she rubbed her nose. Zhong Haoshuan and Xin Yuhua followed Nangu, and the three of them worked together seamlessly, like zombie life harvesters. And Zhong Haoshuan still looked cold to everyone, and only when facing Nangu, his expression could be so gentle. After all, Li Chen, the possessive Nangu, monopolized Nangu every day, and he really didn't have much time to spend with Nangu, so he had to cherish it. When Li Chen came over, he saw that Zhong Haoshuan was concerned about Nangu, and he was furious. "Nangu," he called out. Nangu turned around and saw that it was Li Chen, and immediately smiled and waved. Li Chen came on a motorcycle, and now he drove to her and patted the back seat. "Come, I'll take you back to the base." He didn't even look at Zhong Haoshuan and Xin Yuhua. Nangu was stubborn and got on the car directly, waving to Zhong Haoshuan and the others, "Then we'll go." Li Chen was quite angry at first, but seeing Nangu was so obedient, he looked at Zhong Haoshuan with a bit of show-off. Zhong Haoshuan's eyes turned cold, with a hint of anger in them. "Humph. What's there to show off? When Nangu doesn't like you anymore, I'll kick you away." Li Chen also communicated with him silently with his eyes. "Don't like me? It's impossible in this life." When riding back, Li Chen asked Nangu, "Do you really want to kill zombies?" "Yes. Yes." Nangu hugged his waist. In fact, if Li Chen's violent space didn't deal with herself, it would still be fun to watch him kill zombies. Then go back to the base and prepare. "I'll take you hunting." Li Chen was the only one who could describe killing zombies as hunting. "Just the two of us?" Nangu asked. "Yes. Li Yan can already handle things on his own. As for Zhong Haoshuan and Xin Yuhua, do they still need to follow me? I can kill zombies anywhere." "That's fine. Anyway, as long as I'm with Li Chen, it's fine. My ability hasn't improved for a long time. If I'm lucky, I can kill about 5,000 zombies before I meet a space system. This time I'm just looking for a crystal core of the space system. Li Qian's skills and ability utilization rate are already at a terrifying level. If he wants to improve further, he can only rely on crystal cores. Okay, I'll help you find it. Nangu didn't know when she started to like Li Qian. It might be when he taught her to kill zombies and find blood and crystal cores for her. Or when he dug her out of the stomach of a mutant sea beast. And he treats her well. And she also wants to treat him well. It has nothing to do with rewards. It's just the most sincere feeling. I hope he can be safe and smooth forever. So she leaned on his back and asked coquettishly, since we are all going to act alone, can I activate my mental power? Li Qian's back hardened for a moment. If Nangu activated his mental power, zombies would be attracted continuously. But he would be the one who suffered the most. Nangu rubbed him unconsciously. Just promise me. It's not fun to kill zombies one by one. Li Qian had to say dotingly and helplessly, okay. But you have to agree to one condition of mine. When I ask you to collect your mental power, you have to listen to me. Okay. Nangu responded simply. Back at the base, Nangu thought Li Qian was going to prepare some guns and ammunition. But who knew that he actually found a few superpowers and collected some of their blood. Those superpowers also asked, what do you want blood for? Attract zombies. This zombie, of course, is Nangu. Chapter 147 Desire for Possession. Although Li Qian said so, those superpowers didn't think so. They always thought that Nangu had some special means to attract zombies. And blood should be a prop. When he was in the Jinping base before, Li Qian's presence was not high. This time he saved Nangu. And he couldn't keep a low profile. The people in the base were basically all crazy fans of him and Nangu. How could they not support their idol to use blood to attract zombies? It's just blood. I'll give it to you. So Li Qian originally just wanted to bring back some food for Nangu. But in the end, he found out that he brought a big meal. Nangu was already waiting for him in the car. When he saw the bamboo tube in his hand, he happily came over and stretched out his hands to Li Qian. Li Qian was slightly stunned and thought Nangu was going to hug him. So he looked around and wanted to hug Nangu embarrassedly. Who would have thought that as soon as he leaned over, Nangu snatched away all the bamboo tubes, and Li Qian was left there, still maintaining that awkward posture. Li Qian. He cleared his throat and got into the car with an uneasy look on his face. When he closed the door, he deliberately made a loud noise. Nangu had already concentrated on opening the bamboo tube. As happy as opening an Easter egg. He opened it and smelled it. And shouted, this is a gold series. It smells so good. This is a wood series. Good weather. Ah. This is actually a dual series of ice and fire. So excited. Li Qian felt that he was ignored. And cleared his throat many times. Only then did Nangu reluctantly look at his face. Li Qian. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Li Qian thought. I am indeed sick. And you made me angry. Can't you give me some attention? Just a little bit will do. Nangu couldn't understand this. She thought Li Qian had agreed. And said earnestly, if you are sick, you must go to Yishao for treatment as soon as possible. And you can't delay it if you are sick. Shut up. Li Qian refused to talk to Nangu. This girl will always make him angry to death. Nangu pouted and thought. You are sick and you don't let people say it? So she fiddled with her bamboo tube again. She was still very moved by Li Qian's behavior. When Li Qian was about to drive out, he happened to see Li Yin and several other classmates building the power grid of the 17th base. This time the power grid is not just to seal the gate, but to cover the entire base. Although after it is built, it will be like a big iron cage, which makes people uncomfortable. But in order to resist those mutated birds and beasts, this method can only be used. The raw materials for building the power grid were found by the psychics of Base 17 in several groups in the North Sea. Recently, because Li Qian became famous, he also joined Base 17. People who were not from Base 17 were afraid of Li Qian's ability, and did not dare to compete with Base 17 for resources. But Li Qian knew that Inshu's patience should have come to an end. Base 17 might soon face a catastrophe. Li Yin and Li Qian were somewhat in tune with each other, and knew the seriousness of the situation. So they worked day and night to repair the base's circuit. At this moment, Li Qian was standing on the ladder, observing the drawings in his hand and making the final plan, while asking Li Qian, brother, are you going to take my sister-in-law out? Recently, Li Yin has been quite relaxed in calling his sister-in-law. If it weren't for the chaotic times, he would have instigated Li Chen to hold a wedding. Li Chen waited in the car for the door to open, rolled down the window, and smiled at Li Yin. Do a good job. Don't worry. Li Yin is now very popular in the base. Although most of the halo comes from Li Chen, he has never been jealous of this brother. Moreover, he is also a dual-system psychic, and has a good ability to transform the defense system. Everyone respects him. Of course, there is another very important reason for his performance, which is that he hopes Shen Qinghao will have a good impression of him. After all, if he wants to stay with Qin Mayan forever, Shen Qinghao needs to nod her head. Li Chen's armored vehicle drove away. When it was far away, Nange couldn't wait to open a bamboo tube and taste it while drinking. Ah, the blood of high-level psychics is still good. She really likes it. Li Chen looked back at her from time to time, and the car was driving towards the sinking North Sea. The more he saw Nange's enjoyment, the more uncomfortable Li Chen felt. Is other people's blood so delicious? Can't you drink your own? So Li Chen thought viciously that he would never find any blood for her next time, and he would be the only one who could feed her in the future. After thinking about it carefully, Li Chen thought that his idea was very feasible. And seeing Nange's stupid look, she would definitely not be able to refuse him. The car drove for more than an hour, and was already far away from the 17th base before the two of them got off. This is a shallow beach in the sunken North Sea. Because of the scouring of the seawater, the cement ground where the car sank in the North Sea has been covered with a layer of silt. And you can also see the washed-up seaweed. Li Chen walked to Nange and held her. You can release your mental power now. Nange smiled excitedly and clapped her hands. I'm full. Let's get to work. He slowly controlled his mental power to open up and spread it into the sea little by little. Sure enough, as the seawater continued to stir, zombies rushed towards the shore from the sea at a rapid speed. The seawater was full of white waves, which was quite imposing. And in the whole process, the one who was more eager than these zombies was Li Chen. You know, when Nange urged his mental power, even he had illusions passing by in front of his eyes. He squeezed Nange's hand tightly, and the other hand was clenched into a fist. Self-control was constantly destroyed and rebuilt, and the body and mind were separated and reorganized. Because he was too hard to endure. His face flushed. Really, he had never felt so uncomfortable when he was caught after fighting with the enemy before. After finally gathering a large number of zombies on the shore, Li Chen said hoarsely, You can stop now. Nange was still a little hungry and wanted to continue. She had just attracted only more than 10,000 zombies. According to the ratio, Li Chen said, at most she could find 2 space crystal cores, which was too few. But she still stopped obediently. When she turned to look at Li Chen, she was shocked by his heavy breathing. Li Chen. She called him a little scared. Li Chen stared at her, as if he wanted to attract her into his body. Nange. Nange could hear the gnashing of teeth even though he was just saying her name. Later, some zombies started to attack them. Nange quickly shook off Li Chen's hand, drew out the Tang sword, and chopped at the zombie's head while shouting, Hurry up and kill the zombies. If there are any aquatic mutant animals later, they will be left to you. Li Chen sighed helplessly, and vented his anger on these zombies. Facts have proved that unsatisfied men really can't be messed with, especially since he is also a space rage. After he distanced himself from Nange, Nange had to swing his knife to kill the zombies at least. He urged the space, and the zombies inside were crushed by him. With Li Chen around, Nange always let him go, not concentrating on killing zombies, and always sneaking glances at Li Chen. Nange shuddered when he saw Li Chen's bloody and violent moves. Oh my god! I'd better stay away from him. With Li Chen's machine around, 10,000 zombies were solved by 2 people in less than an hour. Li Chen explored the superpowers in his body and said to Nange, Attract so many more. Nange walked over slowly and began to release superpowers again. This time, like before, Li Chen was full of reluctance. After killing for about 5 hours, they finally collected enough crystal cores to fill a large bag. But they only collected 12 space-related crystal cores, all of which belonged to Li Chen. Nange then realized that the black crystal core was actually from the space system, because she only killed 1 space-related zombie. She also observed it deliberately. When cleaning the battlefield, she said to Li Chen, come and see. Huh? Li Chen walked over. Nange pointed to the pile of debris on the ground. These are all exploded by the space-related zombie. Li Chen's pupil shrank. After the space-related zombie died, everything in his body would explode. That person. Nangu also thought of this. Looked at Li Chen with an extremely horrified look. And then comforted him indifferently. It's okay. Don't worry. You are so powerful. No one can threaten you. Besides, you are my man. I want to protect you. Although Li Chen was in a heavy mood, he was not afraid of this situation. God gave him the ability to bear the risk. He just looked at Nangu with a burning look. Say your last sentence again. Nangu tilted her head. I want to protect you. Li Chen shook his head. The sentence before. Nangu bit her lower lip embarrassedly. You are my man. Say it again. You are my man. Say it again. Nangu. Li Chen stroked her cheek, as if touching a fragile item again. You are my man. Oh, I won't say it. Nangu pushed him shyly, and then heard Li Chen laugh, holding her in his arms, and needing her for a long time. Nangu. I'm really happy. Li Chen kissed her fair face. Nothing could compare to Nanji's attraction to him. I am indeed yours. After the base is rebuilt, can we get married? Ah? Nangu knows what marriage means. But zombies and humans, can they really get married? Don't want to. Li Chen stroked Nanji's fingers, which were extremely smooth and white. If she wore a diamond ring, it would definitely look very beautiful. Yes. Nangu answered in a low voice. Li Chen smiled. But even if it's a proposal, you are not allowed to activate your mental power casually. Nangu. Do you know that you activated your mental power a few times just now, which almost ruined your sexual happiness in the second half of your life? Ah? Nangu didn't understand. Li Chen smiled evilly. Nothing. Chapter 148 Joint Action. Nangu wanted to say something, but was interrupted. Mutated creatures rushed up from the sea. However, with Li Chen around, Nangu just watched the fun from the side, and occasionally added 2 knives. In her opinion, mutant creatures were useless. They couldn't be eaten, and had no crystal cores. Killing them was a waste of effort. But mutant creatures were everywhere. Even a small ant could attack humans. Nangu looked at the increasingly gray weather, and realized how cruel the end of the world was. When the two returned to the base, they returned with a full load. But when they saw Shinchinya, they found that she was unhappy. Li Chen said to Nangu, go find someone else to play with for a while. Nangu nodded obediently and turned away. Li Chen asked Shinchinya, Sister Shin, what's wrong? Shinchinya didn't beat around the bush. The main base sent a telegram saying that they are going to form a team and pick 2 strong men from each of the 20 bases to search the main city of Beihai together. There are too many zombies in the main city. Even if the army is sent to clear them out, it will be difficult to clear the way. Li Chen also realized how difficult this matter was. Even though their 17th base is now powerful, it is still controlled by the main base in terms of system. Shinchinya was also worried about this, and said angrily, they chose a lot of people from the main base, and they made up a team of 50 people. But who knows if their people are there to kill zombies or to control you? Moreover, each base is in a competitive relationship, and there are constant frictions of all sizes. Can they really coexist peacefully? This Inshuza, just after taking care of the main base, can't wait to snatch you and Nangu away. Why do you think they are so confident with 50 people? It's because they heard that you are a space system. Shinchinya has a wide intelligence network. She found out that there is also a space-based psychic in Shangjing. But his space cannot be violent, and can only store things. In this comparison, Li Chen is a hot commodity. Inshuza knew that he would not give up Li Chen, so he chose this method. The list of 40 people has been released, and Li Chen and Nangu are on the list. What will happen if I don't go? Li Chen asked. Shinchinya didn't want them to take risks, so she said seriously, I will find an assistant to act with them. How could Li Chen let Shinchinya sacrifice herself to fulfill himself and Nangu? Besides, today, he and the 17th base are mutually beneficial. That Inshuza is a spiritual system. If he doesn't solve it, it will be very troublesome. So Li Chen said to Shinchinya, Sister Shin, please submit the list again and choose Fatty Chen and me to go. Not Nangu. It's too dangerous. Li Chen is worried. Shinchinya wanted to persuade him again. But when her eyes met Li Chen's, she knew that she could not convince this man. So she had to send a signal to the main base. And the main base quickly replied that Li Chen could come alone. Li Chen saw that the matter was settled, so he went back to his residence. He did not tell Nangu about this. Before Nangu came back, he took all the space crystal cores he hunted today. When Nangu came back, it was already late. Li Chen had eaten, changed clothes, and was waiting for Nangu. Where did you go? Nangu said softly. I went to find Xiaolu and the others. Li Chen frowned. Besides her, there are many other women. Yes. Nangu looked at Li Chen approvingly. You are so smart. Li Chen took 2 deep breaths and reminded himself not to get angry. But how could he do that? He was still so angry. How could this be possible? It would be fine if the love rival was a man. But there were so many women. I really wanted to hide Nangu and not let anyone see him. Okay. Come and rest. Li Chen was lying on the bed, not talking to Nangu. The next morning, Li Chen said to Nangu, I have something to do outside the base. You wait for me here. Nangu thought that Li Chen was like the one in the Jingping base, going out during the day and coming back in the afternoon. So he didn't take it seriously. Who knew that after waiting for a day, Li Chen still didn't come back? Nangu couldn't sit still, so he went to find Shen Qingyao. Shen Qingyao was slightly stunned when she heard Nangu ask directly where Li Chen had gone. Didn't he tell you? Nanji's face changed immediately. Where did he go? She suddenly felt flustered. Did Li Chen leave? Shen Qingyao nodded subconsciously. But it's not what you think. Does he not want me anymore? Nanji's eyes turned red. She didn't cry, but she felt very uncomfortable. Shen Qingyao hurried over to comfort her. Nangu, don't be sad. He just went out to perform a mission and will be back in a few days. She didn't believe it herself when she said this. Sure enough, Nangu has become smarter now and thinks about the problem more comprehensively. Where did he go to perform the mission? What is the purpose of the mission? There are still a few people missing from the base. Who did he go with? How could you not tell me these? Shen Qingyao was speechless. She really couldn't answer. Yesterday she thought of finding someone to replace Nangu and Li Chen. But she didn't think of refusing, because the military strength of the main base is not something they can withstand. If a missile hits, tens of thousands of people in the base will die. But now she feels sorry for Nangu. She has placed all her hopes on Li Chen. And she is also sorry for Nangu. Li Chen and Nangu trust her so much and let her be the leader. But what's the result? She can't even protect them. In the past, Shen Qingyao was always gentle and didn't fight or compete. So her daughter was driven away, and now she is very unfamiliar with her. Now she asks herself, people like Yin Shuza can be the leader of the main base. Why can't she? If she is strong enough, who can threaten her people? Nangu. I'm sorry. Shen Qingyao apologized to Nangu with a pale face. But Nangu couldn't listen anymore. She took 2 steps back. Don't tell me you're sorry. I'm going to find Li Chen and let him tell me in person. She was crying. He used to take me with him in everything he did. But now he has learned to leave me behind. I must go and settle accounts with him. After Nangu finished speaking, she turned around and walked out. Anyway, she was a zombie and didn't need supplies. She only needed to take her knife. Nangu, Shen Qingyao called her. Don't you understand? He went alone to protect you. Besides, do you know where he went? Nangu said coldly. I don't know where he went. But I know how to get to the main base. If they dare not return Li Chen, I will kill everyone in the main base. Shen Qingyao shuddered, knowing that Nangu was serious. So she immediately changed her words. I'll tell you their direction. Don't be impulsive. She said a location. Nangu remembered it, and opened the door without saying a word. Shen Qingyao sighed. Li Chen really cares about you. Nangu. If he really cares, he shouldn't leave me. They are already together, aren't they? Li Chen also said that he would marry her. In this case, why can't they share the joys and sorrows? She is not the weak chicken zombie she used to be. If Li Chen really gets into trouble, who will save him? Even if she can't beat the conspiracy of other humans, she is willing to die with Li Chen. When she walked out of the door, she glanced at the gray sky and suddenly grinned. In the past, what she was most afraid of was death. When she first met Li Chen, she even pretended to be dead. Now she finally understands that there are too many things in this world that are more important than death. Of course, compared to death, she still hopes to live well with Li Chen. Riding on her motorcycle again, Nangu headed towards the center of Beihai City in a heroic manner. When she didn't use her mental power, the zombies treated her as one of their own kind. Because Nangu was too powerful, most of the zombies would give way to her. If she took a shortcut and invaded the territory of some high-level zombies, The zombies would come out to fight her one-on-one. Nangu had no desire to fight them at all. The car passed by at high speed. No matter what kind of zombies they were torn apart when they fell again. Li Chen left with Fatty Chin in the morning. He was very alert. And he could talk, read people's faces, and was worry-free. Sure enough, after knowing the whole story, Fatty Chin scolded the people in the main base. Even when he met Inshuza, Fatty Chin was respectful on the surface, but secretly despised Inshuza. Inshuza was as sinister as his father, but he was less conceited than his father. After meeting Li Chen, he also treated him with courtesy and introduced some superpowers from other bases to everyone. Many bases depend on the main base for survival, and they look at Li Chen with unfriendly eyes. When there is friction, it is Inshuza who comes out to mediate. Before the operation began, Inshuza also said a few simple words. I am the captain of this operation, and Li Chen is our deputy captain. If I am not around, you must listen to Li Chen's command. Do you know? People in other bases nodded. But Li Chen saw the reluctance on their faces, especially the second base. Their strength is second only to the main base. The two men sent this time are very thin and cold. And they also said to Inshuza, isn't he just a space system? I heard that he has the ability to hide things. What's the use? They said before how good he is at killing zombies. It must be bragging. Right? Someone who is on good terms with the 17th base immediately refuted. How could it be bragging? They got tens of thousands of crystal cores. Did you go to the battlefield that day? Did you see them get crystal cores? The people who supported him didn't dare to speak. Li Chen didn't say a word about this, and he didn't want to join their fight. He just glanced at Inshuza lightly, guessing when this person would reveal his intention to win him over. In fact, the people present were far more powerful than Li Chen. But he didn't dare to take it lightly. What if this action is a trap? For example, if you can't win me over, kill me. Chapter 149 Who to Sacrifice and Who to Use. Li Chen's concerns were not wrong. Inshuza had a very unpleasant quarrel with him at the beginning. After seeing the shocking scene of Li Chen hunting zombies, he wanted to win him over. But because of fear in his heart, he also wanted to kill him. After seeing everyone arguing for a while, Inshuza stood up to mediate. We are a team. If you don't obey the command, if you are killed by zombies, the main base will not be responsible. These people have heard how terrible the center of Beihai City is. Many people have never come back after entering. Take Li Chen for example. There will always be a time when his superpowers will run out. He is not sure that he can get out of it unscathed. There are a total of 50 people participating in this operation, and all kinds of equipment are very sophisticated. Li Chen looked at the modified cars parked in front of him with a blank expression. Inshuza has always been smiling, and his narrow eyes glanced at Li Chen from time to time. He invited Li Chen to ride in a car with him, but stuffed Fatty Chen into the car behind. Li Chen curled his lips. Can't wait to find a hostage to threaten me. After getting on the car, Inshuza and his cronies sat down and took the initiative to introduce themselves to Li Chen. In this car, there are not only people from the main base, but also two people from the second base. They obviously looked down on Li Chen. When introducing their names, they also said lightly, my name is Pang Jiping. Another one said, Zhang Pengqing. These two men have ordinary faces, the kind that can't be found in the crowd. Li Chen saw that one of them had golden pupils, and the other had blue pupils. He knew that the abilities of these two people were gold and ice. Speaking of which, the ice system is a mutant system, which is not common. But there are many more of them than the space system. Inshuza still has some doubts about whether the space system exists. So the car slowly drove into Beihai. And Inshuza smiled and asked Li Chen, I saw you killing zombies that day. You were really stylish. How about we cooperate with you and lure the zombies over for you to kill? Inshuza is the captain. Although he uses this negotiating tone, he is actually giving orders to Li Chen. Li Chen sat in the corner, out of tune with the people in Inshuza's row. He didn't nod or shake his head, but smiled modestly. All those who participated in the action are strong, and there must be more than one combat plan. Inshuza didn't care about Li Chen's beating around the bush, and he knew very well that these strong men were very arrogant and didn't want to rely on Li Chen. Moreover, if Li Chen really solved all the zombies he attracted easily, his position as the captain would be in jeopardy. So Inshuza smiled. You are right. There are not many zombies now. We can solve them by ourselves. Li Chen asked again. The operation has already started. Shouldn't the captain tell us what the purpose of this operation is? When Li Chen got on the car, they had already handed over their radio equipment. The intercoms they are using now are all given to them by Yin Shuza, in order to prevent them from passing on information to the outside world. So Yin Shuza had no worries and said to Li Chen, "We have received accurate information that there is a weapon in the center of Beihai City. This time, we are here to bring that weapon back." Li Chen's eyes paused, and his fingers rubbed his knees. Weapons. Beihai main base is not short of weapons. And the things that Yin Shuza attaches so much importance to must not be ordinary things. What exactly is it? An outline emerged in his mind. But how is it possible? He shook his head. That thing was developed abroad. Looking at Yin Shuza again, he had already gone to talk to others. Li Chen secretly thought that it was difficult to break into the city center, which meant that the weapons were difficult to obtain. Yin Shuza must have other purposes for this action. If the weapons could not be obtained, he would achieve his second purpose. After thinking about these clearly, Li Chen did not ask anything else. The people in their cars were too conspicuous. Along the way, because the main base had strong people who had cleared the periphery of Beihai, they did not see many people, and only encountered zombies. The advantage of teaming up with strong people was only revealed when encountering zombies. Li Chen did not take action at all along the way. After all, he was a space system, and it was too conspicuous to kill zombies, so he kept using the guns provided by Yin Shuza in the car. Pang Jiping and Zhang Punqing were very disdainful of this. They were superpowers. Why would they use ordinary people's weapons? So the two of them jumped onto the roof of the car at the beginning and killed all the zombies that rushed over. Yin Shuza never participated in the battle, but just used his mental power to explore the way and pay attention to Li Chen at the same time. Li Chen fired very slowly. At first, he thought that Li Chen was letting him go, but later he found that he was always sniping, and the sniper was still the zombie strongman in the distance. In other words, invisibly, he had eliminated a lot of hidden dangers for everyone. They stopped and walked along the way, killing many zombies, but it was still a long way from the center of Beihai City. At noon, they rested on the spot. Li Chen did not eat the food given by Yin Shuza. The two people from the second base saw Li Chen chewing the steamed buns he brought with him, and sneered, "Don't you believe the food the captain gave us? You are so vigilant, and you don't regard us as teammates, right?" Li Chen didn't want to have any arguments with these people. When he was eating, he didn't even give them a look. So the two people were completely ignored. Li Chen was just thinking that Nangu was in the 17th base, and she would probably find out that she had left soon, and he didn't know how she would deal with it. Thinking of Nanji's soft and cute appearance, Li Chen smiled slightly. The little heartless zombie shouldn't stick to me too much. Doesn't she always want to leave me and go out? Knowing that she is not in the base, she might be very happy, right? After a simple rest, the convoy continued on its way. The superpowers who had killed zombies all the way took out crystal cores to replenish their superpowers while sitting in the car. The strong always have many privileges. More than half of the resources in the base are occupied by them. Therefore, Li Chen is the only one in the car who has not taken the crystal core. Zhang Punqing asked with a smile, "You have been letting off water all morning, so you don't need to replenish it? We are diligent in killing zombies." Li Chen still sat quietly, occasionally fiddling with the intercom on his body. The two people wanted to sneer, but suddenly, the car banged and shook. Li Chen grabbed the handrail beside him. This time they were not thrown out, but the other people, because they were not paying attention, fell a few times in the car. Li Chen couldn't help but look at Yin Shuza. "What's going on outside?" Yin Shuza's face changed, but he pretended to be calm and said, "There should be some zombies rushing over." Because it was a modified car, there were small holes in the car, from which you could see the situation outside. Li Chen stuck to the car and opened one, and found that a group of zombie dogs surrounded their car. These zombie dogs had blood-red eyes, drooling constantly from their mouths, and roaring. Their bodies were also like a bow, ready to attack at any time. Li Chen's pupils shrank, and he said to everyone, "Hurry up! These dogs will attract other animals and zombies." After that, Li Chen jumped out of the car directly, and stood on the top of the car like the previous psychic. It was just a group of low-level superpowered dogs. These superpowered people didn't take them seriously. Li Chen kept pulling the trigger on the roof of the car, his face getting colder and colder. The superpowered dogs were approaching, and Yin Shuza couldn't have failed to notice. What exactly did he want to do? Sure enough, he soon found out. These superpowered dogs were easy to deal with. But zombies were not. This place was already deep in the North Sea. The zombies on the nearby streets heard the sound, and all gathered here like a tide. Inshuza also stood up. And the others were waiting for him to make a decision. He looked into the distance. These zombies were staggering. When they were not fighting, they were ragged and moved slowly. The facial features were blurred, and only a few human features could be seen. There are so many zombies, estimated to be nearly 1,000. Inshuza asked Li Chen, "Aren't you going to take action?" Li Chen looked at him coldly. It turned out that this man deliberately attracted the zombies. So he took this road? Although he didn't like Inshuza, there were still people in the convoy behind who had spoken for him. And he couldn't let them die here. So Li Chen said lightly, "I can deal with them. But after killing these zombies, we must withdraw from Beihai. There are too many zombies here. And we are not opponents at all." Inshuza sneered, "What a joke. We have come here. We must not retreat." Li Chen glared at him. And Inshuza didn't dare to speak immediately. Li Chen is also a soldier. And his aura is stronger than Inshuza. He could tolerate Inshuza's little thoughts and other people's sarcasm. But he couldn't tolerate a soldier who treated human life so lightly. "Just tell me whether you agree or not. If you don't agree, we'll all die here." Perhaps Li Chen said it too lightly, which made everyone change their faces. Inshuza's confidants looked at him suspiciously. Inshuza was unwilling to give up. So he smiled and ordered the people in the convoy behind him, "You go and lead the zombies away. We will go another way." "Are you kidding?" Someone behind shouted unsatisfiedly. "With so many zombies, if they really let them lead them away, will they still be alive? Zombies will not give humans time to speak. They have already started to attack. After going deep into the North Sea, the zombies are smarter and more powerful. And these superpowers have a hard time dealing with them. But if they grit their teeth, they should be able to kill more than 1,000 zombies." At this time, Inshuza should have helped. But he took out his pistol and pointed it at the man who had refused to obey. "You can choose to obey orders or die." Chapter 150 used for drug testing. The people in the team behind were stunned. It turned out that Inshuza only regarded them as chess pieces that could be discarded at any time. He even pointed the gun at his teammates. These people turned pale. After all, Inshuza had more people on his side, and they couldn't resist. Li Chen wanted to stand up, but found that Fatty Chen was controlled by them. So he looked at Inshuza coldly. "Have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to do it here?" Inshuza returned to his smiling look. "We are all teammates. We must unite, kill zombies quickly, and then go to the city center together." Fatty Chen was held hostage. So Li Chen couldn't kill Inshuza. But he didn't go with Inshuza. Instead, after his car started, he jumped into the car behind to cover Inshuza's car. There were people from the second base in Inshuza's car, and he didn't want to take them with him. So he chased them directly to the car behind. The two people were a little reluctant. They were all so respectful. But Inshuza still didn't believe them. Li Chen didn't know what tricks Inshuza had, so he didn't use his supernatural powers, but joined forces with these people to clear out the zombies. By the time they were able to get away, Inshuza's car had already driven to a safe area. Li Chen gave full command to the people behind him. "You all get in the car first. The bloody smell here is too strong. We have to leave quickly." Because Li Chen had just stayed without hesitation, and even saved a few people, their impression of Li Chen had changed a lot. As for Inshuza, they dared to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. When Li Chen sat down again, someone from a small base wrote on his hand, "There are listening devices and bombs in the car." Li Chen's eyes widened, and anger rushed to his heart. Is this Inshuza crazy? In order to control these people, he actually used so many means? After all, the main base is the only one. And if other bases do not obey, they will be wiped out by the main base. Now is not the society before the end of the world. Who dares not to obey the orders of the main base? When the convoy began to circle around the periphery of Beihai, Li Chen knew more clearly that Inshuza might not want to go to the city center today. When there was danger, he did not warn the people behind him, but let the zombies surround the car. If the number of zombies was not enough, he would even let the superpowers of the small bases be cannon fodder to attract the zombies in front. So the number of zombies surrounding the convoy has been controlled at around 1,000. Inshuza and his team's car was never in the danger zone. They parked the car outside and watched the superpowers in the zombie circle fighting. They asked the people behind them, How is it? Have you recorded all the data? These people carefully observed the situation of the battle and answered, all are recorded. When we return, we will definitely be able to improve more potions. Inshiuza smiled proudly, with an inexplicable viciousness on his face. They entered the depths of the North Sea this time to test a potion. It was at the gate of the 17th base that day that Inshiuza got the inspiration. After he returned, he asked the doctor in the laboratory to speed up the development of a potion. This potion can attract zombies and mutant animals. But because it is only a preliminary product, it lacks a lot of data for improvement. So Inshiuza notified the base below and selected a lot of mice from them. He planned to stay in Beihai for 3 days. By then, the data would be recorded almost. And these people would not need to be kept. So Inshiuza was not worried at all that they would harbor resentment towards him. There were explosives tied to the car. This place was so far away from the outer perimeter of Beihai. They must rest in the car. As long as they had a little bit of disloyalty, Inshiuza would detonate the explosives. After clearing out the zombies again, the superpowers in these superpowers were empty. And Inshiuza ordered them to drive and find another safe place to rest. Because they could not fight anymore. They could not resist Inshiuza. And they stayed in the car, not wanting to move at all. If there was any common idea, it was the resentment towards Inshiuza. This man really took advantage of them thoroughly. When they rested in the evening, there were finally no zombies to disturb them. But they still had to be careful of mutant animals attacking them. Fatchen finally met up with Li Chen. And the two of them went to the bathroom and had a conversation. Brotherly, I've seen it all. All the bombs are tied to the chassis of the car. If they are disassembled at will, they will cause an explosion. Li Chen said coldly, this Inshiuza has a conspiracy. I'll go to his car later. Fatchen immediately grabbed Li Chen. Brotherly, you can't go. That person might be doing some experiments with these people. What if he poisoned you? I know it's dangerous. Li Chen stared at Fatty Chen. But I can't ignore the lives of you people. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Li Chen left without looking back. The two people from the second base had been kneeling down to Inshiuza. But they didn't expect that they were the first to be abandoned. Now they are in the convoy behind and can't fit in at all. When they saw Li Chen, their expressions were also very embarrassed. They wanted to thank Li Chen for saving them just now. But they didn't say it even when the words were on their lips. Who knew that Li Chen walked to their side? Help me. The two people were stunned and stood up hurriedly. You say. Li Chen only said, just follow me. You don't care about the rest. Fatty Chen felt very mysterious when he saw the two people being so respectful to Li Chen from a distance. After all, Li Chen had never gotten close to anyone along the way. And the two people from the second base surrendered from the bottom of their hearts because of Li Chen's strength. Li Chen boarded Inzu's car with two angry people. As soon as Pang Jiping and Zhang Pengqin got in the car, they questioned Inshiuza. Why did you do this? Didn't you say you were going to find weapons? Why are we still going around in circles here? Inshiuza smiled. Don't worry. We have several days to act. So we should take it step by step. Bullshit. Pang Jiping pointed at Inshiuza. I think you just want to kill us all. This is really unfair. Inshiuza looked at Li Chen. Do you think so too? Li Chen raised his eyebrows with a cold face. What else? Inshiuza raised his hand helplessly. I'm not doing anything. It's really for your good. You see? After this day's training, your abilities have improved a lot. Right? Wrong logic. Li Chen said disdainfully. Inshiuza stared at Li Chen and slowly put his hand down. Whether it's a wrong logic or not. As long as whoever laughs last is okay. Li Chen. You still haven't thought about it? His meaning is very clear. If you submit to me now, I can prevent you from being a guinea pig in the next few days of operations. But if you don't submit, you may die with others. My attitude has been very clear from the beginning. We have different paths and cannot make plans together. After that, Li Chen got out of the car with the two people from the second base. When they were walking back, they obviously regarded Li Chen as the backbone. How is it? What did you find? The people behind Inshiuza may not be psychics, but ordinary people. Ah? Both of them were surprised. How is this possible? Aren't the people he brought out his confidants? It was because they hid too well at the beginning, and the color of their faces and pupils could be disguised. But after a day, these people also let down their guard against Li Chen and his team. Li Chen just observed their hands, and there were no traces of fighting. In other words, with a fragile spiritual system, Inshiuza's team was just a fox pretending to be a tiger. The most difficult thing now is the detonator of the explosives in Inshuza's hands. If he insists on fighting to the death, it will be difficult to get out of Beihai. So Li Chen said to them, "Keep this matter secret for now, and follow my instructions tomorrow." "I understand," the two said sincerely. When Li Chen was about to get in the car, they asked awkwardly, "We treated you so badly at the beginning. Are you really not afraid that we will betray you?" Li Chen just replied lightly, "You don't like me, just because you don't believe in my strength." And when facing Inshuza, Li Chen's black eyes became deeper. "As long as you still have a little blood, you won't betray me." The two people felt deeply shocked. In the end times, they have seen too many people who are vindictive. Li Chen has a temper, but he also has a broad mind. If they still felt guilty about Li Chen before, now they are completely in awe of him. Such a person is worthy of being their captain. What is Inshuza? At night, Li Chen lay in the car to rest. But he also noticed that others couldn't sleep like him. After all, there are explosives under their bodies. Nangu set out from the 17th base in the evening. Even though she knew the direction of the main base's movement, she didn't go deep into the North Sea until after nightfall. Along the way, there were no zombies to stop her, and she basically didn't waste time. But the groups of zombie corpses still attracted Nanji's attention. She wondered, could these people be blocked by zombies? Following the path of these corpses, Nanji's face became more and more gloomy, because she felt the smell of medicine in the air, and she was a zombie. So she naturally knew what the effect of this medicine was. These people are actually attracting zombies. Are they crazy? Seeing more and more zombies being killed, and thinking of Li Chen's situation, Nangu was very angry. "Very good. Aren't you willing to attract zombies? Wait until I find you, and let you attract enough." In the second half of the night, Nangu finally found Li Chen's convoy. And at this moment, there were bursts of quarreling sounds. She knew that Inshuza was also a spiritual system, but she still released her spiritual power, because Nangu has confidence in herself. She is already at the 6th level, and Inshuza can't catch up even if he works himself to death. As soon as the mental power is released, the zombies in all directions are ready to move. Chapter 151, Mental Overwhelm. Before Nangu arrived, there was indeed a dispute in the convoy. The reason was simple. Li Chen and others could keep their composure, but it did not mean that others could. They had come for the main base's operation, but they were deceived by Inshuza and became a tool for collecting data. So at night, someone led a team to question Inshuza. They were also superpowers in the strong base. In such a short time, a large number of people were gathered. They were usually respected in the base, and this time their idea was very clear. If Inshuza refused to give up this operation, at most, they would make a fight to the death. But they obviously underestimated Inshuza's strength. Inshuza was the only spiritual system in the main base, and all the spiritual system crystal cores were eaten by Inshuza. Even if he was not as rebellious as Nangu, it was still easy to suppress these people. A group of people gathered under Inshuza's car. The leading man was tall and fierce-looking. At first glance, it was very frightening, and the people behind him were all aggressive and domineering. Looking behind Inshuza, there were a group of researchers. Their abilities were naturally not comparable to those of others in the team. The man was still questioning Inshuza. "Why did you do this? Aren't you afraid that we will destroy the main base after we go out of the North Sea?" Inshuza just stood there calmly. He had already thought that someone would come to make trouble. But his answer was also very simple: whoever wants to fight, then fight. Seeing that Inshuza had no intention of negotiating at all, everyone was also extremely angry. Someone behind the tall man cursed, "In this case, we have nothing to say to you. Return the car to us now. Don't force us to do it." Inshuza had been exploited by Nan for so many years that he no longer regarded humans as human beings. In his opinion, he would take care of those who were useful to him, and would naturally abandon those who were useless. These people were of course useful, but those who were familiar with Inshuza knew that he was already angry. Inshuza did not like people who knew the current situation, and asked coldly, "What if I don't give it to you?" These people stopped talking nonsense with Inshuza and activated their superpowers in an instant. They thought they could have the advantage in numbers. But who knew that before those superpowers were released, everyone's bodies were stiff in place. Some people with high superpowers could barely move, but more of them were sweating coldly, looking at Inshuza with horror in their eyes. When did he become so powerful? It definitely wasn't during this period of time. It seems that he had endured too much in order to paralyze Nan. Shuza looked at the shocked eyes of the crowd with satisfaction. And a smile appeared on his lips. How about it? Is this enough for you to surrender? If not, he slowly raised his hand, made a downward gesture, and his voice became cold. What about this? Plop! Plop! After a few sounds, several people couldn't bear his mental pressure and knelt directly on the ground. This was the first time they felt the horror of the psychic ability. In their previous understanding, although the psychic was rare, its greatest function was to explore the way, and Shuza broke all their guesses. Some people have regretted it. If they had listened to Shuza's words honestly these days, they might have found a chance to escape. But now Shuza has killed them. Can they still survive? A trace of satisfaction flashed across Shuza's eyes, and he laughed in his heart. Ants, you should be afraid. The spirit system may seem useless to everyone, but there are 7th-level psychics abroad who can directly crush people's neurons and turn their opponents into complete cripples. Everyone's teeth kept trembling. If their neurons were crushed, wouldn't they become vegetative? It would be better to become zombies. They are all strong people, and the pursuit of power in life by the strong is far greater than that of other people. Some who can speak gritted their teeth and begged for mercy from Shuza. You, let us go. We will do whatever you want to do for you. Shuza pretended to think. Let you go? So that you can bite me back again? You are already so powerful. Who among us can be your opponent? Shuza did not speak, as if he acquiesced. Not long after Li Chen returned with the 2 people from the second base. The others went to negotiate with Shuza. He knew that Shuza could feel that there were people around, so he did not hide his body. At this moment, he was standing behind the group of people kneeling on the ground. The 2 people beside him had ugly faces, but he did not change at all, and his expression was still cold and resolute. Shuza seemed to have just seen Li Chen, and pretended to be surprised and asked, Isn't this our deputy captain? When did you come here? Li Chen did not respond to Shuza's words, but just said lightly, Since they have all gone to beg for mercy, let them go. Shuza always observed Li Chen carefully, because Li Chen was too calm. He knew that Li Chen was not afraid of him. As for Li Chen's ability, Shuza had much more information than others, and knew that Li Chen was a very strong space system. If he didn't want to win over Li Chen, he really wanted to compete with Li Chen to see who was better. If Li Chen knew Shuza's thoughts, he would definitely laugh at him for overestimating his own abilities. Nangu was a spiritual person. Although her illusion was difficult to resist, Li Chen was not to the point of losing his mind. Just Shuza. He wanted to make him surrender? Shuza held his chin with his hand, thinking about whether to accept Li Chen's proposal. Finally, he sighed and said to those kneeling in front of him, Since the deputy captain has pleaded for you, I will let you go. These people breathed a sigh of relief. But Shuza said again, But your punishment is still inevitable. Everyone looked at Shuza in shock and fear, not knowing what sinister thoughts he was thinking. Someone was stalling for time, waiting for the pressure of mental power to pass. At this moment, while Shuza was not paying attention, he stood up suddenly and threw a flame at Shuza. Shuza's eyes did not even change, but the researchers behind him all blocked them, looking at the flame that had just passed in front of him. It was extinguished in the air. The superpower user was almost level 5, and had never encountered such a situation before. He stared at Shuza in a daze. Shuza smiled slightly this time and said to the man, I said that your punishment is inevitable. Do you see it now? The man tested the superpower in his body and found it empty. How could this be? He immediately took out the crystal core to take it. But the situation of the superpower dissipating did not change at all. The man looked up at Shuza. What did you do to me? Other superpower users also found that their superpowers were gone. These people looked ashen. Superpowers brought them unimaginable status and position, and they could not accept any loss of superpowers. Shuza smiled slightly. You don't have to be too scared. I just did a little trick in the food. If it is not suppressed by my mental power, this thing will not harm your body. As for your lost superpowers, they will come back after 5 hours. These people looked at Shuza with red eyes, and they all wanted to kill him. Only the 2 people in the second base were still sober. They acted with Li Chen, and did not suffer from Shuza's poisonous hands. Li Chen's face also became ugly. He once heard Shinchinya say that the main base of Beihai was very keen on developing various drugs, not only to fight zombies, but also to fight superpowers. It seems that what she said is true. How confident was Inshuza in his ability that he deprived others of their abilities at this time? As if he saw what Li Chen was thinking. Inshuza said to him sincerely, "Deputy Captain, don't look at me like that. If there really is a group of zombies attacking, won't you protect us?" Li Chen clenched his fists and his face was tense. Inshuza laughed and felt that the farce tonight was enough. So he waved his hand calmly. "Okay. You all go back and rest." The researchers behind him also said sarcastically, "Do your job well, and don't overestimate your abilities." But in just one day, the dignity of these people with superpowers was crushed under Inshuza's feet. At this moment, they were either standing or kneeling, and no one could raise their heads. In front of life, they knew that they could not challenge Inshuza. But could they just endure it like this? How could they accept it? Everyone's eyes turned scarlet because of grief and anger, even if they didn't dare to say it out loud. They secretly swore in their hearts that if anyone could save them from such a desperate situation now, they would definitely regard that person as an absolute leader in the future and never betray him. Because of this idea in their hearts, some people slowly cast their eyes on Li Chen. It seems that he is the only one who has not been taught a lesson by Inshuza. Is it because Inshuza is concerned about his strong strength? Everyone's eyes are still suspicious. After all, Inshuza respects Li Chen everywhere and appoints him as the deputy captain. If Li Chen goes to the main base to develop, he must be above 10,000 people. Can he really help himself? At this moment, the people who believe in Li Chen the most are Pang Zhiping and Zhang Pengqing, who have always disliked him before. Because of Li Chen's strength, they also became more confident. They stood up straight and did not shy away from other people's gazes. Similarly, they also supported Li Chen's approach. Regardless of whether Li Chen would save these people tonight, they all believed that Li Chen had his own reasons. And how could Li Chen not save them? For so long, he had never felt so aggrieved. If it was just him alone, it would be fine. Now so many people were treated like this by Inshuza. Once the experiment was over, Inshuza would definitely kill them. Chapter 152 Nangut came. Li Chen thought he was not a nosy person, especially after the end of the world. But his heart as a soldier has never changed. Besides, Inshuza and he had a feud, so it was better to let it go. In a flash, Li Chen called Inshuza. "How can you give them the antidote?" Inshuza turned his head and looked at Li Chen with a dangerous look. It seems that he has chosen to stand on the opposite side of himself? Inshuza said indifferently, "Didn't I say that it will be fine tomorrow morning? You don't have to worry about them too much." Tomorrow morning? Li Chen still had a cold face. His appearance made people around him take 2 steps back. "Yes." Inshuza shrugged. But he was actually on guard. Li Chen slowly raised his hand, his eyes full of killing intent. "If I kill you now, will your mental power also be dispersed?" Inshuza's pupil shrank. But on the surface, he remained calm and said, "You should know that you may not be able to kill me. Even if you really kill me, the entire main base will regard you as an enemy. Do you think you can still walk out of the North Sea alive?" Li Chen suddenly laughed. No one knew that even if a person didn't laugh, he could be so arrogant. And what he said was also very domineering. "Want to stop me? Who are you?" Inshuza saw that he couldn't talk anymore, so he prepared to take the initiative. Anyway, Li Chen would definitely not be able to resist his mental attack. But before he and Li Chen could make a move, they heard a zombie roar. Judging from the number alone, there are at least several thousand. Inshuza didn't care about Li Chen, and looked back in shock. Sure enough, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared outside the camp where they were stationed. Those zombies were hiding in the darkness, and they were rushing towards them bloodthirstily. Inshuza immediately asked his assistants in a stern voice, "What's going on? Didn't we sprinkle zombie repellent powder? Why are there so many zombies approaching?" Not to mention Inshuza, the other superpowers were also paralyzed with fear, because they couldn't use their superpowers at all now. After the Eternal Night, these people found that they could use superpowers to hunt zombies, so they didn't practice their skills again. At this moment, fighting zombies in hand-to-hand combat, there are so many of them, and humans have no chance of winning. Inshuza's assistant was also panicking, and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know why there are so many zombies. This is impossible." At this moment, no one cared to find out why the zombies rushed over. I don't know who shouted first, "Zombies are coming. Everyone run. Run!" Everyone turned around and wanted to run blindly. Li Chen immediately stopped them. Don't move. If you run now, you will just feed the zombies. He was no less anxious than others. But he knew that panic would not solve any problems. Thinking of Inshuza's face during the day, Li Chen confirmed again, "Did you attract the zombies?" Inshuza's face was pale, and he was as embarrassed as he was just now. "No. I really didn't attract zombies. These zombies didn't listen to their nonsense." And all kinds of superpowers flew towards humans to attack. Li Chen protected all the superpowers, who were exploited by Inshuza behind him. At this moment, they all looked at Li Chen pleadingly and said to him, "Save us." Inshuza also wanted to run over here, but they were still quite far away from Li Chen, so they could only face the zombies first. Luckily, the assistants he brought with him had some superpowers. Otherwise, they would have been torn to pieces by zombies very quickly. Li Chen didn't care to calm everyone down. The situation was urgent. He could no longer hunt zombies with ordinary methods like he did during the day. But just as he was about to activate the tearing space, several pictures flashed before his eyes. He was very familiar with that picture, which was all his imagination of Nange. At first, Li Chen was still embarrassed and disgusted with himself in his heart. How could he still have any fantasies about Nange at the critical moment of life and death? However, no matter how he restrained himself, when the picture was still deepening, he finally realized that something was wrong. This was not his thoughts at all. But Nange is here. Just look at the people around him, and you will know. They obviously don't have such strong resistance as Li Chen. At this moment, they are all spinning in circles in a daze, and they keep reaching out to the air, as if they want to grab something. Inshuza is a little more sober, because he is also a spiritual system. Li Chen suddenly stopped panicking, and he even stopped. Even though these superpowers were confused by Nange's illusion, they were still at the critical moment of life and death. Not long after, they came back to their senses, and found that there was no zombie around them. Li Chen didn't kill them, but kicked them away one by one. These people were so scared that they almost cried. "Li Chen, what are you doing? They will kill us." Li Chen turned around, and saw a bunch of terrified faces. So Li Chen gave them a reassuring look and shouted to the distance, "Don't hurt your own people." Nange activated her supernatural power first, and then rushed to the camp. The zombies walked faster than her. Now she was nearby and felt Li Chen's breath and heard his words. Even though she hadn't seen him for only one day, Nange still missed him very much. She had been tense for a day and just relaxed at this moment, with a smile on her face. She didn't say anything, but the zombies around Li Chen had retreated like a tide. These zombies listened to Nange's orders and didn't attack Li Chen, so they naturally attacked Inshuza, and the pressure on his body was even greater. Inshuza also guessed that these zombies listened to Li Chen's words, and he was really regretful. "I thought Li Chen was already very powerful because he could tear the space apart, but I didn't expect him to be so amazing." At the beginning, he shouldn't have thought about shocking Li Chen. He should have done his best to win over Li Chen. Now he wants to beg Li Chen to let him go. Can he still do it? No matter if it's possible or not. Inshuza looked at Li Chen earnestly. "Li Chen, help me kill all these zombies. I don't want the position of leader of the main base anymore. I'll give it to you." Li Chen was not interested in the position of leader. He just said lightly, "You must bear the consequences of your own actions. You have lost the qualification of being a leader when you wantonly use other bases." Inshuza didn't expect Li Chen to be so stubborn and force back the zombies that attacked. He looked at other superpowers. "Come and help me quickly. Do you really want to watch me being killed by zombies?" Those superpowers didn't even give Inshuza a look of pity, and some even smiled gloatingly. "Inshuza, you have this fate today. It's all your fault." Those people didn't sympathize with Inshuza at all. "I know my previous behavior was a bit extreme, but we are indeed researching a drug, which is a good thing to contribute to all mankind." Inshuza began to induce them. "As long as you save me, all these credits will be given to you." Inshuza's head was buzzing when he spoke at this moment, because Nange's spirit put a lot of pressure on him. It was also the first time he knew that there are people better than people. As for the other superpowers, while resisting the illusion constructed by Nange, they gritted their teeth and said, "We are not interested in your unscrupulous credit. You can go to hell with this credit." Several assistants around Inshuza died or were injured. At this moment, they had no fighting power at all, and he was at the end of his rope. Only Li Chen could save him. He gritted his teeth and wanted to kneel down for Li Chen, but before he could move, there was a roar of motorcycles. Then Inshuza saw that the zombies around him were like the tide being parted, making way for the motorcycle. Because the speed was too fast, he could only see a woman sitting on the motorcycle, and her black hair fluttering in the air. When Li Chen saw Nangu, his attention was completely attracted by Nangu. He didn't care whether Inshuza was dead or alive. Nanji's speed suddenly slowed down near him, and a harsh brake sound was heard. The wheel scratched deep marks on the ground. Before it stopped, Nangu jumped off the motorcycle, and Li Chen walked up and caught her. After such a hug, Nangu was unwilling to let go of Li Chen's hand. She clung to Li Chen's body like a koala, and held his neck tightly, and refused to let go. Li Chen, I finally found you. On this way, Nangu knew what fear was. There are so many high-level zombies in the hinterland of Beihai. What if Li Chen really can't resist? Fortunately, I came in time, and he was fine. Li Chen hugged Nangu, as if a missing rib finally returned to his chest. When facing Inshuza, he still had a gloomy face. But now his face and eyes were full of spring water. He spoke to Nangu as gently as possible. Why are you here? Huh? Why don't you just wait for me at the base? Nangu was still angry when she mentioned this matter, and pouted at Li Chen. You said that you would take me with you wherever you go, but you actually acted alone this time. Li Chen's eyes were smiling, and it was obvious that he was what Nangu said. Well, I know I was wrong. Nangu still kept hanging on him, and asked coquettishly, since you know you were wrong, how are you going to compensate me? She originally just wanted some blood, but who knew that Li Chen actually stared into her eyes, and said seriously, I will compensate you for a lifetime. Okay? Nangu was stunned at first, and then she became nervous and stuttered. Who? Who wants your lifetime? Of course it's my Nanshiaga. Li Chen looked at her lovingly and smiled. Chapter 153 Kill Inshuza. Nangu could distinguish between malice and good intentions, but she was so stubborn that she could only hear the love words of Li Chen. She liked him looking at her with such a doting look. She liked hugging him, and she also liked kissing Li Chen. Innocent feelings. Pure love. Now her missing feelings are being made up little by little, so she is particularly happy when she looks at Li Chen. Li Chen also stroked her cheek, and his slightly rough fingertips moved up a little bit, gently stroked her eyebrows, and rubbed her head. Nanji's hair looked elegant and tough, but in fact, it was still very soft to the touch. Li Chen liked Nangu no matter how he looked at her, and he was thinking that every strand of hair on this woman was his own. Nanji's mental power had not been retracted, and Li Chen's strong self-control also collapsed in front of Nangu. So he slowly closed his eyes, and kissed Nanji's soft lips. Nangu also wanted to get close to him, so she didn't avoid him, but instead approached him slightly. However, she was faster than Li Chen, and pecked his thin lips, and then retreated. Li Chen was obviously very dissatisfied, as he hadn't kissed her enough. But Nangu didn't let him kiss her anymore. She pointed to Inshuza, who was struggling in the zombie group in the distance, and said to Li Chen, there are still some important things to deal with. Li Chen frowned and thought, why hasn't this man died yet? He was delayed from being intimate with his beloved girl. Although Nangu didn't ask about the specific process of the incident, the traces along the way had already made her guess what happened. So she once again increased her supernatural power, and wanted to kill Inshuza. Li Chen wanted to help her, but was stopped by Nangu. She also looked at Li Chen with a proud look. I can do it myself. Inshuza had been cursing Li Chen and Nangu in his heart since the beginning. It was such a long time, and they were still being intimate. Seeing that the two finally noticed him, Inshuza shouted, let me go. I promise I won't bother you again. Nangu turned a deaf ear and waved her hand. Several zombies with wind abilities slashed through with wind blades, leaving several more wounds on Inshuza's body. The people behind Li Chen looked at Nangu in horror, wondering where this strong man came from and how he could drive the zombies. There are thousands of zombies here. If she wants to attack a base, wouldn't it be easy? Seeing how close Nangu and Li Chen are, many people secretly complained in their hearts. They have also shown hostility towards Li Chen. Will they be killed by this woman? Is it too late to please them now? After being injured, Inshuza's face became worse. He shouted without any dignity, are you really going to kill me? Don't forget my identity. Nangu responded to him indifferently. What identity? It's just a stupid human. Anyway, there are so many living people here. How many leaders do you want? Everyone took a breath of cold air. Nangu didn't even take the entire North Sea into consideration. seeing that he couldn't do anything to Nangu no matter whether he begged or threatened. Inshuza looked at Nangu viciously, and tried to attack her with mental power. He had deliberately trained for a long time to damage the opponent's neurons, but he didn't expect to use it today. Just when his mental attack on Nangu felt a sudden pain in her head, and the little zombie went berserk. Originally, she wanted to give Inshuza a slightly more decent death, but she didn't expect that he would dare to hurt her. Isn't it a competition of mental strength? Well, let's see who can suppress who. Nangu jumped off Li Chen's body and glared sharply in the direction of Inshuza. If the damage Inshuza caused to Nangu just now was a needle piercing his head, then what Nangu caused to Inshuza now was thousands of steel needles piercing into his head. That kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can endure. Inshuza wailed and fell to the ground with his head covered. He was unwilling to be suppressed by Nangu like this. After hiding his strength for so long, he finally became the leader of the main base, with supreme power, and was the object of flattery and submission to everyone. He couldn't die like this. So even on the ground, dying, he also exploded with huge potential. And waves of crisis emerged in Nanji's heart. She always knew that the spiritual system was different from other superpowers. A person's spirit was the most immeasurable. The fear of death gave Inshuza the capital to fight Nangu. Nangu stood there motionless, without blinking, and the zombies she controlled were all agitated because of the transfer of Nanji's spiritual power. They turned to the crowd where Li Chen was as if they had just woken up from a dream. The people behind Li Chen looked at him in fear. What should we do now? Are these zombies disobedient? Someone else asked. What's wrong with her? Why is she motionless? Is she in danger? Don't disturb her, Li Chen said coldly. And everyone was silent. He stared at Nangu deeply, knowing that she had her own battles to fight. And now, all he could do was to help Nangu clear out the dissidents. Thinking of this, Li Chen's violent space was also fully activated. Those zombies who wanted to attack him and Nangu were crushed into pieces in an instant. A passage appeared outside the camp, and Li Chen waved to the people behind him. You leave here first. What about you? Someone asked Li Chen. I will go with Nangu. Li Chen's footsteps did not move, and he would be wherever Nangu was. Wherever he was. These people also knew that they had lost their superpowers, and staying would only drag Li Chen's feet. So they stopped talking and ran out of the passage that Li Chen had cleared for them. Nangu was still trying his best to crush Inshuza's sea of consciousness. This man's consciousness was a dirty and sticky darkness, which made Nangu feel disgusted. Inshuza was in even more pain at this moment. Nanji's sea of consciousness was a large area of dazzling white light. He could even clearly feel that his mind was constantly evaporating and losing. At the end, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, knowing that he was completely defeated by Nangu. Unexpectedly, his ambitious action failed. He had to risk his life here today. What he regretted was that he did not recognize the strength of Nangu and Li Chen. And he was even more unwilling to let Nangu and Li Chen retreat unscathed. After he slowly took back his mental power, he had completely collapsed on the ground, because of the large area of damage to the neurons. Even if he survived, he would become a vegetable. Inshuza simply lay on the ground and squinted his eyes to look at Li Chen and Nangu. He hated such people. Always so radiant. So powerful. He could easily get whatever he wanted. And he was supported wherever he went. He paid so much. But he didn't even have half the glory of these two people. All the zombies led by Nangu were killed by Li Chen in just a few minutes. And the air was filled with the smell of blood and rotten meat. Nangu and Li Chen stood together at this moment, looking at Inshuza. As long as the two of them made a move, Inshuza would die. But how could Inshuza wait to die obediently? He destroyed his consciousness before the two of them. And before he closed his eyes, he showed a smile on his lips. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he hugged Nangu and retreated. Nangu hadn't figured out what was going on yet. She was very happy to have killed Inshuza, because she had broken through the 7th level in this battle. In other words, she could easily destroy other people's neurons in the future. Even when she activated her superpowers, the illusion could be controlled, and there would be no situation of indiscriminate temptation to others. But why did Li Chen hold her and leave without giving her a chance to speak? After running 2 steps, Nangu understood. Because there were many bombs around, and Inshuza destroyed himself just now to detonate these bombs. Nangu, a spiritual system, could not run faster than the bombs. Her heart was suddenly lifted up, and she glanced at Li Chen's profile, thinking, is she going to die with Li Chen today? How could Li Chen allow Nangu to die? He activated the space and wrapped up the bombs one by one. So people in the distance saw that after Yin Shiza died, Li Chen and Nangu did not check his body, but retreated rapidly. As soon as the flames of the bombs appeared, they instantly understood what had happened. With so many powerful explosives, even gods couldn't escape. But how strong was Li Chen? He squeezed the space together, and the flames of the bombs seemed to be suppressed by him. The explosion that should have been earth-shattering, and the scene of anger rising to the sky. When squeezed together, the space turned into a black hole. Those explosives actually exploded in a few small spaces. And from their perspective, the flames of the explosives were so hot that they could even feel the vibration of the space. Sizzle! The wind speed flow driven by the vibration of the space actually lifted them several meters away. Even after landing, they were pushed out in all directions. Obviously, the force of space compression was terrifying. Everyone thought that they would not be threatened by explosives again. But just after landing, another fire appeared where Nangu and Li Chen were standing. That should have been buried by Yin Shiza in advance. This madman not only installed explosives in the car, no one dared to look anymore, because it was too late to activate the space to squeeze the explosives. Li Chen and Nangu, who were at the center of the explosion, were the most nervous. Nangu grabbed Li Chen's clothes tightly. She didn't want to be blown into pieces. Since Li Chen awakened his space ability, he has never encountered a more difficult situation than now. Cold sweat continued to fall from his forehead. He held Nangu tightly in his arms. At the last moment of the explosion, he came up with a solution. I don't know if it will work, so I might as well give it a try. Chapter 154. I want to save him. Boom! The bomb has exploded. Unlike the previous one that was squeezed by space, this explosive seemed to vent its anger. When it exploded, it actually blew up a small mushroom cloud in the air. The flame shot up into the sky. Those stunned psychics were still lying on the ground, staring at that direction. Some of them were in so much pain that they even shed tears. Just until the last moment, they didn't see Li Chen and Nangu escape from inside. Were they really blown to death? But they could even kill Yin Shiza. One is a high-level space system, and the other is a high-level spirit system. Even if they don't join forces, they are strong people who can walk sideways in the end times. Now they are killed by a bomb. What a joke. Someone wanted to rush up to find them, but was held down by the people around him. Now it was a sea of fire, so dangerous that even zombies dared not approach. Their abilities had not recovered, so they would die if they went there. So the person who was stopped punched them and said fiercely, I'm going to find them. Don't stop me. Li Chen and Nangu were their saviors. Anyone who saw them die in the sea of fire would feel bad. This punch was like a hole in their hearts, letting out their madness and unwillingness. Do you think I don't want to save them? But if we go now, we will fail Li Chen's kindness in sending us out. Your life is no longer yours at this moment. It belongs to the two of them. Ah! Everyone screamed in pain. No one listened to anyone else. Without abilities, they could only fight in the most primitive way. Just as they were still fighting, Nangu slowly opened her eyes. The explosion just now made her ready to face death. But when she opened her eyes, she found that she was not injured at all. Is he dead? She slowly raised her head and saw Li Chen's face. At this moment, his face was very pale. Nangu reached out and touched him, and felt a burst of salty and greasy on his back. Nangu panicked instantly, hugged Li Chen and sat up, not caring where she was, and patted Li Chen's face. Li Chen. She kept calling his name, Li Chen. How are you? Don't get into trouble. She choked and said, where are we? Perhaps Nanji's emotions infected Li Chen. He slowly opened his eyes and coughed twice. Nangu was so happy that she cried. It was great. He was not dead. However, because Li Chen overused his supernatural power, his eyes and nose were bleeding, and his ears were buzzing, and he could not hear clearly. But he saw Nanji's nervous expression and knew that he must have frightened her when he lost consciousness just now. Li Chen held her hand and kept saying, I'm fine. Nangu. I'm fine. Nangu didn't dare to touch Li Chen, because she had no idea where Li Chen was injured. And she didn't know that they were in the center of the explosion just now. But they were still alive. She just pinched Li Chen's hand and said hurriedly, how can you be fine? You are already so weak. Li Chen didn't have the strength to speak anymore, before he lost consciousness. He kept telling Nangu not to worry, seeing that she couldn't wake him up no matter how she called him. Nangu didn't dare to delay any longer, and she carried Li Chen on her back to find someone to save him. She was so scared that after walking for a long time, she remembered that she could use her mental power to find out where they were. Li Chen was tall and strong, and when Nangu carried him, she had to support his legs, otherwise his toes would touch the ground directly. Nangu, who had just advanced, was very weak now, and the range she could detect was very small. Fortunately, she found that the people she and Li Chen had saved were not far away. Nangu was overjoyed and rushed over with Li Chen on her back. Now both of them were bloody. Li Chen was injured, and Nangu was stained with Li Chen's blood. So when the two appeared in front of everyone, they all forgot to continue fighting and stared at Nangu blankly. Nangu didn't notice the surprise in their expressions, but just shouted to them, "Come here quickly! Li Chen is injured." Then everyone realized that the two of them were not dead. That's great. Saving people is the most important thing. Several big men carefully took Li Chen off Nanji's back and began to check Li Chen's wounds. There were burns on his back, which should be caused by the explosion. Several cars were damaged. They only had the medicine they brought with them, and they used all of it on Li Chen. And only then did they barely stop the bleeding. From beginning to end, Nangu refused to leave, and anxiously stayed by Li Chen's side. Slowly, Li Chen's breathing became stable, and his body was no longer hot. Nangu breathed a sigh of relief, and she looked at these people. "I'm going to hunt zombies. You help me take care of him." "Are you going to hunt zombies alone?" It was already daybreak. These people's abilities had also been restored, and they wanted to help Nangu. Nangu was now a 7th level spiritual zombie, and she was still confident in her abilities. "I'm leaving now." Li Chen needed a space-based crystal core, and she had to find it as soon as possible to replenish Li Chen's energy. These people automatically left 2 behind, and the others said to Nangu, "We'll help you." "You guys?" Nangu looked at them suspiciously, not because of contempt, but because he really thought their efficiency was too poor. Being looked at by Nangu in this way, they were not angry, but said firmly, "Even if we can't kill a few zombies, we still want to help Li Chen." "Yes, he saved us." Nangu couldn't refuse anymore, so she imitated Li Chen and said, "If you want to follow me, you can, but you must obey my command." "Okay, we promise you." Before leaving, Nangu stared at Li Chen deeply, and secretly said in her heart, "Li Chen, wait for me to come back." She led dozens of people and quickly left the area, and headed straight for the place where there were many zombies. These people were still worried, and thousands of zombies rushed over. They made a posture to prepare for battle, but found that these zombies ignored them, and all went to attack Nangu. Looking at Nangu again, the Tang sword behind her was not unsheathed at all. Since the 7th level spiritual system can destroy human neurons, it can also destroy the nerves of zombies. So Nangu suddenly released her pressure, and the zombies fell one by one. This method of killing zombies is much faster than cutting off their necks. The superpowers were shocked by Nangu at first, but later they knew that these zombies would not attack them. So they started to kill zombies crazily. With their help, Nangu killed nearly 10,000 zombies in an hour. She was lucky and actually collected 4 space crystal cores, leaving others to clean up the battlefield. Nangu took the 4 crystal cores and went back to find Li Chen. It was not until everyone could no longer see Nanji's back that they realized that Nangu said she would listen to her command and had never communicated with them along the way. Even now, there are tens of thousands of crystal cores here, but she didn't even look at them. Everyone admires Nangu so much now. Such a person is a real strongman. Since they were left to clean up the battlefield, those high-level crystal cores must not be wasted. They should also take away the low-level crystal cores that can be taken. Inshuza has developed so many unorthodox medicines. Maybe the crystal cores are the raw materials. Nangu quickly rushed back to Li Chen's side, squatted down to check on Li Chen's condition, and found that he was still not awake. The 2 people who were responsible for taking care of him saw Nangu coming back covered in blood, and thought something had happened, and looked at her anxiously. Who knew that Nangu just asked them lightly, "How is Li Chen?" The 2 of them had to answer first. "He has been sleeping all the time and has not woken up during this period." "Yeah." Nangu sat next to Li Chen, and the 2 people walked away a little, leaving them space to get along. Like a treasure, Nangu took out the 4 crystal cores and slowly put them into Li Chen's mouth. She complained, "It was only when we were killing zombies today that I realized that you teleported with me last night." "Right? How could you be so stupid? Overusing your superpowers is life-threatening." Nangu didn't know if Li Chen could hear her. She just stubbornly said what she was thinking. Her tone was particularly bitter. How could she let go of such a man? The 4 crystal cores were quickly absorbed by Li Chen. But after all, he had now broken through the 7th level. And 4 were still too few for him. Nangu didn't plan to rest. Anyway, there were many zombies in the North Sea. And she wouldn't go out until Li Chen woke up. So when the others who were cleaning the battlefield came back, Nangu said to them, "All your supplies are destroyed. Go back the same way." "What about you?" these people asked Nangu anxiously. At this moment, Nanji's face was still not silly at all. Li Chen was unconscious. And she was stronger than anyone else. "I have to continue hunting zombies and looking for space crystal cores." "How long will it take?" "Space crystal cores are too hard to find. Besides, he needs more comprehensive treatment. If you stay, you have to kill zombies, find supplies, and take care of him. It's too hard." "I don't think it's hard." Nangu held Li Chen's hand and looked at him with satisfaction in her eyes. "He always took care of me before. And now it's my turn. I will definitely cure him. This man is so strong that he won't fall down because of a teleportation. When he wakes up, he will definitely be able to reach a higher level." It was the people from the second base who changed Nanji's opinion. "Actually, I have another suggestion." Nangu looked at him and heard him say, "Anyway, Inshuza of the main base is dead. We can support Li Chen as the new leader. The resources of the main base are unimaginably rich. And there must be a lot of space crystal cores there." Chapter 155, The One in My Heart. His words not only moved Nangu, but also the people in other bases. Inshuza died. Instead of letting others take the position of the leader of the main base, it would be better to let Li Chen do it. Li Chen is a man with a firm mind and strong supernatural powers. Most importantly, this action made them submit to him from the bottom of their hearts. Nangu naturally understood that plundering resources is much faster than finding them by themselves. She didn't disbelieve the information from these people, but asked, "How can we easily become the leader?" "You can see that Li Chen can't wait too long. This is easy." Someone said, "Although we don't have as many resources as the main base, we still have space crystal cores. If more than a dozen bases come together, we will probably be able to get enough. When Li Chen wakes up, our bases will do their best to support you." Nangu looked at this group of people carefully, identifying one by one whether they were false. And the conclusion she came to was that they all hoped that Li Chen would be the leader. In this case, she could ask Li Chen about his wishes after he wakes up. So Nangu and them reached a united front for the time being. "I'll look for a usable car nearby." Nangu calmed down, and soon her mental power spread out. And she didn't have to hunt down all the zombies in this area. So she didn't need to be distracted anymore. And she quickly found a car. There was not enough space for so many people in one car. So she told the location of other cars, and then let the people from the second base take them away first. The 17th base was far from the road they took out of the North Sea. So they settled in the second base first. In the car, Nangu and Li Chen sat in the back seat, and she held him gently all the time. Although Li Chen's face was still very pale, after taking 4 crystal cores, his wounds no longer bled, and his body temperature rose a little. When they were about to enter the gate of the second base, Nangu asked, "Are you sure you can collect the crystal cores and convince the people in the base to support us?" The two looked at each other and said with a smile, "Although we lost face in front of Inshuza, you should not underestimate our contribution to the base." It was really because Nangu and Li Chen were too powerful that they were not considered strong. Sure enough, what these two people said was right. They obviously participated in the action with high spirits, but came back in disgrace, which scared the people in the second base. The two people didn't have time to explain anything to the people in the base. They asked them to arrange rooms for Li Chen and Nangu first, and then went to search the warehouse. There were 2 space crystal cores in the base, all of which were given to Nangu. A doctor had already treated Li Chen's wound. Nangu held the crystal core and asked nervously, "How is it?" The doctor didn't know Nanji's identity, but seeing how respectful Pang Jiping and Zhang Punqing were to her, he also said respectfully, "It's just that the wound on the back is a bit serious, and there is no damage to the internal organs. As for the brain," he looked embarrassed, "there are no sophisticated instruments now. and we have to wait until he wakes up to know. Nangu was relieved when she heard that there was no internal injury. She was not used to thanking humans. But she said sincerely at this moment, "Thank you." The doctor left some bandages and medicines, and then turned and left the room. Nangu didn't care about his own embarrassment. He gave Li Chen the crystal core, cleaned him up briefly, changed him into clean clothes, and then waited for him to wake up by his bed. As for Pang Jiping and the others, they had already gone to find Nie Zilin, the leader of the second base, and explain the inside story of the operation. After hearing it, he was shocked and angry. This Inshuza actually mobilized so many strong people just to study such an experiment that hurts the heaven and earth? Pang Jiping also said, "We have decided to nominate someone else to be the leader of the main base." Nie Zilin looked embarrassed. "I don't want Inshuza's minions to continue to rule Beihai. But do you think the main base is so easy to defeat? How do you know if you don't try?" Pang Jiping refused to give up. Besides, Inshuza saw the zombies kill his father with his own eyes. And he didn't help. As long as we release this news, public opinion will definitely be on our side. Nie Zilin was still a little hesitant. But is the person you nominate really suitable? Whether it is suitable or not, you will know when he wakes up. Now we only ask you, do you want to stand on our side? Nie Zilin was tempted. They helped Li Chen. In the future, when Li Chen sits in that position, he will surely take care of them more. As for being the leader of this main base, he has also had this idea. But from what Pang Jiping said, Li Chen was quite powerful. Even if he became the leader, it would be easy for Li Chen to step down. Nie Zilin was a smart man. After a few ups and downs, he figured out the key points. So he said to Pang Jiping, "I can help you this time. But your actions must be kept secret. If you fail, you can't give up the second base." Pang Jiping was very satisfied to get such a response. He solemnly promised, "Don't worry. We won't give Inshuza's followers a chance to counterattack." In the afternoon, several other bases also sent space system crystal cores one after another. There were 10 in total, all of which were taken by Li Chen. These people can be regarded as living and dying together. Before Li Chen woke up, they had to stay in the second base. On the one hand, they were worried about Li Chen, and on the other hand, they were planning how to occupy the main base. Inshuza was killed by them last night. The people in the main base must have discovered that they had lost contact with Inshuza. At the latest, the main base will take action within a day. These bases must unite. Nangu guarded Li Chen for more than 10 hours. When it was night, Li Chen finally woke up. The dozen crystal cores also played a role. Li Chen's skin injuries were almost healed. When he woke up, Nangu was the only one in the room. She didn't need to sleep, so she closed her eyes and rested. Her mental power was so terrifying now that it was no problem for her to monitor the entire second base. Her idea was simple. If she found out that the second base just wanted to use her and Li Chen, she would immediately take Li Chen away and destroy the second base. Fortunately, after monitoring for several hours, nothing unusual was found. It was only when Li Chen's breathing changed that Nangu turned her head and looked at him anxiously. Nangu was lying on Li Chen's bedside, because she had never taken care of herself. She looked like a little cat. Her big watery eyes stared at Li Chen. "Are you awake? Do you remember who I am?" Humans are too fragile. What if he really hurts his brain and loses his memory? Li Chen regained his strength and slowly sat up. He reached out and hugged Nangu, sniffing her scent. Although there was a little bloody smell, he felt it was sweet as long as it was Nangu. "I've been fine." Li Chen felt distressed when he thought of Nanji's anxious face before he fell into a coma. Really? Why did he make Nangu worry again? Nangu also hugged Li Chen and buried her little face in his neck. "Your back is badly injured. But you said you were fine. I was so worried that you wouldn't wake up." With just a few words, Li Chen's strength was half restored, and he hugged Nangu more tightly. "When I awakened, I was at level 6. But no matter how many zombies I killed, I didn't advance. Yesterday, I was impulsive and used teleportation that only level 7 psychics can use. I didn't expect to break through myself. This can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. I'm sorry for making you worry." "Why are you sorry?" Nangu patted his back with her little hand. "If you are really sorry, be good in the future and don't scare me again." Instantly, Li Chen's heart was sour, as if it was soaked in lemonade. He hugged Nangu and felt that she was good in every way. Before he could say anything more sentimental, Nangu muttered unwillingly, So you were already at level 6 when you awakened. I finally became level 7 with great difficulty. But now I'm not as good as you. Li Chen laughed. My Nanxioga is the best. I can't beat you. Really? Nangu looked at him. Her eyes were like a sea of stars. Yes. Li Chen said in a serious tone. As long as Nanxioga seduces me, I will lose. Nangu felt speechless and funny, and reached out to hit his shoulder. You are so annoying. Li Chen put his arm around her shoulders, approached her, and kissed her lips carefully, full of careful care. How dangerous. He is still alive. And Nangu is also alive. The two of them were tired for a long time. And Li Chen reluctantly let go of little cat, Nangu, and let her go to wash up. The people in the second base had prepared water for them, and there was a bathroom in the room. Nangu simply wiped it and changed her clothes. But she was not idle either, and she was always talking about what happened after Li Chen fell into a coma. Li Chen heard that people from other bases all supported him to be the leader. So he asked Nangu, do you want me to be the leader too? Nangu changed her clothes and walked out from behind the baffle, wiping her wet hair, and said naturally, I don't care. I'll go wherever you go. Then I'll be the leader. Li Chen said to Nangu with a smile. He didn't have such ambitions, but his repeated contacts with Inshuza made him understand that in the end times, if he didn't have enough strength, he couldn't protect his beloved woman. He hoped that no matter where he was, Nangu would be safe and happy. So what if she was a zombie? Whoever dared to touch her, he would start a war to conquer him. As long as he became a terrifying existence, he was not afraid to be an enemy of the whole world. After Nangu sent the news of Li Chen's awakening, many people came to see him soon, seeing that Li Chen's complexion was more restrained, and the whole person was like a sword with restrained sword energy. These people respected Li Chen even more. Nie Zilin asked Li Chen about his thoughts, and said seriously, Then, I wonder what you think about taking over the position of leader of the main base. Chapter 156 Seizing the Main Base. Li Chen and Nangu sat together, their hands clasped all the time, without avoiding other people's eyes. As long as Li Chen woke up, Nangu would be her stupid zombie, playing with Li Chen's hands, and she didn't care about their topic at all. There are only two options: attack from the inside or from the outside. If it's from the outside, the defense of the main base is too strong, and it's inevitable that there will be heavy losses. So I decided to go there myself. Others looked at Li Chen worriedly. Have you really decided? If a battle breaks out, it's very likely that you won't be able to get out. No, you won't be able to get out. Li Chen can already teleport, and the people in the main base can't stop him. Nangu also said proudly, if they really want to make trouble, I will destroy their neurons. Li Chen smiled dotingly and said to others, she is just simple and rough. You just get used to it. How can this be simple and rough? This is too fierce. Destroy people's neurons if you don't agree with them. And Li Chen, you look at how elegant you speak. In fact, you are also a killer. As long as you enter the main base, what can't you do? After finalizing a series of details, Li Chen also sent a telegram to the 17th base, asking them to start spreading Inshuza's bad deeds and fully support themselves when necessary. Shin Qinyao was very surprised when she received the telegram. Didn't Li Chen go to participate in the mission of the main base? Why did he go to the second base now? But she did everything Li Chen said, and there were some reasons that she was going to ask when she saw Li Chen. Li Chen held Nangu in his arms all night long, letting her have a good rest. She was indeed very tired, and when she rested, her mind was empty, somewhat similar to human sleep. But Li Chen's fall shocked her so much that she always woke up. Every time she woke up, Li Chen would pat her back and kiss her cheek. Don't be afraid. Nangu, I'm here. Nangu always looked at him hazily for a while, before continuing to close her eyes. The next morning, all preparations were done. Several bases provided them with vehicles, which were exactly the same as those in the main base. Those who participated in Inshuza's operation sat in the cars, and pretended to have just come out of the North Sea. The convoy drove to the main base in the dim morning light. The main base was always on high alert, and when it saw a convoy coming, it also issued a signal light to signal them to stop and check. In fact, the people in the main base are also panicking now, because it is said outside that Inshuza turned a blind eye to Ening Nan's death and killed his father with his own hands. So he sat in this position. Such a leader made them afraid from the bottom of their hearts. Just as they were thinking about it, the convoy approached. They saw that it was Inshuza's car. Without saying anything, they let it go. Now the middle and high-level officials in the main base are also in a mess. Who would have thought that Inshuza would be such a vicious person? Inshuza's confidants knew Inshuza's style of doing things. So they were eager to meet Inshuza and ask him what to do next, before the other high-level officials make trouble. Clean them up and select a group of loyal people to come up. Then they heard that the convoy was back. They suppressed their anxiety after not contacting Inshuza for 2 days and went out to meet him. Unfortunately, after the car door opened, they did not see Inshuza, but saw the team members of more than a dozen other bases. A fat man ran over and saw Li Chen at a glance, asking him, "Where is our leader? Is he still in the car?" Li Chen and Nangu stood together. They were originally handsome men and beautiful women, and they were extremely conspicuous. The senior executive was still thinking, didn't they say that Fatty Chen and Li Chen came together? Why did he bring a woman? Fatty Chen was very bitter now. His sister-in-law and Li Chen reconciled, and he became cannon fodder, because it was his fault that he acted alone with Li Chen and didn't tell her. So Fatty Chen has become a driver. Everyone else got off the car, but he was still waiting in the car. Li Chen took Nangu and didn't move, and asked her sideways, "Can all their defense facilities be destroyed?" Human neurons can be destroyed, let alone signals. It is easy for Nangu to achieve her goal. So she held Li Chen's hand and smiled confidently. Of course, the fat-headed man was also angry when he saw that Li Chen did not reply. "Li Chen, did you hear me? Are you asking about Inshuza?" "He is dead," Li Chen replied indifferently. "What?" The man took 2 steps back suddenly. He looked around in horror, but he did not find Inshuza, and the researchers he brought with him were not in the team. How could this be possible? Inshuza made all the preparations before leaving, and there was even a team outside the North Sea ready to pick him up at any time. These superpowers should have been controlled by Inshuza. He was right. Inshuza had many methods, but no matter how many methods he had, they could not match his powerful ability. Li Chen and Nangu were the people he could not touch. Now he not only lost his life, but also had to hand over the base with both hands. Seeing an opportunity to show off, Fatty Chen jumped out of the car and stood next to Li Chen and said, "We encountered super mutant zombies on the road. Inshuza died to protect us." Before he died, he gave the position of leader of the main base to Li Chen. "You are talking nonsense." The fat man with big ears shouted with a red face, "He will not do such a thing. Besides, Li Chen is not from Beihai at all, and he can't be a leader." "Why not?" "Nangu has begun to destroy the fortifications quietly. Fatty Chen is responsible for arguing with the people in the main base. Brotherly has joined the 17th base, so he can be the leader of Beihai. Besides, don't you see that other bases have sent representatives to express their support for Brotherly?" The fat man with big ears was immediately angry and took out a gun and pointed it at Fatty Chen. "They want to rebel," he said arrogantly. "Are you really sure that you can withstand the anger of the main base?" Fatty Chen looked at the muzzle with disdain. "It's already this hour, and you're still trying to kill a superpower with a bullet?" Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a wind blade shot from behind, and with a swish, the entire muzzle was cut off. The cut surface was neat. The man stepped back in fear and shouted, "Come on! Kill all these traitors! By the way, gather the army and march to other bases." His words were still very powerful. Li Chen looked coldly at the many superpowers coming from all directions, blocking all their retreat routes. Nangu was still fighting with the defense system of the main base, because she had to reactivate it in the future, and she couldn't completely destroy it, so she wasted some time. Li Chen also patted her arm and gave her a look that didn't need to be anxious. After everyone arrived, Li Chen asked the fat-headed man, "Have you summoned all the troops?" The man looked at him proudly. "How is it? Are you scared now? I know you are a space system, but no matter how powerful you are, what can you do? They are all superpowers, and there are all kinds of high-end weapons. If you know what's good for you, just kneel down and apologize, and I can give you a decent death. Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed." The people behind Li Chen also surrounded Li Chen and Nangu, pretending to protect them, and listened to Li Chen continue. "Just for lying on these few people, you can't kill me. You really don't want to drink. There are thousands of people here, and he actually said there were only a few. Do you really care about the main base? Don't think that you can escape by coercing anyone like last time. These people today are not afraid of death." "Oh!" Li Chen raised his phoenix eyes. What about this? As soon as he finished speaking, the fat-headed and big-eared man and several of his men were wrapped in space by Li Chen and lifted into the air. All the other superpowers aimed their eyes at Li Chen and prepared to attack. The fat-headed and big-eared man immediately screamed in horror. Ah! Let me go! He also activated his superpowers. But the entire space was imprisoned, and the superpowers he emitted were rebounded to his body. It was simply unbearable for him. But he couldn't beg for mercy. So he could only shout to other superpowers, whoever kills him, I will provide him with a year's worth of supplies. The defenses of the entire base were activated, and all kinds of guns and cannons were aimed at Li Chen and his group. Fatty Chen also shouted, those who know the times will surrender to brotherly, and you will not lack supplies in the future. In fact, these superpowers were in a dilemma. What should they do? Yin Shuza is already dead. Do they really want to be enemies with Li Chen? This is the first time they have seen space-related superpowers. Now he is just simply imprisoning people. What if the space goes berserk? So these superpowers hesitated to take action. But those fortifications were activated. But a few seconds later, everyone looked at each other in surprise. What's going on? Why didn't the defenses respond? Someone ran over in a hurry, shouting, oh no! Our base is being interfered by a strong signal, and the entire system is out of order. The fat-headed man looked at Nangu with hatred. It's you. Li Chen did not deny it, but looked at the superpowers who surrounded them indifferently. Do you still want to be our enemy now? One superpower hesitated for a moment, then put down his hand, and then looked at the fat-headed man, gritting his teeth and said, my sister committed suicide because you forced her. And you lied to me that she committed suicide because she felt that the base didn't support idle people. So she committed suicide out of guilt. I have been wanting to kill you for a long time. Those superpowers who were used as livestock by Yin Shuza also stood up to protest when a companion was injured. You always said you were treating them, but you didn't know where you took them. Now tell me, did you use them for experiments? The surrender to Li Chen, coupled with the hatred of Yin Shuza, made the situation one-sided. Chapter 157 Taking over Beihai. Although some people defected because of dissatisfaction with the main base, more of them were still loyal to Yin Shuza and were determined to be enemies with Li Chen. The people who surrounded Li Chen never put down their guns, seeing that some of his companions actually spoke for Li Chen. The leader made a prompt decision and ignored the fat man and immediately gave an order, kill them. Those psychics holding guns pulled the trigger in the direction of Li Chen and Nangu. The people following Li Chen did not move a step. And even Nangu, who was always interfering with the defense system of the main base, did not even blink an eye. Everyone thought that even if these psychics were very powerful, they would definitely be able to shoot them to death because they had the advantage in numbers. Who would have thought that their bullets were fired, but changed direction in midair? The speed was too fast, and some low-level psychics could not see the trajectory of the bullets. But the high-level ones could see it clearly. The bullet shot at Li Chen turned to the sky. The sound of gunfire was endless, but every shot was a cold shot. No one could really hurt Li Chen and others. And this is no longer something that ordinary psychics can do. This is Li Chen using his space ability to change the trajectory of the bullet. When everyone in the main base saw that Li Chen was so powerful, they immediately felt hopeless. Who among them could beat Li Chen like this? Now that the defense system has failed, it would be easy for him to seize control of the base. Compared to their fear, Li Chen's expression remained indifferent. He looked at everyone coldly, and when he saw that they stopped shooting, he gave Fatty Chen a look. Fatty Chen took 2 steps forward and vividly told the things that Yin Shuza had done in the team. These superpowers didn't believe that Yin Shuza was doing such experiments at first. He deliberately induced zombies and couldn't control them. He was going to destroy himself. After Fatty Chen finished speaking, Li Chen signaled Nangu to stop for a moment, and then said, if you don't believe it, then follow us. Nangu had just found out where the laboratory of the main base was. With a look from Li Chen, she led the way for everyone. After arriving at the laboratory, those layers of defense were not difficult for Nangu and Li Chen at all. They quickly retrieved Yin Shuza's experimental materials and handed them over to the people in the main base. After they looked at it, their faces turned pale and blue. They couldn't believe that their leader had been doing so many dangerous experiments. The original researchers in the laboratory had been controlled. Nangu used his mental superpowers to make them speak easily. With their confessions, what else was unclear? Yin Shuza's image collapsed in everyone's hearts. There are very few people who support him now. But Inshuza is dead. And they have nowhere to find someone to settle accounts with. After all, Li Chen and Nangu are not from their main base. Are they really trustworthy? Li Chen is not in a hurry. The people in the main base have seen how powerful they are. After that, they just need to guide them little by little and make them submit to him. In this regard, the two people in the second base are more experienced than Li Chen. They brought people from other bases and said to the people in the main base, as if they were taking an oath, if there is no brotherly in the team, we would have died long ago. So we have united more than a dozen bases to recommend brotherly as the new leader of Beihai. Li Chen's words alone don't carry much weight. So what about the representatives of more than a dozen bases? The people in the main base can't stand it. Li Chen took Nanji's hand and walked to the front. His face was still very handsome. Unlike Nanji's memory, Li Chen now has the temperament of a superior position and is calm and reassuring. Inshuza has been using humans to study these experiments, which is still not appropriate. What I want to tell you is that we have already achieved results in inducing zombies. If you are interested, you might as well come and see. When Nangu doesn't speak or smile, she is an ice beauty. But everyone can see that she only listens to Li Chen. The people in the main base didn't know what Li Chen was going to do, but they still followed him to the door of the base. The people in the other dozen bases also had doubts in their hearts. To be honest, they didn't know what the zombie tide was the night before, and how Li Chen and Nangu moved from the center of the explosion. It seems that these two people still have many secrets that they don't know. Li Chen and Nangu stood in front of the main gate of the base. Without any prompt, Nangu released his mental power. There were not many zombies near the main base, because this was a gathering place for strong people, and almost all the zombies around were hunted down. But who is Nangu? As long as she is here, no matter how deep the zombies are hiding, they will be lured out by her. So the people in the main base saw zombies rushing from all directions. Although there were not many, each one was a high-level mutant zombie. They changed their faces and prepared to fight. But Li Chen waved his hand, signaling them to wait and see. The 7th level spiritual power is very different from the 6th level. Nangu controlled the zombies and stopped at a place 1,000 meters away from the base. After everyone had seen it, she said lightly, "If you want to kill the zombies, you can induce them next time. I drove these zombies away." So she slowly put away her spiritual power. And the zombies really retreated like a tide. Everyone present, except Li Chen and Nangu, breathed a sigh of relief. Similarly, their eyes looking at Nangu also changed greatly. Those who were still ready to be enemies with Li Chen were all silent. It is a blessing for Beihai to have such a leader. Not to mention that he wants the identity of the leader of the main base now. Even if he wants the resources of the entire Beihai, they are willing to give it, as long as Li Chen can stay to protect them. If such a strong man is forced away, once he arrives in Shengjing and is valued, the strength of Beihai and Shengjing will be pulled apart. Li Chen and the people in the main base were satisfied with the changes. After the zombies retreated, several cars drove over from a distance. The cars also had the unique logo of the 17th base. Li Chen turned around with Nangu. When the two stood together, it was obvious that they could not fit in with another person. We not only have mature zombie induction technology, but we have also developed a drug. The car had already arrived in front of the gate. The people in the main base opened the door for them. After the car stopped, more than a dozen people got out of it. The leader was a man in a white coat with an elegant face. Many people have an impression of this man. It was the famous Dr. Yishao. When Yishao got off the car, he happened to hear Li Chen's words. On the way, he also understood what Li Chen wanted to do. He is not an ambitious person. As long as Nangu is by his side, he can do experiments anywhere. And since Li Chen wants the position of leader, he will help him. So Yishao naturally said, "Let me explain to everyone what this potion does." Yishao took the box handed over by his assistant, opened it, and showed them the potion inside. After this potion is injected into the human body, there is a chance that ordinary people will stimulate superpowers. What? The crowd was in an uproar. There is such a heaven-defying potion? If all ordinary people are injected, how many superpowers will appear in the end times? Zombies are evolving faster and faster, and they are really worried that humans will be overwhelmed by zombies. The appearance of this potion is simply a blessing for mankind. Yishao also confidently and elegantly added, the activation probability of this potion was only 1 in 10 before, but now it has been purified to 1 in 5. I believe the effect will be better in the future. The people in the main base no longer care whether Yin Shuza is dead or Li Chen is an outsider. All they think about is that I can finally bring my family/lovers/friends and other ordinary people without superpowers here. Who is still dissatisfied with Li Chen now? He is a powerful space system. His woman is a spiritual system that can induce zombies. And Yi Xiao can also research such a heaven-defying potion. So no one is dissatisfied. All the people in the main base shouted to Li Chen, "Brotherly." Li Chen smiled slightly, looked at Nan Ge, and held her hand tightly. The main base became Li Chen's possession. After everyone calmed down, Li Chen said in a deep voice, "I won't say anything more to you. Since I have become the leader, please witness what I do." 3 days later, the 20 bases in Beihai will unite to launch an operation to clear the sinking Beihai and open up a larger living space. These superpowers present, regardless of gender, are ambitious and aspiring. They have been forced to survive in such a small area by zombies, and are always suppressed and beaten by zombies. They have long been dissatisfied. Now someone says that they will lead them to clear the sinking Beihai and take back the land occupied by zombies. How can they not be happy? So all these people shouted passionately, "Good! Kill the zombies in the sinking Beihai! Kill the mutants!" Li Chen also embraced Nan Ge in his arms. He did not join the shouting of those people. But the look in his eyes when looking at Nan Ge was obviously more burning. His Nan Ge. He must be very strong before he can hold her in his arms with peace of mind. Li Chen thought that the matter of his marriage with Nan Ge should be put on the agenda. Compared to the extremely excited people in the Beihai base, Nan Ge was quite calm. Anyway, she was not the leader, so she just had to be her own parasite. Moreover, if she followed Li Chen, wouldn't all their blood belong to her? Nanji's eyes were full of stars. Li Chen felt Nanji's subtle happiness. A little helpless, but more of a doting. Whatever. What she liked most was nothing more than those little things. If he couldn't satisfy her even after becoming the leader of Beihai, he wouldn't be worthy of being her husband. Chapter 158 Getting Married. After Li Chen took over the entire Beihai, things suddenly became more complicated. The people in the main base had different mindsets, and the configuration was different from that of the 17th base. He needed to understand it as soon as possible. The forces left by Yin Shuza also needed to be cleaned up. There were more than a dozen other bases, although they supported him at the first time. In fact, their help was also to hope that Li Chen could take care of them more. In the past, Shinchinya asked him to be the leader of the 17th base, but Li Chen refused. Now that he has taken over such a big stall, he has very little time to sleep every day, let alone accompany Nan Ge. Nan Ge is a person who can't sit still. Li Chen originally wanted Nan Ge to walk around the base and get familiar with the environment. If he is too bored, he can go outside to hunt zombies. However, this time Nan Ge was surprisingly well behaved. In his spare time, he actually stayed by Li Chen's side. Although Nan Ge couldn't understand the affairs that Li Chen handled at all. The day after Li Chen took over the main base, Shen Qinya brought people over. Strong men like Zhong Haoxuan and Xian Yuhua will naturally be recruited into the main base. Li Chen is still considering how to summon Su Hong and others. After Shen Qinya entered Li Chen's office, she teased him, "No wonder you didn't take over the 17th base. So your plan is here." She was just joking. Li Chen saw from her eyes that she was not dissatisfied. Nan Ge was still fiddling with her crystal core. Li Chen touched Nan Ji's head and laughed and cried with Shen Qinya, "Sister Shen, please don't tease me. There are so many things. I really don't know where to deal with them. That's why I asked Sister Shen to help." Shen Qinya also saw that Li Chen had not rested well, and sighed distressfully, and finally gave in. "We don't know who owes whom. Your brother kidnapped my daughter, and now I have to help you deal with these things." Li Chen raised his eyebrows and thought, Li Yan, that kid, finally took action? He thought it would take some time for them to be together. Although Li Yan is not a high-level psychic now, I believe in his ability. And if he is not good at Qin Mayan, I believe Sister Shen will not hand over her daughter to him. Li Chen's words were said to be in Shen Qinya's heart. When Li Yan stood up for Qin Mayan, Shen Qinya had already recognized him. If you have the courage to fight the whole world for one person, Shen Qinya doesn't mind whether this boy is a psychic or not, because Li Yan will do his best to protect Qin Mayan. After sitting down, Shen Qinya smiled and shook her head. "I'm old. I'm not going to interfere in the affairs of the young people." After guiding Li Chen to deal with some affairs, Shinchinya asked Li Chen. The plan to clear the sunken North Sea in 2 days will begin. Do you really have the confidence to clear it out? The sunken North Sea is very large. This matter cannot be completed overnight. But as long as someone does it, it will always succeed. Li Chen looked at Shinchinya confidently, and the light in his eyes made Shinchinya unable to refute, because she knew that Li Chen was serious. The zombies and various mutant creatures in the sunken North Sea are really unlucky to encounter a great killer like Li Chen. Shinchinya was about to ask Li Chen and Nangu about their marriage and how they were preparing. As soon as she looked over, she found that Nangu had fallen asleep on the sofa. So she joked, Nangu must be really tired. She never slept in front of us before. Li Chen was still thinking about the sinking of the North Sea when he heard Shinchinya's words. His face suddenly changed. He turned to look at Nangu and found that Nangu was curled up on the sofa with a very peaceful face. Did she faint again because of the advancement? How come there was no sign at all? Li Chen walked over, picked up Nangu, and prepared to send her to the room. With the experience of the previous few times, Li Chen seemed calmer this time, but the hand holding Nangu still trembled twice. As soon as he picked her up, Nangu opened her eyes. Li Chen looked at her and didn't know what to say. Nanji's eyes were not clear, and her words were soft and sticky. Li Chen, I am so sleepy. Sleepy? Li Chen repeated, but before he could ask anything, Nangu fell asleep again. Li Chen turned his back to Shinchinya, stretched out his hand to feel Nanji's breath, but there was none. For some reason, he put his hand on her chest, and after a while, he actually felt Nanji's heart beat. Shinchinya saw that Li Chen had not moved, and smiled and asked him, why? Don't you take her back and let her sleep here? Li Chen did not answer, because his attention was attracted by the movement of his palm. Nanji's heart beat again. He was finally sure that she was slowly becoming like a human being, and now she had a heartbeat. Did it mean that the blood in her body had begun to flow? Then after a while, she would be able to breathe. Right? The knowledge that Nangu might become a human made Li Chen even more excited. He didn't want her to live with the shackles of zombies, surrounded by humans. That would be too tiring. This was a secret between Nangu and himself, and Li Chen didn't tell anyone. When he turned his head to look at Shinchinya again, Li Chen returned to his usual mood. I'll hold her back to sleep. Shinchinya nodded in understanding, and smiled. After Li Chen settled Nangu, he sat by her bed for a while, and then returned to the office. When he saw Shinchinya, the first thing he said was, Nangu and I are getting married. Sister Shin, please take care of the wedding. Even in the end times, I don't want to let Nangu down. Shinchinya immediately became serious. Although the wedding cannot be as grand as before the end times, I will definitely help you with all the things that should be considered. Don't worry. Shinchinya temporarily handed over the 17th base to Li Yin, and she stayed in the main base, claiming to be Li Chen's assistant. In fact, she was Li Chen's teacher. Shinchinya is a very good leader, and Li Chen is very smart. He learned what Shinchinya taught very quickly, and was able to integrate it. And the sleepy Nangu, unlike before, who slept for several days at a time, woke up after about 3 hours. When Li Chen returned to the room, Nangu was still lying on the bed and didn't want to get up. He walked over and pinched the tip of Nanji's nose with a smile. Why? Are you starting to stay in bed? Nangu was thinking about the dream she had. This time, the scene in the dream was her running on the road. Later, she met another man. In the dream, she was small and had lost a lot of memories. After spending some time with the second man, she called him Dad. But these two fathers don't look the same. Nangu didn't take Li Chen's hand away. She just looked up at Li Chen blankly and asked, Li Chen, if my biological father abandoned me, and then my adoptive father adopted me and raised me, who is my father? Li Chen stopped teasing Nangu. After he sat down, he said to her patiently, Did you remember anything? Nangu told Li Chen about her recent dreams. After listening, he told Nangu objectively, Your biological father may not have abandoned you on purpose, but your adoptive father should have treated you well for so many years, raised you up, and let you study medicine. More truths need to be recalled by yourself. Nangu, I will not influence your decision. Li Chen's tone and eyes were full of respect, which touched Nangu instantly. He hugged her, kissed her on the cheek, and declared his sovereignty with a smile. No matter how many fathers you have, you will only have one husband. Our wedding is already being prepared. Nangu, You are going to marry me. Nan Ji's mind was spinning. And she always felt that she seemed to have overlooked a very critical step. It was not until many years later that she realized that it was Li Chen who did not propose equals. But now she couldn't remember it. She just smiled sweetly with her lips pursed, and nodded her little head, and asked Li Chen very seriously, "Then at the wedding, is our wedding banquet made of blood?" Li Chen thought about the table full of blood, and curled his lips at Nan Ge. "You think too much." Nan Ge was still looking forward to the wedding. But 2 days later, she was attracted by other things. The plan to clear and sink Beihai was upgraded by Li Chen to the Clear Beihai plan on that day. That is to say, their enemies also include the zombies in the center of Beihai City. Li Chen and the leaders of more than a dozen bases participated in the swearing-in ceremony. This clearing plan lasted for 2 years. And the purpose was also very clear, which was to clear the entire Beihai as a habitat for humans. Everyone knew this long-term goal, and their mood was particularly solemn. Only Nan Ge stood beside Li Chen, looking cold on the surface. But in fact, she was thinking cutely in her heart that after clearing Beihai, so many crystal cores and bags would be hers. As for the principle of attracting zombies, Li Chen did not explain to these people, only saying that they needed the superpowers in these bases to provide blood from time to time. Originally, these superpowers were making wrist-cutting gestures, thinking that they would need the blood of tens of thousands of people to attract so many zombies. Who knew that Li Chen said calmly, "Only 3 people are needed today, and each person can provide 200 cubic centimeters." Everyone was simply confused. Originally, they were worried that there would not be enough blood. What's the situation now? Only 3 people are needed a day? And only so little? Before the oath-taking meeting, Li Chen proposed a set of reward and punishment schemes, according to the contributions made by superpowers. Their status is different. They are also preparing to make achievements in this 2-year plan. As a result, before the campaign of clearing up has even begun, they found that they can't even get a number to donate blood. Oh my god! 3 people a day. When will it be their turn? Let's ask them to donate blood voluntarily. Okay. Brother Li. Chapter 159. You decide. When Li Chen was mobilizing everyone in the base, Nan Ge stood beside him with an indifferent look. When Li Chen talked about the reward and punishment system, Nan Ge still looked indifferent. Later, Li Chen said that everyone should provide blood every day. As soon as the voice fell, Nan Ge began to applaud with a serious face, and her heart was full of smiles. That's great. She knew that Li Chen would not forget her. Yi Xiao was only a doctor in the main base, and now he was also the director of the research laboratory. Li Chen held this oath-taking meeting, and he was just an observer. As for what Li Chen said, he didn't care much. Like Zhong Haoxuan in the distance, he was only staring at Nan Ge. It was Nan Ji's movements that suddenly changed, and Yi Xiao realized what Li Chen said. He couldn't help but laugh. Li Chen, you are too straightforward in using public power for personal gain. But he knew that all the blood handed in would go into Nan Ji's stomach. But Yi Xiao saw that all the superpowers around him looked regretful. It can be predicted that for a long time in the future, there will definitely be many superpowers who fight for the 3 blood quotas every day. After laughing, Yi Xiao felt a little sad. The oath-taking meeting was here. The grouping and division were carried out in the afternoon. The official battle will be tomorrow. Yi Xiao didn't want to see Li Chen and Nan Ge being sweet together, so he decided to go back to the laboratory first. Who knew that not long after he left, Li Chen and Nan Ge came over. Dr. Yi thought, I have been away from you, and you still come to abuse me. I feel bitter. In fact, Nan Ge didn't understand why Li Chen brought her here. Halfway through, Li Chen asked her seriously, do you know that you have a heartbeat now, and will sleep like a human? Nan Ge nodded, I know. Li Chen really wanted to hit Nan Ge, and said speechlessly after a long while, why didn't you tell me earlier? I forgot. With your memory, what else can you remember? Li Chen pinched Nan Ji's soft little hand and explained to her, I think the changes in your body are unusual, so I want to ask Yi Xiao to check you. He looked straight into her eyes, but if you don't want others to know, let's go back. Nan Ge blinked. Isn't it just a physical examination? Why would Li Chen tell her so solemnly? She suddenly felt uncomfortable. After all, Li Chen used to do whatever he thought of, and she didn't have to worry about it. Now that she has started to make her own decisions, why doesn't she feel like she's the master at all, and only feels like a nuisance? So Nan Ge answered cutely, I don't care. Li Chen was choked for a moment, and sighed for a long time. Forget it. Let's go. He shouldn't have had too many fantasies about Nangu. When she was with him, she would rather be a waste than use her brain. So when he arrived at Yixiao's laboratory, Li Chen explained his purpose to Yixiao, and Yixiao was also very surprised. You said she actually has human signs? Yixiao didn't care about the sadness and asked carefully. Nangu answered one by one, such as when she started to smell, when she felt, when her heartbeat appeared, and when she started to sleep again. Yixiao wrote it down in detail, and asked Li Chen, can you draw some blood from her? Li Chen frowned, obviously very reluctant. But now if he wanted to understand the changes in Nanji's body, this was essential. Nangu looked at Li Chen with heartache, tears welling up in her eyes. I don't want to have my blood drawn. Her blood was so precious. She didn't want to give it up at all. Li Chen could only coax her softly. Nangu, be good. Just this once. Okay. Finally, Li Chen agreed to exchange his blood, and Nangu slowly stretched out her arm. Yixiao's blood drawing process was very fast, and there was not much blood. Li Chen looked at Nanji's blood, and the color was much lighter than that of normal people. Putting the blood in the refrigerator, Yixiao said to Li Chen and the others, this is okay. I will analyze it carefully. Li Chen nodded, then trouble you. After all, he was asking for help from his rival. So Li Chen didn't take Nangu here for too long, and soon took Nangu away. Yixiao put down all the experiments on hand, and began to analyze Nanji's blood. Comparing the components bit by bit, he found that they were the same as those of humans. It seems that if he wants to know the changes in Nanji's body, he needs more sophisticated instruments. And Nangu is a zombie. Yixiao looked at the container, with the zombie virus next to him, took out a little of Nanji's blood and put it in it. Time passed slowly. He observed the reaction in the container. His face became more and more gloomy. Why does Nanji's blood have the function of killing zombie viruses? Do Li Chen and Nangu know this? Yixiao was about to shed a cold sweat. Fortunately, Li Chen brought Nangu to check him. If another doctor discovered this, Beihai would definitely set off a bloody storm. After locking the laboratory at night, Yixiao also went to find Li Chen and told him about his discovery. Who knows? Li Chen's expression did not change. He just told Yixiao, this matter must be kept secret. Yixiao nodded without hesitation. Of course I know. If I want to do something, I would have made this discovery public. But Li Chen, Yixiao expressed his hesitation. Nanji's blood has such an effect. You know what this means to all mankind. Li Chen raised his eyebrows alertly. There will always be someone to study the medicine to treat the zombie virus. If you want to use Nangu as an experimental subject, I will not agree. Yixiao also turned cold, angry at Li Chen's distrust. You are not the only one who loves Nangu. Do you think I would be so selfish? Li Chen was stunned for a moment, but did not apologize. Yixiao turned away and said solemnly, forget it. I understand that you can protect Nangu. I just want to say that since this tube of blood has been drawn, don't waste it. I can study her blood structure and see if I can find anything. Li Chen replied vigilantly, if one tube is not enough, you can't ask Nangu to draw blood again. Yixiao assured Li Chen, developing the medicine will definitely not require Nangu to sacrifice. But if you want to analyze Nanji's physique, it is definitely not something that can be solved with one tube of blood. Once a month. No more. Li Chen still felt sorry for his Nanxioga. If the physique could not be checked, he would not check it at all. Yixiao felt that Li Chen had changed a lot from before. He could rest assured to hand Nangu to him. Okay. Yixiao agreed, was silent for a while, and started to talk about personal matters. Are you sure you want to marry Nangu? When talking about marriage, Li Chen's eyes showed a hint of warmth, and he spoke softly, well, if so many things hadn't happened in the middle, we would have been married a long time ago. Even though Yixiao was unwilling, he didn't say anything harsh. He nodded half relieved and half sad. It's legitimate. Very good. After that, he didn't look at Li Chen again, and turned back to the laboratory. That night, the lights in the laboratory were on all night. The next morning, according to the allocation of yesterday afternoon, all the teams had assembled and marched towards the sunken North Sea. It was unanimous that everyone cleared the sunken North Sea first. After all, the zombies in the water are one level weaker than those on land. And everyone was also very curious. How did the people in the main base induce it? Li Chen's team was in his car. A total of 4 people. Him, Nangu, Zhong Haoxuan and Xianyuhua. The sky outside the base was always gray. The temperature of the North Sea had been rising recently. It was scorching even before the sun rose. As the psychics were stronger than ordinary people, they could no longer stand the high temperature. Li Chen drove the car, and Nangu sat in the passenger seat, always mobilizing her mental power to monitor the situation nearby. Mutated creatures kept flying over their heads. Nangu remembered Yi Xiao's instructions in the morning, and took the intercom and said, "Remember to catch a few mutant birds back." Although she didn't understand what Yi Xiao wanted to do, she did. The convoy moved for an hour, and finally approached the sunken North Sea. After getting off the car, Li Chen used a telescope, and Nangu activated his mental power to directly explore this area of water. Although most of the North Sea is submerged, the water here is not deep. If the zombies can be cleared out, the accumulated water can be drained away piece by piece. Nangu also found out that there are many resources in the water. After passing the information to the team behind him, everyone became more excited. Although the resources of the North Sea base are not stretched to the limit now. What about 1 year later? 2 years later? After the teams were ready, Nangu signaled Zhong Haoxuan and Xianyuhua to step back a little, and then frantically activated the supernatural powers in her body. There was no wind near the sunken North Sea, but because of the cutting of mental power, Nangu was like standing in the strong wind, with her tied hair and hanging clothes fluttering in the air. Her domain is enough to make ordinary people feel terrified. Because of her induction, the sinking North Sea suddenly became restless, and all kinds of zombies gathered. Li Chen saw that the momentum was almost over, so he said to Nangu, "You can stop." The subsequent battle was absolutely one-sided, because the sea area was too large, and Nangu could only continue to induce for 2 hours. So on this day, Nangu induced the zombies in batches, and a large number of superpowers killed them. Li Chen and Zhong Haoxuan each occupied an area, because their superpowers were too strong, and they were easy to get hurt if they got close. Xianyuhua was more heroic in order not to be looked down upon by Nangu, not to mention the other superpowers. Everyone acted together, and there was competition between their teams. The most idle one was Nangu. Li Chen gave her a very leisurely task, asking her to pick up crystal cores. So Nangu pulled a bag that was taller than her, and when others killed zombies, she went to pick them up. If it weren't for the bloody surroundings, it would be easy to think she was picking up shells. After killing almost all the waves, Nangu continued to induce them. When the battle started, she could continue to pick up the crystal cores. So the most beautiful and largest ones fell into Nanji's pocket. Chapter 160 Beihai is on fire. In the evening, everyone returned with a full load and was in a particularly happy mood. Following Li Chen, Nangu can eat meat. Nangu was quite tired after picking up crystal cores for a day. When she returned, she sat in the back seat. Xianyuhua sat with her, always hesitant to speak. It was not until the car was about to drive into the base that Xianyuhua spoke in the car. "Sister Nangu, are you really going to get married?" Nangu was still immersed in the beautiful crystal core and couldn't extricate herself. When she heard Xianyuhua's words, she said before Xianyuhua repeated. Nangu nodded and asked naturally, "Yes. Didn't they say that the wedding was already being prepared?" When Xianyuhua asked, Zhong Haoxuan, who was driving, tensed up, because Zhong Haoxuan also wanted to ask about these things. Li Chen, who was in the co-pilot seat, noticed that Zhong Haoxuan tightened the steering wheel in an instant. Even though he was a love rival, Li Chen just pretended not to see it at this moment. Nanji's natural answer made Li Chen smile. Xianyuhua's eyes immediately turned red. He didn't want Nangu to marry Li Chen. Woohoo! After getting married, Sister Nangu is no longer his. If Li Chen knew his idea, he would definitely correct him. "Your sister Nangu has never belonged to you at all." Then Sister Nangu, "Do you feel happy?" Xianyuhua asked again. Li Chen's expression was a little cold. "Very good. Are you trying to poach someone in front of me?" Nangu thought about it carefully, looked at Xianyuhua's amber eyes, and nodded gently. "Happy. There is a place to live, crystal cores to eat, blood to drink, and someone to protect me. I don't have to worry anymore." And she likes being with Li Chen. If he didn't exist in this world, she might still be a wandering zombie. I can't think of anyone else to marry except him. Nanji's truest thoughts almost forced Xianyuhua to cry. The car also stopped suddenly, making a harsh brake sound. Zhong Haoxuan had a gloomy face. But he didn't have the courage to look at Nangu behind him. Her words were clear. Except for Li Chen. She didn't like anyone. Opening the car door stiffly. Zhong Haoxuan only said a few words. I'll go back first. Xi and Yuhua wiped the corners of her eyes. And Nangu found the crystal on his fingertips. Not wanting to make Nangu worry. Xi and Yuhua deliberately smiled. Then Sister Nangu. I wish you happiness. After that, he ran away from the car. Although he and Zhong Haoxuan went in two directions, their mood was the same. Nangu was still in a daze. And after a while, she looked at Li Chen and asked, what's wrong with him? Were they quite excited when they killed zombies? Li Chen smiled meaningfully. I thought you were going to get married. And I envied you. Nangu trusted Li Chen very much and nodded. And said with superiority, so that's how it is. They saw that I, a zombie, could get married, while they, as humans, were still single, and the gap in their hearts must be huge. Li Chen, my future wife's imagination is really amazing. Nanji's topic at this time has already been, it seems that we can't always appear in front of them during this period. It's easy to irritate them. Li Chen couldn't help laughing. Well, you are so considerate. Nangu raised his head and said proudly, of course. Baby has always been so considerate. Maintaining the rhythm of the first day, he killed for a whole month. The sea area he cleared was very large. And the supplies and crystal cores he obtained were countless. As for how many zombies he killed, Nangu didn't remember. And because of such a big commotion in Beihai, almost the whole of China knew that the leader of Beihai base had changed. This leader was very capable. Not only could he induce zombies, but the base also developed a heaven-defying reagent that could allow ordinary people to stimulate superpowers. Countless bases in China sent people to confirm whether these situations in Beihai base were true. If there really is such a reagent, what are they waiting for? No matter what the price, they have to buy a batch. As for why they don't rob, do you think Beihai base is as easy to bully as Jinping base? Look at what kind of people are in Beihai base. Let's not talk about Li Chen and Nangu. In the main base, there are all kinds of high-level superpowers. The most important thing is that the defense of Beihai base is one of the best in China. Do you dare to confront such a base head-on? Unless you think you will live too long. As for those who want to assassinate Li Chen and Nangu, don't even think about it. Nangu is a 7th-level spiritual system. Before you get close, he will find you and crush your neurons in minutes without pressure. So they can only adopt a friendly attitude and wait anxiously for the news from the people sent to inquire every day. But one day, their radio station was so bad that they wanted to be smashed. Because the news sent back by those people said that the people in Beihai base killed zombies, like stomping vegetables. Those zombies were lured out of the water in a flash. Some of the people in the Beihai base fought alone. And some fought in teams. Those zombies were no match at all. It was so cool to watch them kill zombies. At this moment, the people sent by the Shengjing base were talking to Gu Lai, the top leader of the base. Shengjing and Beihai are both large bases with their own base stations, so they can talk through the radio. Wait, Gu Lai asked, you mean they let you watch? Yes. The man also said in disbelief. We all thought this scene was confidential. But who knew they didn't hide it from us at all? You didn't see it. The thunder-type superpower threw a lightning bolt, crackling, and hundreds of zombies were electrocuted to death. And I heard from the people next to him that he only used 30% of his strength. I have seen so many terrifying people that I am numb. Gu Lai suddenly became interested. What about the legendary potion? This surprised us even more. They actually selected a few ordinary people on the spot. Now the success rate of this reagent is 1/3. 4 of the 10 people selected have activated their superpowers. And the leader of the North Sea base told us that if we want the reagent, we only need to exchange it with supplies. Gu Lai asked with a heavy heart, how much supplies are needed? At the same time, he secretly calculated how much was left in stock. 1 tube of reagent requires 3 days of supplies for an adult. What? Gu Lai's eyes widened. Because he was listening out loud. Not only him, but even Chen Baishao, who was listening beside him, was shocked. Such a precious reagent only requires 3 days of supplies for one person. Isn't this too little? Are you sure? Haha. Our initial reaction was the same as yours. We all thought that the Beihai base had a conspiracy. Some of the brave ones directly took out 3 days' worth of supplies, and then exchanged them for this medicine. At that time, Li Chen also said that it was up to us to take the medicine back for our own use or to ask others to study it. I also exchanged 3. Gu Lai's mood was very complicated. In the end times, who doesn't fight to the death for a little resource? If the Beihai base wants to dominate the whole of China, it can rely on this heaven-defying reagent. But now he does this not to be a sucker, but because he is willing to make contributions to all mankind. Gu Lai even affirmed that the Beihai base has such a powerful doctor, and when they develop other reagents in the future, they will also contribute them. As long as the people who go to exchange for the reagents can be a little more motivated, they can take out enough supplies and exchange them at an equal value. Beihai base? This is great benevolence. After hanging up the call, Gu Lai said to Chen Baishao, "You go call Beihai. Be serious, and make an appointment. I plan to visit Li Chen in person at Beihai base." Chen Baishao frowned. "I can arrange this. But you can't leave in the next few months. There are many things to do in Shangjing base, and we have cooperation with foreign countries. Besides, the person you have been looking for has not been found yet." Gu Lai couldn't help but feel regretful. "Then let's delay the trip to Beihai for a while. There has been no news about Code D. I'm afraid it's already dangerous. But we must find what he has in his hand." Shin Baishao was a little puzzled. "You don't seem to know what it is specifically. Why are you so urgent? Nowadays, we have no shortage of weapons or superpowers. Although I don't know what it is. I got accurate information from abroad. What he has in his hand is enough to save all mankind. Now that all the animals have mutated, how much time do you think we have left? Resources are getting less and less." Seeing him so solemn, Shin Baishi's heart sank. Yes, he and Li Chen are both people with philanthropy. Now that he knows this news, he will definitely not give up. "Before you retired from the army, weren't you a comrade in arms with him? His home is in Shangjing. I think he will come back sooner or later." Although Chen Baishao said this, he was not sure at all in his heart. He just comforted him, and Gu Lai, "I hope so. Always monitor the defense lines of all routes. Tell me immediately if there is any news about him." 2 days later, the people sent from Shangjing had finished their visit and study at the Beihai base. Logically, Gu Lai sent a helicopter, and they should be back. But why haven't they received any news of the return trip? When they were waiting anxiously, Beihai was indeed connected. The man on the other end excitedly said to Gu Lai, "Sir, can we delay our return for a few days?" "What's wrong? Has something changed?" Gu Lai became nervous, fearing that the people from Beihai would go back on their word. "No. Everything is packed and put away. Li Chen is getting married, and everyone in Beihai base invited us to stay for the wedding. Not only us, but people from other bases have not left." When he heard this, Gu Lai breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled and said, "Okay. Then you can attend the wedding and come back. And by the way, prepare a gift for me to thank Beihai base for its generous help. Don't worry. I will definitely pass on the message." After hanging up the phone, the people from Beihai base were already urging him, "Come and move the table quickly. There will be no good seats in a while." Chapter 161 The Wedding of the Century. If a month ago, when Li Chen just took over the main base of Beihai, he was still overwhelmed by the forces of all parties. Now Beihai is simply a piece of iron. Whoever does not obey Li Chen, we will beat you to submission. Without Li Chen's action, they admire the strong, and also speak with strength. A strong base does not need to be explained. Now that the Beihai base is completely famous in China, everyone in the base sees a bright future. And the admiration for Li Chen and Nangu is like a surging river. Endless. Anything these two people say is regarded as the truth by them. Every day, in order to squeeze the 3 blood donation quotas, the fighting field of the main base has been crowded. Today, the main base is very lively, with lights and decorations everywhere. If there are people who don't understand the situation, they will definitely ask that question. As for how the people in the main base responded, they all proudly said, "This is the wedding of the leader of our main base. He is going to marry his sister-in-law. Li Chen and Nangu are their ultimate idols. Male gods and goddesses. How can the wedding be vague? Of course not." This month, in order to collect the materials for their wedding, these superpowers pushed forward the progress of clearing the zombies like crazy. Originally, Shen Qingyao estimated that it would take 2 months to collect all the materials. But it was done in 1 month. There are many strong people and capable people in the 20 bases in Beihai. The wedding dresses of Nangu and Li Chen were all handmade, and they used the best fabrics they could collect, The wedding rings were found by Li Chen himself. Although diamonds are not valuable in the end times, the diamond rings he found are so big that many girls envy them red eyes. The various equipment at the wedding were repaired by Li Yan and his team. Today, the power supply in the base is at its maximum, which can make everyone have fun all night. Nangu was sitting in the lounge at this moment. She had changed her clothes and put on her makeup. Her bridesmaid was Qin Mayan. After Qin Mayan checked that nothing was left behind, she asked Nangu for the marriage certificate. Sister Nangu, is the marriage certificate with you? Qin Mayan walked over and asked gently. She had been looking forward to this wedding for a long time. And in the end times, it was really enviable to have such a grand wedding. As for Nangu, she was looking at the marriage certificate in her hand, with a face full of laughter and tears. Yes, it's here. Who did you ask to draw it? Nangu shook the little red book in her hand. That's right. This is her and Li Chen's marriage certificate. Not to mention the words on the book. Even the seal is drawn. Although the drawing is very beautiful and realistic, but the drawn marriage certificate feels weird no matter how you think about it. Qin Mayan laughed. He was a very famous painter before the end of the world. She took the marriage certificate and put it away. The man said that he had painted so many paintings in his life, but he had never painted a marriage certificate. Besides, the photo on it was not a painting. It took a little effort to develop the photo. But fortunately, the two people on it looked so happy. On the day of the photo shoot, Nangu deliberately wore a white cheongsam, because the background was red, which made her look like flawless white jade. Li Chen wore a military uniform, straight and resolute, sitting next to Nangu, full of domineering military style. Nangu only remembered that Li Chen smiled very happily that day, and she could always feel his good mood. And now, she is really going to marry him. The time came quickly. The base had specially made the wedding lively, although there were zombies outside, and the flower car parade was not allowed. Li Chen still brought the base's motorcade to pick up the bride. It takes some effort to pick someone up. The girl in the room tossed Li Chen 13 times before letting him go. Then Li Chen carried Nangu downstairs and put her in his armored vehicle. His car is one of the best in Beihai, and it has different meanings for the two of them. The solemn armored vehicle was decorated and looked cute from the inside out. The motorcade ran around the base for 10 full laps. The people who came to the wedding stood on the roadside and cheered all the time. Everyone wore their best clothes, and some even put on makeup. They were very happy, and didn't look like they were in the end of the world at all. Li Chen and Nangu sat side by side. He always held Nanji's hand. In his eyes, the scenery outside the window was not as beautiful as Nanji's. Nangu had no feelings about marriage some time ago. Anyway, whether there was a ceremony or not, she and Li Chen would live together, and others would call her sister-in-law. Now she understood that it was really different with the ceremony. This sense of legitimacy made her want to cry. Li Chen noticed the change in her mood, hugged her gently, and patted her shoulder. You are the most beautiful bride today. Nangu buried her little face in his neck and nodded, yeah. Although she was still a zombie, she had more and more human signs. Her heartbeat became faster than before, and she had shallow breathing. Her memory was also slowly recovering. Even though it was slow, it made her feel that she was no longer homeless. The base was very large, and it took almost an hour and a half to go around 10 times. With a burst of cannon fire, the wedding officially began. They didn't find a salute, so they used real cannons from the army instead. The wedding was hosted by a master of ceremonies. There were too many people watching the ceremony, and there was no such a large auditorium in the base, so they could only arrange the fighting field as the venue. Compared with the wedding she had attended before the end of the world, even though the facilities this time were not luxurious enough and the ceremony was not complete, everyone still said that this was a wedding of the century. Nangu smiled throughout the whole process. The master of ceremonies used to be a famous host and knew how to mobilize the atmosphere. Whatever he asked, Nangu would cooperate obediently. Even though Nangu is much smarter now, she still has a silly and cute character in her body. Sometimes the master of ceremonies joked seriously, and she answered seriously, a little silly, making everyone laugh. Those who didn't have much contact with Nangu originally thought she was a cold beauty. Who would have thought that she was so cute? So when Li Chen was asked later what was the biggest regret of the wedding, he said it was not that there were not enough motorcades or luxurious equipment, but that there were too many people invited. His Nan Shioga was so cute. She was simply a charmer. Everyone fell in love with her after taking her out for a walk. As a husband, I felt so upset. At this moment, Li Chen always protected Nangu at the wedding, which made the audience boo. Many singles saw how sweet they were, and they all wanted to find a partner in the end times. No matter how bad the environment outside is, as long as they are optimistic, they can always live brilliantly. Before exchanging wedding rings at the wedding, the MC picked up the marriage certificate of the two and showed it to everyone. This is really painted. Isn't it exquisite? Mr. Chen also asked me to advertise that everyone is welcome to find him to draw the marriage certificate. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. And even Nangu and Li Chen couldn't help laughing. Seeing that the scene was lively enough, the MC opened the two boxes, in which their rings were placed. He first handed the microphone to Nangu and asked her, before exchanging rings, "What do you want to say to your husband?" Nangu likes a big diamond ring. She has been eager to wear it on her hand for so many years. Now she stared at the diamond ring for a while. And she looked up and smiled sweetly at Li Chen. "Will you feed me in the future?" The crowd was quiet at first, and then it was noisy. Li Chen's face was also a little red, and he looked at Nangu helplessly, thinking, "Although I know what you mean, can you think about it before you say it? You are simply making everyone think the wrong way. But she is my wife. Of course, I have to feed her myself." So Li Chen took the diamond ring, stared at Nanji's fingertips devoutly, put the ring on her, and promised solemnly, "Of course." "Ah-huh." The people below have already shouted, "Why is this wedding so dirty? I don't want to continue watching. This is simply dog abuse. I want to complain to you." Feed Yaoling. I think it's eye-catching. Li Chen's dad is so handsome. The MC actually found it funny. After all, these two people don't look like serious people. But he still handed the microphone to Li Chen. "What about Li Chen? What do you want to say to Nangu?" Li Chen reached out and put his ring in Nanji's palm. When talking to Nangu, he lowered his head to keep Nangu and his eyes level, without her looking up at him. "I hope you can be so carefree, safe and happy all your life." After Li Chen said that, Nangu also smiled brightly and helped Li Chen put on the ring. The satisfied man kept this posture and kissed Nanji's lips. Although they only touched each other for a while, and then separated. He secretly licked Nangu at an angle that no one could see. From beginning to end, he was so gentle and considerate, which made the atmosphere on the scene climax again. And the cheers continued for a long time. After exchanging rings, Yi Xiao also stood up and said that he had something to treat everyone. Everyone looked up and saw that food carts were being pushed in one after another. After opening the lid, they found that there was meat inside. Aren't all animals mutated now? Is this meat really edible? All the people present hadn't eaten meat for a long time, and they kept swallowing their saliva when they smelled such a strong aroma. It was Nanji's blood that allowed Yi Xiao to overcome this problem. But he only dared to put these kinds of meat for the time being, fearing that other species would mutate again. The only thing that made it difficult for him to speak was that Nanji's blood was used up. And today happened to be their 1-month appointment. Yi Xiao was supposed to draw blood. But after all, today was Nanji's big day. Who could make trouble for Li Chen at this time? Yi Xiao postponed the date for 1 day. And today he brought the results of his research to everyone to eat. Chapter 162 Harmony and Harmony. This meat has been processed. You can eat it without worry. Yi Xiao promised twice. And Xi and Yuhua stood up. "I'll go first." He picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. When he chewed, his eyes lit up, quickly swallowing the meat. He gave Yi Xiao a thumbs up. "Dr. Yi, you are really amazing. This meat is so delicious." Yi Xiao laughed. "It's delicious because of the chef. I just removed the poison." Seeing that Xi and Yuhua was fine after eating it, the others couldn't sit still and rushed up to eat the meat. Nangu and Li Chen were outside the crowd. She also said to Li Chen, "No wonder Yi Xiao asked me to help him bring back mutant animals before. It turned out to be for these research. The meat looks delicious. Why? Do you want to have a bite too?" Li Chen hugged her waist and asked. Nangu shook her head with a smile. "No." She looked up, and Li Chen could see her in her black eyes. "I'm still more interested in you." Li Chen smiled meaningfully. "Then I'll give you food when we get to the house." Li Yan and Qin Mayan stood beside them, pretending not to understand anything. Halfway through the banquet, someone came to report that someone claiming to be Nanji's friend had come to the main base. Nangu and Li Chen were still toasting at this moment, and they were confused when they heard this. Her friends? Why can't she remember? Did the other party say what their names were? Li Chen asked. They said they were Su Fang and Su Xian. Ah! Nangu remembered. Wasn't that her rations? Li Chen pinched the base of her fingers, and said with a smile, Please bring them in. It wasn't just Su Fang and Su Xian who came. There were also people who escaped from the meteorite disaster at the Jinping base, including Su Hong and others. This month, the Beihai base has become very popular. Wherever they go, they hear people talking about Li Chen and Nangu. It's impossible not to know. It just so happened that they were also looking for a place to take refuge. So they came to Beihai to join Li Chen and Nangu. Li Chen certainly welcomed this. After shaking hands with Su Hong, he saw that the color of his eyes had deepened a lot. He smiled and congratulated him. It seems that you have had many adventures along the way. Su Hong waved his hand and said modestly, I can't compare with you. You are really amazing now. By the way, congratulations on your marriage to Nangu. It's finally a happy ending. Li Chen laughed. Thank you too. Let's stay in Beihai in the future and build Beihai into a new home together. Everyone was very happy. Xi and Yuhua rushed up to give Su Hong a hug after Li Chen, and Su Hong finished talking. I really miss you guys. Xi and Yuhua said happily. Su Hong rubbed his head. It's only been a few months since we last met. And you've grown taller again. The Wu-type supernatural boy in the main base is quite famous. You've made great progress. Xi and Yuhua scratched her head embarrassedly. Not that great. It's all thanks to Brotherly. Su Hong, you guys should stay here in the future. Let's kill zombies together. Okay. Su Hong's peach blossom eyes were full of seriousness and relief. But he looked behind Xi and Yuhua and asked, Where's Zhong Haoshuan? Xi and Yuhua said gloomily, Maybe he's a little tired. Go back and rest. The scene of Li Chen and Nangu exchanging rings and kissing just now stimulated Zhong Haoshuan. So he didn't stay. In fact, Xi and Yuhua was also sad. But he admired Nangu more. She married Li Chen. And he didn't even feel jealous. After 2 days of sadness, he adjusted his mood and would definitely not make things difficult for Nangu in the future. But Zhong Haoshuan, such a cold-hearted person. If he likes someone, it will probably be for a lifetime. Whether he can let it go depends on himself. Su Hong saw Xi and Yuhua's hesitation and guessed that something must have happened to them during the separation. So he didn't ask any more. Okay. Su Hong patted Xi and Yuhua's shoulder. I heard that there is wine in your base. Let's go and drink. The wedding was noisy until very late. And Li Chen and Nangu didn't go to accompany the spectators for dinner. They left it to Li Yin and Qin Mayan. The wine stored in the base was basically drunk that night. Li Chen also drank a few glasses. But he was far from drunk. Nangu went back to their new house first. It was in the center of the base, and had the best location. The house was spacious and bright. Nanji's daily routine was much more regular than before. She would sleep for a while every night, and recall some memories. Today she washed her face, changed her clothes, and prepared to climb up to sleep. Li Chen sat on the chair, and could see Nangu climbing onto the bed with her back to him. The curve behind her was beautiful. He had been waiting for this day. So he had never touched Nangu. And now, he pulled his tie and felt his breath getting hot. Slowly walking over, he pinched Nanji's ankles, and gently stroked them twice. Nangu turned her head to look at him in confusion, and asked blankly, Why don't you take a shower and go to bed? You have to go hunting zombies tomorrow. She realized that it was difficult to evolve to the 8th level. So she has been very diligent recently. Li Chen was a little dissatisfied, lying on his side on the bed, and hugged Nangu in his arms. His fingertips kept touching her cheeks, and then slowly moved down. Today is our wedding, he said in a hoarse voice. Do you know what is going to happen? You are still thinking about killing zombies. Huh? Nangu wanted to retreat dryly. But how could Li Chen allow it? He became stronger, and still imprisoned her. I want to sleep. Nangu felt that Li Chen was a little dangerous. Li Chen smiled evilly and tempted her. In fact, in addition to blood, there may be something in my body that can also help you advance. Do you want to try it? Ah? What? Nangu became interested. Agreed? Li Chen smiled, as if the mist had just dispersed, and the clear sky was sprinkled with moonlight, which made Nangu stunned. Such a smile was too foul. Nangu was so useless that she was successfully seduced equals. Equals. She nodded cutely, and before her consciousness slowly blurred, she only heard Li Chen say, Nangu, I love you. Turn off the lights. Please use your imagination Finally, he ate the little zombie he had always been looking for. Li Chen savored it carefully for the whole night, and really loved her taste. He had never had other women, and there was no comparison. But the satisfaction that Nangu brought him was definitely incomparable to his experience of more than 20 years. He was grateful for her presence in his life. Compared to his satisfaction, Nangu was begging for mercy until the end. Li Chen saw that she was so tired but still not asleep, leaning in his arms as soft as a ball of cotton. So he asked her what she was thinking. Nanshiga said aggrievedly that she was obviously a superpower. And obviously she was also very strong. Why couldn't she keep up with the physical strength of men? She didn't accept it. Li Chen. Nangu also muttered, "It's just a little bad to have feelings. It hurts." "I don't accept it either." Li Chen. He didn't know how to respond. If Nangu had no feelings, wouldn't she be a dead fish when he and she did that? Well, he loves her even if she is a dead fish. But their wedding night will probably leave a shadow on him. Nanshiga couldn't hold on any longer. Closed her eyes. Spoke in a very low voice. And smacked her lips, "But you are right. It is indeed the same effect as your blood. And it seems to be a little better than the effect of blood." Li Chen was stained without warning, and wanted to talk to her, but found that she was asleep. After staring at her for a long time, he just kissed her lips and hugged her to sleep. The main base slowly quieted down in the second half of the night. After a long time of noise, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Su Hong and Xi and Yuhua were the ones who didn't sleep, and talked about their experiences during this period all night. Everyone has their own life, and they believe that today's joy will be a microcosm of a better life in the future. And outside the base, outside the defense monitoring, there was a skinny zombie wearing a cloak. Standing quietly, his eyes radiated a faint red light in the dark night. His cheeks were too thin, and the outline of his skull could be seen through a layer of black and purple skin. He was always looking in the direction of the main base. At such a distance, he could feel the movement of people outside the main base. The zombies also understood what they said. Li Chen and Nanji's century wedding, really? Nangu, I didn't expect that you would still be with Li Chen. I warned you that you are a zombie, and should live a zombie life. What's good about those stupid humans? Being with you will only hold you back. I am your companion. Why don't you come back to me? But it doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry. We will meet one day. You helped humans and slaughtered so many zombies. So you should be punished. Thinking of this, the zombie actually laughed. His body was broken, but it seemed to be full of fighting power, and his laughter spread far away. Even when he was laughing, his faint red eyes still did not leave the direction of the main base. His upper and lower teeth opened and closed, and the sound of his teeth chattering could be heard. And the roar was in the ears. The zombies around them had already fled frantically when they felt his breath. And some of those who fled slowly had their brains shattered by his laughter, fell to the ground, and could never get up again. Soon, he hid his body in the cloak and slowly retreated into the darkness. There were no other traces except for a lot of zombie corpses around. The people in the main base could hear the roar of zombies every night, and they had no idea how dangerous it was to pass by them just now. Evolution, devouring, and training. In the dark night, there are too many things that humans don't know about going on. They were just immersed in their own joy, singing and dancing, and even discussing that Li Chen and Nangu were so beautiful and had supernatural powers. I wonder what kind of child prodigy they would have if they had children in the future. Those who temporarily forgot their sorrows all sighed. It must be a collection of thousands of loves. Chapter 163. I'm very happy. It was a very good day on the first day of the wedding. The sun shone through the small window, and the curtains were slowly swaying in the air because of the breeze. There were small halos and gentle arcs everywhere. The room was very quiet. Li Chen had woken up long ago, breathing shallowly, for fear of waking up Nangu, who was still sleeping. As a little zombie who could sleep, she had almost a fixed sleeping time every night. But she slept too late last night, so she didn't get up when she should have. Li Chen and Nangu had 3 days of wedding leave. The operations at the base continued during these 3 days, but they did not participate in the encirclement and suppression. In the morning, he should have gone out for a walk and sent other superpowers away from the base. But with her soft jade and warm fragrance in his arms, he didn't get up even if he had great self-control. Use your eyes to carefully outline her eyebrows. She was quiet and gentle when she was asleep. After I took care of her last night, I didn't let her dress. At this moment, she buried her whole body in the quilt, and Li Chen could see her smooth neck. He stretched out his hand and gently touched it with his fingertips. The traces he made last night had disappeared, and her skin was white and delicate again. Her self-healing ability is really terrifying. She is a 7th level spiritual system and a zombie physique. If she is promoted to the 8th level in the future, I don't know what changes will happen. After staring at Nangu for 2 hours, she finally woke up. When she just woke up, her body mechanism could not keep up with her thoughts. All kinds of senses were slowly recovering. Just like humans. Sense of smell. Feeling. Her limbs slowly became soft. Her eyelashes moved. And her eyes slowly opened. She had known that the man was standing by her side. So she saw him at first sight. Thinking of what happened last night, Nangu pulled the quilt shyly, revealing only a small head. Her hair was a little messy, and there was a strand of hair on her head. Li Chen smiled, showing a row of neat white teeth, and stretched out his hand to smooth her strand of hair. Good morning, Nangu. He didn't mention what happened last night. Nangu blinked and smiled sweetly. Her eyes narrowed into 2 crescents. Good morning. Although she was shy, she was more happy. This man will belong to her completely in the future. Li Chen was slightly surprised when he heard her slightly hoarse voice. He didn't know if she had just woken up or if she had shouted too much last night. After helping her put on her clothes, he was going to ask Yishao to come over and see her. Nangu was very satisfied last night, so she didn't want to eat at all now. Li Chen's breakfast was delivered by someone else. Nangu sat next to him, with a little distance between them. She secretly glanced at Li Chen, then rubbed against him, deliberately touching her shoulder to his. Li Chen just pretended not to see her little action, and the action of eating did not change. But a smile appeared on his face. Nangu still wore the ring that Li Chen exchanged with her yesterday. At this moment, she gently stroked it, leaned against his shoulder, and smiled. Li Chen just finished eating, held her hand, lowered his head and looked at her. What are you laughing at? So happy? Nanji's smile became brighter, but she thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any reason. So she could only say cutely, I'm just happy. In this position, Li Chen put his forehead against Nanji's forehead and rubbed Nanji's nose with his nose. He looked at Nanji's red lips and felt a little dry in his mouth. His throat was tight, and he hugged her hand slightly harder. I am happy too. Once was not enough. He repeated it several times. Nangu, I am really happy. The atmosphere was so good that Nangu couldn't help but hug Li Chen's waist. There was no fat on his waist. Last night, she clearly felt how strong a man's waist was. When their lips touched, both of them sighed with satisfaction. Li Chen was certainly not satisfied with a kiss. Anyway, they had 3 days of vacation and could do whatever they wanted. He didn't want Nangu to leave the room now. Who knew that before he could go deeper? There was a knock on the door. Nangu seemed to come back to her senses suddenly, and took advantage of Li Chen's pause to push him away. Li Chen asked irritably, Who? Me. Yishao's voice came from outside the door. Li Chen then remembered that he had sent a message to Yishao in the morning, asking him to come over. He helped Nangu to tidy up her clothes first, and then Li Chen went to open the door for Yishao. Yishao had obvious dark circles under his glasses, and he must have not slept all night. When he saw Li Chen so high-spirited for the first time, he felt even more bitter in his heart. But he didn't show it. Why are you still carrying a medicine box? Li Chen didn't remember what examination Nangu was going to do. Yishao buried his sadness in his heart, pretended to walk in, and said to Li Chen, blood test. Nangu made a bitter face. Ah, it was supposed to be drawn yesterday. But seeing that you were getting married, I postponed it for a day. Come on. Yishao had already sat down and was getting tools out. Nangu covered her wrist with tears in her eyes and looked at Li Chen. Seeing her soft eyes, Li Chen had no right to stop Yishao's action. No smoking today. When do you smoke? Yishao was helpless. Nangu asked while looking at her fingers. Do you have to smoke? Well, 1 tube a month. This is what we agreed on before. Yishao didn't want to be a cruel person, but the experiment had come to this point, and he couldn't let it go easily. Nangu could only stretch out his arm again, then be gentle. Li Chen took the tool from Yishao's hand and helped Nangu draw blood himself. During the process, he kept comforting Nangu. I'll give you more delicious food later. Okay. Nangu was waiting for Li Chen to say this. Nodding his head. I want to drink blood mixed with 6 flavors today. Li Chen. Okay. After drawing blood, Yi Xiao confirmed that there was nothing wrong with Nan Ji's body, and was directly chased away by Li Chen. By the way, he also told the people in the base that 6 superpowers blood was needed today. Sure enough, the number of quotas suddenly increased, and there were more people in the fighting field. As for Li Chen's suggestion of giving Nan Gu delicious food, he was about to cut his wrist to draw blood. But who knew that Nan Gu walked around the room anxiously for several times, and even hugged him to stop him. Li Chen looked at her in confusion and asked lovingly, "Why? You don't want it anymore?" Nan Gu of course wanted it. She had been struggling for a long time before she made up her mind. Now she raised her head and stared into Li Chen's eyes, whispering, "I feel blood is the second most delicious thing now. The first delicacy." Li Chen reacted and froze in place, looking at Nan Gu with a more dangerous look. "Are you sure what you were talking about?" Nan Gu nodded eagerly. She really couldn't forget the taste of last night after tasting it once. The more human parts awaken, the heavier her sense of shame becomes. Now it's been straightforward enough. Would Li Chen think she was a little? How could Li Chen think that? He wished his wife would stick to him a little more. So he didn't give Nan Gu any chance to refuse him at all, and hugged her around the waist and went into the bedroom. If Li Chen is the king of the North Sea, then Nan Gu must be the queen. For her, the king didn't even go to court early. When Li Yan woke up, he had a splitting headache. He glanced at his watch and found that it was already noon. He sat up slowly from the bed and took a long time to remember what happened last night. Li Chen, the elder brother, as the groom, didn't drink, so he let his younger brother drink it all. He hit his head twice. The feeling of a hangover was too uncomfortable. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he looked to the side and was stunned for a moment. Why is there a bulge in the quilt? As if there is someone? Li Yan carefully lifted the quilt and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Qin Mayan. Fortunately, it was not some other messy woman. He gently called Qin Mayan twice. If she didn't wake up, he was going to prepare some hangover-sobering things first. Who knew that Qin Mayan actually opened her eyes? She obviously didn't understand what was going on. After seeing Li Yan's face clearly, the haziness in her eyes disappeared instantly, and her eyes turned red. Li Yan immediately reached out and explained to her, "Don't be afraid. We drank too much last night. Maybe someone sent it to us after we were drunk. Don't worry. I didn't do anything to you." Hearing Li Yan's explanation, Qin Mayan was not relieved, but disappointed. It turned out that nothing happened with the senior. Sitting up slowly, Qin Mayan covered her head and said in a low voice, "But we have slept together. How will people outside look at us? Even though the end of the world is chaotic, places like Beihai with strict standards still pay attention to reputation. After all, Li Chen's goal is not only to create a habitat for humans, but also to rebuild social civilization." So Li Chen was also very serious and decided to propose to Qin Mayan. After getting married, it will be legitimate. Who knew that Qin Mayan actually said, "You must get married in the future. If your wife knows that we have, she will be so sad." Qin Mayan's heart ached when she thought of this situation. She didn't want Li Yan to marry someone else at all. Li Yan's eyes widened, and after a long while he asked, "What are you talking about?" Qin Mayan looked up. Her eyes were red like a little rabbit. Li Yan's stern face made Qin Mayan a little scared, and she didn't dare to answer again. But he asked, "Do you think I will marry someone else?" Qin Mayan swore that she heard the taste of gnashing teeth. She also blinked her eyes, and her innocent look made Li Yan's anger disappear by half. Qin Mayan thought, "What's wrong? If he doesn't marry someone else, will he marry me?" Li Yan finally understood why he always felt that Qin Mayan's way of getting along with him was wrong in the past month. She clearly didn't regard him as a lover, and didn't know his feelings. Chapter 164, Express Your Feelings with Benefits. Taking a deep breath, Li Yan kept telling himself in his heart that he should not be impatient and should explain slowly. But when he saw Qin Mayan, he quickly asked, "Don't you know that people outside have long regarded us as a couple? And Shen was there last night. If she didn't agree, would you live in the same room with me?" Ah? Qin Mayan's brain was still frozen. Why couldn't she hear a word Li Yan said clearly? At this moment, she was still explaining foolishly. Did people outside misunderstand something? "I think you are the one who misunderstood." Li Yan gritted his teeth and bit her lips directly. "Do you know now?" Qin Mayan covered her little mouth. Her eyes were round, and she looked more like a frightened little rabbit. "Senior, how can you? This is not right." "What's wrong?" Li Yin said to Qin Mayan seriously. "Although I don't have parents and my brother is rarely around me, he taught me not to play with feelings. If it weren't for liking you, how could he take care of you so much?" Qin Mayan obviously still didn't believe it. After all, it was like a big pie falling from the sky, which directly knocked him out. "When I was in college, I really didn't think that you liked me. People's feelings will change." Li Yin stared into her eyes, letting her feel his feelings. So firm and so sure. "If the end of the world doesn't come, I might return to Shangjing after the exchange, and you will only be a well-behaved junior school girl in my memory. The end of the world has come. So many things have happened, and my heart is not made of stone. Is it hard to understand that I am attracted to you?" Qin Mayan nodded stupidly, and Li Yin couldn't help laughing. "Senior is so outstanding. But I still don't think you will like me. I am not a superpower." This relationship made her cherish it too much, and she really couldn't believe it for a moment. Li Yin forced her to look into his eyes, and said to her word by word, "I was not a superpower before. And Xiaoyan, you have to believe in yourself. You are the best in my heart. Feelings are not about who is worthy of whom, but about whether you like each other. Since you like me and I like you, why can't we be together?" Li Yin raised his eyebrows. "Or you don't want to?" How could Qin Mayan not want to? She has been waiting for this day for a long time. So she suddenly threw herself into Li Yan's arms, and her tears fell on his shirt, making his skin feel the burning. "I do. I do." Li Yin hugged her and gave her a caring kiss this time. After making their feelings clear, the way the two get along is finally different from before. That afternoon, Li Yin took Qin Mayan to see Shinqinya, and left them a space to talk alone. Li Yin knew that Qin Mayan was very sensible, so he didn't tell her anything. It's the end of the world, and people are dying every day, either because of disease, or because of zombies, or more because of hunger. Some people can see each other today, but they may be separated from each other forever tomorrow. So what is there to not understand? After settling down to now, it's time to look at it with a tolerant heart. She only has Shinqinya as a relative. How can she bear to give up? Sure enough, Qin Mayan and Shinqinya talked for a long time in the room, and she didn't come out until it was dark. Li Yin saw that her eyes were more swollen, and he couldn't help but feel distressed. Shinqinya followed her, and her situation was not much better than hers. Seeing that the mother and daughter were so intimate, Li Yin knew that their misunderstanding should have been resolved. Shinqinya glanced at their holding hands. Qin Mayan was a little shy and wanted to pull her hand back, but Li Yin didn't let go. Looking at Shinqinya neither humbly nor arrogantly, Li Yin said, "Aunt Shin, I am sincere to Xiaoyan. Please allow us to be together. I will take good care of Xiaoyan in the future." Shinqinya looked at Li Yin with satisfaction. With such a boy, she felt that she could retire in a few years. "Xiaoyan has already told me about your affairs in the house. I believe in her vision," said Shinqinya, patted Li Yin's shoulder, as if completing an important handover. "From now on, Xiaoyan will be handed over to you." Li Yin stood up straight and answered loudly, "Okay." Qin Mayan snuggled up to Li Yin. Her eyebrows and eyes were beautiful. The fact that Li Yin and Qin Mayan were together soon spread throughout the main base. But when everyone heard the news, their first reaction was, "Haven't they been together for a long time?" The second reaction was, "It seems that our base will usher in a second wedding." Li Yin really wanted to marry Qin Mayan. With Li Qinnanji's century wedding in front of him, he couldn't be too shabby. But the resources in the end of the world are scarce, and it will take a long time for him to collect so many things. Therefore, in the subsequent clearing mission, Li Yin has always been at the forefront. As a late-awakened superpower, he has made rapid progress. Yi Xiao's experiment is progressing more and more smoothly. But there are still some people who can't awaken their superpowers no matter how many times they have been injected with the drug. Yi Xiao and Qin Mayan are among them. However, the two have now become indifferent, and the gap in their hearts is not very big. Abroad, a blonde and blue-eyed man sat in a spacious office, listening to his assistant report to him on the progress of various operations in the base. Arthur, the leader of the highest base in M country, is also the chief of the alliance of several neighboring countries. Like Li Chen, he was a 6th-level superpower when he awakened in Yongya, but he didn't hide his strength for as long as Li Chen. He quickly used his own advantages to rule the largest base in M country in his own hands. At this moment, It has been a year since Li Chen and Nan Gu got married. Over the past year, he has also been expanding his territory outward. The end of the world is terrifying to ordinary people. But to Arthur, it is like fine wine that makes him eager. Before the end of the world, he made his fortune from oil and arms, and was also the leader of a terrifying terrorist organization. He killed countless special forces. After the end of the world, his terrorist organization became his right-hand man. Now Arthur is respected and feared, and can operate openly, which was unthinkable before the end of the world. In short, here, strength is everything. Arthur has been reborn. Because of his absolute tyranny, no one dares to be his enemy anymore. But there has always been something that has always worried him. He sent many people to inquire about the man's whereabouts, but there was no news at all. At this moment, the assistant reported to him the record of the Huaxiaobei base. China is vast. There is no doubt about that. Before the end of the world, Beihai was the largest city in China with a large population. So it is difficult to clear out such an opponent. Especially half a year ago, the plants on the entire Earth began to mutate. In the past, humans only needed to guard against zombies and mutant animals. Now, any small grass on the roadside may contain poison, making it very difficult for countries to clear out zombies. Moreover, a year ago, resources in various places were not as scarce as they are now. Now even the M country is stretched to the limit. Countries are eager to find new energy sources to maintain human life. Let's talk about the North Sea of China again. It's a place that everyone finds terrifying just by thinking about it. The assistant actually said that the clearance activity has reached the final stage. Arthur suddenly widened his eyes, and his body changed from a lazy look. Sitting up straight on the chair. Say it again? The North Sea is already in the final stage? That's right. The assistant also found it incredible. But after all, the satellites of various countries have not been launched, and they have received very little news from China. They can only say dryly, "We have received accurate news." Arthur's eyes burned, and he remembered the potion that he had someone bring back from China before. Speaking of which, the potion is really a good thing, which can actually make ordinary people awaken into superpowers. The potion they mixed is not as effective as the one brought back from China. Fortunately, more than a year has passed, and the number of superpower teams has become huge. Seeing that Arthur didn't say anything, the assistant continued, and the Chinese side said that the success rate of the stimulation drug is now 99%. Is it so high? Yes. And there is news from the Shangjing base that they started to clear the satellite launch center a month ago. And today is the day for them to launch a satellite. Satellite. Arthur almost burst into tears when he heard these two words. Finally, there is no need to use a radio station to spread the news. And finally, there is no need to send those annoying telegrams. If there is a satellite, they can talk and video chat. Arthur stood up and walked around on the ground. You go to closely monitor the launch of the satellite. If there is any change, report it immediately. Understood. By the way, before the assistant went out, Arthur asked, "How is the whereabouts of Codename D?" The assistant looked bitter. Still no news. Sir, is he dead? Even if he is dead, the things will not disappear. Keep checking. Because of the intelligence network before the end of the world, Arthur roughly knew what the things in Codename D's hands were, and he had to get them. After the assistant went out, he was in the room, anxiously waiting for the news of the satellite launch. Time passed by second, and he was extremely unbearable. After 2 hours, the assistant finally knocked on his door and brought a computer. Great. Sir, the satellite launch was successful. The lines in our base have always been intact, and we can search for satellite signals. The assistant put the computer on the table and turned it on neatly. When the machine started running, Yasa quickly tapped on it twice and called up the live broadcast of the launch at Shangjing base. This is for the whole world, and other resources require permission to obtain. Yasa originally just wanted to try the network, but who knew that he saw an unexpected person on the screen. Chapter 165, Attracting Attention. Arthur's assistant stood behind Arthur and also saw the person on the screen. Although it was just a close-up, the screen soon turned to the launch base. The assistant still asked in a daze, "Isn't this Codename A?" Codename A and Codename D are comrades in arms. Since Arthur is looking for Codename D, it is not surprising to know Codename A. The key is, why does Codename A appear on the screen? Arthur's face was cold, and his eyes were deep. Who is this man? The assistant quickly found out. Sir, this person is the leader of the Shangjing base. Gu Lai. Because of the strict protection of the leaders by the Shangjing and Beihai bases, and the incomplete communication, Arthur still doesn't know what Gu Lai and Li Chen look like today. Today Arthur sighed that the world is so small. Since Codename A has appeared, he doesn't believe how long Codename D can hide. So Arthur asked his assistant to send a communication to Gu Lai, indicating that he would visit the Shangjing base. The reopening of the communication network means that mankind will usher in a new era. And it also means that the operation to strangle zombies will be much smoother than before. The first country to launch a satellite is China, which is enough to cause a sensation both at home and abroad. There must be many people who want to visit. Gu Lai must not be too defensive even if he sees Arthur's request for a visit. After all, when they were on duty, they could not show their faces because of the protection of the peacekeeping forces. In the reports of various media, their faces were either mosaicked or just a back view. And they all called each other code names. And they probably didn't know each other's real names. As for why Arthur knew their appearance, of course, it was because of his former terrorist forces. Shangjing replied to Arthur's message an hour later, saying that if it was convenient, Arthur could visit Shangjing in 5 days. After hearing the reply, Arthur said to his assistant, "It was arranged so quickly. It seems that he knew I would visit." The assistant nodded. "Do you want to go there in person this time? Or should I go on your behalf?" "I will go there myself. You go to select all the elites in the base. Recruit them into several teams. Let them find excuses. Enter China in batches. And wait for my order to join me." Understood. Arthur was extremely excited when he thought that he might be able to find Codename D when he met Gu Lai. It's been more than a year. How long can you hide? Gu Lai's assistant forwarded him another communication request at this time. Because the satellite launch was successful, Shangjing became famous overseas. And Gu Lai was already accustomed to receiving communications from various forces. "Who is it this time?" He took the phone and asked his assistant. "It's someone from Beihai base." When he heard that it was someone from Beihai, Gu Lai swept away his relaxed expression, sat upright, and was very serious. After all, Beihai is stronger than Shangjing. They have only cleared out 1/3 of Shangjing, while Beihai has already started to finish. And Shangjing still owes Beihai a favor. Gu Lai has been wanting to visit Beihai for the past year, but who knew that it would take so long to delay? And finally, he had to borrow people from Beihai to repair the satellite launch tower. Beihai was very generous and directly sent a scientific research team to Shangjing, led by Li Yin, the younger brother of Beihai leader Li Chen. Li Yin also brought his fiancée this time. Qin Mian is better than anyone else in the team. She is the main force in repairing the satellite. This is not it. The satellite was successfully launched. Gu Lai also stayed with them and prepared to entertain them before sending them back to Beihai. The phone was connected, and there was a gentle and serious male voice on the other side. "Mr. Gu." "Right. I am Mr. Li's assistant at the Beihai base. You can call me Xiao Chen. Fatty Chen has been highly valued by Li Chen in the past year. No. To be precise, Nangu likes him very much. This fat man speaks human words to people, ghost words to ghosts, and zombie words to zombies. What ghosts? When he sees zombies, which always makes Nangu very happy. In addition, Li Chen observed him for several months and found that he was dedicated to the base and alert. So he slowly gave him a lot of power. Now Fatty Chen is Li Chen's assistant, helping Li Chen handle affairs. "Hello," Gu Lai replied. Fatty Chen explained, "It's not that Mr. Li doesn't want to call you in person. It's just that a team of superpowers in the North Sea encountered a very powerful mutant sea beast. And Mr. Li and his wife went to rescue them. And they didn't even get to watch the live broadcast of the satellite launch." Gu Lai was not angry about such a small matter, but his voice was naturally cold and hard. And he was intimidating without being angry. "It doesn't matter. Mr. Li told me that if the satellite launch was successful, he must call to congratulate you. And Mr. Li and his wife have long heard of the name of the Shangjing base and plan to visit it. I wonder if it is convenient for you." "Of course it is convenient." Gu Lai was a little surprised. He was still preparing to escort Li Yin and the others back in person. But he didn't expect Li Chen to come over? Fatty Chen also smiled happily. "Then let's set a time." Gu Lai expressed his hesitation, and Fatty Chen repeatedly said, "Don't feel bad. Mr. Li really wants to visit." By the way, during this period, the doomsday bandits between Shangjing and Beihai have become more rampant. And Mr. Li also hopes to join forces with the Shangjing base to clear them out. Speaking of that group of bandits, Gu Lai was also very troubled. At the beginning, they were just a small group. At that time, everyone was busy with the construction of the base, and no one could spare the time to deal with them. Just left alone for half a year, their scale has become larger and larger, and they have their own base. These bandits blocked the road between Shangjing and Beihai and made a living by robbing passers-by. In the end times, this behavior is very despicable. Now ordinary people can stimulate their superpowers to become superpowers, and work hard to hunt zombies to obtain crystal cores and supplies. But these bandits took such a heartless shortcut. Since he knew that Li Chen had such an idea, Gu Lai agreed without saying anything. Okay. Then we will discuss the specific details after we meet. Okay. Thatchen held the microphone for the establishment of diplomatic relations between Shangjing and Beihai base. Goodbye. When Nange and Li Chen led the team back, it was already evening. Now if we talk about which base in China has the most comfortable life, it must be Beihai base. There are endless crystal cores here, countless super strong people, and they have meat to eat. You know, in the end of the world, food is the most important thing. Only with food can you survive. As for the biggest contributor, of course it is Yi Xiao. He has been studying it since a year ago. And now there are as many as 30 kinds of mutant animals that can be eaten. Half a year ago, plants began to mutate, and Yi Xiao also went to study plants. However, Li Chen only allowed him to draw 1 tube of Nanji's blood a month, and he used most of it to study drugs to fight zombie viruses. So now there are only 5 kinds of mutant plants that can be eaten. During this period, Yi Xiao's emotional injury was not healed, but he had learned to use experiments to divert his attention. When he saw Nange, he was able to hide his emotions well. When the convoy drove into the base, they saw that many people were already welcoming them. This is the tradition of the Beihai base. Whether it is a superpower who is performing a mission outside or an ordinary person in the base, they are all relatives. When relatives go out, no matter how bad the weather is, they will send them off. When relatives come back, no matter how far the road is, they will come out to greet them. At this moment, sitting in the same car with Li Chen and Nange are Su Fang and Su Xian. These 2 water superpowers have been shining since they arrived at the main base. The reason is that half a year ago, Su Xian suddenly developed a new move using water-based abilities to control the blood in the bodies of zombies. After their deliberate training, this move showed miraculous effects. Since then, people in the entire base no longer dare to underestimate water-based abilities. They are simply a killer. If you disagree, the blood in your body will reverse and explode. Fortunately, the main base has a clear order that this move has an S-level risk factor and is absolutely not allowed to be used on humans. The people that Nange and Li Chen went to rescue today were also from this team. At this moment, Su Fang still said with lingering fear, "We really didn't expect that the mutant sea beasts would actually summon their companions. When I saw so many densely packed sea beasts landing on land, I got goosebumps all over my body." Su Xian agreed, and our water-based self-explosion doesn't work on them. These sea beasts have too little water in their bodies. Nange and Li Chen sat in the back seat. Even if the sea beast was very ferocious, it was still not good enough in front of the 2 of them. Listening to the 2 siblings happily discussing how ferocious the sea beast was and how delicious the sea beast was, Nange felt sick. Li Chen pinched Nanji's fingers. Her little hands were very soft and felt very good. After a year of marriage, the 2 still have a good relationship. They dazzle everyone's eyes every minute. For 12 consecutive months, they have been voted as the most wanted to burn. No one. It is said that because Nange recalled more and more things, her memory is now very complete, and her personality is much more introverted and calm than before. Li Chen knew that this was the original Nange, but after being a silly and cute foodie for too long, this attribute has also been left in Nanji's body, and it will only be shown when she is in front of Li Chen. This makes Li Chen quite satisfied. Only he should be able to see his wife's cute appearance. "Let's pack up tonight and go to Beijing tomorrow," Li Chen whispered to Nange, and kissed her cheek, as if no one was there. Yeah. Nange remembered that her adoptive father was still in Beijing, so this trip to Beijing was not only for the visit, but also to find him. After the car stopped, Su Fang and Su Xian said they didn't want to see these 2 people showing their affection anymore, and they left quickly. Li Chen took Nanji's hand and went upstairs slowly. He found that she was still unhappy. So he teased her. What are you thinking about? So absent-minded? Nangu had nothing to hide from Li Chen, and said lightly, a year has passed. You are almost a level 9 superpower. And I am still at level 7. Chapter 166 Visiting Shangjing. This year, she has consumed a lot of spiritual cores, and the blood of psychics has never stopped. Judging from her appearance, Nangu is definitely the most beautiful woman in Beihai. Her delicate appearance makes people unable to take their eyes off her. But why hasn't her strength improved? Su Fong and Su Xian, those two little brats, are now 6th level psychics. Li Chen guessed that Nangu was worried about this matter, but he had thought of many ways this year, but none of them worked. If Nangu really lacked blood, then he, a psychic of nearly 9th level, could provide her with it. But in the past 6 months, his blood has no effect, except for Nangu to satisfy her cravings as a snack. Li Chen said that his position as a feeder was somewhat precarious. After entering the room, Nangu ran to lie on the sofa. Her depressed look was cute, but also made Li Chen feel sad. He also walked over, sat down next to Nangu, and gently patted her back. There must be other ways to advance. Let's think about it together. Okay. Nangu turned over and rested her head directly on Li Chen's legs, and rubbed her face on it. Actually, this is already very good. Now there is only one 7th level superpower in the base. Besides me, Zhong Haoxuan. Besides, the 7th level spiritual system is different from other superpowers. Seeing that his little zombie was so sensible and comforted himself in return, Li Chen reached out and rubbed her head, and said more solemnly, I will definitely let you advance. Nangu grabbed his hand, felt the warmth of his palm, and gently bit his wrist twice. Li Chen's eyes became deep and dangerous. He called her and leaned over to approach slowly. Nangu and Li Chen had been married for a long time, and she had less and less resistance to this man. Almost a glance from him would make her feel hot all over. What happened later was a natural outcome. At night, Nangu couldn't sleep, so she started to fiddle with the tablet in the room. Now that the Shangjing base has launched a satellite, those with equipment can connect to the internet by searching for signals. However, there are only 2 channels opened. One is the homepage of the Shangjing base, and the other is a social platform similar to the forum before the end of the world. After a simple registration, you can speak on it. The satellite was successfully launched in the morning. Nangu leaned on Li Chen's arms with the tablet and found that there were more than 30,000 posts. There were even more replies. Nangu counted them and gave up. She said in shock, Li Chen, are you all crazy? We have radio communications and can usually contact the outside world. But these people are different. Li Chen wrapped his arms around Nangu, and there were still traces of light purple on her shoulders, which were slowly dissipating. Pointing at the screen, Li Chen motioned Nangu to look. They haven't been online for a long time. Now that they can contact the outside world, I guess many people will be too excited to sleep tonight. Nangu flipped through the posts and saw that most of them were looking for someone. Shangjing even opened a section for this purpose. Nangu also logged into the section and posted her adoptive father's information. Looking back, the posts were mostly about discussing the experience of killing zombies. Some showed off their special abilities. Some posted information about high-level zombies, and some expressed their admiration for the powerful people in the world. Nowadays, the picture and video functions are not perfect, so people can only talk nonsense on the forum, saying that their idols are great. Some people even published a ranking of the strongest people in the end times. Nangu clicked in and found that she and Li Chen were on the list, and they were at a very high position. The number of posts was still increasing. Nangu was a little sleepy, so she quit. Before turning off the tablet, she muttered, there are still many appointments on it. It turns out that even if it is the end of the world, some things cannot be changed. Such posts are basically fake. Everyone has been holding back for too long and is just bored. Li Chen chuckled, covered Nangu with a quilt, kissed her hair, and said good night. When they woke up the next morning, Nangu and Li Chen packed their bags and rushed to Beijing. There was a small plane in the Beihai base, so Li Chen and Nangu were going to fly there. It was before getting on the plane that Nangu noticed that the people in the base seemed to look at her and Li Chen in a different way. Some were probing, and some were angry, because the anger was not directed at her. Nangu did not investigate further. Only after getting on the plane, she asked Fatty Chin, what happened to the people in the base? Fat Chen was the most passionate. He opened the tablet and showed it to Nan Ge. Didn't a post appear on the forum yesterday? It actually said that you are a zombie. It said that you drank all the blood of the superpowers that Brotherly got. Isn't this nonsense? They must be jealous of your beauty. Nan Ge took the tablet and glanced at it, and found that this building actually had 100,000 followers. And people from home and abroad were watching. The poster described many things that happened after Nan Ge became a zombie in a very emotional way. What surprised her was that although there were some exaggerations, they were all true. How could this be possible? The people who knew these things were either like Li Chen, who kept secrets, or they were dead. Nan Ge was very afraid of death, so she never told anyone about it. Li Chen sat next to Nan Ge and of course saw this post. His face became more and more gloomy. He looked at Nan Ge, and they both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. The plane was about to take off. Li Chen put away the tablet and comforted Nan Ge. The authority to delete posts is in Shangjing's hands. When I see Gu Lai, I will make it clear to him. Nan Ge asked Li Chen with some concern. Li Chen, do you feel like someone is spying on us from behind? He even knows so much of my past. Are you afraid? The plane slowly took off, and Li Chen asked her. Nan Xiaoge raised her graceful chin and snorted. I'm not afraid. If they really say I'm a zombie, then show them the evidence. What's the point of just smearing people on the forum? Besides, Nan Ge held Li Chen's arm and said happily, even if I'm a zombie, people all over the world are afraid of me and hate me. And you will never give up on me. In this case, what should I be afraid of? A few words made Li Chen's heart full of tenderness. His Nan Xiaoge has been trusting him more and more. You? He tapped her nose lightly. Where did you learn so many love words? Nan Ge giggled. You tell me every day. Li Chen lowered his head and kissed her. And the others in the cabin said they had eaten a mouthful of cold dog food. It's been 5 minutes. And they're still kissing. God. We really want to throw these two people down. When the plane was in the sky, it was attacked by mutant birds. But Li Chen brought strong men with him. And he didn't even have to blink to deal with those birds. 2 hours later, the plane successfully landed on the tarmac of Shangjing base. In order to show his importance to Li Chen, Gu Lai came to greet him specially. And even Chen Baishao was suspended from his mission. Now Chen Baishao is the commander-in-chief of Shangjing base. And his status is similar to Nan Ge in Beihai. With him coming to greet him, Gu Lai will not feel that he is losing face. After the plane slowly stabilized, the people in the cabin were doing the final inspection. Gu Lai and Chen Baishao were both wearing military uniforms and standing straight. The former secretly tidied his clothes and asked Chen Baishao nervously, what do you think of my outfit? Will Li Chen feel that I am being disrespectful? Although Gu Lai is the leader of the Shangjing base, he also came with a mission, which is to establish diplomatic relations with Beihai. By the way, I heard that Beihai has a very powerful zombie inducer. Gu Lai has even selected the negotiators, and wants to get the formula of this inducer at all costs. Chen Baishao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Many foreign leaders have visited in the past few days, and you haven't come to greet them in person. This has already given Li Chen face. What else does he want? Gu Lai scolded Chen Baishao unnaturally. Respect each other, so that we can continue to talk about business. You should be more polite later. Chen Baishao felt that after the end of the world, his and Gu Lai's personalities had changed a lot. He used to be the gentle and smooth one. Perhaps the shock caused by the siege of the city by 100,000 zombies was too great. After taking charge of the army, he became colder and harder. Gu Lai, who was born as a peacekeeping special forces soldier and had a hot temper, became more and more scheming after being a leader for a year, making it difficult for people to figure out. With the expectation of Gu Lai and Chen Baishao, the cabin door finally opened. A man and a woman walked down the escalator slowly. Even though they were not close, Gu Lai could still see that the two people had stunning features and stunning looks. Their figures were also 1 in a million, and they were very well matched when standing together. But what shocked him the most was their temperament. Such looks could not suppress their demeanor. Nan Ge held Li Chen's hand. Although it was the first time she accompanied Li Chen to such an occasion, her words and actions were perfect. Li Chen led Nan Ge to Gu Lai, and Gu Lai also went to meet him. The closer they were, the more familiar Gu Lai felt. This man's figure and the way he walked were too similar to that man. Not only Gu Lai, Li Chen also sensed the familiarity of Gu Lai, and the feeling was even stronger when he approached to shake hands. Li Chen said first, "Are you Gu Lai almost confirmed as soon as he heard the first word that Li Chen was his comrade codenamed D. So he kept the handshake posture and hit Li Chen's shoulder in a circle. His smile was no longer businesslike. "You kid. It's been a long time since we last met. You're still alive." Li Chen heard Gu Lai's voice and knew that he had not recognized the wrong person. For a moment, he was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He also hit Gu Lai's shoulder. "I should be the one to say this to you." Gu Lai laughed. "That's great." Li Chen gave him a brotherly hug, and his eyes slowly turned red. "I thought he was brought back from abroad and would never see his former brothers again. But now, I really thank God." Chapter 167. It's You. When Gu Lai and Li Chen met, they both had their own thoughts. Before knowing each other's identity, the first thing they considered was naturally how to gain the greatest benefits for their base. As a result, they were originally going to calculate against each other. But they found that the other party was actually a good brother for so many years. Could there be anything more coincidental than this? The two hugged each other and then let go. Gu Lai stared at Li Chen and sighed. "When we were on a mission together, we didn't show our faces. Otherwise, I would have recognized you after seeing your photo and would have found you a long time ago." Alas, Gu Lai and Li Chen were not in the same unit before, but they had been on the battlefield and had a life-and-death friendship. Not to mention that they had cooperated so many times. If you ask who Li Chen admires the most, it must be Gu Lai. He really didn't expect that Gu Lai was actually codenamed A. Shangjing Base and Beihai Base both have their own protection systems. Before the image transmission was opened, they still got each other's photos through very complicated channels. So the two people who had never shown their true faces on the battlefield missed each other for a year. Li Chen continued Gu Lai's words. "If I had known it was you, there would be no need to bother with many things. We could have formed an alliance a long time ago. They are all brothers. What else is there to calculate?" Gu Lai laughed. "It's not too late to form an alliance now." Compared to the two people chatting enthusiastically, the people behind Gu Lai and the people behind Li Chen were all confused. After preparing for so long, the leaders of the two bases turned out to be brothers, which really made me laugh. However, compared to the confusion of others, Chen Baishao and Nan Ji's reactions were very different. Because Chen Baishao recognized at a glance that Li Chen was the person who had ordered him in the north of Shangjing City and the one who solved the zombie siege. He had been looking for Li Chen all along, and when he saw him this time, he didn't know how to talk to him. Before, Chen Baishao was still resentful when he saw Gu Lai attaching so much importance to this Beihai base leader. Now, if he showed enthusiasm, would Li Chen think he was crazy? Alas, the idol was right in front of him. But he still had to be tense. Is there anything sadder than this? Nangu didn't regard Li Chen as an idol. He was her husband. Why did that Gu Lai get so close? Men can't do that either. So Nan Ji's temper came up, and she didn't care what kind of leader's wife she was. She squeezed next to Li Chen, put her arm around him, and looked at Gu Lai warily, with a very cold look in her eyes. Gu Lai then noticed Nangu, and quickly stepped back and greeted her, saying, "Is this Nangu? I've heard of you for a long time." Nangu turned her head and snorted. Gu Lai couldn't help but touch his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Why did he feel that Nangu didn't like him? Li Chen knew that his Nan Shiga was jealous, and he was very happy. It was not easy. Those people in the Beihai base respected him more, and he was usually very serious, so few people would approach him. But Nangu was different. I don't know who said she was soft and cute first, when he realized it later. The whole base was her fan. He was tired of seeing other people getting jealous of Nangu every day, without caring that this was in front of Gu Lai. Li Chen, the wife's slave, asked softly, "Are you tired? Can I take you to rest?" After Nangu became a zombie, she became much more straightforward. She nodded to Li Chen first, then pointed at Li Chen and repeated to Gu Lai, "Li Chen." "Yes, I know his name," Gu Lai said with a good temper. "My husband? My man? Mine." Nangu repeated it 3 times. Gu Lai, Chen Baishao, Li Chen. No matter how stupid Gu Lai was, he knew that Nangu regarded him as a rival in love. And he felt a chill when he looked at Li Chen. God, he is a straight man who likes women. Li Chen had no intention of explaining this, and even winked at Gu Lai. Gu Lai swore that at that moment, he felt the murderous aura emanating from Nangu. Chen Baishao stepped forward and introduced himself to Li Chen. Li Chen looked at him and nodded slightly. Yes. We met in the north of Shengjing. Chen Baishao was a little nervous. He didn't expect his idol to remember him. But he cleared his throat and tried to hide his nervousness. The venue is ready. Let's go there first. After that, Chen Baishao turned around and left first. Nangu found that his ears were red. So she was very unhappy. Li Chen was not like this in Beihai. How come he is so popular after coming to Shengjing? She was not convinced. A formal negotiation turned into a meeting between brothers. And the scene was very warm. The negotiation team that came with Li Chen thought that Gu Lai was cheating. But after staying for a while, they realized that Gu Lai and Li Chen were indeed very close. So they let go. Before the dinner started, Li Chen did not forget two things and told Gu Lai in advance. One was to help Nangu find her adoptive father, and the other was to delete the posts about Nangu on the forum. Gu Lai readily agreed. I will send someone to ask if there is such a person in the main base. There will be news soon. As for the second thing, it will be easier to handle. Gu Lai reached out to Nangu. Please bring the computer over here. Nanji's tablet was very easy to carry, so she handed it to Gu Lai. He opened the tablet, typed a few times, and when he handed it to Nangu, he said, I have set the two accounts here to the highest authority for you. If you don't like someone in the future, just ban them and delete their posts. Nangu held the tablet and suddenly felt that Gu Lai was a bit handsome. Li Chen glared at Gu Lai and thought, no wonder you are still a bachelor. Do you need to do such a thing of courtesy? Huh? Can't you set me as an administrator first, and then let me take care of her? Gu Lai felt the cold gaze of his best friend and suddenly realized that he had done something wrong. He coughed twice and awkwardly invited everyone to eat. Nangu didn't need these foods, so he held the tablet and browsed the forum. Later, he felt that the chair was uncomfortable and lay down on the sofa. With administrator privileges, a new world was opened. Ordinary users could not upload photos and videos. But she could. She called Fatty Chen over and asked her to deal with the things on the forum. Fatty Chen was very smart. He found a reason to call Li Chen out and let him post a post. Sure enough, Li Chen himself appeared on the forum not long after. His post was not long at all. He just posted a photo of him and Nangu, and then said domineeringly, everyone in the Beihai base will defend my wife to the death. After posting, he went to drink with Gu Lai. Fatty Chen could handle the rest. Before leaving, he gave Fatty Chen a look of approval, thinking that he had made the right choice as an assistant. After the post was published, Nangu was embarrassed. But the people in Beihai base went crazy. You know, there are now 20 large bases and dozens of small bases in Beihai, all expanded after Beihai became stronger. These people can drown the trolls on the forum with a spit. So in each base, you can see such scenes before going out to kill zombies. Reply to the forum posts first, before fighting. Leave a message on the forum first, if there are zombies attacking the base. You have to wait until the message is successful. And their replies were all against Nangu and Li Chen. It's really outrageous. You openly challenged hundreds of thousands of people in the Beihai base. You are so arrogant? Li Chen's father is so handsome. I will defend my wife to the death. Haha. I just want to ask. If my wife is really a zombie, do you want it? Then there was a stream of course I want it. She is so beautiful. You'd be a fool not to want it. I don't know if my wife still needs a tang sword pendant. The kind that can eat, and has been to college shy. Xi and Yuhua left a message, Sister Nangu. Whether she is a human or a zombie, her contribution to mankind is immeasurable. She is the best leader in my heart. Zhong Haoshuan's answer was simple, I support Li Chen. Nangu lay on the sofa, browsing the forum and laughing. Although it seems that this matter will not be settled for a while, it is clear that the majority support Nangu. There were just some small shrimps that kept jumping around, and no one knew why they were holding on to Nangu. Nangu thought that she had made enemies with too many people, so she didn't want to know their identities. After 3 rounds of drinking, Nangu felt a little sleepy, so she went back to rest. The others left one after another, leaving the space for Li Chen and Gu Lai. When Chen Baishao left, he was still a little reluctant, but thinking that Li Chen would have to stay in the base for 3 more days, he became happy again. After the room became quiet, Gu Lai leaned back in a chair and lit a cigarette. Before he could take a puff, Li Chen pinched it. Why? Gu Lai raised his eyebrows. Didn't you smoke before? You said that was before. And I never touched it again after the end of the world. Nangu doesn't like the smell of cigarettes. Hearing Li Chen say this, Gu Lai could only curl his lips and press the cigarette on the table. Shall we talk here? Gu Lai knew that Nangu was a psychic. A 7th level psychic. And Nangu could hear everything they said. Li Chen smiled and nodded. I have nothing to hide from her. Besides, where else do you want to go? She can monitor your entire base. Gu Lai felt that the cigarette he just smoked seemed to be stuck in his throat, which was really choking. After a long time, he asked in disbelief, Actually, can? Li Chen nodded. Gu Lai looked at Li Chen with some sympathy, then in Beihai. It's impossible for you to do anything bad. Li Chen rolled his eyes at him. Put away those nonsense in the army. I don't do bad things. That's right. Gu Lai shook his legs. Only in front of Li Chen did he not have to be tense. He was very lazy, with such a beautiful and powerful wife. If you dare to do bad things again, you are crazy. Okay. He looked at Li Chen. Let's talk about business. Chapter 168, Going Through Thick and Thin. Li Chen also became serious. Originally, he had buried that incident deep in his heart. Now that he encountered Code A, he knew that he could no longer hide it. And if Gu Lai could find himself, it meant that others could too. What happened in the first place? Gu Lai asked Li Chen. Li Chen's eyes became distant. I was ordered to escort that thing. But I didn't expect to be framed by foreign forces and sent back to China to be convicted. As a result, the end of the world came. And I couldn't return to the army. I went to Beihai by chance. Gu Lai listened quietly. And then asked Li Chen, what exactly is that thing? Why did I hear that it is energy? I don't know. I haven't opened it to see. Li Chen answered seriously. But it's probably not energy. Gu Lai rubbed his head in disappointment. Alas. If it's not energy, it's useless. We don't lack weapons and superpowers. But what we lack most is resources. In fact, even if it is resources, we can't get it. That thing was lost when I returned to China. Li Chen said lightly. Lost? Gu Lai looked at him in disbelief. Such an important thing. If you were the one being judged, would you be able to carry it with you? I hid it. But it was lost when the apocalypse broke out. If Li Chen still knew the whereabouts of this thing, he would definitely go looking for it. Gu Lai was silent for a long time, then smiled generously. Forget it. It's not ours in the first place. In the apocalypse, we can survive with our own hands. Right? By the way, I heard that your base has dozens of kinds of meat to eat. Can you give us the potion? That's fine. But we also need your satellite launch tower. When the satellite is built, we can use your place to launch it. Gu Lai gestured. Okay. Later, Gu Lai asked about some research at the Beihai base. Li Chen had told Gu Lai about most of it. Gu Lai also shared the results of the trip to Beijing with Li Chen. Both of them gained a lot from this meeting. When Gu Lai was sent away and Li Chen returned to his room, he found that Nangu had fallen asleep with a tablet in her arms. He gave Nangu a goodnight kiss first, and then gently placed his hand on her heart. Nanji's heartbeat frequency is now only a little slower than that of humans. The little girl was dazed, and she turned over, muttering in disgust, You smell like alcohol. Go take a shower. Okay. Li Chen doted on her for a while, before he was willing to look away. During this friendly exchange, Gu Lai kept Li Chen for 3 days. As for the whereabouts of Nanji's adoptive father, Gu Lai got the news that someone saw this person outside the city a year ago. It is unknown where he went later, but he was not in the base controlled by Shengjing. Nanji's heart sank. Her adoptive father was not well educated and in poor health. The awakening of the eternal night depends on the physique, and the possibility of his awakening is very small. She was really scared that she hadn't found him for so long. Li Chen comforted Nangu, since there is no bad news. It is good news. Gu Lai has been looking for me for so long and thought I was dead. But I am still alive and well. Nangu looked at him coquettishly, and her voice was like pearls falling on a plate. How is it the same? You are not allowed to say these unlucky words in the future. Okay. I won't say it. Gu Lai and Li Chen's business was discussed during dinner on the first night. In the following days, they were basically wandering around the Shengjing base with the two of them. On the second day, Gu Lai asked Nangu and Li Chen to induce the zombies, and found a group of high-level psychics to watch. I won't talk about how amazed everyone was. Anyway, since that day, most of the Shengjing base has fallen into the two's crazy fans. In the following days, Nangu soaked in the fighting field in Shengjing because there were too many people who wanted to challenge her. As for why no one dared to challenge Li Chen, because Li Chen was much stronger than Nangu at first. When Nangu beat them, they were all bullying. If Li Chen took action, wouldn't it be the bullying of the bullying? Nangu hadn't fought for a long time, because of the huge difference in strength. She was 1-on-2 at first, and then 1-on-5, fighting until the sky was dark. Gulai kept them kindly, and didn't deal with many things in Shangjing, and directly threw them to Qin Baishao. Qin Baishao said that he was the most miserable one, and he wanted to spend more time with Li Chen. On the day when Li Chen and Nangu were about to leave, Gulai finally couldn't spare the time because another leader, Arthur, came to the base. Arthur came to Shangjing base on a sunny day. Since Li Chen was the person in charge of Beihai base and had not left, he met Arthur with Gulai. Country is different from China. Arthur is the only one. When Arthur got off the plane, his assistant said to him, "Sir, this time you will also meet Li Chen, the leader of Beihai base." Arthur had never seen a photo of Li Chen and Gulai. At this moment, he breathed a breath of Chinese air, his eyes full of expectation. Why? Shangjing and Beihai have established diplomatic relations. Yes. Sir. This is very strange. The assistant said in confusion. I have never seen such close exchanges between the two bases before. Why did they establish diplomatic relations in just a few days? Arthur seriously thought, maybe it's because I came that they feel a sense of crisis. The end of the world is also a chaotic world. And Arthur is best at making money in a chaotic world. China is a piece of fat meat, and other countries are eyeing it covetously. But China has the most superpowers, and the most powerful superpowers. These warriors have the desire to steal, but not the courage to steal. So they can only send people to test from time to time. Someone took Arthur to the conference room, where Li Chen and Gulai were already waiting. The door of the conference room was opened, and sunlight poured in. Arthur's figure divided the light and darkness into two parts at the door. He adjusted to the sunlight and walked in. As a result, when he saw the two men opposite, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The clenched fists were trembling slightly. If it weren't for his strong self-control, his face would have changed long ago. Look at who is standing next to Code A. Isn't it Code D? There is an old Chinese saying, you can't find it even if you try your best. But you can get it without any effort. Arthur just wanted to laugh out loud. Neither Gulai nor Li Chen noticed the change in Arthur's expression. They came forward and shook hands with Arthur. Nangu came forward with Li Chen. Her keen mind told her that Arthur was very excited to see Li Chen just now. Why was he excited? Li Chen looked like he had never seen Arthur before. Nangu kept the matter secret calmly. But Arthur praised Nangu. This lady is so beautiful. She must be Mrs. Li. Arthur actually had been looking at Nangu for a long time. If there was no Nangu, he could still control Li Chen with 50% confidence. Now with the addition of the spiritual system, it was really tricky. However, Arthur liked challenging things the most. He was even more glad that he had made the right bet. His troops should have already sneaked into China at this moment. Gulai invited Arthur to sit down. And after talking about irrelevant things for a while, he said to Arthur, to be honest, we have decided today to clear out a group of doomsday robbers. The banquet may not start until the evening. Arthur smiled and waved his hand. He was like a prince from a fairy tale. At this moment, he was wearing a white suit, putting away the dark aura all over his body, and his golden hair was coated with pure light. His eyes were like a pool of clear water, and his words were more sincere. Resources are scarce in the end times, so there is no need to hold a banquet. Just keep it simple. By the way, I also brought some superpowers with me. If you don't mind, can we help? Of course I don't mind. In fact, Gulai also wanted to see the strength of foreign superpowers. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the day of Arthur's arrival. Arthur's calculations were ringing in his mind. And he smiled and asked Li Chen, I have heard that Mr. Li is a 9th level superpower. I wonder if I will have the opportunity to see you take action this time. Li Chen smiled modestly. That's all praise from outsiders. I'm not 9th level yet. Arthur smiled meaningfully, as if he was saying that Li Chen was lying. And Li Chen didn't explain it again. Since the action has been determined, the personnel configuration has been planned early on. Li Chen, Gulai, and Arthur's 3 teams joined together and marched towards the bandit stronghold. The further he walked, the deeper Nangu frowned. Why do I feel this road is familiar? It's the road to the quarry. Li Chen spoke to Nangu with a stern look. Unexpectedly, after a detour, he would return here in such a situation. Nangu said, The people in the quarry don't have such big ambitions. They can't be robbers. But their homes were robbed. They have children and women. Where can they go? Li Chen suddenly felt a little regretful. The quarry was occupied. Most likely because he had repaired the defense grid for them. Nange felt his low mood and immediately held his hand, silently giving him strength. After the convoy stopped far away, Gu Lai got off the car in front and joined Li Chen. Li Chen was concerned about the people in the quarry. So he immediately asked Gu Lai, what about the people who lived here before the bandits occupied this place? Gu Lai didn't expect Li Chen to care about this. So he answered subconsciously, they were more alert, escaped, and are now living in the Shangjing base. Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. You said? Are they all alive? He was prepared that Gu Lai would tell him that he didn't know, or that the bandits had already brutally killed these people. Of course. There is a child in that team who is also a superpower. And now he is already a 4th level. Which is terrifying, Gu Lai said firmly. Li Chen and Nange held hands tighter, looked at each other, and laughed. Great. Before Gu Lai could ask anything else, the person who was gathering information came back. Mr. Gu. The person ran closer and said anxiously, there is no one in this base. They must have known their plan and moved ahead. There are many of their bases along the Shangjing Beihai route. I didn't expect them to run so fast. Chapter 169 Arthur's Fighting Power. Nange did not give up, and used her mental power to detect again. There was indeed no one in this stronghold. Thinking that Nan Jiqing might have been taken away by them here, and she came a step late and failed to save him. Nange felt uncomfortable. Li Chen keenly noticed what Nange was thinking, and naturally held her hand, imitating her before, and comforted her. Nange, look at me. Nange looked up. Obviously, she is now a powerful 7th level spiritual system. But when her relatives are in danger, she will still be afraid. Nanji's eyes made Li Chen feel pain in his heart. He clasped Nanji's shoulders with one hand, and his strong palm gave Nange warmth. Li Chen said every word seriously. I will definitely accompany you to find him. Nanji's somewhat dull eyes finally slowly glowed with spirit. Yes, she still has Li Chen. No matter where he goes, he will accompany her. Holding hands with Li Chen, Nange has made a decision, since they have left this base. Let's just destroy all bases along the way. Li Chen also had this idea, but he still needed to ask Gu Lai and Arthur for their opinions. If they disagree, Li Chen will take Nange to do this alone. When he looked at Gu Lai, he didn't even say anything. And Gu Lai laughed. Someone has to do this. And of course, I have no choice but to do it. Qin Baishao followed Gu Lai, and was also a man of blood. Especially at this time. He didn't want to be looked down upon by Li Chen. I will reorganize the army in Shangjing. After all, if the strongholds along the entire route are to be cleared, then what we have to face is not just bandits. In the end times, there are all kinds of dangers. And the most worrying thing is those evolved zombies. Arthur also smiled, with a hint of evil on his lips. He, who already had racial advantages, made many women in the team shine. I choose to follow too. Li Chen still had the things he needed, and Arthur approached quietly. Since the decision was made, Gu Lai was given a day to prepare. As for Li Chen, he notified the superpowers in Beihai and prepared to meet them. As mentioned before, the clearing of Beihai has reached the final stage. There is only one piece of land in the sunken Beihai, which is still submerged. Since Li Chen's order has been issued, the vanguard troops responsible for consulting have divided the team into 2 groups. Zhong Haochuan and others are in the team that will meet Li Chen. The next day, Li Chen and Gu Lai, with the elites gathered from the Shangjing base, officially headed towards Beihai. Chasing these doomsday bandits is a very patient thing, because you have no idea where they will hide in this vast land. As for the laboratory of the Beihai base, a man in a white coat suddenly rushed out. He had been in the laboratory for many days. He was very unkempt and had a long beard. When he just rushed out, the alarm in the center of the base was almost sounded. Xi and Yuhua, who was about to leave the base, saw it and stopped the security personnel. Xi and Yuhua stepped forward and grabbed Yi Xiao. Seeing his excited face, he asked in confusion, Dr. Yi? What happened? Yi Xiao took a closer look and smiled even brighter. He grabbed Xi and Yuhua's arm and kept asking, Where is Nange? Where is Li Chen? I have good news to tell them. Xi and Yuhua didn't know much about Yi Xiao's research, but Yi Xiao contributed greatly to the good development of Beihai base. He guessed that he had developed some medicine. So he said to Yi Xiao. They took a helicopter to Shangjing a few days ago, and only rushed back today. Yi Xiao was too excited. Even if he hadn't rested for a few days, he was not sleepy at all. He just asked hurriedly, "When will they arrive?" "It will take at least 10 days to drive from Shangjing." Xi and Yuhua thought about it and answered, "So long? Why didn't you take a plane?" "No. I can't wait." "Where are you going now?" Xi and Yuhua told Yi Xiao about the robbery from beginning to end. So Yi Xiao followed Xi and Yuhua, and the others without saying a word. Xi and Yuhua was actually a little worried about Yi Xiao. After all, although the success rate of the stimulating potion was as high as 99%, there was still an exception of 1%. Yi Xiao and Qin Mian were among them. Qin Mian had basically not been on missions since she married Li Yin half a year ago, and she had always been conducting her physics research at the base. Dr. Yu was now so valuable that he was well known overseas. Many organizations wanted to dig him away from Beihai. Would he be in danger if he left the base? Xi and Yuhua expressed his concerns. And Yi Xiao immediately asked him seriously, "Do you think I have no ability to protect myself at all?" Xi and Yuhua immediately shook his head. The potions that Yi Xiao had developed in the past year were enough for a superpower like him to drink a pot. But there were not only superpowers outside, but also zombies. Yi Xiao noticed what Xi and Yuhua was thinking and asked again, "Are you still not confident in your ability?" A year has passed, and Xi and Yuhua has matured a lot. The little crybaby who dropped gold beans when killing zombies is gone, which made Nangu sigh several times, saying that the previous Xi and Yuhua was more lovely. But even if she has become mature, some things will not change. Xi and Yuhua said angrily, "I can protect you." Yi Xiao smiled, showing a mouthful of white teeth. "That's it. Let's go." Xi and Yuhua brought Yi Xiao to the team temporarily. I thought Zhong Haoshuan and others would definitely protest. But unexpectedly, no one said anything. Xi and Yuhua also quietly asked Zhong Haoshuan. He looked at him calmly at the time and asked, "Do you think Dr. Yu would come with us if there is nothing particularly important?" Zhong Haoshuan said again, "Besides, our team is now the elite of the elite in the Beihai base. If we can't even protect one person, it means we need to train for another 2 years." Xi and Yuhua stuck out her tongue and said nothing. That's right. Even if he doesn't believe in himself, he has to believe in Zhong Haoshuan. His 7th level thunder ability. I have seen it once. It is simply unforgettable. You have to know that Zhong Haoshuan's destructive power can be called a human missile. If someone really wants to sneak attack them, I am afraid that in Zhong Haoshuan's hands, they will understand what real hell is. In the past year, Beihai has not only been clearing the sunken Beihai, but also clearing out the surrounding areas and using them as residential areas. So while driving all the way to the Shangjing base, Zhong Haoshuan and his companions basically did not encounter any danger. They did not drive fast, but just conducted a carpet search, trying to catch this group of robbers in one fell swoop. Compared to Zhong Haoshuan and the others, the convoy that Nangu was in drove very fast, because Nangu was a 7th level spiritual zombie. The sensing range was much larger, and along the way, they avoided many zombie groups. Now the robbers were their main target, and they had to reduce unnecessary fights. When Nangu was sensing, Li Chen stayed by her side, paying attention to whether the zombies moved. A year ago, when Nangu activated her spiritual power, these zombies would still be attracted. But now she has been able to control these forces very well. The convoy had been walking for 3 days, and killed many high-level zombies. That afternoon, Nangu suddenly opened her eyes. I feel the breath of humans. Li Chen and Gu Lai suddenly became serious and decided to go for an investigation. Although Arthur was in the same convoy with them, he did not have much contact with Nangu in his spare time. After 3 days, his view of Nangu had changed from initial curiosity to amazement. You know, in Country M, the most powerful psychic is only at level 4, and there is no comparison between them, whether in terms of survey range or ability level. She has not stopped surveying for 3 days, and he has never seen her replenish other energy except for taking 2 crystal cores. Arthur couldn't help but plan. If he could bring Nangu back to Country M after killing Li Chen, his base would definitely be stronger. However, Li Chen and Nangu were always inseparable, and it was difficult for him to find an opportunity to attack. After Nangu surveyed the range of the group, the convoy slowly separated, and dozens of Hummers formed a siege against the group. Although Nanji's mental power is very strong now, she still hasn't given up the Tang sword. At this moment, The battle was about to begin. She slowly stroked the hilt of the knife. Only when she held it did Nangu feel the pleasure of fighting. They came swiftly and silently. After quickly approaching the group of people, they found that many of them matched the portraits provided by Gu Lai. In other words, they found the right person. Arthur drove his team and rushed out first. Nangu turned over and stood on the roof of the car without urging her mental power before Arthur took action. Now they are in a forest. The mutation of plants in the end of the world has turned this ordinary forest into a cemetery for many people and zombies. Various mutant animals that look completely different from before the end of the world ran out of the forest as Arthur's car rushed forward. They all have red eyes, teeth and claws, and have evolved to be sharper. They were originally the overlords of this forest, but they clearly felt the pressure from Arthur. So they ran away. Arthur's target was not them, but the bandits hiding in the forest. Li Qian and Gu Lai's team spread out, ready to respond to Arthur at any time. But the subsequent battle changed their view of Arthur. This man was far more powerful than they imagined. From the first shot, the battle was almost one-sided. None of the superpowers brought by Arthur was below level 6. By the time the bandits reacted and wanted to escape, they had no chance. Chapter 170. Don't think about taking it away. Arthur was like the god of death who came out of hell, constantly commanding his men and waving the sickle in his hand that could harvest life. The fire and sound from the collision of various superpowers shook the entire forest. Nangu kept observing Arthur silently. Until the end of the battle, Arthur never made a move, and she couldn't tell what superpower Arthur had. There are only two explanations for this. One is that Arthur is an ordinary person, and the other is, his superpower level is higher than hers. The first one is almost impossible to happen. Nangu and Li Qian looked at each other and nodded in understanding. Arthur's ability gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. If he guessed correctly, Arthur was also a space system like him. I just don't know whether it is a storage space or a combat space. Because of the might of Arthur's team, the battle was completely over in just over 10 minutes. He also deliberately left a survivor and brought him to Gu Lai. Gu Lai smiled and said to Arthur, "Mr. Arthur's team is really amazing." Arthur smiled modestly and winked at Gu Lai in a friendly way. After all, this is the first time I'm fighting in front of my allies, so I have to try to leave a good impression. Nangu had already jumped off the car at this moment, and her tang sword was reinserted into the scabbard. When she fell to the ground, her black hair was still flying in the air in a graceful arc, and then slowly fell on her back. Nangu slowly walked up to the men and asked them, "Where is your leader?" These bandits were obviously also stubborn and did not speak. Nangu stepped on a man's face with one foot, and her voice became colder. "I ask you, where is your leader?" She almost crushed the man's skull, and the man wailed and kept begging Nangu for mercy. "Let me go. I will tell you everything." Nangu slowly retracted her foot and waited for the man to speak. Who knew that when Nangu loosened her foot, he actually used his superpowers on Nangu? This man is an Earth-type superpower. The soil under Nanji's feet froze instantly. This man used this power to freeze the soil and crush people's feet bit by bit. He used this method to kill many high-level superpowers. Li Qian saw that Nangu was trapped, and he was furious. He was ready to teach this man a lesson, but Nangu waved his hand to him, turning a blind eye to his feet, and smiled at this Earth-type superpower. The Earth-type superpower was stunned for a moment, and his embarrassed face was full of blood. Although Nangu was laughing, his voice was colder than before. "You think I can't make you speak, right?" Before the Earth-type psychic could react, a strong mental force swept through his mind. Now Nangu can not only create illusions, but also control other people's minds for a short time. When the Earth-type psychic came back to his senses, Nangu had indeed escaped from his trap. And because he was just controlled, he told everything. Originally, the robbers were also human beings. If they were caught, they could be handed over to Gu Lai for labor reform. But now, Li Qian was not going to spare them. Knowing the information he wanted, Li Qian signaled his men to deal with these people. Gu Lai's team, including Arthur's team, were all shocked by Li Qian's behavior. After all, Li Qian had never shown his lethality in the Shangjing base, and many people in the base liked to joke with Li Qian. But now, just because Nanji's legs were restrained for a while, he killed these people in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the others realized that Li Qian was serious when he said that everyone in the Beihai base would defend his wife to the death. If you dare to make a move on Nangu, you must bear his anger. Nangu was very satisfied with Li Qian's behavior, and he took Li Qian's arm and smiled at him. However, the death of these people was obviously not the end. Because just when Nangu controlled the Earth-type mutant, he said that several important organizers of the base, with Nanji's father, had approached Beihai, and the entire bandit gang believed that Nangu was a zombie. Just when they died, Li Chen heard a superpower curse Nangu, a damn zombie who was mixed in with humans. Li Chen could not bear any possibility of losing Nangu. So even if Nangu did not care about others knowing her identity, Li Chen would stop it. Neither Nangu nor Li Chen mentioned that she was a zombie, but once again said, "It seems that we are still a step late. We need to go to the North Sea to uproot this group of people." Arthur narrowed his eyes, and an idea in his mind became clearer and clearer. Why did he think that these robbers deliberately led them to the North Sea? Although Gulai was a little surprised by Li Chen's methods, when he thought that these robbers had killed many humans. Such an end was also the punishment they deserved. It was not time to rest today, so the convoy restarted and headed towards Beihai again. Everyone was very determined, but they didn't know that it was not just this group of robbers waiting for them in Beihai. At night, the convoy stopped at an open space to rest. There were special people patrolling around. Nangu and Li Chen were in their car, which was their space. The seats were laid flat, and when Li Chen lay down, he patted the place next to him. Nangu smiled, leaned over and lay down, then took out his mobile phone and searched for signals. Nowadays, resources are scarce. Even if a satellite is launched, Nangu doesn't often turn on his phone. After searching for a signal, he can only go to the forum because he can't communicate. I thought that Fatty Chen had the authority, so the posts that had caused a lot of noise before should have been deleted. Who knew that this matter would become even bigger? The people who posted this time were all IDs that I had never seen before. They accused Nangu of being a zombie and killing many humans. Although there were no pictures, they described the death of each human in detail. These people also brought up some unfounded things to slander Nangu, saying that it was all her doing. Nangu was very angry. She didn't kill anyone today. Why did these people say it as if it was true? 3 people make a tiger, and the more people say it, the more people believe it. Even some people who already had opinions about the Beihai base took this opportunity to attack Li Chen and Nangu. Nangu didn't sleep, and her fingers kept pressing on the screen, wanting to scold these people back. But there were too many of them, and Nangu alone couldn't reply. She even saw someone half-believing and half-doubtingly saying, "Since she is not a zombie, let Beihai produce evidence. Give us Nanji's blood sample. We will test it, and we will definitely know the result. I just don't know if Beihai base dares to do it." Some people echoed this sentence. Yes. We just want peace of mind. Think about a zombie being the leader of the base. How terrifying is that? The humans in Beihai are simply Nanji's blood bank. The people in Beihai base were dissatisfied. After more than a year of getting along, they knew how powerful and popular Nangu was. When they saw these scums who came out of nowhere slandering their base lady, these people responded with crackling. "Even if we are the blood bank for the lady, we are willing. If you want the lady's blood sample to be tested, there is no way." Others said, "That's right. Who do you think you are? You dare to covet Beihai? Be careful that Beihai will trample you to death." More people started to fight on the forum. Many people scolded Beihai for having a large number of people and being willing to raise a zombie. They had a problem with their brains. Nan Xiaoga muttered, "You are the ones with the problem. Your whole family has the problem." Li Chen looked at Nangu for a long time. She just stared at the forum, sighed, took her phone and turned it off, and said helplessly, "Wait until they run out of power in the terminal. They will stop arguing." Nangu looked up at Li Chen. "You humans are really boring." Li Chen laughed. "It's as if you don't have human characteristics now. Okay, go to sleep." With Li Chen's constant comfort, Nangu finally fell asleep, and when her breathing gradually calmed down, Li Chen opened his sharp eyes. These posts on the forum that slander Nangu are definitely not groundless. Thinking of the Doomsday Bandit capture today, Li Chen suspected that it was done by their group in order to disintegrate Beihai's trust in Nangu from the inside. But Li Chen smiled disdainfully. These people have a good plan. But if they want Beihai to give up Nangu based on this, they will definitely be disappointed. Just as many people in Beihai said, "Nangu is so beautiful and powerful that they are willing to keep her even if she is a zombie. Isn't it just blood? Beihai is so big. Nangu can drink whoever he wants to sleep. Drink one person a day, and it is guaranteed that it will not be repeated in 10 years. But knowing that these public opinions will not cause any harm to Nangu is one thing, and how Li Chen deals with it is another. His eyes gradually became bloodthirsty, and a dangerous atmosphere spread in the car. I guess other people in this organization also want to experience the way their companions died today. Nanji's senses are very sharp now. For example, she noticed that the car was a little cold at this moment, so she couldn't help but get closer to the heat source. Li Chen hugged Nangu, who wanted to curl up in his arms, and stared at her eyebrows and eyes, engraved in his heart. No one can take you away from me. If there is one, I will kill one. If there are two, I will kill a pair. Nangu woke up refreshed the next day, but did not get up in a hurry. Instead, she held Li Chen's wrist and bit it lightly a few times. When Li Chen left Beihai, he prepared enough blood for Nangu. Seeing her greedy look, he tapped her nose. If you want to drink, bite it. Nangu whined, but did not bite it, but licked it twice, then blinked her bright eyes and said, I just smell the taste. Li Chen's body tightened, hugged Nangu and kissed her. Chapter 171. Lure her to come. Nangu closed her eyes and smiled slightly, as if to punish her for not paying attention. Li Chen's kiss was strong, and Nanji's little hand slowly stroked his back, and used her fingertips to feel his strong body through his clothes. After a year of marriage, they were always harmonious in this matter, especially just now. Nangu was clearly hungry. After all, for her, she had found something she liked more than blood. It only took a blink of an eye for the gun to go off, and Li Chen's hand reached into Nanji's clothes and kneaded it hard. Nangu was also a little confused and almost fell, but many people in the base stood up, thinking that they were still outside. Nangu sobered up and pushed Li Chen away. Li Chen looked at Nangu with an unsatisfied look, and his eyes were all green. Nangu cleared her throat twice and said with a red face, Be careful of someone approaching. Li Chen looked at Nangu in front of him, revealing her beauty under her disheveled clothes. His Adam's apple moved, and he finally closed his eyes. That's the downside of coming out. He wanted to hug his wife, but he had to wait for the right time. While tidying up Nanji's clothes, Li Chen was still sighing, If this goes on, I will get sick easily. You know? Nangu looked at him innocently, pretending not to understand what he was saying, until Nangu held her hand and covered that place. Nangu was like being electrocuted, and quickly shook her hand away, and said shyly, You are a hooligan. Li Chen rubbed her hair twice, laughed, and held her face and kissed her. Nan Xiuga, he asked seriously and affectionately, When we get back to the base, let Yi Xiao check your body. Nangu didn't understand why he'd brought this up. Li Chen seemed to have thought of something, and his expression was softer than before. He gently embraced Nangu in his arms, feeling the wonder of this body embedding, if possible, give birth to a child for me. Nangu was stunned. She didn't expect that Li Chen would mention this to her. Li Chen didn't say anything more. He opened the car door and motioned Nangu to go outside to get some fresh air. As for him, his physiological problem hadn't been solved yet. Nangu didn't want to see him being a hooligan again. After getting off the car, she left the vicinity immediately. But even if she walked far away, because of her keen hearing, she still knew what Li Chen said. So when someone passed by Nangu, they found that her face was red, and she was mumbling, Why are you saying my name? The convoy was going to move in half an hour. Nangu was not hungry, so she took a leisurely walk and thought of the child she saw in the quarry before. At that time, she only cared about blood and did not have much obsession with the child. But after hearing Li Chen's mention, she actually began to imagine what her and Li Chen's child would look like. He would have the same eyebrows and eyes as Li Chen, and he would be a little iceberg when he was not smiling, and he would be like a spring breeze when he smiled. He would be as strong and bold as Li Chen. The most important thing is that he would love himself like Li Chen. My thoughts gradually drifted away, and I had very few memories of my biological father. It seemed that he had completely disappeared after injecting the drug into me. Nangu thought of her biological mother's final fate. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she was afraid that her biological father was no longer in this world. She had many memories about her adoptive father. He was married when he was young, but he had no children. Later, his wife had an accident and died. When he picked up Nangu, he really raised Nangu as his own daughter. Even though he was not as well educated as her biological father, he never treated Nangu harshly in terms of food, clothing, and daily necessities. Later, It was a huge expense to support Nangu to study medicine. Nangu was deeply grateful and graduated from a medical university with the best grades of her class. She had not yet repaid Nan Jicheng well, and they separated. In her memory, the scene of Nan Jicheng buying candy for her little self and bringing back toys and beautiful clothes was still vivid. She didn't like to listen to his teachings before, but now she misses them so much. She became a zombie, and she went from having no human emotions to gradually becoming richer. From the guilt she felt towards Nan Jicheng when she just died to the missing of him now. It was like she had gone through a whole cycle. She looked up at the sky and silently prayed in her heart that she would find him. And in the future, she and Li Chen would have their own children, and she would love them like Nan Jicheng. Nangu. Good morning. Arthur's voice came from behind. Nangu put away all her emotions and turned to look at Arthur. Arthur was still very curious about this cold beauty. He was originally a very charming man, but it didn't work in front of Nangu. Seeing that Nangu didn't have any intention of getting close, Arthur asked softly, I heard that you and Li Chen have been married for a year? Nangu looked at Arthur vigilantly. What does this man want to do? Isn't he trying to snatch Li Chen from her? Because her expression was still so upright. Arthur didn't know what she was thinking. Otherwise she would vomit blood. After walking 2 steps forward, Nangu frowned slightly, and Arthur stopped. It seems that this is Nanji's safe distance. How much do you know about Li Chen? Arthur asked. Nangu thought about it and said, I don't know. Nangu really didn't know about Li Chen's previous experience, even if it was Gu Lai's existence. She didn't know until she arrived in Shengjing, but she didn't complain about it at all. She knew that Li Chen used to be a peacekeeping special forces soldier, and there were many things that he must not want to recall. Perhaps it was because Nangu became a zombie, and the people and things she liked and cared about had changed. The living Li Chen was in front of her. Why should she care about his past? Arthur stared at Nangu and found that she didn't even want to ask him at all. Unable to help, Arthur asked, Aren't you curious? Nangu shook her head gently. Half an hour had passed, and it was time for her to get back to the car. So she didn't say anything to Arthur and turned around and left. After waiting for a long time, Arthur walked in the opposite direction. In Nanji's opinion, there was no need to tell Li Chen about Arthur's little episode. She returned to the car, smelled it, and found no smell. She also looked at Li Chen with satisfaction. The convoy continued to move forward, with so many strong people escorting them. It was almost impossible for ordinary zombies to hurt them. However, what the people in the team didn't expect was that they thought the robbers would run as far as they could. But who knew that they actually cleared several waves of people on the way? These people seemed to be waiting for them on the road on purpose, planning their route bit by bit, even if it cost them their lives. After a few times, Gu Lai quickly convened a small meeting and told his ideas to several other people. It was already night, and they were less than 3 days away from the North Sea. According to their current direction, they would not return directly to any base, but instead headed for the sinking of the North Sea. Gu Lai said solemnly, I'm afraid that the task of clearing out pirates this time is not as simple as we thought. Li Chen nodded. He had fought side by side with Gu Lai for many years. He understood what he meant by a look from his comrade. There are many pirates in this group, but there is no leader who is blocking us. We don't know their composition and what their purpose is. Nangu said coldly, My father is still in their hands, so no matter what trap is ahead, we must follow them. Perhaps it was during that year in the North Sea that she was protected too comfortably by Li Chen. In her opinion, zombies had no lethality. Now there are always a few fleas making trouble in front of her, but she can't kill them. This feeling is quite annoying. Gu Lai looked serious. So from now on, we must be extremely vigilant. Arthur seemed to not understand the seriousness of Gu Lai and the others. Isn't this already under Li Chen's rule? Or is there something in the sunken North Sea? Li Chen said to Arthur, If the remaining part of the sunken North Sea was so easy to clear, we wouldn't have taken it down in more than a month. Arthur suddenly laughed, with excitement flashing in his eyes. It seems that this mission has become more challenging. I like challenging things. The meeting was quickly over, and after everyone was reassigned tasks, Arthur went back to rest. Now Zhong Haoxuan's team is still outside the North Sea and has not joined Li Chen. Those bandits hid too deep. For so many days, Zhong Haoxuan and his team did not encounter any members. Gu Lai, Li Chen and Nangu were not far from the team, talking about the current situation. The forum is getting more and more intense. After a few days of maintenance, The Shangjing base can post pictures and videos on it. Those who slander Nangu are getting more aggressive. Do I really not need to block their accounts? Gu Lai asked Li Chen worriedly. Nangu has been calm these days. After all, that group of bandits is like a time bomb. Li Chen replied to Gu Lai, don't worry about it for now. This may be an important clue for us to recognize this gang of robbers. Since the two parties didn't care, Gu Lai didn't care even more. After a few days of getting along with her, he had a preliminary understanding of what kind of woman Nangu was. The same idea as the people in the North Sea base. If she is really a zombie, then she is willing to stand on the side of humans. And they will do everything to serve her well. After all, Gu Lai once thought about whether humans and zombies could be in a certain balance. But as soon as this idea was said, many people said it was impossible. Nowadays, humans and zombies are fighting to the death. Who is willing to coexist peacefully? Li Chen also introduced the characteristics of the sunken North Sea to Gu Lai. After listening, Gu Lai asked solemnly, in other words, if we really go to the sunken North Sea, we may have to face a large number of ferocious sea creatures? That's right. Although they don't have superpowers and crystal cores, their attack methods are varied and hard to defend. Chapter 172 Final Boss. There are so many strong people in the Beihai base. Why did so many superpowers die this year? Many people were not killed by zombies, but by these mutant animals and plants. It seems much easier to conquer zombies than before. But there is still a long way to go to conquer these mutants. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him. And when the water comes, the earth will cover it. Let's take it one step at a time. Gu Lai stretched out his hand to Li Chen. Tomorrow, let's rush to the sinking Beihai. Li Chen held Gu Lai's hand, and they both saw perseverance in each other's eyes. At night, Li Chen and Nangu rested together. She closed her eyes and couldn't fall asleep. Li Chen kissed her forehead. What's wrong? Nangu sighed. I always feel that something is going to happen. Li Chen hugged her tightly. After the end of the world, we have encountered so many dangerous situations, and we have come out safely every time. This time, it will definitely be no exception. Nangu leaned on Li Chen's arms and took a deep breath of his sharp smell. In the next few days, the team marched towards the sinking North Sea in a mighty manner. In the underground garage of a dilapidated building on the outskirts of the sinking North Sea, there were many people hiding. They were motionless, and the darkness submerged their faces, making them almost blend into the background. And in the corner of the basement, there was a light. In the light, there were several people standing or sitting. There were two people sitting. One was Nan Jiqing, the adoptive father that Nangu had been looking for, and the other was a woman with a charming face. She was not in this doomsday bandit organization from the beginning. But after she came, she used extremely cruel means to control the entire organization. Those who disobeyed her were strangled to death by her. Behind her stood two men, one of whom looked to be in his 40s and timid, and the other was in his early 20s, with a handsome appearance. When he looked at her, there was a burning light in his eyes. But the woman sitting there didn't even look at the people around her, even with a weird smile on her face. Her eyes were still cold. In her eyes, humans were nothing but ants. Time passed by minute, and someone came out of the darkness, took out the rag stuffed in Nan Jiqing's mouth, and then threw him some supplies and water. Nan Jiqing didn't take the supplies. He could speak now, and he shouted at the woman, Cui Lan Lan. Why did you do this? Are you Nan Ji's colleague? If you are also a superpower, you should deal with the zombies and mutant animals in the sea, instead of extending the butcher knife to your compatriots. After the end of the world, Nan Jiqing didn't suffer much because he joined the Shangjing base. Although he is an ordinary person and cannot kill zombies, he has a talent for construction. There are more powerful architects in the main base, and he is in several peripheral bases to help others build bases. With his own hands, he can also earn enough supplies. Although he and his daughter were lost, he never believed that Nangu was in trouble. His daughter is so outstanding. She will definitely become very powerful, and they will be reunited. Later, a very powerful woman appeared in Beihai, also named Nangu, and married Li Chen, the leader of the main base. Nan Jiqing suspected that this Nangu was his daughter, but he waited for a long time. But Nangu didn't come to him, and he became a little discouraged. Nan Ji's photo has never been leaked. But even if it was leaked, Nan Jiqing probably wouldn't recognize her. The zombie physique has changed Nan Ji's appearance a lot, and she is now so tender that you can pinch water out of her. Although Nan Jiqing was a little disappointed, his hope was not shattered. He worked harder, hoping that one day he could ask other superpowers in the base to take him to Beihai once to confirm whether it was his daughter. Who knew that this opportunity didn't come? Nan Jiqing was deceived out of the base, and then arrested. Later, he heard that Nan Ge and Li Chen actually came to Beijing, and he was caught by Cui Lanlan and taken to Beihai. And he missed Nan Ge again. How could he not be angry? Cui Lanlan is a doctor in the same unit as Nan Ge. Nan Ge once mentioned that Cui Lanlan's level is not high, and she can stay in the hospital only because she has a good family background. It seems that before the end of the world, Cui Lanlan also robbed Nan Ge of an operation. Nan Jiqing didn't know what the result of the operation was. At this moment, Nan Jiqing questioned Cui Lanlan, but she didn't care at all. In fact, it was only after Nan Jiqing met Cui Lanlan that other people knew her name, including herself. At this moment, she looked at Nan Jiqing with interest, propped up her chin and asked, "You said we are colleagues?" Nan Jiqing looked at her puzzledly and said doubtfully, "Did you lose your memory?" "Well, not really. I'll let Cui Lanlan tell you." After saying that, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her expression was like a different person. Cui Lanlan just sat on the chair, not at all like a woman, with her legs open. At this moment, she observed the furnishings nearby, and then took a breath of cold air. What on earth did that damn zombie do to her body? Where is she now? As she thought about this, she heard a cold male voice in her mind. "I should have taught you how to capture memories." Cui Lanlan had been tortured by this zombie, and now she dared not complain at all, but closed her eyes, with light and shadows constantly passing through her mind. Cui Lanlan finally understood who the person in front of her was. She suddenly laughed out loud, and tears came out. The young man behind her stepped forward and wanted to hand Cui Lanlan a handkerchief, but she waved it away. Cui Lanlan looked at the young man with disgust in her eyes. "Lowly human. Don't touch me with your dirty hands." The young man was stunned. He didn't understand why Cui Lanlan would speak to him in such a tone. And, isn't she a human? If Cui Lanlan knew his thoughts, she would definitely say with a smile, "Although I am still a human now, I will not be one soon." The key to becoming a higher level existence than humans is to kill Nan Ge. So she walked to Nan Jiqing, looked down on him, and said to him, before the end of the world, "I wish you would die sooner." Thinking of her snatching Nan Ji's title, Nan Ji's gloomy expression on her face, Cui Lanlan felt a burst of pleasure overflowing in her heart. Why? When she was in medical school, Nan Ji's grades were so good that she was always the pride of the teacher. If it weren't for Nan Jiqing in China, the college would even recommend her to study abroad. In the hospital, Yi Xiao also liked her so much. He didn't even look at other women. But Nan Ge, she enjoyed the care given to her by Yi Xiao with peace of mind, but didn't give Yi Xiao any response. Cui Lanlan really hated Nan Ge like this. So Nan Ji's image in her heart was uglier than one level. Even after the end of the world, Nan Ge died and turned into a zombie. But he could still call the shots in the human world. Why does she need to constantly rely on men to live? While Nan Ge married Li Chen in such a grand manner? Li Chen is a human being, and humans are not trustworthy. Cui Lanlan suddenly looked forward to it. If only one of Li Chen and Nan Ge could survive, what choice would the ugly human being make? Nan Jiqing heard Cui Lanlan's answer and widened his eyes in horror. But as Nan Ji's father, he was still very angry. "What are you up to? Whatever you want to do. Come at me. Let go of my daughter." "Are you sure she is your daughter?" Cui Lanlan's smile became brighter, but that brightness seemed to hide many sharp blades in the light, and she only needed to hook her lips to cut the prey into pieces. Nan Jiqing looked at Cui Lanlan in shock, not understanding why she knew all this. "Who are you?" Cui Lanlan's recent behavior is really abnormal. Not only is she divisive, but she also despises humanity. Cui Lanlan curled her lips. "It seems you are not that stupid." Nan Jiqing shouted at the people in the distance. "Did you hear it?" She admitted it. "This person must want to kill you. You can't listen to her." The middle-aged man, who had been silent behind Cui Lanlan, raised his head. If there were people from Jinping here, he would definitely know this person. This person was Kai Fomao, who led people to encircle and suppress them. This group of doomsday bandits only appeared after Kai Fomao escaped. He was originally a bandit leader, but now he could only be subordinate to others. At this moment, he looked at Nan Jiqing indifferently. The only use of this man was to lure Nanga here. If you don't listen to her, who should you listen to? Chui Lanlan left Kai Fengmao with only fear. This woman was too strong. He didn't even know how she killed people. The most terrifying thing about her was that she could control zombies and humans. Kai Fengmao had completely lost the desire to resist. He knew that Chui Lanlan despised them. He only hoped that he could live a little longer. Nan Jichen was speechless by Kai Fengmao's words. He also hated his own incompetence. And he had become a burden to Nan Ge. So while Chui Lanlan was not paying attention, he was about to slam his head against the wall. But before he touched it, he felt a sharp pain in his head, which made him stop suddenly. A trace of impatience flashed in Chui Lanlan's eyes, and she said coldly, "If you don't want to die, be honest." She stared at Nan Jichen, thinking that if he cut off his arms and legs, Nan Ge might become even crazier. So she walked in front of him viciously. But before she could do anything, she suddenly felt someone approaching. Chui Lanlan turned her head suddenly, as if she could see through the heavy building and stare at the direction where those people came from. Her lips trembled with excitement, and her hand stretched forward obsessively. Her expression was intoxicated, and the words she said were so gentle, but with a murderous intent of regretting that she had failed. This time, the spirit in Chui Lanlan's body has changed into a different person. And everyone heard Chui Lanlan say, "My daughter, I have finally waited for you." Chapter 173. The two sides confronted each other. In less than 3 days, Nan Ge and his team reached the deepest part of the sunken North Sea. The original itinerary was shortened a lot because they basically did not encounter any zombies on the way. Even if the sunken North Sea was cleared, it would not be so quiet. The only explanation is that there are zombies stronger than them here. And this zombie has a strong sense of territory. So they drove them away. From the moment she stepped into the territory of the sunken North Sea, Nan Ji's expression was very solemn, and the uneasiness in her heart grew more and more. Li Chen was not a talkative person. Seeing Nan Ge so quiet, he felt a little uncomfortable. The words he wanted to comfort turned into companionship. He believed that Nan Ge would understand. Nan Ge did not want to ignore Li Chen. She just needed to be more cautious to ensure that the people in the team were alive. It was also interesting to say that when she first became a zombie, she wished that all humans would become her food. Now, she has been pampered by Li Chen, and she will understand the joys and sorrows of humans, and will consciously protect the weak. In the silent North Sea, it is still daytime, but there are gusts of cold wind. The last area that has not been conquered is backed by the sea. At this moment, under the strong wind, the black waves are constantly rolling. But there is no fluctuation of any aquatic creatures in it. The dark sky seems to be able to suppress at any time. There is a rainstorm coming. This is just a temporary calm before that. Nan Ge couldn't help but ponder. How terrifying is this zombie to drive away the mutant creatures in the sea that have always been fearless? The other people in the team have already entered the first level of alert, and the convoy keeps moving forward in a semicircle. Fatty Chen drove for Li Chen and Nan Ge. They sat in the back seat. Li Chen held Nan Ji's hand and stared at her all the time. He seemed not to notice the creepy sky outside. Some things were finally revealed at this moment. Suddenly, Nan Ji's brain was attacked by something so sharp and terrible, and she had no resistance at first. Her lips and teeth opened slightly in pain, and a groan leaked out, which was heard by Li Chen. He looked at Nan Ge nervously and asked worriedly, "How is it? Is it very difficult?" In the past year, Li Chen had not seen Nan Ge show such an expression. If the zombie was too difficult to deal with, they could give up this crusade and gather the army to come again. That ray of mental power was still running rampant in Nan Ji's mind. Nan Ge widened her eyes and couldn't breathe, but she didn't want to give up like this. So she held Li Chen's hand. Although she couldn't hear his voice, she was telling him in this way that she could hold on. As for that ray of mental power, after entering her mind, it still wants to get out? Nan Ge gritted her teeth and spread her mental power, and began to repeatedly strangle this invading power. Her brain seemed to have become a most responsible maze. After the mental power sensed Nan Ji's resistance, it wanted to escape. But no matter where he went, he could not avoid Nan Ji's interception. In the end, he finally sighed unwillingly and died in Nan Ji's mind. Nan Ge opened her eyes again, and for a moment, her breathing was not smooth. Li Chen patted her back gently and asked worriedly, "Ge, how are you now?" Seeing Nan Ji's worried look, Nan Ji's heart suddenly softened. She hid the bloodthirsty killing intent just now and suppressed it in her heart. She looked at Li Chen's deep eyes, and smiled a little embarrassedly. Just now, she felt a familiar breath. They had fought against this zombie before. Li Chen didn't understand why Nangu smiled like that, and looked at her in confusion. Nangu stopped the convoy first. The zombies on the opposite side were too powerful. If they fought head-on, many people here would die. After the car stopped, Li Chen heard Nangu clear her throat, cough. Li Chen. She looked at him with a guilty conscience. Well, if I did something wrong, can you forgive me? Li Chen thought for a moment. Silly girl. What else can you do wrong? Nangu pointed at her finger. Although there was a strong wind outside the window, the car was indeed quiet and peaceful. I told you not to be angry. There is a mental zombie in front. Preliminary judgment shows that it is already above level 8. I may not be his opponent. Li Chen's expression became more serious. With an 8th level mental zombie, he could only fight a draw at most. There were so many teammates around him, and there were too many changes. He decided to cancel this operation. But he still asked, is that it? Then what do you have to apologize for? Let's go back to the base, and come back when we are fully prepared. Nangu grinned at Li Chenxi, and finally said what she wanted to say. No. I am not apologizing for this. I want to say that I have fought this zombie before. What? How come he has never heard of such a dangerous thing? Nangu saw that Li Chen was indeed angry, and shrank his neck. A little timid, when the meteorite fell. We encountered it in a mineral water factory when we were heading to the North Sea. The water purification equipment for our base was taken from there. Of course he knew about the water purification equipment. But how could he know that Nangu encountered such a horrible thing at that time? Now he looked at Nangu carefully. Fortunately, after sleeping in the same bed for a year, he did not find any injuries on her body. Nangu simply said it out loud, and continued, at that time, he was already able to control many high-level zombies, and invade their minds. Now he is more powerful than before. I don't know what terrible things are waiting for us. Li Chen was silent, which made Nangu feel a little cold on his back. He saw through that I was a zombie, and invited me to his camp. But later, Zhong Haoxuan, Xi Niuhua, and I killed it together. Before he died, he said in my mind that he would definitely come back. Nangu finally had the courage to look at Li Chen. I didn't expect that he would come back a year later. Nangu thought that Li Chen would definitely be a little fluctuating after she finished speaking. But who knew that he would still maintain the posture just now, and look at her deeply. Nangu touched her face, and there was nothing on it. Li Chen saw that Nangu was stupid and sighed in his heart. Then why didn't you tell me before? If he knew that there were such zombies in the world a year ago, he could have prepared early. Nangu was stunned for a moment when Li Chen asked this. Then he scratched his head foolishly and smiled generously. Because I forgot. Li Chen. More than a year has passed. And even he is already a 9th level superpower. Let alone this kind of zombie. When his Nangu was a zombie, he was very easy to deceive. And now he is left in the human camp. But other zombies of the same type will not be like this. After all, they only regard humans as food. Who wants to be ruled by their own food? This spiritual zombie, most likely, led them here to gain higher level power. Nangu saw that Li Chen was silent, thinking that he was thinking about countermeasures. So he naturally did not speak to disturb him. After all, he had done something wrong, and he wished that Li Chen would ignore him. There was no movement in the other cars. When they arrived in Beihai, Li Chen was the undisputed leader. And now, everyone can see that the other side is not peaceful. What kind of choice will their leader make? At this moment, Li Chen couldn't help but think of the days when he was a peacekeeping special forces soldier, and the lives of his teammates were all on his shoulders. Every decision he made carried the risk of losing them forever. In the flames of war, the faces of those who fought side by side seemed to have turned into the ones they had seen in their previous life. And now, wasn't he facing the same situation again? Before he could say that he wanted to retreat, a voice slowly rang out in this space, directly covering the area of several thousand meters. It was a woman's voice. A little sharp. Since you're here, aren't you going to get off the car? Li Chen couldn't help but frown. They were already within the attack range of this zombie. Nangu and he looked at each other, and both saw the understanding in each other's eyes. Sure enough, Cui Lanlan continued to say, Nange, don't you want to save your father? Nange pounded on the car door, banging twice. Her eyes were filled with anger. At this point, they can no longer retreat. No matter how terrifying this zombie is, they have to bite the bullet. Before opening the car door, Nange whispered to Li Chen, "This must be a human controlled by him. He should be a man." Li Chen nodded and opened the car door. After the two walked out, they closed the door. The others were still in the car, waiting for Li Chen's instructions. On the shore of the sinking North Sea, a woman also walked out of the dilapidated building. She had a very charming figure, and her hair was tied behind her head like Nange, flying in the air. Although it was an ordinary dress, it was tight, outlining the curve of the body. The distance was too far, so Li Chen couldn't see her face clearly. But judging from her voice, this person might be only a little older than Nange. As for her figure, Li Chen was not naive enough to think that she was naturally charming. It was probably that mutant zombie that changed her. Li Chen couldn't see her face, but Nange could. After she saw it clearly, she suddenly opened her mouth. "Chui Lon Lon?" Li Chen turned around and asked her, "Who is that?" He had walked in front of Nange, and his body was in a protective posture. Other people in the convoy took out guns from the windows and aimed at Chui Lon Lon. As Chui Lon Lon walked out step by step, her high heels kept stepping on the ground, and each time they made a crisp sound. She was like a combination of contradictions, looking like a woman in every way, but not in every way. Nange answered Li Chen's words. "She was my former colleague. We were mortal enemies. Before the end of the world, there was still a little old hatred." Chapter 174. Her threat. "Has this person's spirit been completely devoured by the zombie?" Li Chen asked. Nange did some probing and indeed did not find Chui Lanlan's spiritual power. So she said solemnly, "It should be, since she was chosen by this zombie. It means that she must have betrayed humanity." Li Chen and Nange also walked forward, although their speed was not fast. Every step was very steady. Behind Chui Lon Lon, a group of people also walked out. They all had expressionless faces and pale faces, like puppets who could not think. These people also held down a man that Nange was most familiar with, Nan Jiqing. Nange was about to burst into tears when she saw that Nan Jiqing was still alive. "Dad!" She screamed and wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Li Chen. Nan Jiqing also heard Nange's words, and he responded, "Nange." Then, as if he remembered something, he quickly waved his hand and asked Nange to leave. "Go quickly. This woman is very dangerous." If she hadn't seen Nan Jiqing, it would have been fine. Now that Nange finally found him, how could she leave? So she shook her head firmly. Although she was talking to Nan Jiqing, she was looking at Chui Lon Lon. "I will kill her and rescue you." Chui Lon Lon seemed to have heard some funny jokes and started laughing again. The laughter was mixed with the sound of waves hitting the shore, and there was a kind of tearing power. "Ha ha. It's so ridiculous. You actually said, 'You want to kill me?'" When she walked out with her people, she was only a few hundred meters away from Nange. Li Chen saw clearly the two men standing behind her. One was Kai Fomao, and the other one he had seen in Shangjing was called Zhou Lian. Nange looked at Chui Lon Lon coldly. "I'm not just talking. I must do it." Chui Lon Lon actually looked at Nange with tolerance, and spread her hands helplessly. "Okay. Then don't let me down." Li Chen was half blocking Nange at this moment, and made two gestures to the motorcade. Two sounds of opening the door sounded, and Gu Lai and Chen Baishao got out of the car. They soon came to Li Chen and heard Li Chen ask, "Are these the bandit leaders?" Chen Baishao pushed his glasses and nodded lightly. "Yes. They are all here, and there are no fish that have escaped the net." Li Chen then looked up and looked at Zhou Lian. "I didn't expect that after the end of the world. You actually chose to be a bandit." Zhou Lian also recognized Li Chen. It was Li Chen who saved him outside the hospital in Shangjing and gave him a gun. Maybe in Li Chen's eyes, it was nothing, but it changed Zhou Lian's life. At that time, the situation was chaotic, and there was no perfect system in the Shangjing base. Everyone fought on their own, and in the first few days, the eternal night did not come, and no one awakened. Zhou Lian relied on this gun to establish his position as a leader. These people feared him from the beginning, so after the eternal night, he had a large number of people loyal to him. At the beginning, they also worked diligently to find supplies. But later the supplies became increasingly scarce, and the mutant animals and plants threatened their lives at any time. They could only take this road that looked less bumpy. It doesn't matter how other people look at him, but Li Chen is his benefactor, so he still can't raise his head. Chui Lon Lon saw Zhou Lian was silent for a long time, and looked at him with interest. "Why? Do you still know each other?" Zhou Lian's fanatical feelings for Cui Lanlan were seen by everyone. Cui Lanlan asked. How could he not answer, on the first day of the apocalypse? He gave me a gun. Cui Lanlan raised her eyebrows. Oh? It seems that he is still your benefactor. Shouldn't you thank him? Zhou Lian looked at Li Chen with a stiff face. But standing behind Cui Lanlan, he was somewhat relieved. Anyway, Cui Lanlan had promised him that when this matter was over, she would turn those who followed her into beings higher than humans. When he thought that he could evolve, Zhou Lian immediately made up his mind and said decisively to Li Chen, Thank you for the gun. If it weren't for it, I would have died many times in the apocalypse. Li Chen was not moved at all. If he knew that giving Zhou Lian a gun would be like sharpening the teeth of a tiger, he would definitely let Zhou Lian fend for himself. So Li Chen said coldly, I would rather never have given you the gun for self-defense. Nangu looked up at Zhou Lian. At that time, she was still a newly awakened zombie. She had forgotten what Zhou Lian looked like. But she remembered Kai Fengmao beside Zhou Lian. It was this man who revealed her zombie identity when fighting Jin Ping. Nangu suddenly laughed. Her smile was much better than Cui Lanlan's. She was like a flower raised in a greenhouse. But only those who really understood her knew how tough her heart was under her beautiful appearance. So her smile always made Li Chen unable to take his eyes off her. He was willing to spend his whole life to protect Nanji's innocence. Cui Lanlan looked at Nangu with interest and asked, Why are you smiling too? Nangu pointed at the person behind her and said with a smile, I think it's interesting. Cui Lanlan was silent. And Nangu continued, I have an old grudge against your body. And she owes me a slap. Kai Fengmao behind you used despicable means to attack the Jinping base, causing many people to lose their homes. Look at Zhou Lian again. Well, he is Li Chen's enemy. Today is just right. You all gathered here. We can settle the new and old grudges together. Cui Lanlan put her hands in her pockets and glanced at the two people behind her leisurely. As expected, they all lowered their heads. Gu Lai and Chen Baishao were on guard behind Li Chen and Nangu. After all, no one knew what Cui Lanlan would do next. The belligerent factor in Nanji's body was aroused. She looked at Cui Lanlan and asked, Since everyone is here, why not tell me your purpose? Cui Lanlan was waiting for Nangu to say this. She glanced at Nan Jiqing who was glaring at her, and asked Nangu softly, Nangu, are you sure you want to save a human? I told you that he's my father. Nangu repeated angrily. Just an adoptive father. Cui Lanlan glanced at Nan Jiqing, and Nangu was stunned. Who are you? She asked the same question as Nan Jiqing. Why do you know these things? Nan Jiqing also looked at Nangu in shock. How come Nangu seemed to have recalled the past? Cui Lanlan looked at Nangu in surprise. It turns out that this year, not only I have recovered a lot of memories, you also remembered the past? Not bad. Not bad. She did not rush to explain her identity, but dragged Nan Jiqing over and kicked him down. In Nanji's angry eyes, Cui Lanlan looked at Li Chen, codename D. Long time no see. Li Chen frowned. How could Cui Lanlan know this title? Cui Lanlan looked at Li Chen and smiled lightly. The eyes that saw everything made Li Chen feel very uncomfortable. He blocked Nangu back. Arthur, who had not gotten off the car, was watching all this from the window. Codename D was his dream. And now, were there other people coveting this dream? Cui Lanlan waved her hand. You don't have to look at me like an enemy. I don't want to dig out everything you've ever had. Li Chen, don't be nervous. I just need you to do me a favor. Li Chen thought for a long time. Not many people knew the name of Codename D. He didn't know who the man in Cui Lanlan's body was. What favor? If I help? Can you let Uncle Nan go? Li Chen felt that he was getting closer and closer to the secret. Cui Lanlan smiled. Her eyes narrowed into a line. If you help, I will consider letting him go. If not, Zhou Lian pointed the gun at Nan Jiqing's temple, and Cui Lanlan's cold voice rang out, then his head will explode. Seeing Zhou Lian about to pull the trigger, Nangu lost control of his mental power. Stop! Just like when he was attacked by Cui Lanlan just now. Nanji's mental power also instantly swept Zhou Lian's brain. If Cui Lanlan hadn't protected him at the critical moment, he would probably have died by now, with his brain shattered. After a moment of trance, his gun was firmly placed on Nan Jiqing's head again. Cui Lanlan looked at Nangu coldly. A disobedient child will be punished. I will kill you. Nangu wanted to move forward, but Li Chen hugged her and asked her to return to his back. He couldn't figure out what Cui Lanlan's purpose was, so he could only ask, What do you need my help with? Chui Lanlan looked at the deep sea behind her. Don't worry. Just as she finished speaking, a giant whale suddenly jumped out of the deep sea. The body of the giant whale was as huge as a dozen floors. If a human stood in front of it, he would be as small as rubble. After the giant whale rushed out of the ocean, it swam quickly towards here. When everyone in the team saw this big monster, fear rose in their hearts. They had dealt with mutant animals before, but they had never encountered this species. If this giant whale attacked them, they would probably not be able to leave here. Qin Baishao and Gu Lai's abilities were also ready to go. Chui Lanlan was the only one who was indifferent to the giant whale. She ran quickly to the beach. When she met the giant whale, the whale felt something and sank its salty body into the ocean. Then a column of water rushed out from its head. When the column of water fell again, Chui Lanlan had a small square box in her hand. Arthur saw everything in the car, and his breathing became rapid. It was this box. The things that Code D had escorted were in it. He had done everything he could to frame Code D and have him escorted back to China. But when he looked for the box again, it had been lost. Unexpectedly, it was in the North Sea of China. Who is this Chui Lanlan? Arthur narrowed his eyes and observed more carefully. Chapter 175 Biological Father. Of course, Li Chen also recognized the box. For it, he almost lost his life again and again. Like Arthur's idea, the lost box appeared in front of him. Li Chen asked Chui Lanlan more seriously, "Who are you and how much do you know?" Chui Lanlan walked over with the box in her hand. Every time the box was thrown up, it landed steadily in her hand. She looked at Li Chen with the familiarity of an old friend. "I thought you should have recognized me a long time ago." Nangu wanted to kill this woman, regardless of whether Chui Lanlan was still sane. She was trying to get close to Li Chen with the appearance of a woman. Li Chen also frowned in disgust, and did not respond to Chui Lanlan's words. Chui Lanlan returned to her original position again. But Li Chen found that the people behind her slowly moved away, as if to surround them. "It really makes me sad. This thing was given to you by me," Chui Lanlan said with a sigh. Li Chen's eyes widened suddenly, and he recalled his memory. This box was indeed given to him by a man with the vicissitudes of life. But now his spirit is in Chui Lanlan's body, and the aura around him has become fierce and domineering. How can he be like the dying man at that time? "Since it is something you gave me, you can't open it?" Li Chen asked suspiciously. Chui Lanlan seemed to think of someone and was extremely disgusted. "I didn't participate in their research, so I can't copy this thing. Otherwise, do you think I would ask you to come?" Stretching the box in her hand forward, she talked to Li Chen about the conditions. "Come over and open the box, and I will release Nan Jichen." Of course, Li Chen couldn't believe Chui Lanlan's words. With her sinister character, she would definitely kill all these people. But Zhou Lian was about to kill Nan Jichen, and Li Chen couldn't just ignore it. So he looked at Nangu and said to Chui Lanlan, "I hope you keep your word." Chui Lanlan curled her lips. "Of course. I'll go with you." How could Nangu rest assured that Li Chen would go alone? Chui Lanlan hadn't let her feel the slightest change in her mental power until now. Li Chen stopped Nangu with his eyes and held her hand. "You are still needed here. Wait for me to come back." With that, Li Chen left Nangu where she was, and he resolutely walked towards Chui Lanlan. Chui Lanlan looked at all this with amusement, and felt that humans were really interesting. Every step Li Chen took, the space around him seemed to be distorted, and Chui Lanlan's eyes lit up. Such a powerful space-based superpower cannot be found in the whole world. It would be great if he could be loyal to me like Zhou Lian. In this way, the zombie army will occupy the whole world in no time. Although thinking so, Chui Lanlan said casually, "Don't be impulsive. If this thing is destroyed, I will let Nan Jichen be buried with it." Li Chen has walked in front of Chui Lanlan. She doesn't seem to be afraid of Li Chen at all, and handed him the box. After Li Chen took it, he saw Chui Lanlan looking at him excitedly. This box needs several verifications from him to open. Li Chen stopped and asked, "What's inside?" "Open it and take a look. Won't you know?" Chui Lanlan couldn't wait to say. Li Chen played with the box for a few times, but didn't put his hands on it. When he lowered his head, his face was firm and his eyebrows were high, like the sharp ice and snow on the top of a snowy mountain. "I'm afraid if I open this box, I will die immediately." Li Chen looked at Chui Lanlan and said lightly. Chui Lanlan was stunned at first, and then smiled more brightly. "But if you don't open it, Nan Jichen will die. He is Nan Ji's father. Are you going to watch him die?" Chui Lanlan's words simply made Nangu amazed. Originally, she used the way Nangu hated people the most. Now Nangu even pulled out the Tang sword and shouted at Li Chen, "Don't open that box!" Nan Jiqing also struggled desperately, and shook his head at Li Chen painfully. Everyone has seen the achievements made by Beihai in the past year. Nan Jiqing knows that Li Chen is very powerful. If he loses him, Beihai will definitely be in chaos. Chui Lanlan will definitely take this opportunity to launch a massive attack on human society. Nan Jiqing said to Li Chen painfully, "Don't worry about me. Leave quickly. And take Nangu as far away as possible." Who knew that Li Chen looked at Nan Jiqing and smiled respectfully. "It was my mistake to meet my father-in-law under such circumstances. After all this is resolved, we will take you back to the base and introduce you to Nangu." Nan Jiqing was in so much pain that tears were about to fall. Nangu was lucky to find such a good man who could entrust her life. Zhou Lian was obviously very impatient and no longer had any respect for Li Chen. He hit Nan Jiqing's head with the muzzle of the gun and said to Li Chen in a sinister way, "Hurry up and open the box." Li Chen slowly lowered his head, holding the box with his left hand, and was about to open it with his right hand. Not only Chui Lanlan, but even Arthur held his breath. They didn't care whether Li Chen would die or not, and Arthur was even ready to attack at any time. But at the moment when Li Chen opened the box, Chui Lanlan suddenly felt that her brain was attacked. Here, only Nangu had this ability. Nangu was obviously desperate. In this attack, she had already tried her best. Her mental power swept her brain in an instant with a crushing force. Although it only took a moment to get rid of Nanji's control. But a moment was enough for Li Chen to do a lot of things. He was not far from Zhou Lian and Nan Jiqing. His space ability was used. As a 9th level ability user, his control over space was close to precision. Zhou Lian screamed in pain, and his hand holding the gun was chopped off by Li Chen. Li Chen teleported to Nan Jiqing, pulled him up, and then teleported again to get out of Chui Lanlan's control. Chui Lanlan was completely furious. She didn't realize how Li Chen and Nangu communicated. With their cooperation, she lost the hostage and the important box. But Chui Lanlan obviously couldn't give up like this. Li Chen teleported halfway, and Chui Lanlan's mental power had arrived. The pain swept through his mind and knocked him down from the space. Li Chen first realized the terrifying means of this mental zombie. His head was splitting. He couldn't do anything. He could only signal Nan Jiqing to go first with his eyes. Nan Jiqing also knew that he was a burden to several people, so he loosened his grip on Li Chen's hand. However, after running just 2 steps, Chui Lanlan went crazy and directly attacked his brain. Obviously, Nan Jiqing is useless now. Chui Lanlan wants him dead. Nangu has to protect Li Chen on the one hand, and Nan Jiqing on the other hand. In addition, her ability is not as good as Chui Lanlan's, and she is already stretched to the limit. So although she prevented Nan Jiqing from being crushed into a vegetable by Chui Lanlan, she still knelt heavily on the ground because she could not bear the huge pressure. Nan Jiqing's sea of mind was shaken, and he couldn't stand up at all. The light and shadow around him changed, and he fainted. Nangu went to explore Nan Jiqing's spirit, but she couldn't feel it. She thought that Chui Lanlan had killed Nan Jiqing, and rushed up with a Tang sword. When Chui Lanlan attacked Li Chen had already let go of his hand. There was a wood-type ability behind him, which gave birth to vines, and the box returned to her hands again. Moreover, when Li Chen and Nangu started to fight, the people in the convoy also seemed to have received some kind of amnesty, and their superpowers were activated. These people are the elites in the Shangjing base, and Gu Lai and Chen Baishao are the strongest among the strong. They want to give Chui Lanlan a fatal blow, but Chui Lanlan is stronger than they thought, and their power is simply unable to shake this big tree. And the group of people behind Chui Lanlan are not just for show. She used her mental power to directly command in their minds, "Kill these superpowers who are in the way. I will grant you evolution." Although the other people in Li Chen's team did not perceive these words, Nangu, who is also a zombie, heard them. What does it mean to grant them evolution? Could it be that the box contains not weapons and resources, but potions? Inshuza went deep into the North Sea to look for weapons. Although that was just an excuse, Nangu suspected that he might have heard about the box, if she hadn't solved Inshuza at the beginning. When many reagents were successfully developed, Inshuza would have gone deep into the sinking North Sea. The Doomsday bandits behind him rushed in front of Chui Lanlan, and even Kai Fengmao swept away his previous timidity and used his supernatural powers without reservation. Like just now, Nangu tried to feel their mental power again. And it turned out that he couldn't feel it anymore. These people were controlled by Cui Lanlan. The only one who didn't move from beginning to end was Cui Lanlan. She smiled and said to Nangu, "There are no other people here to interfere with you and me. Nangu, I can finally teach you a good lesson." Li Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, pursed his lips neatly, stood up from the ground, and looked at Cui Lanlan viciously. This time, he didn't say anything to Cui Lanlan. No matter who was in her body, she had to die. Cui Lanlan was interrupted by Li Chen's sudden attack. And her conversation with Nangu was obviously angry. "Do you know who I am?" Li Chen's space control was clearly not even noticeable to Nangu. But Cui Lanlan saw it clearly. Her body could be twisted into non-human angles. And Li Chen's space crushing was easily avoided by her several times. Nangu and Li Chen fought side by side, which was a habit they developed since they met. Just like when Li Chen was about to come over to open the box just now. He just squeezed Nanji's hand. And she understood what Li Chen meant. So Li Chen expanded his violent space little by little. And Nangu also controlled his mental power to help Li Chen. Chapter 176, Leaving Li Chen. Cui Lanlan felt a little irritated. Nangu and Li Chen cooperated too well. At this pace, she would soon have nowhere to retreat. "Nangu, I am your biological father. Are you sure you want to treat me like this?" Nangu, who was concentrating on dealing with Cui Lanlan, suddenly heard this sentence in her mind. It was a very calm male voice, which had appeared many times in her dreams. But how could this be possible? The person in Cui Lanlan's body was actually her biological father? The scene in front of her changed, and the scenery around Nangu changed. This was the park where she often went for walks when she was a child. In the past, their family of 3 was so happy. Nangu knew that this was an illusion controlled by Cui Lanlan, or that man, in order to let herself sink into it. But this illusion was so real that she was reluctant to leave. Her best days were all in it, with the love of her parents and a happy family. Her father was a scientific researcher. Even though he was very busy at work, he never ignored her and her mother. Li Chen's space blade became more and more skillful. Cui Lanlan failed to dodge several times, and was severely strangled by him. But like Nangu, her body's self-healing ability is already terrifying. The wounds that were deep enough to see the bone disappeared in an instant. What made Li Chen a little flustered was that he could not feel Nanji's spirit surrounding him. He and Cui Lanlan moved very quickly. At this time, he could not be distracted and look back at Nangu, because if he was distracted, he would definitely be strangled by Cui Lanlan. Cui Lanlan wove fantasies to control Nangu in them, and at the same time disturbed Li Chen's mind. "Do you think Nangu will stay with you forever?" "No. She is my daughter. Sooner or later, she will know how powerful she is after evolution. And you humans are not worthy of her at all. The box can be unlocked with just your blood. If you sacrifice yourself for me, I will let you and Nangu go. I wanted Nangu to see you die in front of her. But I didn't expect you to disregard Nan Jiqing's life and attack me rashly. Now that Nan Jiqing is dead, Nangu will hate you to death." Li Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Cui Lanlan's mental shock was so strong that he felt his brain was split in two. Because of the great pressure, blood kept seeping out of his pores. Just like Cui Lanlan said, she could squeeze out all the blood in Li Chen's body. Watching Li Chen getting more and more crazy, Cui Lanlan became more and more happy. Yes, that's how it should be. How can stupid humans be with them? Nangu watched the time change in the illusion, and finally calmed down. A man in a white coat slowly walked in front of her. Such a clear face was something she had never seen in her dreams. She knew that this was her biological father. The man stared at Nangu and smiled kindly. "Xiao Gu, you have grown up." Nangu looked at him quietly, opened his mouth, but did not shout out the words that the man expected. The man was not annoyed, and explained, "The last time I saw you, I hadn't remembered everything. I'm sorry for being so rude to you." Nangu wanted to say that she didn't blame the man, but as soon as she had this thought, she suddenly restrained herself. Can't sink. The man in front of her is an enemy. Cui Lanlan, who was still dealing with Li Chen, frowned. Nanji's mental power was too strong, and it was difficult for him to penetrate. In the illusion, the man also reached out his hand to Nangu. "Nangu, come back to your father. In this world, only you and I are relatives." Nangu lowered her head and looked at the lines on his palm. It was very chaotic. Just like him. And it was not clear. A voice in her heart kept telling her to follow him and leave. You are a zombie. Do you have to be kept in captivity by humans forever? What is the difference between this and a pet? But Nangu retorted, no. I am not a pet. Li Chen loves me. The man also heard her words, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows with a smile. You actually said that he loves you? The scene suddenly changed and turned into a ruin after the end of the world. The picture kept passing by Nanji's eyes. She saw Li Chen's first encounter. He shot through her heart with a gun. Later, he escaped from the sea of fire and broke several of his ribs. When leaving the city, he coaxed her to go to the zombie group to help him locate. Later, in order to prevent herself from escaping, he also used so many means. The man also looked at these images. His voice was particularly cold. He knows you are a zombie. So he is very wary of you. He didn't trust you before. And he won't trust you in the future. How can you be so stubborn when a man can give up on you at any time? Nangu seemed to be bewitched by the man. She suddenly felt very tired and wanted to fall asleep. The man walked forward and slowly embraced her in his arms. I know you are very tired. His voice had a great soothing effect. Nangu, you are absolutely safe only when you are with me. I can teach you how to transfer your mental power, which will give you the equivalent of eternal life. You can possess anyone's body you like. And we don't need the complicated food of humans. We can just keep some people in captivity and let them provide blood. Don't you want to live like this? Want to? Nangu asked herself in her heart. And what the man said seemed to make sense. So far, only a few people know her zombie identity. If this is exposed, can she still stay in the Beihai base? Probably not. Then why didn't she leave before Li Chen drove her out of the base? She is so powerful. As long as she joins hands with her father, there is no place in the world that they can't conquer. Cui Lanlan and Li Chen are now both injured. But Li Chen looks gloomy and scary. Cui Lanlan is very happy. She can't wait to share her joy with Li Chen. Haha. Nangu will be back to me soon. From now on. After that, there will be no more stupid humans like you in her life. Li Chen can tolerate anything. But the only thing he can't tolerate is Nanji's departure. He has loved Nangu more than he thought. He stopped for a while, confronted Cui Lanlan, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. What did you say? Every word was so deep, as if it was going to split this sea area in half. The surrounding area was full of superpowers fighting, controlled doomsday bandits, and elites from the Shangjing base. But Li Chen seemed to have isolated their space, and outsiders could not intervene in such a battle at all. Cui Lanlan was worried that Li Chen didn't hear clearly, so she repeated it again. I said Nangu is going to leave you. You're looking for death. Li Chen couldn't stand it any longer. His ability was instantly raised to the peak state. Before he even finished speaking, he teleported in front of Cui Lanlan, holding the space blade in his hand, and slashing at Cui Lanlan. Cui Lanlan didn't expect Li Chen to go crazy suddenly. She dodged in panic. But the space blade still fell on her shoulder. If it weren't for her fast speed, I'm afraid one of her arms would have been cut off by Li Chen. Cui Lanlan finally got angry. She said to Li Chen, trembling all over, I spent so much effort to find such a body that fits me. And you actually want to destroy it. I don't just want to destroy your body, Li Chen said more confidently than before. As his voice continued to fall, the space behind him slowly turned into a dark vortex. Then, the big vortex gave birth to many small vortices. Near the vortex, whether it was living things or air, they were all absorbed and disappeared without a trace. Cui Lanlan's eyes widened slightly. She didn't expect that Li Chen would forcefully break through the bottleneck of a 9th-order space-based psychic. No. He must not be allowed to complete the upgrade of his psychic power. The small vortex was still spreading in the space. And Li Chen's face was as cold as frost. I will also completely crush your spirit. Cui Lanlan was a little scared. If it was a 9th-order space-based psychic, maybe he could really do it. Sweat appeared on her forehead, but it evaporated quickly. She closed her eyes suddenly and accelerated the illusion's induction of Nangu. Nanji's mental power that had been left on Li Chen was still there. He knew that he just couldn't feel it. So Li Chen also said calmly and affectionately in his heart, Gur, don't forget what I said to you. This sentence, like a breeze breaking through the heavy mist. Nangu and the illusion somewhat sobered up. What did Li Chen say to her? She thought of Li Chen's embrace, tenderness and care. When it was dangerous, he subconsciously protected her behind him. When it was difficult, he always took care of her first. he would tell herself. Nan Gu, don't be afraid. I'm here for everything. He would give her a century wedding and declare to everyone that he was his wife. He would say so affectionately and so tenderly, Nan Gu, I love you. He was so gentle. So what is she doubting now? Is she doubting whether Li Chen's love for her is firm? If there is only one person in the world who can be trusted by her, it is only Li Chen. He said that no matter what happens, he is behind her, and she can see him as soon as she turns around. So Nan Gu suddenly pushed away the man who was still holding her. Under the impact of the surging mental power, the whole environment shook twice and twisted, and it took a long time to return to calm. The man looked at his palm, feeling lost, and looked at Nan Gu sadly. Xiao Gu, don't you believe in your father? Are you really going to give up your father for a man? Nan Gu looked at him indifferently. After becoming a zombie, her heart has never been so firm. From beginning to end, she stared at the man deeply, as if she wanted to remember his last appearance in her heart. Then Nan Gu said softly, No, it's not that I want to give up on you. It's you who gave up on me a long time ago. You are no longer my father now. The man took 2 steps forward in shock. How could I not be your father? Nan Gu slashed at the man with a knife. Because he definitely doesn't want me to become what you say. Chapter 177 I believe in you more. With a firm heart, you will be fearless of everything. The illusion created by the man, after Nan Gu chopped it with a knife, was like a huge transparent glass box, crackling, and suddenly shattered. And Nan Gu came back to her senses when the man was in a state of instability. She was still standing there, surrounded by a bloody and violent battlefield. The sinking North Sea was turbulent, and there were countless mutated marine creatures trying to come ashore. The battle between the Doomsday Bandits and Gu Lai's team was not reserved at all. These people controlled by Cui Lanlan were like machines without emotions. As long as they had their last breath, they could fight on. The originally stalemate situation was suddenly broken after Nan Gu broke through the confinement of the illusion. At this moment, in her eyes, there was only the man who controlled a piece of space. He was facing away from her, tall and strong, and she knew how broad and warm his back was. Even though he fought with all his heart, Nan Gu felt the comfort in her heart, knowing that he had never given up on contacting her. After Nan Gu escaped from the trap, Li Chen finally let go of his worry. Cui Lanlan also took back all his mental power. He was under great pressure, and the sound of his bones breaking was clearly audible. Nan Gu couldn't wait to support Li Chen, and soon rushed to him. When she looked at Cui Lanlan, the knife in Nan Ji's hand was held steadily. She no longer had any sympathy for this person. Cui Lanlan was attacked fiercely by Li Chen again, but because of her abundant mental power, she was able to handle it with ease. After retreating a certain distance, Cui Lanlan still looked at Nan Gu with pain. I thought we should be the ones standing together. You and I are not the same kind of people. Why should I be with you? Cui Lanlan still asked. You and I are not the same kind of people? She pointed at Li Chen with her nose not nose and eyes not eyes. Is he the one? Nan Gu stood beside Li Chen and glanced at him while talking to Cui Lanlan. Although there were no obvious external injuries on the man, his face was much paler than usual. It must be Cui Lanlan who had affected his brain. And Li Chen looked at Nan Gu, but he didn't see any pain at all. In his eyes, there was satisfaction and joy. He was glad that he was not disturbed by Cui Lanlan, and thanked Nan Gu for returning to him again. Nan Gu seemed to realize what Li Chen was thinking, and sighed. In such a critical situation, he pulled his collar, made him bow his head, and bit his lips. Her voice also rang in her mind. You don't believe me so much? Li Chen was stunned at first. Then he laughed. And that smile was a little silly no matter how you looked at it. I believe in you more than I believe in myself. Li Chen's steady and powerful words made Nan Ji's eyes suddenly brighten. That's right. Although Nan Gu was answering Cui Lanlan, she was still looking at Li Chen, and what he thought in his mind was connected to her. At this moment, she realized that Li Chen's feelings were like a flame wrapped in ice. But you don't need to be very deliberate to feel it, because he has analyzed everything for you, including his weakness, his tolerance, and his love. Nan Gu smiled gently. It turned out that her love for Li Chen was as deep as the sea without her realizing it. Both of them saw the desire in each other's eyes. They were in tune with each other. Even if Nan Gu didn't explain, Li Chen knew what she was going to say. All the love was in this look. Cui Lanlan clenched her fists, and her heart was in pain because of anger. She said to Nan Gu majestically, You can survive in the end of the world because I injected you with medicine. My meaning to you is no longer the same as your father. Shouldn't you submit to me? Nangu then slowly turned her head and stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Chen. Their faces and figures are so well matched. Even in the face of difficulties, they can't resist the light on their bodies. Nangu calmly asked Cui Lanlan, "Did you become what you are now because you injected the same potion?" Cui Lanlan pulled the corner of her mouth proudly. "Yes. As long as we kill the men around you, we can use this potion to develop more evolved people." Nangu said lightly, "But I am not interested in your proposal at all. Besides, you and I definitely did not inject the same potion." Cui Lanlan's expression twisted, and she was a little angry after being exposed. What does it matter? As long as we become the same species. This sentence is also wrong. Nangu wanted to thank Li Chen for raising her so carefully. Otherwise she would never understand these truths a year ago. We are not the same kind of zombies. You were my father at the beginning. You injected me with a potion to protect me. And then you disappeared. I don't know what you've been through, but you've completely lost your human emotions. Even if you become stronger, you're not the same kind of person as me. Besides, Nangu looked at the Doomsday Bandits still fighting in the distance. I guess you can no longer control zombies in order to control the human body. Otherwise the zombie army would be much more powerful than them. Right? After that, Nangu smiled at Cui Lanlan, and there was no gratitude in her eyes. When her father gave up on her to protect her, the figure of that man was forever engraved in her heart. Her father was a man who stood tall and upright, and he would never try to use any other potion to turn himself into a cold-blooded monster. Cui Lanlan listened to Nangu quietly, and her furious face just now calmed down. She laughed without warning and applauded Nangu. "Yes. You guessed it right. We are not the same potion." Nangu and Li Chen looked at Cui Lanlan warily, and saw her eyes suddenly widen, and took 2 steps forward arrogantly. "That's because what I injected was the authentic evolutionary potion, and yours was just the potion protection fluid. When I heard that the organization started the human evolution plan, I was very angry. You have an excellent physique, and they actually want you to experiment. Your mother lost her life to protect you, and I could only inject the newly developed potion into your body, making you lose the value of being experimented on. But later, I was captured by them." When Cui Lanlan spoke, she felt like she was in a fantasy again. The eyes that embraced family affection stared at Nangu like this. "After being captured, they just put me under house arrest because my academic level was still what they needed. Many years later, they injected the finished product into my body, prepared to observe for a period of time, and then injected it into the human body on a large scale." As she spoke, Cui Lanlan's appearance became fierce again. "But man proposes, God disposes. Who could have thought that the end of the world would come first? The most important formula and gene code of the evolutionary potion were lost." She was very relieved. "Those who once tortured me have also become real zombies." Nangu was mentally prepared. So when she heard this, she was not as surprised as she imagined. Li Chen kept looking at Nangu, feeling sorry for her for having such a childhood. And Nangu was right. Her father had mutated a long time ago. He did not mutate like a zombie, but changed from a human to another species. Although the full effect of this evolutionary potion is unknown, Nanji's father definitely has no human emotions. Cui Lanlan also said proudly, "Fortunately, both the evolution potion and the protection potion can resist the zombie virus. This is why you and I have become zombies. But we still have our own sanity." She thought that she had explained it, and Nangu would submit to her. So she once again reached out to Nangu. "My child, what are you waiting for? As long as you are willing to stand by me, the world will be ours. At that time, you control the zombies in the world, and I control all humans. No one can be our opponent." Nangu looked at her leisurely, and under her expectant eyes, he rejected her. "I don't want to dominate the world." "Then what do you want to do?" Cui Lanlan asked angrily. Nangu slowly raised the knife in her hand. "I just want to be with the person I like." She frowned slightly. Her voice was soft and gentle, and she looked at Cui Lanlan, just like when she was a child. "Dad, I will fulfill your last wish and live well in this world." Cui Lanlan shouted frantically, "I don't have any last wishes." The body that was just seriously injured by Li Chen was also fully recovered. Cui Lanlan finally stopped talking to Nangu, and used all her strength to kill Li Chen. Li Chen was also prepared. When Cui Lanlan really attacked him, she found that he didn't know when he had set up a higher level space around him, and her mental power was distorted in the space. Cui Lanlin's face changed. Such a Li Chen would soon break through the limit of the 9th level. By then, she would not be his opponent. The two mental powers kept colliding in Li Chen's space, both wanting to defeat and swallow each other. Li Chen always helped Nangu. His space was very careful. In the frenzy, Nangu and himself were not hurt at all. Because of the huge space tear, the whole sky became gloomy. Thunder sounded continuously. Lightning flashed. And those marine creatures that were ready to move also retreated frantically at this moment. That was the battlefield of the most powerful people. And there was no room for them to intervene. Those who swam fast quickly retreated to the depths of the ocean. And those who swam slowly were strangled by the double mental power. The battle between these three people also affected the surroundings. Gu Lai saw that the situation was not right. So he called back his people, drove the car, and quickly retreated from here. Those doomsday bandits were all ordered by Cui Lanlin. And they would fight to the death with Gu Lai and his group. Chapter 178 Identity Exposed. Because they were chasing the car. Like marine creatures, all the superpowers without speed were torn apart by Li Chen's space. They didn't even feel a trace of pain. And their bodies turned into powders, floating in the air. Nangu tightly grasped the hilt of the knife. She felt a power that was one level higher than hers. She was just like a blade of grass in front of him. But she never retreated, because she had Li Chen. Opening her eyes, a sharp light like ice flashed in her black eyes. Nangu shouted, raised the tang knife, and attacked Cui Lanlin at close range. Cui Lanlin's body was controlled by someone, but she was still able to move freely, and the fighting skills she displayed were still honed after the man turned into a zombie. Nanji's skills were taught by Li Chen, so they were naturally not bad. Especially in the past year, she had killed countless high-level zombies, so the two of them entangled together, like two lightnings, crackling, and you couldn't see their moving tracks at all. Li Chen knew that Nangu was no match for Cui Lanlin. And of course, he couldn't let her attack Cui Lanlin alone. So the situation became stalemate. Cui Lanlin's eyes had turned blood red, and her body began to break apart because she couldn't bear the huge mental power inside. However, her self-healing ability was very strong. So the wound went through a process of breaking, healing, and breaking again. Soon, the air was full of the smell of Cui Lanlin's blood. Nangu originally had no familiarity with the father in her body. He had lost his humanity, and used Nangu as a killing weapon. He was no longer her father. After she made up her mind, she smelled the blood and her spirit suddenly lifted. It was this feeling that made her know why she had not been able to advance. Because she had not found the right blood to supplement. And Cui Lanlin's physique was just right for her. She quickly communicated her thoughts with Li Chen. And he really looked at Cui Lanlin as if he was looking at prey. The flying sand and rocks covered the sky. And the rumbling sound was as if Gu Lai and the others had been walking for a long time. But they could still feel it. Even their car was shaking because of the battlefield. Not only here, but also the Beihai base, which was so far away, was not calm. Countless people were scared out of their rooms by this earthquake. But when they gathered in the square and saw that the sky of silent Beihai was dark, everyone held their breath. All bases quickly entered a special alert state. And the elites in the bases were all out. And the others spontaneously organized to protect the bases. They all thought that some monster would emerge from the last area that had not been cleared. The sun was also blocked. And it was still daytime. But it seemed like an eternal night. Qin Mayan also stopped her research and walked out of the room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Li Yin standing outside the door worriedly. She also asked in confusion, what happened outside? This didn't look like an earthquake. Someone is fighting in the sinking North Sea. If I'm not mistaken, it should be my brother and his men. Qin Mayan's eyes widened, and she followed Li Yin out. She had just found out that she was pregnant. So Li Yin did not participate in this operation. At this moment, Li Yin half-hugged her and his steps were a little hurried. Aren't they clearing out the doomsday bandits? How could this happen? Although she doesn't have supernatural powers, she knows that if Li Chen didn't try his best, there wouldn't be such a scene. Li Yin has already hugged Qin Mayan downstairs. To be on the safe side, he drove out the rescue vehicles he had prepared before and stuffed Qin Mayan in. Li Yin kissed her cheek. I'm really worried about you, brother. I have to go and see if anything happens to the base. You drive away. Qin Mayan wanted to go with Li Yin, but she was still pregnant with a baby. So she could only look at Li Yin reluctantly and wave to him gently. You have to come back safely. I will. when Li Yin ran out of the base. He stared at Qin Mayan deeply. He said to her in his heart that he was sorry for leaving her at this time. Using his authority, he assembled the army and headed towards the sinking North Sea. In such bad weather, the magnetic field was also unstable. He wanted to contact Zhong Haoshuan, but the radio was unusable. So Li Yin had to suppress his anxiety and headed towards the huge darkness that stretched from the ground to the sky. Zhong Haoshuan, Xi and Yuhua and the others had already reached the sunken North Sea. But unlike what Li Yin thought, they encountered many running mutant animals, which disrupted their pace. Seeing that they were not far from the battlefield, but they could not get there, Xi and Yuhua was a little irritable. Brother Zhong, why are these animals going crazy? Xi and Yuhua controlled a huge plant and stood on it to float in the air. Now he can also act as a scout. There must be something in front that scares them. Zhong Haoshuan's lightning ability has never stopped. Now, he, a high-level psychic, is almost the only one who can resist this large group of mutant animals. Xi and Yuhua gritted her teeth and pulled her hair, no matter what. Fight these mutant animals. Even if we have to kill them. We must kill our way out. Yishao, who was sitting in the car, was always thinking. But his eyes were fixed on the dark sky. And he kept saying, "Go faster. Go faster." Unexpectedly, the first person they met was Gu Lai's team. At first, the two groups didn't even have a chance to say hello. Gu Lai was afraid that it was Cui Lanlan who called for help again. Unexpectedly, when Zhong Haoshuan saw Kai Fengmao, his face changed, and he joined Gu Lai's team with all the psychics behind him. These people had a tacit understanding. The 4 people who came out of the original Jinping base were all besieging Kai Fengmao, and the others had their own division of labor. Kai Fengmao and his men gradually got rid of Cui Lanlan's control because they were not close to her. Zhong Haoshuan's joining made them see no hope. They wanted to beg for mercy. But Xi and Yuhua whipped them with a vine. He pointed at Kai Fengmao's nose and cursed. "It was you who planted the insider in the Jinping base and attacked Jinping, causing many of our brothers to die." Su Hong was not a person who hated evil, but he could not let go of the grudge with Kai Fengmao. Jinping base was their first place to stay. Even if it no longer existed, it still had a special meaning. He smiled, and danger flashed in his peach blossom eyes. "Finally found you." Kai Fengmao was no match for any of the 4 of Zhong Haoshuan. Not to mention that there were 4 of them attacking together. They did not hesitate, and each of them attacked and killed Kai Fengmao easily. Seeing the culprit fall in a pool of blood, the grudges in the hearts of the 4 people were gone. They all silently said, "Brothers who lost their lives in that crusade, we will avenge you." Cui Lanlan, who was far away, became even more violent when she felt that the connection with the bandits of the end of the world was cut off. Nangu could not resist, and was almost swallowed by her. It was Li Qin who protected her at the critical moment. After wiping the corner of his mouth, Nangu smiled disdainfully at Cui Lanlan. "How about it? Now you don't pretend to be a father and daughter with me?" The blood vessels on Cui Lanlan's face seemed to burst out of the skin, and the blood in the blood vessels was all black blood. As for the blood-red eyes, they were also very scary. She looked at Nangu and fiddled with her chest twice. And then Nangu felt that there was a signal being sent out. When Nangu was puzzled, Cui Lanlan smiled strangely. "Nangu, Daddy will give you one last chance. Come to me now. You should know what your zombie identity means to all mankind. They are all selfish and will catch you and dissect you. They will fear you and hate you. You have nowhere to go except by my side." Nangu wanted to speak, but Li Qin held her hand. From the beginning, this man was silent and creepy. Now, he stared at Cui Lanlan. This out-and-out enemy. "What did you do?" Cui Lanlan pointed to her chest and said proudly, "Here is a miniature camera. I have broadcast Nanji's cruelty as a zombie to the whole world." "Ha ha ha." Li Qin gritted his teeth, and every word was chilling. "You dare to do this to force Nangu?" Cui Lanlan raised her eyebrows and looked at Li Qin. Her plan was very good. As long as Nangu killed Li Qin, she would admit that Nangu was her subordinate. Nanji's heart could not help but rise, although she knew that her zombie identity might not be concealed for a lifetime. When this day finally came, she panicked. Cui Lanlan observed her calmly, and kept urging her in her heart, "Panic faster, so that I can take advantage of the opportunity." Li Qin held Nanji's hand, and the warmth of his palm seemed to penetrate the skin and reach Nanji's heart. "Camera?" Li Qin smiled, and looked at Cui Lanlan. So the so-called evolution potion actually evolved your brain away. What do you mean? Cui Lanlan said angrily. Li Chen looked at Nan Ge and gently comforted her. The person you love most will never care about your identity. And other people will also know that you are different from the cold-blooded zombie in front of you. You will always be the pride of Beihai Base and my most beloved wife. Nan Ge had not shed tears for a long time. But at this moment, she actually had the urge to cry. Cui Lanlan was broadcasting live. So what Li Chen said was directly transmitted to the internet. Unlike the radio in Beihai, the satellite in Shengjing would not be affected by their battle. But the picture would be more unstable. Not long after Cui Lanlan started the live broadcast, many people saw the video on the forum. And their hearts were also tightened. Chapter 179 Cui Lanlan dies. In the picture, they can't see Cui Lanlan. But they can see Nan Ge and Li Chen. They admitted that Nan Ge is a zombie. In fact, many people have this speculation. After all, people have been arguing on the forum for so long. Even in foreign countries, all their attention has been focused on China. An 8th-level space-based mutant and a 7th-level spiritual zombie. The abilities of these two people can surpass thousands of troops. Now that Nan Ge has admitted it, they don't feel too scared, but instead have a feeling of finally coming. In fact, Li Chen didn't deliberately stop Cui Lanlan's people from making small moves. Just foresaw this day. When you keep stimulating humans with the same thing, they will not be interested. However, what Li Chen said to Nan Ge just now was not what he expected. It was a true expression of his feelings. And this true feeling is so precious in the end times. Many people can't help but think about what they have experienced in the past year and a half. What they once held on to can be abandoned at any time. And what they once couldn't abandon is no longer cared about. Whether it's relatives, lovers, or friends, they have seen too many betrayals. So when Li Chen and Nan Ge got married a year ago, those who knew the news couldn't help but burst into tears. Nan Ge and Li Chen saved their sad outlook on life to a large extent, letting them know that no matter what they encounter, there will always be two people who will never leave each other. Li Chen's words moved countless Chinese people. And soon various translations appeared on the forum. And that sentence was expressed in the languages of countries around the world. Many foreigners also understood. Some nations with romantic sentiments even thought that it was not too difficult to accept that humans and zombies fell in love. What's more, Nan Ge didn't look like a zombie in their eyes at all. If she really had to be given a name, she was more like an evolved human. Beautiful, strong, tough, and dazzling. Before a group of people finished marveling at Li Chen's deep affection, they found that an ID with coordinates in North China Sea had sent many other videos. These videos were long and short, and the protagonist in them was only Nan Ge. She was talking, walking, training in the North Sea fighting field, and more often, she was killing zombies outside. Many humans who didn't know much about the spiritual system were amazed at this moment. Nan Ge on the screen was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. When the spiritual power came out, they clearly saw the vibrations in the air, and the zombies kept falling down like harvested wheat fields. If there were any fish that slipped through the net, Nan Ge would finish them off very quickly. From beginning to end, he showed no mercy to those low-level zombies. There are also videos of Nan Ge saving his companions in battle. There are also scenes of fighting with mutant creatures. So many behemoths, all turned into corpses under Nan Ge's hands. At this moment, Nan Ge and Li Chen did not know that these uploaded videos were fighting demonstration videos for a long time. And Nan Ge's crazy fans also spread from China to the whole world. At this moment, they were facing the difficult Cui Lanlan. And Nan Ge didn't even know that all this happened. Li Chen knew because he recorded these videos. And Nan Ge trusted him too much, so he didn't notice it. After Fatty Chen uploaded the video, he carefully browsed through it several times, and couldn't help but give Li Chen a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of the leader of the base, he was farsighted. When someone started to attack Nan Ge on the forum, he prepared himself for this day. Now he and Yishao are sitting in the car, guiding the comments on the forum, and occasionally looking at the battlefield in the distance. Fatty Chen muttered in his heart, "Brother, although I am not qualified to intervene in this battle, I will definitely do what I should do, and not let you have any worries." In fact, before Fatty Chen said anything, the forum had already exploded. Of course, there are people who suspect Nan Ge of bloodthirsty and cruelty. But more familiar figures have appeared on the forum. The combatants did not log into the forum because they were about to sink the North Sea. Fatty Chen thought that without the influence of these people, things would be a little difficult. Who knew that the power of ordinary people could also gather into a torrent? Qin Mayan, who had been in the North Sea base, could not contact Li Yin through the radio, so she could only stay on the forum. She watched the whole incident and replied directly, although Nangu is a zombie, she saved us from danger several times and helped Li Chen build the base. Beihai was cleared so quickly, and it was largely her credit. We believe that she is different from other zombies. Nangu, no matter what happens, you will always be my sister-in-law. You must defeat the enemy and return safely. In addition to her, the others who stayed in the base also expressed their positions. Shinchinya, if there was no Nangu last year, a group of us would have died. The crisis of the 17th base was also resolved by her. She saved tens of thousands of people. No matter what her identity is, she is our great benefactor. Xiaolu, Sister Nangu has always been the person I admire the most. If she is really a zombie, I am willing to give her all my blood. Although I am just an ordinary superpower in Beihai, I would not have made such rapid progress without the guidance of Madam. If you want to harm Madam, ask us first if we agree. Last time in the wild, if Madam was not there, I would have been killed by mutant plants. What about zombies? As long as she is willing, my life will always belong to her. Zombies? They will like to drink blood. Right? Oh my god. I have been providing 3 quotas of blood every day for more than a year. I haven't been able to get it yet. But this time, I finally have a chance. Madam, don't drink other people's blood. Drink mine. It's better to keep me by your side every day, so that I can be a pendant. Hee. I also want to provide blood. I want Madam to support me. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Didn't you notice what Mr. Li said? Oh my god. I'm so moved that I want to cry. Hee. Those who said they wanted to feed Madam. You dare to grab Mr. Li's job? Be careful that Mr. Li will throw you into the zombie group in a minute. Not only from the Beihai base, but also from other parts of China. Many people responded. Nangu and Li Chen once stayed in a quarry and saved many of them. These people said that they would never forget Nanji's kindness. There was even a child who uploaded a picture. In the picture, his sleeves were rolled up, revealing a white little arm, and his big eyes were very smart and full of desire. He raised his little arm and added a sentence on the picture, Sister Nangu, my blood is delicious. Come to me quickly. Even if other people have never come into contact with Nangu, her glorious deeds have reached their ears in the past year. Many people said very pertinently, to be honest, I never thought that zombies would be like Nangu. She simply overturned my understanding of zombies. I began to believe that it is possible for humans and zombies to coexist. I also want to raise such a powerful and beautiful zombie. Biting the handkerchief. I am so jealous of Li Chen. Although she is a zombie, what she does is to help humans. Right? The one who is live streaming is a damn zombie. Right? Nangu. Kill her. Even if the zombie virus swept the world, the Chinese people still have the most remaining humans because of their large base. They formed a huge torrent and brought public opinion to a new height. Many foreign scholars expressed their hope to cooperate with China. They guaranteed that the premise of all research is not to harm Nangu. Humans are cowardly, but also rational. When everyone was no longer afraid of Nangu, they finally began to realize that with the existence of such a zombie, she would definitely be able to save the future of mankind. So the development of the situation was completely different from what Cui Lanlan thought. Not only did everyone not exclude Nangu from human society, but they also continued to cheer for Nangu to kill her. Cui Lanlan was furious and directly shattered the micro camera on her chest. Those who wanted to continue watching the live broadcast had a black screen. However, the forum never calmed down. Without the screen, they seemed to be waiting for an invisible result. Countless people put their hands together, put them on their hearts, and prayed constantly. Nangu and Li Chen, you have to win. Li Chen saw Cui Lanlan's irritable look and knew that his goal had been successful. So he smiled at Nangu and said firmly, more people in this world still support you. Support me? Nangu pointed at herself. Yes. Li Chen was a little jealous. My Nanxioga. Why is she always so popular? Cui Lanlan saw that she was ignored by the two of them, and her plan was once again disrupted by them and failed. And she also realized that Nangu could not be instigated. So she also made up her mind, if you don't surrender, you will die. She was originally on the edge of a very dangerous situation. Before Nangu could finish her words, she pushed Li Chen away and then opened her mental power. Sure enough, the two mental powers collided with each other, and only the three of them survived in the entire space. Zhou Lian, whose hand was cut off by Li Chen, was still in a semi-coma. At this moment, because he was in the center of the vortex, there was not even a corpse left. Nangu was frightened for a while. If it weren't for her quick reaction, I'm afraid Gu Lai and the others would not be spared. The wind was blowing hard, and Cui Lanlan didn't take a step forward. The image was distorted. Nangu had to use all his strength to see her figure clearly. When she realized what Cui Lanlan was going to do, Nangu suddenly took a breath of cold air. She is actually going to forcefully advance. If she reached the 9th level first, both she and Li Chen would die. So Nangu kept telling herself to resist. Li Chen's space weapon was not good enough in front of the powerful Cui Lanlan. Chapter 180. Nangu was killed. The fierce battle caused the entire ground to sink a little, and even the clouds in the sky turned into a vortex shape, constantly being attracted to the ground and then strangled without a trace. Cui Lanlan's mental power is pervasive. Li Chen is not a psychic. If it weren't for Nangu protecting him, his brain would have been damaged long ago. In this stalemate, he could only say to Nangu in his heart, "Her influence on my brain has caused my space to go wrong frequently. Can you control her for 2 seconds? As long as there are 2 seconds, he guarantees that no matter how powerful Cui Lanlan is, he will kill her from body to soul." Nanji's mental power is continuously input. 2 seconds is still a bit long for her, but Li Chen's method is already the last resort. Nangu refused to be outdone by Cui Lanlan and insisted with gritted teeth, "Okay." Li Chen closed his eyes, and his space extension seemed like blue sea water, filling the entire space. Cui Lanlan looked at Li Chen's actions and said with a disdainful smile, "Don't waste your energy. Do you think you can really control me?" Nanji's voice sounded in her mind, "How do you know if you don't try?" Cui Lanlan was shocked. After all, she has always been in the upper hand. When was she penetrated by Nanji's mental power? How could she not know? Nangu actually noticed something was wrong a long time ago. If Cui Lanlan could control many humans, why didn't she control Gu Lai and the others directly, and send the Doomsday Bandits to resist? It is very likely that because this body belongs to humans, she cannot exert such a powerful power as a zombie. After talking to me so much before, there must be some spiritual power that quietly sneaked into my sea of consciousness. When I let down my guard, he will be able to control me and Li Chen. At that time, whether it is opening the box or controlling the world, there will be hope. It must be a process for her to control other Doomsday Bandits. So Nangu thought of this, and had already secretly reminded Li Chen to be on guard. They let Cui Lanlan's spiritual power penetrate. And at the same time, Nangu also merged his power into her mind when Cui Lanlan was not checking. When Cui Lanlan wanted to strangle this spiritual power, it was too late. Nangu invaded Cui Lanlan's brain with a crushing force. Cui Lanlan felt her madness and struggled violently. But she was controlled from the mind to the body, and it was impossible for her to have this kind of power. She was shocked for the first time. Nangu was clearly exchanging her life for another's. If anyone hit Nangu now, she would die. Can she do this to deal with herself? Cui Lanlan felt ashamed of herself. When she was fighting, she would still spare a wisp of consciousness to protect herself. Nangu could only hold on for 2 seconds. Li Chen didn't waste even a 10,000th of his time. The light blue barrier instantly shrank and completely sealed Cui Lanlan in it. The blue halo was everywhere. Cui Lanlan realized that something was constantly disintegrating from the depths of her brain. If she was really killed by Li Chen, she would die. She would really disappear from this world. No. She had to think of a way to make Nangu relax. Only 1 second was left, and Cui Lanlan's countless thoughts merged into one, outlining a picture in Nanji's mind. That was the real Cui Lanlan, kneeling on the ground, crying pitifully to Nangu. She kept begging, "Nangu, don't kill me. I am also controlled by him. Please, save me." Nangu was indifferent, but Cui Lanlan still refused to give up. "Have you forgotten that we are classmates and colleagues? I know you hate me. As long as you can save me, I will listen to you in the future. I will repay you by working like a cow and a horse for you." 1 second passed quickly, but in Nanji's mind, it went very slowly. Nangu finally faced Cui Lanlan indifferently. When her consciousness melted, she only said one sentence, "When he chose you, You also chose him. This road is your own to take. And you can't blame others. Her consciousness finally dissipated, and her body turned into blood-red powder, which complemented the blue space cover. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Cui Lanlan strangled to death, and turned to look at Nangu. His body was very tired, but he still managed not to fall down. Just as he reached out to Nangu and made a gesture to hug her, the space around him suddenly twisted, and a man walked out of it. At the same time, a trace of blood appeared on Nanji's neck. Nangu actually didn't react. What was going on? She even couldn't move. So she kept looking at Li Chen expectantly, until blood slowly flowed out from the wound on her neck. Nangu slightly raised her fingertips, which were covered with blood. She stared at the blood drop and finally realized the rapid passage of life. The body finally fell down, because it could not bear such a mental dissipation. Nangu heard Li Chen's heart-wrenching cry in a hazy state. Nangu! He overdrew his body, ran over, caught Nangu, and put his injured wrist into Nanji's mouth. When she was attacked by a mutant sea beast and was dying, he saved her in this way. But now, the blood flowed into Nanji's mouth, and she couldn't even swallow. Nanji's eyes were still open, and Li Chen's face was reflected in them, shining brightly, which was her deepest trust in herself. But this trust became a weapon to kill her. Li Chen hugged her with trembling hands, and kept calling her name, Nangu. Wake up! Answer me. Nangu no longer had any breath or heartbeat. As a zombie, the brain was the most vulnerable, and Arthur had killed her when he walked out of the space just now. Even his technique was so smooth that Nangu didn't feel any pain. Li Chen didn't dare to test Nanji's breathing. The woman he loved most gradually lost her warmth in his arms. Even in the end, she couldn't say a word to him or call his name. When Li Chen killed Cui Lanlan, he felt how much Nangu wanted him to hug her. His little girl must be very happy to have solved such a strong enemy. But now, how could she die? He didn't admit it. Even if he died, holding Nangu in his arms, Li Chen couldn't stop crying. Nangu. His voice was extremely hoarse. Please, don't leave. Didn't we agree that we would face everything together? Didn't you say that the life you want most is to be with me? Nangu leaned in his arms, like a porcelain doll. She would never show Li Chen a soft or cunning smile again. Never crave anything from him again. And never fight side by side with him again. The moment Nangu died, Li Chen's world had collapsed. The first thing Zhong Haoshuan and others saw, when they felt the battlefield was quiet, was the scene of Li Chen crying while holding Nangu. This man had never shown such emotions, whether in danger or fear. The only time was when he married Nangu. Everyone in the base could feel that Li Chen was very happy. And now, he was holding Nanji's motionless body, like a child abandoned by the whole world. He did so much and gave up so much just to hold this woman in his arms. Why? Why torture him so much? Zhong Haoshuan also froze in place. The woman he loved just died like this? Why couldn't he come earlier? Xi and Yuhua burst into tears, and deep remorse swept over him. Yi Xiao was still wearing a white coat. He wanted to tell Li Chen and Nangu that he had developed an antidote for zombies, thinking that they would be happier to hear the news after they won. But now, everything is too late. Nangu is really dead and will never come back to life. Yi Xiao knelt on the ground suddenly, in so much pain that he could hardly breathe. He really didn't mind that Nangu didn't like him, and didn't mind that he couldn't be with Nangu. He just hoped that Nangu could live well. Why? Even such a simple wish couldn't satisfy him. Gu Lai and Chen Baishao were also silent. Even though they had not been with Nangu for a long time, they admired and liked this strong girl from the bottom of their hearts, especially as Li Chen's good brother. Gu Lai looked at him with red eyes. Arthur picked up a box from the ground and weighed it in his hand to make sure that the things inside were intact. Walking in front of Li Chen, Arthur said to him grimly, I am an 8th level space-based psychic. You are not my opponent in your current state. Come with me obediently. I can still spare others. Li Yin also arrived with the army at this moment. Thousands of people surrounded Arthur. When they heard that he was a space-based psychic, everyone stepped back. When Li Yin saw Nangu lying in Li Chen's arms, he guessed the cause and effect. It was this Arthur who killed Nangu. Li Chen was completely immersed in his world. He heard Arthur's words as if he didn't hear them. Who are you? Gu Lai asked Arthur coldly. Even if they had to use all their strength today, they would avenge Nangu. Arthur reached out and stroked his golden hair, with a gloomy and teasing look in his narrow eyes. He looked at Li Chen and said, "Old friend, do you really not remember me? I was the one who asked the authorities to send Li Chen back." Gu Lai widened his eyes and said hatefully, "It's you?" Li Chen's escort mission was dangerous to begin with. Now he also knew that it was something that could turn all humans into monsters like Cui Lanlan. And Arthur actually framed Li Chen and had him sent back to his country. If Cui Lanlan was their enemy after the end of the world, then Arthur. Their hatred was deep. He and Li Chen had teamed up several times and wanted to kill him. But he didn't expect that he would fall into his hands in the end.